any sponsorship, any other way things that need to refer to. That's very fine print. That's it. Good morning, everyone. We'd like to thank the Cookson family for sponsoring that annual Talmud Torah. It's a scoop from Saratoga for Am Yisrael. You got that? Okay. So what we had, yesterday. So brief reminder. One of the statements we make in the morning,
Smells like a dog. Really? Oh, for sure.
For example, the Torah is warning us that when it comes to Avodah Zorah, and the Torah warns us that to go ahead and slaughter an animal for Avodah Zorah tzricha is obviously a violation of the Torah because you are worshiping that Avodah Zorah. Now, what happens is that specific force or deity or that Avodah Zorah is not worshipped by slaughtering animals, right? They're very ethical. They only take tofu. They don't like meat at Avodah Zarah. So what happens? In other words, if I go ahead somewhere on the West Coast and find an Avodah Zarah, and the person decides to chef an animal, but that's not how it's worshipped in that society, it's still a violation. So obviously, if you go ahead and perform an act that's part of the rules and regulations of that Avodah Zarah, that is how you worship that force, clearly you understand that that's a violation. But what happens if Zika, the slaughter of an Avodah Zarah? So the Torah tells us, listen, don't do it, even if it's not the way that force is worshipped. Okay, now, what's interesting is that when the Torah wants us not to go out and slaughter, it doesn't just include slaughtering, but it includes any type of service that is performed inside the Beis HaMikdash. So, zricha, kabbalah, receiving the blood, halacha, zrika, any one of the four services that are done inside of the Beis HaMikdash are included in that warning that if you perform it to any pagan deity, even if it's not the routine, you violate the Torah prohibition. And it's working. In other words, the Torah only mentions one. So how do we include four? It was Haya Bachlal, right? It teaches not just for itself, but it teaches for the rule of all four services done in the Beis HaMikdash. Fine. But then we have this question that we have to deal with, and we have to remember, we must remember as we start our daf, what Rabbi Bar Rav Chanan is going to ask Abaye, wait a second. The Torah tells us, Lo tishtachaveh. You should not go ahead and bow to a pagan service. So wait a second. Maybe that is to include, maybe that is that type of statement that is lelamed to teach on many more things. And maybe what the Torah is teaching us is that by doing anything that's honorable to a pagan force, to an Avodah Zarah, even if it is not the way that that specific Avodah Zarah is worshipped, and even if it's not done in the Beis HaMikdash, maybe the Torah is warning us such a thing is a violation. So maybe the Yishtachava is the issue. And we wonder, wait a second, okay, it's an interesting question, Rav Chanan. But if so, why mention, why does the Torah mention Zvicharal? So we had in the top, the bottom of Samach on the base, and now in the beginning of Samach Aleph, is that perhaps, and that's what we are told, what we are being taught here is Mechashni Me'avoda Le'avoda. In other words, we find by Kachin that there's a thing called Machshava Spiegel. So in a couple of years, we get this Rothschild, and one of the subjects we're going to discuss is the fact that you have to be very sure when you perform any of the services in the Beis HaMikdash that your mind has to be operating with the understanding that everything will be done correctly. And if I go ahead and chef an animal, and and I have intention to go ahead, and I'm doing it with intention to perform a later service of it. For example, eating the meat, or in some cases, or sprinkling the blood. With doing it in an improper way, it should not be consumed by those who are designated to consume it, or to sprinkle the blood outside of the Samigdash. So the subjects we're going to be discussing with each year are known as the subjects of Masech, of Machshavas, people. Okay, I thought that's important. Now, what we're going to be discussing here, so let's start off with the last line and a half of Samach Beis, Hashochet Behemah. Let's say a person slaughters an animal. So now we're going to be applying those concepts of Machashvin Ma'avoda La'avoda, which means I perform one act with intention to have the damaging effect with a future, with a service that is going to be coming in the next stage. Okay, so the discussion here, in other words, my shechita is not with the intention that I'm doing it for an avodah zarah, but I do have in mind that when I shech, that the sprinkling or the haktorah or the offering of the limbs should be done for an avodah zarah. Okay, to offer the fats for avodah zarah. Rabbi Yochanan Omar Asura, that too is considered a violation, and we Lakish of Samachalef Omar Muteres. And what the Gemara discussed is the fact that could be, so again, we're going with what now Rabbi Yochanan is telling us, that perhaps Ishtachava is to teach us that any honorable service is included in the warning, even if that specific avodah zarah is not worshipped in that way. And if we work with that approach, we ask, but wait a second, what is the word, what is the teaching of Rothschild teach us? Maybe Rothschild is to teach us that Mechashvin Ma'avoda La'avoda, that even if I do not have an intention to be able to have a zone with the shechita, but when I shech, I have in mind to perform either the zrika or the haktorah, that too is included in the warning. So the Gemara tells us, according to Rabbi Yochanan, because according to Rabbi Yochanan, we're by kachim, we know that Mechashvin is Me'avoda La'avoda. So you don't need a verse when it comes to avodah zarah to warn us, because if by kachim, it's in the base Hamigdash, the concept of Mechashvin Me'avoda La'avoda is effective, so obviously it would apply on the dark side in avodah zarah. But according to Rosh Lakish, that when it comes to the base Hamigdash, it's not really a violation when I perform one act with intention of doing something wrong in a future act. So maybe the words Richa by avodah zarah is to teach you that Mechashvin La'avoda La'avoda and by Kro, and you need a verse. Now, what the Gemara is now called Maski for a Papa says, and Papa tells us the truth is you got it wrong with Papa claims. Because what Rabbi is going to tell us, Rabbi Yochanan lo by Kro, you're telling me that for Rabbi Yochanan, I don't need the verse because I can learn it from touching, from how the service is done in the Beis Hamikdash. But that's not so. It's not kind of like Rabbi Yochanan, because when Rabbi Yochanan tells us in the Beis Hamikdash, a thought by shechita could be effective, right, even if it relates to a future service. Rabbi Yochanan is only telling us that the animal becomes prohibited. It is not talking about the person. Rabbi Katla, who doesn't get the death penalty. In other words, don't tell me that for Rabbi Yochanan, right, everything is clear because according to Rabbi Yochanan, I can learn it from Kachim. That's not true, because in Kachim, we're talking about the animal. By avodah zarah, what are we talking about? The person, okay? But also, of course, the thing is, to state that the person who goes out and performs performs avodah zarah with a machshava from one service to another service, that he deserves the death penalty. And certainly the question can be asked the other way around. And according to Shlokish, he told me that from Shlokish we might read the verse. But that's actually not so. Because after look at the Rothschild, even though my kachim, Rothschild holds that a machshava from avodah to avodah is not effective. Rothschild only talked about the behema, about the animal. Avodah, but he would agree that a gadra bar katlos, and And if you ask, wait a second, how is it possible that Rothschild is of the opinion that when it comes to Avodah Zarah, that if I have one a thought which during Shkita for something in the future, that the person deserves the death penalty, but that item that the service took place regarding is permissible. Is that possible? Do we ever find such a thing? That a person doesn't have a zara, the person deserves the death penalty, but the object itself is not prohibited. Do you find that? Well, we do actually. We do have the Hamishtacha Belahar. If a person dies to a mountain, what do we learn? They know that we are told that Yisrael, that all the pagan nations would bow to mountains, and the Gemara Darshans, that although, right, if the Avodah Zarah was placed on a mountain, by bowing to it, you prohibit that item, but it's a low that if you go out and worship a mountain because it's connected to the ground, they don't have the ability to prohibit it. So if a person bows to a specific mountain, he himself violates the prohibition of Avodah Zarah and gets the kafla gets the death penalty, but the mountain itself remains permissible. So what do you see? That it is possible that you could have a situation that the person himself gets the death penalty, even the item is mutter. So when Rothschild says that when you have one machshava, or you have a machshava during Shiva for something in the future, that doesn't mean that the person does not get the death penalty. Perhaps he does. And when he said mutter, he's talking about the item. So therefore, we need to have a mishtacha har mutar v'hadda gets the side, obviously, so it's the side. Forgot what we were told. Here we go. You remember Rava bar Rav Hanan. So Rava bar Rav Hanan had a question. His question was, well, perhaps when the Torah tells us no sishtachaveh, it means to teach us that any honorable act performed to an Avodah Zarah, any honorable act, even if that specific Avodah Zarah is not worshipped that way, that's considered a violation. That's what Rav Bar Hanan believed or claimed. So says Rabacha Medivdim Ravina, wait a second. Based on what this Rav Bar Hanan tells us, Lamaidika on the east, Rav Bar Hanan to Abaye. And what did he say there? The words remind us. Maybe Ishtachava is Lelamed ala Klal Kulo. The maybe Ishtachava is to teach us regarding all service. Well, there's a problem. Because the Torah tells us that when you get there to Yisrael, don't do too much research into pagan practices, and don't start asking, how are these pagan nations worshiping their God, the Ezekiel, Gamani, and I can do so as well. And obviously, by the Torah telling us that you should know, it's a major problem if you start researching how those pagans are worshiping their gods. You know what the Torah telling us? That the way they worship the Avodah Zarah, that is where there's an issue. So, for example, a specific Avodah Zarah, as we know, Peor, the way you worship is by defecating. So, therefore, that is how you violate the prohibition of Peor. If you go ahead and want to worship Lolin, or a person wants to worship Marculus, right? They would worship the Mercury. So the way it was done is what? By throwing stones. So obviously the Torah is telling us that the way you violate the prohibition is performing specifically the acts that were designated by that cult, right? By those over there on the Zohar. Now, if you claim, right, like Rabbi Bar Hanan, that any act is included, why did the Torah have to tell us that? Because if the Torah is telling us, according to that, anything you perform, anything you do is Avodah Zarah, because Ishtachava, Yotza, in a klal ulamed, ala klal kula Yotza. So why does the Torah have to warn us specifically that be sure not to perform an act the way they worship their Avodah Zarah? Okay, well, the Chitain that they're going to claim, they're to exclude Hapoer, Atzmo, Lizovim, but imagine you have a more normal mainstream Avodah Zarah, that they slaughter animals to worship that for. And you go ahead and say, you know what, I'm going to worship it, and I'm going to take the practice from Peor and defecate in front of it. And maybe the Torah is telling us that that's not considered a violation, because defecating is a very odd way of honoring a deity, so therefore, The Torah is telling us that's not included because it has to be Hashtachavon, which is honorable. But Mishtachavon Nafko, Mishtachavon Derech Kibbur, Afkol Derech Kibbur. In other words, if you look at Mishtachavon itself, Mishtachavon teaches us that. In other words, you can't tell me that Mishtachavon is Yotam and Aklal Lamed is coming to go out and teach, and therefore it's coming to tell you that any form of service. Well, Mishtachavon its own teaches you that. In other words, without thinking like Rabbi Baruch. The Torah tells us, it could be Ela Lemedite Hapoer Atzmo Lemarkus. In other words, imagine having a Avodah Zarah, that the way it's worshipped is not in an honorable way. Like we mentioned, Marcus was worshipped by throwing stones. So what we're playing, wait a second, since that since those of the Avodah Zarah worship it in a way that's not honorable, so any way that's not honorable is included. So therefore, perhaps what the Torah is telling us that I would have thought, since the nature of that Avodah Zarah is worship in a shameful way, I've called Zion. So perhaps any Zion. In other words, if Marcus is worshipped, right, by throwing stones, so anything that's a degrading act will be included. Therefore, Kamash Moa, therefore it's needed. Okay, here we go. Ella. Now comes the following question. How do Rabbi Lozer tells us, Ninain, how do we know? Lizoveach behemo lemarcus. So again, Marcus, if you in Spanish, Wednesday, right? It's a Merculus, like Mercury. So obviously it has its roots, right? It has its roots in this pagan culture, and even Wednesday itself, or Wednesday, seems like some Nordic word that became part of the way we identify days. But let's go back to Marcus. So Marcus, generally, the rules and regulations were that if you want to go ahead and worship, you throw stones. A person decides, no, I'm going to be better than them, I'm going to go ahead and offer an animal. So we are told, this is what the law says. How do you know that he's chayav? How do you know he's chayav? Shenemar v'lo yizbechu od zivchayim l'se'iri. The Torah warns us among the many warnings of Avodah Zarah that it seems to be that the way they would worship the devil are related to goats, and that's found in other cultures as well. And the Torah warns us that you should never, keep yourself away from many practices, among them drinking blood, because by doing so you might one day be offering zivchayim l'se'iri. Okay, so, but listen carefully to the language. The lo yizbechu. The Torah warns us, don't go out and do a tzricha, a shchita, a slaughter. And what the Lord tells us is the following. In other words, obviously, I don't need a pasuk to tell me that if you have an Avodah Zarah that is, the norm is to shecht animals to it. I don't need a pasuk to tell me that that's prohibited, because that's the norm. Because, and how do I know that I don't need a verse that is the norm that the Torah warns us not to do it? Because because the Torah tells us that if you go ahead and research the way they do it and then you perform it, obviously it's a violation. So what is the law supposed to teach you? The Torah is warning you that even if it's not the norm, meaning even if that's not the way they worship, still. Now, but the problem is, Rabbi Lozer, if you're telling me that word the book was to teach us that even if it's not the norm, it's included in Avodah Zarah, but according to Rabbi Baruch Hanan, again, Rabbi Baruch Hanan claims that the word Mishtachavot teaches us that even if it's not the norm, it's included. So, how do we understand the scene of Rabbi Lozer if Rabbi Baruch Hanan is correct? So the Gemara answers an interesting answer here that wholesome that the warning there below Yisbechu that we are told you should not do to any of Avodah Zarah, even if it's not the norm, is Rothschild. So it seems to me that someone is upset at some pagan force, and therefore they decide to worship it in an unusual way. Or by slaughtering it, even that is unusual for that Avodah Zarah. Comes Rabbi Lozer and tells us, don't do it. I knew someone in Toronto that as a child after the war, he was in France, in some monastery, and he was able to observe how they interacted with whatever little idols they basically had. And he mentioned that one time it wasn't raining for a couple of weeks, and they got upset at one of the statues, and they turned her around to face the wall as a punishment. for not rendering rage. It seems to me that there is such a thing as getting angry with your avodah zarah and you're fuming it and you want to break it because you don't want to, mess up things for the future, but they would punish it. So maybe this is what we are talking about. So there was some form of anger towards this avodah zarah. And that's why the Torah is telling us that even though your agenda is to show that you are angry, but nevertheless, when it comes to grief, it's a function of a significant avodah, and it's included. Okay, here comes the story. So now we can start something that's a little bit. So here we go. So here's a story. Rabbi, okay? So we're going to be doing this questionnaire that has something like 5 or 6 answers. An interesting question where there's going to appear to be a contradiction between our Mishnah and the Mishnah later on in a couple of dots. And the main issue, a little bit of a prison here, is the following. We all understand your Avodah Zarah, terrible thing, terrible punishment. What if a person makes a statement, I'm planning to be over the Avodah Zarah? Just making a statement. Is that a violation? Or not, just making a statement. And we're going to analyze one Mishnah which would seem to indicate, well, if you just make a statement, no big deal. But the Mishnah later on, some Azai, some Asad, to indicate that even a statement is a violation. So how are we going to deal with it? There's a contradiction, so we're going to have Rabbi Mina, Rabbi Yosef, Rabbi, Rabino, Rashi,
I'm living life. How about you?
Nothing.
I want to know. What exactly?
Well, isn't that inquisitive of you?
What?
Well, isn't that inquisitive of you? How's your day going?
Yeah, my day is good. How about your day?
Excellent. Going well, thank God. Right now, I am creating some content on Instagram, watching Daf Yomi on YouTube, and just taught a class for like an hour on Kabbalah.
Like you're subverted in Goyism, right?
What'd you say?
You're subverted in Goyism, right?
I'm Jewish, my man.
Okay. I'm not Jewish, but
Okay. Very well. Well, you're welcome here. 24/7. Absolutely 24/7. I stream my life. I've been doing so for more than 4 years, and I have more data archived on YouTube than any person in global history.
Damn, man. How old are you, man?
I'm old enough, my man. At the top of this Discord, you're going to see red. I want you to look and you'll see a red circle that says 24/7 YouTube streams. Do you see that?
Yeah, I see it.
Go there, click on that link that's in there. It'll take you to YouTube and look at all the live streams I have going.
Let me see.
All right, you can hear yourself live on YouTube.
Yo, what the fuck?
Scroll down. Scroll down. Look how many there are.
What the hell?
Absolutely.
I'm on YouTube right now.
100% you are. Look how many live streams there are.
Yo, damn.
It's wild stuff. And I've been doing it for more than 4 years. And I restart my streams every 12 hours. So you can literally go back and see my life over the course of the last 4 years. Essentially every moment of every day. It's like a timeline or a time capsule of human achievement.
People have been worshipped. Humans have been worshipped. So a person gets up and says, come worship me. When they're l'chaim. Okay, that's it. You basically
You're muted if you didn't know.
You made a statement. Chaim. Seems to be what Meretz has opinion that the statement itself creates an issue. Whereas Yehuda says, Potter. Okay, now, for this house, people actually worship this individual. There's no dispute. And the way we learn, what we read yesterday, don't make yourself into an idol. Right? Don't make a human being into a god. It's something that we have to be very careful within our culture.
Yo, I'm sorry.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just saying, you see how many live streams I have?
Yeah, I see.
Yeah, so you can essentially go back to my life for the last 4 years and view my life in 360 degrees, not just at my home, but IRL. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, As far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills and Los Angeles, at Disneyland, basically everywhere in Southern California. And I do so for world peace.
Okay, wow, man. But what do you have something like this
I do. I do. I'm a certified project management professional. I've successfully launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, which has allowed me some financial independence to buy all this equipment and to be able to make the make make the bills and such, and be able to live my life very comfortably. And I think that in the future, people will study my life. It's like a timeline or a time capsule of human existence. Bill Gates in the 1990s coined the phrase "content is king," and I'm making it true today. In many ways, I'm the king of the internet. And this is the biggest event of global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data, specifically human data, had overtaken petroleum as Earth's most valuable resource. And I have more human data archived on the internet than any person ever.
This is shocking. No. This is my first time seeing somebody doing it.
It's definitely rare, and you're always welcome here. I have people who live in here with me from all over the world. I have visitors every single day from all over the world. Obviously, it's a pretty big server for one individual, 2,800 people. And I promote myself on various social media platforms, including X Spaces. In fact, I've been doing 24/7 X Spaces on video for 360 days. So I will celebrate 365 days or one whole year on the 14th of this month, so just in a few days. And nobody's ever done that. So I'm like, really about just people coming together, being peaceful, certainly. And I'm a futurist. I like to talk about the future. Things like ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the lifestyle program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable.
Bro, like, this is shocking for me. Like, I'm young and I'm so shocked. I will tell you, like, God bless you. I hope you will think you're doing it. Thank you for your kindness.
Absolutely, my friend. You're always welcome here. One thing that I ask, you have to be 18 years old. So if you're 18, you're welcome here. If not, come back when you're 18, okay?
No, I don't know.
Okay, excellent. The reason why I say that, nothing wrong with children, but I talk about some subjects that probably aren't to be heard by children. Like a lot of halakhic or Jewish law discussions I have, probably aren't for children's ears. So, but if you're 18, you're always welcome here. And I have people who sleep in here. So like generally what my day consists of is awaking, saying really Moda Ani. Then I wash. I dive and stop chakras, don tefillin. Then I have between about a 1 and 3 hour class that I teach every day, just regarding Kabbalah, Jewish mysticism, but also practical halakha, practical Jewish law, and we review rabbinical biographies. And then from there, I promote myself on different social media platforms. I'm not just live on YouTube. I'm live on Twitch. I'm live on Rumble. And I'm not just live on one stream. I'm live on, like 20 different streams, as you can see. And then I'm live in a bunch of different Discords as well. And basically people have a portal in. Oh, yeah, 100%. I'm in the Jewish Hub. I'm in Jewish Hub right now. Go in the Jewish Hub, and I'm in VC number 1. And then come back. Go to Jewish Hub. Go look in there. I don't have my sound on in there just because I don't want to disturb anybody. But go in Jewish Hub and then come back in here.
singular. That by just listening, yeah, but it's in the singular. If it's a group, the whole system is different. So if Rabbi Yosef says someone who's going to question him, obviously it's Abaye, Eitvei Abaye. Yishani is really a difference. Then you says the Rabbi, when you says the Rabbi, is there really a difference between a group that gets inspired by someone else or the individual? Look at this, look at the biceps. Ki yosifecha achicha, zeninecha, echad Yosef and Yosef, echad Rabbi, and Yosef. The biceps says there's no difference. So,
Yo, big dog.
Hell, man.
Word, dog. It's a big deal. So I'm live in there. I'm live in Socialize. I'm live in some cryptocurrency ones. I'm live in some gaming ones. So I'm live in a bunch of different Discords in addition to this one. And then 24/7, I play Daf Yomi, which is, if you know, just like daily Talmud class. And so you can actually, watch that. And I have subtitles in English and in Yiddish. Just do my best to be someone who is about peace, about self-improvement, about learning. I'm a lifetime learner, of course. Moreover, I like to talk about the future. I'm passionate about the future. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication. Things like artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence. I'm an advocate of cryptocurrency and teleportation, space tourism, space elevators, terraforming of other planets, perhaps interstellar travel. I love to talk about things like Santa Claus machines, replicators, de-extinction. My man, people don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 2 years, not that far away, they want to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a mind-blowing goal, and I don't understand why more people aren't talking about it. Following the reintroduction of the... Absolutely. You're absolutely fine. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I just think this is really exciting, and I want to record these events in addition to live streaming my life and it being a story of my life. Like someone in the past would write a diary or be a diarist, or write in a journal or be a journalist. I use video as my medium. I keep a radio on in the background 24/7 that archives the world's news events. So basically, you can go back to any moment of my life, going back to the pandemic, and know not just what was going on in my world, but also in world news. I think it's a really exciting project.
Bro, like you made it like history for the scientists in the future.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. And I'm glad that you realize that. And it's just a matter of time until I go viral. And when I do, this is going to be the biggest event in global history. And then I have a global message for pacifism and peace, but also improving human lives. I'm an advocate for life extension technology. When you were born, the average life expectancy for you or someone like you is probably about age 80. And if you want, with your consent, I want you to be able to increase that through the use of technology, such as oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, peptides, nootropics, cold shock therapy, red light therapy, testosterone replacement therapy, whatever you want. Essentially, though, you're going to maybe be age 120 or so someday, and you may say, Rabbi, my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? And this is, again, with your consent. If you want, you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where with your consent, and I really want to emphasize that, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm saying to you, RI, is that within the coming generation or so, people may be making the determination whether they want to experience digital immortality. And I think that's extremely exciting.
Bro, it can be a cyborg or something like that. That's sick, dude.
100%. 100%. And not just one thing, you'll be able to do whatever you want. So what I'm saying to you is that you're really one of the last generations of Homo sapiens, and we're moving into a new type of being, a new type of species, one that doesn't die. And that's a really exciting opportunity.
Yeah, I agree, dude. I want to live to see that.
I want you to live to see that. And you're archived in the annals of history. You're on my stream, certainly. And I mean, you're young enough.
Yeah, I'm so glad I'm here.
100%. I'm glad you're here too. And you're young enough that I wouldn't tell you this if I didn't believe it. You're young enough that you're going to be able to experience this, or at least have the choice. And here's the thing. To live forever is actually a punishment. You want to live as long as you want to live within reason, and then you want to perhaps be a different being. Maybe you want to be a cyborg, a robot, a cybernetic being. Maybe you want to be a woman. Maybe you want to be an extraterrestrial. Maybe you want to be a dog or a cat, whatever you want to be. But you have to understand that the sky's the limit, especially in terms of science. And so if you've never thought that there may actually be a chance for you to escape death, I would say to you, all right, I would not say this if I didn't really mean it. I don't think you're going to die.
Well, I want to be a cyborg and blow up everything, with the laser eyes.
Well,
I'm flying around.
perhaps we can make some of those things happen. Certainly the flying around part, the laser eyes part. Maybe we'll give you your own planet someday and you can blow up everything that you want with laser eyes.
Yeah. Hell yeah. That's what I want.
Okay.
Man, I want to live.
Absolutely.
You hyped me up, I didn't know these things.
Absolutely. So
That's genius, man.
I don't know about that, but I am a very interesting individual. I recognize that. No one is doing what I'm doing. No one has as much data as I have. Right now, I am simultaneously on more than 20 YouTube streams. I'm on Twitch. I'm on Instagram. I'm on multiple X and multiple Discords. No, I'm the heart of the internet. I really mean that. I'm the hub. And I'm not just the hub of the internet, but I'm also the hub of cryptocurrency. And the plan is, when I go viral, I want to help every single person who's helped me. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. I want to ensure that you have financial independence if you don't already. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own.
You're amazing. I hope everything you did was success.
Thank you so much, Alan. All right, just tell your friends. Tell the people in the Jewish Hub server, hey, do you know who's in there? That person's fascinating. If you have a chance, go into his server. It's really interesting. You should be hyped up. You should be very excited. No one before has ever told you, at least in a heartfelt manner, that they don't think you're going to die.
Yeah, bro, you just solved a lot of stuff.
Absolutely. And you're most certainly welcome. And you should know as well, there's another type of technology. Let's say you lost someone. Maybe you lost a grandparent or a parent or someone you love. There's a type of technology known as revivification technology, where we can actually essentially bring people back from the dead. Now, there are multiple ways to do it. We could do it through cloning. We could do it through DNA. We could do it through artificial maturing of them. We could do it through just the data that has been archived on. But what I'm essentially saying to you, let's say you lost a loved one. Let's say your great-great-great-great-grandfather. Okay, we want to bring that person back. All right, well, how do we get them back? Well, there is a way to be able to reverse engineer your DNA, and with all of the human genome, essentially know where your great grandfather was in that in the great plan, so to speak, and be able to create him in at least a clone-like sense, and perhaps with enough technology be able to recreate perhaps some of his memories. But the ones that really affect people are ones where people perhaps have lost a mother or a father, someone who is closer to them, and really being able to use their DNA, even if they were perhaps even cremated to some extent, or their body was destroyed, being able to artificially mature a clone of them in an artificial womb, and so they could essentially be middle-aged while their children might have been in their 20s or something like that, and bring them back. And so essentially the idea would be they would awake one day and they wouldn't necessarily know what would happen, and their children would have to explain to them, we loved you and you died, and because through technology we were able to bring you back. So I think that's a really beautiful story that people don't know, that that type of technology is becoming a reality. We already have small mammals that have memory transfers. The last human organ that we're awaiting to at least be publicized as being successfully transplanted is a human brain. There are arguments that have been made that this has already been done in China. It's not been publicized, but perhaps we'll be able to see that. And that's really going to change the game when people have a brain transplant successfully. At least with the mammalian trials of mice. Imagine a set of mice A. They do a maze to get the cheese at the end of the maze. And there's a way to transfer their memories into a group of mice B, and mice B do the maze exactly correctly on the first try without any assistance because the memories were successfully transferred. We're just at the beginning of this. I mean, really, 5 years ago, if I would have told you brain computer interfaces, essentially Neuralink, would be becoming more common, that would seem like science fiction, and certainly 10 years ago it would have been. But now there are quadriplegic people. One of them, the first successful Neuralink patient, his name is Nolan Aspra. He can play video games better than you or I can, yet he can't walk. But eventually he will be able to. Essentially, there's a break in his spinal cord. And the idea is this: using Neuralink, he'll be able to transfer his brain waves to the end of his broken part of the upper part of his spine, and then using like Bluetooth, even Wi-Fi, be able to transfer the signals to the bottom part of his body, where the break in his spinal cord is, and he may be able to walk again. And these are just really exciting scientific advancements that we're making, and I like to study them. I like to archive them on my stream, and I'd like to do this for the rest of my life, God willing.
Like, to be honest, this is so weird, but in an amazing way. My mind is blown up. This is a lot of information. Dang, dude, I don't know all this stuff. Like, now the last time it's gonna be here soon. What the hell? I really hope to live to that time and see this stuff.
I think you will. And you'll be able to go back to this day in our history. So it's the 23rd of Shavat, 5786 in the Jewish calendar. It's Tuesday, February 10th in the secular calendar. And you'll be able to see this conversation, and your children, God willing, and your grandchildren will be able to see it and recognize this was a day where your life was changed.
That happened, I will cry. I'll cry. That will be emotional. I'm so grateful that I'm here.
I'm so grateful that you're here too. So, absolutely. All right. So I know I hit you with a lot of things. What I want you to do is just think about it, spread the love, tell people in the Jewish Hub and anywhere else where you know anybody might be interested in this type of project. I'd love to be able to share with them as well. And then whenever you have time or you're bored, come in here and update me on what's going on, okay?
Yeah, man. Thank you. Of course.
You're welcome, my friend.
Amen.
100%. That's exactly right.
Thank you for all these infos. I will go for now, but I will get you up. I will.
Blessings, my friend.
Peace.
Peace. Shalom.
But what we are told here,
Shout out to RI.
you're not supposed to it's the person that's never Haman. And I'm the most basic reading, all of them told you that you should know that the Jews, violated Avodah Zarah by bowing to Haman. Now, was bowing to Haman something that they really believed in? No, it was clearly Meira. And what is the Torah? What the Gemara is using it, the Bright is using it as an example of a violation, even though it wasn't in Europe. So this seems to be what Abaye claims, that a person, that even if it's an Avodah Zarah, Neira is a complete violation. Okay? And nevertheless is mentioned here as a complete Avodah Zarah. So how's Rabbi going to defend himself? The Rabbi says, no, sometimes an example does not mean that it's there with all the details of the example. All the Rabbi is telling us that, listen, if it's a person that's worshipped, tells about Kehama, meaning if you want to know an example of someone that was basically worshipped in a specific society, Haman would be an example. But that's not to mean that the Jews who bowed to him violated it, because obviously that was Meira. The Rabbi, Kehaman, the example is Haman as a person, Zero Kama, but it's not a complete example. Kehaman, he's an example of a person that's not a Kehaman. Where the Torah is warning us, I guess, you can bow to a person if it's the way it's going on, but don't do it if it's a neva. And a perfect example of a person who becomes like an Avodah Zarah was Haman. The like a Haman, but the example is not true regarding all details. The Iru, Haman when comes from, never had to worship Haman with Meira. The Hachar, but here, when that right to tells us that it's a violation, love Meira. So Abaye is working very, very hard to try to find proof that even if you do something now on Meira, it's a complete violation. So here's his next case. Omar Abaye, I can prove it from the Tanya. So, to understand the next bit, a brief introduction, we know that there are many circumstances where people have to bring korbanos for violating the law unintentionally b'shogeg. Okay? So we're familiar with. Now, there are differences if it's an individual, if it is a kohen gadol, if it's a melech, if it's a, kodesh. So there are a lot of details that relate, but what we have to keep in mind is the following. There are situations that the specific korban that is brought, and it fluctuates as well, from the ego to the shigo to the bull, or if it's a Avodah Zarah and it's a community, it's also the bull and also the goat. There is a difference, because some of them, the violation of doing something unintentional is only with a he'elem davar, okay, he'elem davar, and one of them is a shivigas ma'isa. So two we have to be mindful of to appreciate the message here. Shivigas ma'isa he'elem davar, okay. Shivigas ma'isa means an action that was done unintentionally. So if a person at home on his table there is a piece of fat, and he thinks that it's regular shuman, and he eats it, and it's chelev, shivigas ma'isa, okay? Shivigas ma'isa. Now, then there's something called halem davar, when the matter itself was concealed from you, which indicates that there was some kind of intellectual mistake. In other words, if you had a question, I'll ask a question. You're a scholar, you go through all the postings, and you come to a conclusion that you made the wrong decision, and then you acted. So it's a situation where you did all the research in the world, and you're a great Talmid Chacham, and you made a mistake intellectually, and then you act. There you have a he'elem davar with a shivigas ma'isa. Okay? Now, for the communal korbanos that are brought, if the Sanhedrin make a mistake, obviously there you have to have first the he'elem davar and shivigas ma'isa. Now, what about a Kohen, Gadol, a Kohen Mashiach, and we call Kohen Mashiach because we're dealing here with the Kohen on a higher level status during the first temple period, when he became a Kohen Gadol, and he was anointed with the oil that was concealed later. So that's the word. Kohen Mashiach is basically a Kohen Gadol. So here we go. Get time. Kohen Mashiach, the Avodas Kachavim. Okay, so you either Avodas Kachavim, which the korbanos are more severe, right? Rabbi says that all that has to go wrong for him to have to bring that unique korban, the bull of the power he'elem davar of the Kohen Mashiach, all that has to go wrong is shivigas ma'isa action. Chachamim say no, that's not enough. You need also he'elem davar. Okay, that's the disagreement. Now, although they disagree there, the Shavim should disagree with the Yaakov. They do agree that if this Kohen Gadol violates something that's not Avodah Zarah, He brings the Seira, the goat, or the she goat. Yishavin and so to the degree, Shein Yevia Kamtoni, that Usher Tony is not for us. Okay. Now, what's relevant for us is the nation here are Shigigos Ma'aseh. What are we talking? What nation here? Some action, that was done by mistake regarding avodas kachavim. How do you make a mistake with avodas kachavim? So when it comes to a product, I made a mistake. I thought it's something else. What exactly is a mistake with avodas kachavim? Nation done. What's the scenario? If he sees a shul, and in other words, he thought it's a shul. In other words, kasofa. He goes ahead, he walks by this magnificent structure, and he says, wow, this is such a beautiful shul. He starts worshiping. Next thing he knows is that the whole house is Mam Shabbat Zora. He cannot say that that's a Shiglas Maisa, because what's in his house? Who is he bowing to? We don't worship shuls, by the way. But even the most beautiful shul in the world, we're worshiping the Rabbi Shalom. So obviously that cannot be a case of the Shiglas Maisa. It must be. The Chosa Amberta, he saw some kind of statue of the king, right? And he bowed to it. Now, that also is problematic. If you really accepted it as an entity to be worshipped, it's not a show gag. Amazing. If you did not accept this entity, it's going to look wounded. So therefore, Abaye argues that the only scenario that could be possible, here we go. It must be Avo and Yira. And Avo Mira. In other words, he made a mistake, right? He was under the Sachavim from Allah or the third man, and he thought what would be a mistake. He thought that was permissible, and therefore that would be a scenario that it is a shogeg. So if it would be made that would be the real Avodah Zarah. Hey, Abaye has proof. Okay? The Omer Mutar is talking about a person who says, no, it's not as permissible. Wait a second. Omer Mutar, that's a Helen Dova. That's sure that the Gemara is going to answer that something that's in tomorrow is that the Rabbi is going to tell us that there's a difference between Omer Mutar Legamre and a person who thought that some things are permissible and some things are prohibited. But that will leave with that son of May. Thank you for joining us. Everyone have a wonderful day.
It was just like that. That's what it was. I think they just said, no. Like, okay. But it did nothing more to me. Remember, I think they told me to the bathroom. But I remember the teacher being like, that's such a bad formula that makes progress. But I just felt sometimes I can't get really, anyway, it's at that so you know. Did I tell you about this fucking stairwell? Right, so I have to check it. Tile that has no where so you're not supposed to walk upstairs. So I got a taste of money. So I remember, I want to say, maybe 8th grade, something like that. And this central store, I tell you about the central store. So, where there were like some older kids who were going up first. We're kind of following them. And I hear all these older kids. Did you ever see that sign though? Where people are and it's still in the days of that show. Society, double doors. There's so then like a ledge, door tracks, and there's this festival all the time.
Good morning. Today's time is 7 hour. 61 minutes of the summit from the from Homer Mar. So we have 2, 4, 6 lines up from the bottom. Our shear this month is dedicated by Saint Ticket and the Homer Elbow. Young and low line, I'm going to you up. Shama up Saint. Together, all of the Shama Shabbat. So for a beautiful idea, and this goes on 8 and a beautiful thing. Remember back. ACOMA, remember again, continuing a little bit. Remember again, the Mishnah introduced us to the concept of, okay, that essentially there are 3 different categories of Avoda for Avodah Zarah. There are 3 different ways, 3 different categories of worship that Avodah Zarah. Number 1, what we call normative worship, which means on both sides of the which we go ahead and worship the particular idol. Even though that manner of worship may be objectively inappropriate, like we saw by Balfour or by Marcus, if that's the way you worship the idolatry, then ultimately, again, that's the way you are Tahir. Category number 2, I will say, is objective actual worship that are considered to be Avodah Zarah, even if they are not a form of worship for a particular Avodah Zarah. For example, Ishtach Havah, bowing down, offering karbanos, pouring of wine, incense. Now again, as we saw in yesterday's daf, essentially anything that is done inside the Beis Hamikdash as part of Avodas Hashem will be prohibited as part of Avodah Zarah. Third category represents activities which are quote unquote respectful but not unique to religious service. Magate, nashing, kissing the idol, hugging the idol, anointing the idol with oil, putting shoes on the idol. Those of us say again, you better shoot it right now. Should go right, so but will not be a few. Someone I used to look at the question the part of us in the dabber. I might have said ultimately again at the bus of the back or the Yakaram is talking about offering Kabbalah outside of the which the Gemara says the back question the first part is offering up Kabbalah outside of the Mikdash is the first. Yes, the person tells you Yakaram. We saw fire which we must have something that can even be ushered with color. I might have thought when there was Hasra for offering up the Pashimba foot, then ultimately again there's a death sentence. You know, Hasra based collies. And but again, if there's no Hasra, I would have thought it was collies. I'm not sure, no, but much of the Pasuk is not talking about offering up Kabbalah outside of the base of English. Rather, the Pasuk is talking about offering up Kabbalah to Avodah Zarah. I really love about a fire to have Kanala Abayim. Emo Yafish Takaba all the Rami Balakal Kulo. I'm going to talk about Takaba, I will say. When the Pasuk says, Vayilach Vayavot Elohim Achri Vayishtach HaZulah. The Pasuk explicitly talks about Ishtach Haba, prostration bowing down. I'm going to talk that ultimately, again, that is Ishtach Haba, teach about the general different forms of Avodah for Avodah Zarah. Look at Rashi for just a moment. Ema Yotza Lo Yishtachavo L'Olam Galakav, Yishtachavo L'Olam, Yishtavi V'Gavi Kumesh Oshi Derech Chav. And I'm going to put from Yishtachavo, I learn out that any form of cut given to the idol, ultimately again should be usher. This is the idol, fucking the idol. Which was the key thing was the back of the then why do I need the possible to teach me that's the back of the combination of the usher, Lugufe, ultimately again, I'm at a point that teaches me different kinds of that's one. The Mechashevimam ne avoda la avoda. But ultimately, it teaches me on both sides that even if I have in mind that a particular future service should be avodah zarah, then ultimately again I am for avodah zarah, and I am that even though the present avodah is not a for avodah zarah. What does that mean? It's not Hashem gave it as well. Someone avodah zarah. Well, I have to be a avodah zarah. Listen to this case. A chef now, my intention is the following. I don't have in mind that the shvita should be for avodah zarah, but I have in mind that I'm going to sprinkle the blood for avodah zarah. That's my intention. So the avodah of the shvita itself is not for avodah zarah, but my future intention is sprinkle the blood is for avodah zarah. And my chayef is such that Yochanan, Amar Yochanan says asura. He holds ultimately again the behemoth, the animal itself, is asur bana. This is the Rashi Samach Aleph Amidalish. Asura ha'avim bana. Bata pisha shvita lav la'avodos kochadim. There was like another key is what? Even though the shvita itself was not for avodah zarah, nevertheless, again, since my intention was to sprinkle blood for avodah zarah, therefore the behemoth itself ultimately becomes asur for avodah zarah. Rish Lakish says ultimately no. The animal itself remains muttered by us, and if only when we sprinkle the blood later on, that all should be had to be an act of avodah zarah. What's an incredible demand? Incredible machlokas. Funny for the Yochanan, especially for the Rabbi Yochanan, Elevation is like us. But it says the presence of what's you require the pasuk, maske for that couple, or the Rabbi Yochanan of like us. It's actually that Rabbi Yochanan does not require a pasuk. To which the Gemara says, I can look usher Rabbi Yochanan, Ella Behema. Obviously, up until Rabbi Yochanan, only after the Behema. He says that the Behema is usher Ba'adam, Aval Gavra, Lar Sar Hatalavi. But ultimately, again, the individual Abosai is not subject to a death penalty. But also, if you the Gavra Hatala, and the Pasuk comes out teaching that Abosai, not only is the animal usher Ba'adam for the Yochanan, but ultimately the individual subject to a death penalty for avodah zarah as well. Maske for Rabbi Chaim Javak Reish Lakish Mibaisra, Reish Lakish will require the function. At Anol Kasher Reish Lakish Ela Behima. Really, also when Reish Lakish says mutter, Reish Lakish is saying that the animal is not usher bana. Let's remember, if you very specific piece over here, they slaughtered the animal with no intentions for avodah zarah. But my intention is to take the blood and ultimately sprinkle it for avodah zarah. So does that future intention for avodah zarah answer the behema now? Rabbi Yochanan says yes. Reish Lakish says no. The Gemara says ask for Moshe Reish Lakish and the behema. Where Reish Lakish says that it's mutter, that's talking about the behema. That's talking about the animal. About Gavra, starts for Tolu. Rabbi said ultimately again. Does the animal too see about Gavra? But is the individual ultimately subject to a death penalty? About Gavra Barkatalu, but ultimately again that the individual is not subject to a death penalty. Usually the Hava and the Shtaka that Lahar. The Rabbi said ultimately again it will be no different ultimately than one who bows down to a mountain. So what does that mean? The Har Muzar. We'll say again, you learned that before that if you worship a mountain of avodah zarah, ultimately again the mountain doesn't become avodah zarah. We'll say the reason, obviously, there's a practical reason for that because if somebody can make the mountain avodah zarah, that means that people can transform anything into idolatry. Remember we dash in the pasuk, Elokehem or Elokehem al haharim, velo haharim Elokehem. Ultimately, they worship the gods on the mountain, but they can't transform the mountain into a god. So the Gemara says over here that according to Reish Lakish, who says mutter, Reish Lakish said that the behema, the animal itself, is mutter, but what? But the individual is subject to Musa. And he learns that from Mishtach Alahar, there's somebody who worships the mountain. The mountain is mutter, but the one who worships the mountain ultimately is what? Is going to be subject to the death penalty of Sayyid. Amrali Rav Acham Difti the Razina. So Acham Difti said Rabbi Halamai, Amrali Rava Barav Hanala Abaye. So that which Rava Barav Hanan said to Abaye, Ema Yotzal Ishtachava, Lelamed al Haklal Kulo. So we'll say, remember again, but that's what we said before, that Ishtachava ultimately again should come to teach me about what? That Ishtachava should come to teach me about general avodah. So we'll say, remember again, we had the opinion on the bottom on the base that said that Ishtachava, when the person comes and singles out the prostration, Vayelech vayavod Elohim acherim vayishtachu lachem. The person is coming to go ahead and discuss Ishtachava. So the Gemara says, why is the person singling that out? To which the Gemara answers, maybe he's coming to teach me about all forms of avodah, to teach me that all respectful forms of avodah, like hugging the idol, kissing the idol, are going to be asur as well. Eicha ya'avdu l'me'utei mai. So we'll say if that's the case, then the phrase Eicha ya'avdu, what is that coming ultimately again to go ahead and exclude? Because the pasuk says, "Upen shidrosh le'Elohim le'mor Eicha ya'avdu agoyim ha'iles Elohim ve'aseh gam on." So we'll say, what is that phrase Eicha ya'avdu? Which seems to refer to more generic forms of avodah. What is that referring to? Let me look at my. Maybe again with what that means is someone who defecates on an idol. Remember again, as much as that is the form of Baal or, so if somebody does that to a different idol, then what? Then they're not going to be chayiv. Tush Gemara says, no, we already know that. How do we know that? Mishtachabon. Because we learn this out because the Torah's paradigm for avodah zarah is ishtachava, is prostration. And what do we learn from there? My ishtachava derech kibus. It was just like prostration is considered to be a form of kavod. Af kol derech kibus. Ultimately, you're only chayiv for worshiping an idol if you do so in a respectful fashion. The only time one would be chayiv for defecating to the idol is if that's the form of worship. But to do that to a different idol, which is not the form of worship, ultimately what everyone will agree is not avodah zarah. Element ite hafar atzmo l'market. Maybe again, what the first thing is teaching is what if somebody defecates on market? Remember the word marketless? That's the piece stone idol. Two stones on the bottom, one stone on top. How do you worship marketless? You throw stones at it. So watch this little site. So the Gemara says, "Sounded like time, hold up, Bible, also Isaiah. No, ask all Isaiah. So listen, I'm going to talk about the way you worship marketless is already direct Isaiah. Meaning, it's already a form of creating worship. So you throw stones at an idol, and essentially, again, not that means putting out two stones and one stone on top. That's marketless. To throw stones at that and deconstruct the idol is a quote unquote a disrespectful form of worship. So I might have thought that once I'm already disrespecting the idol, then what? Then even other forms of disrespectful worship, i.e., like defecating on the idol, should be okay as well. Tamash Malon, no. Both like Tamash Malon, that even in these forms of disrespectful worship, only the worship-specific form of disrespect, or the disrespectful specific form of worship is considered avodah zarah for that idol. But to take one objectively disrespectful form of worship and apply it to another idol which has its own disrespectful form of worship is not considered to be avodah zarah. So, for example, if you were to take stone and throw it at Baal Peor, you wouldn't be chayiv for idol worship. If you were to defecate on marketless, you're not chayiv for idol worship, even though each of them have their own objectively disrespectful forms of worship. If you mix and match, you'll not be chayiv midaraisa. Elo hadam Rabbi Eliezer, how do you know that if you offer up a carbon or you slaughter an animal for marketless, that you're chayiv? Now, we'll remember again, how do we know that? Now, we established that yesterday. Shinei Amar, below Yizbu Old and Sitchay Masiris, because the pasuk says they shall not offer up, they shall not worship, or they shall not offer up their offerings. This was a similar first avodah zarah in if ultimately again you don't need it to teach you the prohibition of normative worship. Because what's in the pasuk says Echav says the Torah's foreshadowing that Klal Yisrael is going to say we want to worship avodah zarah like the most olam do. Then what? Tonehu Eyon L'Shalot Kidarka. And I will say use this pasuk to teach me that one is chayiv for worshiping an idol.
even if this is not the way that the idol is normally worshipped. If what? If this is quote unquote a normative form of worship. To which the Gemara says, Shloki Daka Mishtachava Nafka. But we already learned out Shloki Daka, Rabbi said. We already learned out about the prohibition of normative forms of worship, even though they're non-normative in this particular avodah zarah. We learned that out from Mishtachava, and the fact that the Torah singles out the idea and says, don't bow down to the idols. We say just like bowing down is an objective form of honor, so too we learn out that any objective forms of honor, the way for a Jew, the way we come to our category of objective forms of worship is from where? Is from the Beis Hamikdash, and therefore we learn out that whenever it's done in the Beis Hamikdash, will be asur by avodah zarah. To which the Gemara says, "Shloki daku mishtachava nafka hasam b'zavech lahakis." Because here's the pasuk is talking about an interesting case of zavech lahakis. That the say ultimately again, let's say somebody worships, let's say somebody goes ahead and offers up an animal for avodah zarah. Now listen to this. It's not that they really believe in the avodah zarah; they're just angry at God. Person has shown angry at Baruch Hu. So what do they want to do? They want to show God. How are they going to show God? How are they going to give it to Baruch Hu? They're going to worship an animal for avodah zarah. Now I don't believe in avodah zarah. I don't believe in it. But I'm so by the way, this sounds crazy. It sounds crazy. People do this every single day. Right? We do this every single day. Where we do things out of anger to show someone something, right? Even though what? Objectively, again, what I am doing is objectively detrimental. Right? There was an incredible yisod. So what happens? So the Gemara teaches me, the pasuk teaches you, also this extra pasuk teaches me that even if somebody offers, even if someone offers up a carbon to an idol, lahachis, which I was saying, I don't believe in the avodah zarah, but I'm just trying to give it to Hakadosh Baruch Hu. If one is to pay for avodah zarah in those circumstances, that's why. Rav Hamnuna irkasuli kli. Was there Hamnuna once lost some of his oxen? Pogabei Rabba. So Rabba bumped into him, and Rabba said, "Can I ask you a shayla?" Rav Hamnuna said, "Sure." Rabba lei masdisina hadadi. He contrasted two mishnayos. On one hand, it says Tnan ha'ovid avodas kochavim, ha'ovid avodas kochavim, oved in omer lo. So on one hand, the Mishnah teaches me that if one worships avodah zarah, one is chayiv. So what do I see from there? Oved in. It's dafka in what? Dafka in I'm serving the avodah zarah. But yet, I will say omer. If a person just ultimately speaks about worshiping avodah zarah, now we're going to see exactly what this means. Omer ultimately means say that if a person says, I'm going to worship avodah zarah, that they're not chayiv for that. On the other hand, if you have nothing to that says, Omer e'evod, eilech ve'evod, neilech ve'navod. We'll say ultimately if somebody says, I'm going to worship avodah zarah, I'm going to go and worship avodah zarah, let's go and worship avodah zarah. So ultimately, again, that he's going to be chayiv. So we'll say, we see over here that a verbal statement of intent of worshiping avodah zarah makes one chayiv for idols. Okay, we have two contrasting mishnayos. The first position is that any economic worship avodah zarah is going to be chayiv. Yet the second position indicates that even what a verbal declaration of intent to worship idolatry will be chayiv. I know what you're thinking to yourself. You're thinking to yourself, for 1 second, how can you ever be chayiv for an avera if you don't actually do it? Just because you have verbal intent. Remember, avodah zarah is unique. The same way that if a person has machshav, let's say I have intent to eat chazir. I have intent to eat chazir. We'll say, what's the status of that intent? Nothing. Verb yen, intent, machshava for avodah zarah is chayiv. We'll say, in my mind, I pledge my allegiance to the Baal Ka'ar, right? Chas v'shalom. In my mind, I pledge allegiance to the avodah zarah. I am chayiv for that machshava. So we see already that avodah zarah is in a category in its solution, which makes sense, by the way, hashkafically as well, because avodah zarah represents just a fundamental relationship trespass against Hakadosh Baruch Hu. The rules are different. So therefore, again, we have a Mishnah that says that if a person says, I'm going to worship avodah zarah, let's go worship avodah zarah, I'm going to worship avodah zarah, that he's chayiv. So we contrast the Mishnahs. One Mishnah says, I'm going to chayiv if I worship. Second Mishnah says, I'm going to chayiv even if I say I'm going to worship. Whereas the Gemara says, Omer, Eini mekablo alai ela ba'avodah. So Moshe Hamnuna responded, this Mishnah is talking about a case where he says, the first Mishnah which says, I'm only chayiv if I worship the avodah zarah. He says, where a person says, I'm only mekabel this avodah zarah upon myself ba'avodah. He makes an explicit statement that I'm only going to be worshiping this avodah zarah through the actual avodah. Okay, Rabbi Yosef Amar, Tenai Shakal from the Amo. Rabbi Yosef says, I don't know if you remove all of the Tanoi from the world. Half the world Tanoi. This is my focus Tanoi. This time, Ha'omer Ba'u Ba'afuni. Also, listen to this. Let's say a person says, I want to make myself into an Avodah Zarah. So I say to my chevra, I say, why don't you all come and good morning, Mr. Shoko. Why don't you all come along and worship me? Come along, I'm very comfortable. Let's not waste time with idols. Let's just worship me. Baal B'Dui. Rabbi Meir Mechayim. Rabbi Meir says that ultimately again I'm going to be chayiv. Rabbi Yehuda Poter. And Rabbi Yehuda says ultimately again that I'm poter. When Rabbi Meir says I'm chayiv, he's talking about me. I'm saying to my chevra, come worship me. Let's make me the Avodah Zarah. I'm going to be chayiv as a mason. So also I Torah takes on a mason. Mason is someone who entices or instigates someone else to worship Avodah Zarah. So the mason is chayiv ultimately again for instigating. So the Gemara says, I make myself an Avodah Zarah mason chayiv. Rabbi Yehuda Poter. So the Gemara says, Heichad the Paltu. So if people actually worship me, if I actually got people to worship me, Kuli Amalo Pligid, Kuli Amalo Pligid. Also, everybody agrees that what? That I will be chayiv. Obviously, people who worship are also chayiv, but I be instigator of chayiv as well. Because also listen to this is actually an incredible drush. Because it says, do not make for yourself a pesel. But you also dash in it as what? Lo sa'aseh l'cha pesel. Do not make the l'cha. Do not make yourself into idolatry. Keep these. So also, where do they argue? B'dibura ba'alma. Ultimately, again, I will say, what happens if I try to entice people to worship me as an Avodah Zarah, but ultimately, again, they don't listen to me. So what's the status then? Am I chayiv or was I or not? So Rabbi Meir says the act of dibur, the act of me trying to entice them to worship me, is in and of itself an actual act, and therefore I'm going to be chayiv. But he would just suffer before not mercy. But he just says, speech is insignificant. The fact that I tried to get them to work with me, I'm a bad guy, but it doesn't mean to find it forever. He's got a hundred on that Yosef, lock Yosef down. But the Yosef came along and said, you know what, that which we said before, is in fact not significant. That people like this, that people like you, but the people are not making it. Even like the people say, just people. Trying to entice people to worship me as a Avodah Zarah, but also to be kind of why. This is like you the Omer in a type at Yoma, E'evos, Elech ve'evos, Nelech ve'evos. Because even like the Buddha says that a person will be type for Avodah Zarah, if he says, I'm going to go worship, I'm going to go and worship, let's go and worship. So imagine when we get on those. So what ultimately again are we arguing about? The basis the Atzmo. We'll say ultimately what the answer to arguing about is the following. What happens in a case like here where I try to convince others to worship me as a Avodah Zarah? I try to make myself be idolatry, or I try to get other people to worship me. But I'm in. I want to show that as I tell listen guys, let's try to worship me. Let's just worship me out to the Avodah Zarah. And they say, okay. So let's listen up. What is the status now of everyone involved in this issue? Right? So what's my responsibility now? And what is the halakhic implications of their own faith? Thank you, Gemara. Mars lover, makes the Atzmo, Samilay, the Indica Amile Kushtaru. So I want to take you that ultimately when I entice other people to worship or anything else working as a Avodah, I'm trying to witnesses. And they're okay, you take that seriously. Only you see that that means that they're going to worship. And they're trying for that expression of intent to worship that Avodah Zarah. The Mars of the Mesa Piazza, most people, let's say others say that no, that the mice, again, these guys are not going to listen to you. They're not going to take you seriously. And therefore what? So the Mars, Nema Ami, Moshe, Nema Ami, you guys, because the rest of the people worship an idol, but they're not going to worship another person. Why? Because they look at life as a silver. You know better than us. And therefore, why do they say, okay, it's hungry. And therefore, that last is not really, but what is it? Sure. Right? That's what goes down with the dollar. It is in front of them. Let's see what and therefore, we must use it. And also, ultimately, again, to how do you reconcile our He's like contacting the Jewish United. One seemingly indicating that I'm only tired ultimately for one. the actual worship of our Torah, where some individuals declaration of intent to worship our Torah. And Mashiach can be also can we say the Rabbi and the one thing we're talking about individual who tries to equally other to worship our Torah, and when it's talking about it is the group who tries to introduce another group. Yoshi, is not the Karibash, the ultimate thing I will say, when it's Yoshi, so you still have to see it with all the again. For sure. How many brothers and sisters do you have? I have two sisters and a brother, all from the same dad. No, they got their own dads. Your dad present in their lives. Your dad is alive, didn't meet to them, but still alive. Yes. Your dad wear a mask. I don't know. The inspiration behind why I do that. Your mom's a conversation. Bad taste in people overall. She's alive and she's watching right now. Mommy! Mama Cochina. Jesus Christ. Okay, Tina, your mom's OnlyFans? What do you do for work, Tina? I'm an educator. What exactly does that mean? An educator? Are you a teacher? Okay, you call it an educator? Is that to make it sound smarter or something? No, I don't know. Were you educating exactly? I work for a school. I teach cosmetology. Every time I answer a question, it gets worse and worse. I'm an educator. Cosmetology teacher. I killed my own father. When I visited him in the hospital, I put the pillow over his face and started cleaning up. That happened. Well, that explains the confident lipstick choice. I like that. Thank you. That's all I have going for me. It's great. It's pretty mouth. Thank you. I've been told I love it. Tina, what's your love life like? I don't have a love life, but I did bring two friends with me around here. They love three-way. She's famous. Shout out to Aylin. Who's your You're gonna be the wig mannequin. I'm sorry.
Cosmetology's full of women. Let me ask you this. The women that want to learn how to do cosmetology, what are they like? It's a tough crowd. Girl strippers, very good. Recovering strippers is what you apply. Yes. Okay. So what are they like? Tell us about it. Yeah. Oh, my students are bitches. Yeah. Oh, there you go. Yeah, I'm trying to get out of the industry and start going. Yeah. You don't seem like you're afraid of a challenge. Thank you. Yeah, that's cool. So you're doing stand-up anywhere in the middle of Texas? I'm doing stand-up at the Annex in Corpus Christi. Okay. That's the best in Corpus. Yeah. It's a Butler pizza place, right? No. Below the pizza place. Yeah. Down the street. Bunch of tunnels. How often do you perform there? They only let me do it once a month. Now why is that? Ask her the bar owner is here with me then. Oh, we don't need ass. I don't need ass another fucking torta. Why this chick isn't getting caught? I don't know the one gives a fuck. Stay in your seat. Tina Lucucina, give us one more crazy fun fact about your life before I get you out of here. Oh my goodness, a fun fact about me. I can say the 50 states in alphabetical order. Alright! Okay. Alright. Just when you thought you could mutter more. I would ask you to do that, but what's last? What's last? Last. There's nothing fun about me. There's fun facts. No way.
They're giving them more message. They're giving them more documentation that they're possibly
You're the first fucking pull of the night. Congratulations. You were on Kill Tony. Tina. Ladies and gentlemen. All right, Sam, you don't have to shake everybody's hand, although you don't have to do that. You don't have to do that. Let him go. There's Heidi. Look at this. Oh my God. Beautiful cleanup. These weary eyes.
What is fucking right here? The person,
What a
quote unquote,
difference
self-enticing.
it makes.
Entices himself.
Tina looked like she did a Heidi. Heidi is the final boss of cosmetology school, for those of you that don't know. Tina Makuchi made Tina the food. I think so. Tina the kitchen. Oh, she's named after her favorite room in the house. Hello there. This podcast is sponsored by Prize Picks. The big game is almost here. There's no better way to cash in during America's biggest sporting event than with Prize Picks, where it always feels good to be right. That also means it's your last chance to get into football action before this next season. So close the season out right with Prize Picks by getting $50 instantly in lineups when you play your first $5. Agree?
I love Prize Picks. It's the best way to get into sports like myself. My best friend didn't even know what a first down was.
What an idiot.
I know.
Who are you hanging out with?
I was hanging out with Mir, and we started playing on Prize Picks, and now she's taking to me, talking to me every Sunday about who she's taking for the lineup. It's so exciting. It gets us all amped up watching that game.
Wow, look at that. Find your community on Prize Picks like our Inman, or the new social feeds feature. You can share Prize Picks with your friends and copy lineups from winners with a single click. You can even follow Prize Picks partners like us and tail or fade our picks. Plus, Prize Picks now has early payouts if your player gets off to a hot start. You can have
So now Gemara makes another interesting distinction. This other distinction is when I was like, what? When he says to the individual, this is how the idol drinks, this is how it does good, this is how it does that. And I was like, that's the case, but ultimately, once the Lord described it, the attributes of the idol, where it's described on a person, and is ultimately having to be on the Lord. In that case, it was like possible that
It's such a dad race. It's a true classic sweatshirt. I was Township outside Cincinnati this weekend. Rather cold. But you just have to do it.
Worship by God. The white from the God of the all around you are this is what I
hung out with the boys at the crib. I watched that boring game. I thought it was interesting. I checked out some of the script. I didn't know what he's saying with that. But he's saying mutual spectacle. I love the Spanish. I love the whole package. But there were no, sorry, Sam Tripp played today. He said there were no subtitles. Just on purpose, which was like, well, so Mad Money, my wife loves that. He's talented. They could have waited for him before. Yeah. They loved him. They're fans. Like, when they're like, you know me, I was like, how you gonna have a guy not speaking English? Fucking do the Super Bowl. He's not speaking English. They're really, his whole singing is in Spanish. Yeah. So it just doesn't make sense for America. That'd be like at the World Cup, if the guys get this is our thing. But for whatever reason, we're doing that. Which, whatever, it's fucking stupid. But with Bad Bunny, again, my wife and that whole side of the family, they love Bad Bunny. They love him. So
But a verbal expression of intent to worship will not be
cussed a lot. He takes a lot. Yeah, my grandmother also said, wow,
let's say number two.
You're saying some stuff like he was cussing a lot. Yeah, but they wanted to go with Spanish Latin population is concerned. Oh, yeah, they don't get down with the cussing. No, yeah, she was like, you know, it's like, it was just bad. I thought it was bad. It's just the whole Super Bowl is full. Everything about the ads up now, the ads are good. They can't control who's in the Super Bowl. When I say I can get
it's connected. I'm not
about the
talking
big
about
See, I always have money already, so that's how the game sucked. They're fucking 5 field goals. The game was inside. It was a blowout from the jump. It was never a competition.
I'm not
You're
tired
paying
for that.
me.
So
Oh,
why not?
really?
Why
That's your
not?
fucking MVP.
Because I didn't
You
do
won
it yet.
MVP through
But
for 600 yards.
because my intention ultimately was to use the blood of the animal for Apple Dora, even though again I didn't use it yet, that makes the animal also fine now.
It doesn't make sense. It's not racist to say. It's not racist to ask that you win at the Super Bowl.
Like you spoke about the
America's
William
past.
Pierce,
It is America's past. It's also it should be in English speaking arms. Or I would say this, it's fine. It's not racist to say. It's also like, if I come into the World Cup or whatever it is, somewhere international, I expect that's going to be for sure. But to me, he's very talented. He's also an American superstar, right? So I would just have sometimes. So we understand what you're saying.
Even if because I try to demonstrate my love for someone, or
They're
trying
at
to
a 100%
what's the Rothschild office like that? A bite on the pipe, a bite is going to be tied ultimately into that act after a Rava on a puzzle. Rava says you are puzzle. A bite on a pipe, a bite is
I think
a
they
pipe.
go with him to the most valuable.
Because I worship. And the Bible
So a lot of
says
the artists that
worship is worship is worship. And if at the end of the day you worship that
hip
Torah,
hop, stuff
then
like that,
the
right?
again you're going to be praying
So
for that.
that
Your
part of it's just
intentions were
demographics.
for love,
Like
your
part of this
intentions
is
were for fear. We
what
don't
is
look
going to
at
get
you
most
did a nice
numbers.
level of
What is
Torah.
everybody was
Therefore,
like,
you're
well,
going to pray.
very
Rava on the Potter. He can't be alive at the time. Too low, low. Rava says no. We'll say Abu Zara is not the act of worship. Abu Zara is the act of protecting upon yourself and of the deity. If it's clear that you are not worshiping, that you are not serving as your deity, but you're doing this out of love, out of fear, then the nice thing, and what Rabbi says, you are customs. Rabbi says, you understand this Gemara has major implications for us, because unfortunately, Charlie Stroke, the generation, has faced this particular Messiah by accepting that with Zara, not really out of Ava, but much out of zero. Does that constitute idolatry or not? So listen, you see already, if the Rambam asking like Rava, then ultimately again one will just calculate construction. Now, how this thing ultimately again with the Harikal Yam, the fact that Avodah Zarah ultimately again is one of the things for which you need to give your life sooner than worship. So again, so easy to put that on our list. But you can have it. Again, I wasn't, but I used to understand why is someone is also again,
the controversy in this thing, and I'm like,
people
I'm
who accept
not buying it. That's only on the news, mainstream media, just they have to get clicks, so they'll create this story where there's no story. Where it's just like, I'm not he said something about ice or something, and then they're like, what? And then there's we're gonna have our own halftime show, and then Drake would have their own halftime show, which I saw a little bit of it because my mother put it on. And I was like, yeah, that wasn't great. So I want to see Bad Bunny. I never heard a song. I thought it was good. In terms of like, I couldn't understand what he was saying, but I like the spectacle, the dancing, stuff. But those things are always impossible to pull off, by the way. It's like any halftime show is almost impossible to make cohesive. It's usually just a lot of jumping bars. There's one thing for sure. It's crushed. Like, there's people.
You're going to be tired.
They gotta go
This
in. She was good for a song.
So most of the traditional says that if one worships Avodah Zarah,
Yeah,
my
I
life
don't have that strong
Avodah
opinion. That's not gonna get worked out.
Remember again, this is on the Mishnah. It's out of the Mishnah. The Mishnah says, "Ha'ovid Avodah Zarah, but echad ha'ovid." If you worship Avodah Zarah, it's you serve the idol.
Everything's
Now, why
politics.
does this not ask?
Everything is politics.
What does that mean?
Yes.
So the Gemara says, "My life, echad ha'ovid ha'ovid ha'ovid."
I don't know
Sabai
about
says,
it bad
doesn't that extra ovid
say something about
constitution
the eyes or where
but even if I worship
just
out of Ava or out of Yira, I'm going to try it. I
think the biggest thing that Americans feel is that they are not represented by the power structure. So let me just address the amount of shit I got from my last episode. Yeah, I think that's your worst thing. It wasn't a bad take. Here's my take. Here's my take.
Any normative
It's this is what embarrasses me. When people are trying to out-hate a pedophile, you don't hate a pedophile more than I do. Okay? Nobody's making excuses for that scumbag's behavior. Scumbag. He said, turn 15 to scumbag. Shut
out of love or out of purity.
Nobody disagrees with that. If you disagree with that, you got problems. If you were Steve Bannon and you were going to do a documentary to revive his name and you knew about it, you're a scumbag. He directed a
documentary on
that you can go and bow down to someone else.
I thought it was Steve Bannon because he did
But
Steve Bannon.
you can bow down to someone else.
If you knew that he was then you're a scumbag.
You can't bow down to someone else.
Any sort of sympathy for what he owns. That's the issue. What do you do that Epstein, his friend, was a convicted child? No, he didn't direct the documentary. He gave him an interview to say how his exact words, not to look like such a monster. He said that, or was that Steve Bannon? No. That's what he is. That's
You may not serve them.
So we gotta make sure here, Bubba, because you know, pause. Okay, so bottom line is that
What do we have?
say this before we move on from this.
If they
If
give us
anybody was friends with Jeffrey Epstein, and they knew he was guilty, okay, you're a scumbag, you're a scumbish, they all fucking knew. So if they knew, Charles out, people in this world, we're not just like, what? I have no clue. They didn't get to those positions. And just like, oh, Epstein's, I have no clue. So all of them now are saying, let me reiterate, yes, but so Epstein's a scumbag. They uncovered for him in 2008. And the real story is, who the fuck was able to tell the FBI to stop back off when a guy was dead to rights in 2008? Why are we not hearing about that? Who did? Who had influence over the FBI? I want to know that. Because those are the people that knowingly covered for a scumbag. That's the first thing. So anything is second. Who's going to do a documentary with him or has business with him? He's also a scumbag. We got 3 million nobody out there hates. You don't out hate that. But this man's like, oh, I hate pedophiles. I hate them more. I hate them more. Shut the fuck up. Okay, with the virtue signal. Yes, it's not hard to hate a scumbag like that. And what I think that the reason emotions are so high is because people feel like they're still a cover for the most powerful people. And they have no say. That's what's really going on.
The issue is in America, there's so many powerful Americans that are associated with Epstein. That's why I say we can't do anything. We can't look at anything. In other parts of the world, people are being convicted, they've lost their jobs. Only in America, all of them. Only in America, we're like, sorry, there's nothing there. Well, you look into all this shit, there's a ton of shit there. You know what Elon Musk said? Have you seen those emails?
Yeah, he basically said if you he wanted to go to the party, the wild
exact words were, let me know the wildest part. And then his brother was actually in the parties, and the code name was supposed to be OC Chaos or something like that.
Okay, but hold on, I have a question. So with Elon Musk, I don't think Elon Musk is into little kids or into, what I'm saying is that I think with Elon Musk and his girl, I think he was like, hey, let's go to a military. There are a lot of people in these emails that clearly were like, you got a bunch of Russian girls. That's a separate thing. Okay, that's a separate thing. You want to be a freak and get your freak on or whatever.
One time I was Peter a deal.
Yeah, well, I don't know that relationship.
You gotta look more into it, BJ. I'd be so much more upset.
But I had to look. But that's I need to look into.
This guy's such a scumbag.
Yeah. What I'm saying is that I think with Elon Musk and his girl, I think he was like, hey, let's go to a party. Yeah. There are a lot of people in these emails that clearly were like, you got a bunch of Russian girls and I can go on an island. That's a separate thing. Okay. That's a separate thing. But you want to be a freak and get your freak on or whatever.
One time I was a piece of Peter a deal.
Yeah, well, I don't know that relationship.
You gotta look more into it, BJ.
Yeah,
I'd be so much more upset.
But I had to look. But that's I need to look into it.
You do that.
No, because
you want your take to be they didn't know.
No, my take is this: if you knew about that guy,
all of them did.
Then you're a scumbag.
Then all the people were mentioned were scumbags. They all knew.
How do you know that? There's emails. That's why you gotta look into it. Yeah. In the 3 million fucking emails. Okay, 3 million, but yeah. But then don't comment on it and say, well, they didn't know. What I'm saying, the whole thing is we're trying to help you out. Yeah, if you looked into it, you'd be like, what the fuck? Peter Tia, his son is rushed to the hospital with some heart failure thing. He misses it because he's hanging out with Epstein. You're talking about something, and you're not talking about 1 or 2 emails. You're talking about a ton of emails, sending back and forth pictures, also of women, trafficked women, all sorts of random shit. Yeah, well, I've looked at any of that stuff. What I'm saying is this: it's very simple. If whoever covered for that guy in 2008, that's what we need to find out. You want to find the people that really knew they were covering for a scumbag, and he was out of jail for the next, what was it, 9 years or something, 10 years, 13 years? Whoever did that is guilty. It needs to fucking hang, okay? But it's not one person. It's all the powerful people. They're all in this. There's so many ties, right? And they're all helping each other out, so nobody gets in trouble. It's an empire of evil. But the problem is empire of evil and the most powerful people. The other issue you have is some of it is just, rich dudes, scumbags, to get the rocks off. Then a big part of it is child sex trafficking. So anytime there's like, well, they didn't know, or nobody here. Like when I shot my first deer, okay, he said, that's a good shot. He said, have you shot before? And I said, no, but I've been killing pedophiles in my mind with a high-powered rifle since I was, as long as I can remember.
What?
So don't, but my problem is, we all know that anybody who has sex with underage kids is a fucking scumbag and should go away from this guy, right? That's this guy. It's Epstein. I'm very aware of that. I've never said anything other than he's a scumbag. And my thing is, that's the only take. There's no that's what they did back in the day. That's the only take. Yes. I agree. That's it. That's right. No, that's it. And anybody who knew about his complicity, which now, hold on. What I'm saying also is that there were a lot of people in those emails that thought Jeffrey Epstein had the best parties. I don't think Elon Musk knew. I don't think he knew that Jeffrey Epstein was into, and I don't think when he said, let's go to the island and have a party, I think it sounds like he wanted to get his freak on. There's an email between Bannon, Woody Allen, listen to this, Bannon, Woody Allen, and Epstein, and they go, should we all go to lunch, or is that too many pedophiles in one room? Wow. Yeah. Well, that's, again, one of the good things about these emails coming out is that nobody can hide. So it's a good thing. All they do is deny, and then there should be no prosecution. So then, all you do, but you're done. If Steve Bannon is guilty of actually saying to Epstein, let's do a documentary to revive your name, that is the worst thing I can do. The FBI has those files. No one's making this up. Those are factual documents. Well, then they try to redact the names. This is how dumb the FBI is. In some of the files, the names are redacted, and then the same exact files that they released to, they're not redacted. So you can easily find out the name. Then you're a scumbag. So, yeah. That's not bad. I shouldn't have to say. If people didn't get what I'm saying, then maybe that's not me, because I don't know fair. And I don't like I knew it was going to be an issue. I didn't feel good about it. Because obviously you don't fucking side of that. I mean, that's wild. Okay. The issues you were showing, it just looked like, hypocrisy. I hate when people are like, all of a sudden, like, first of all, I hate when people are surprised, and second of all, what bothers me is like this, it becomes this giant, a bunch of people who are jumping on to say, it's like, I hate pedophiles, I hate him more, like, that shouldn't be what your platform is, obviously. So I need to show a Jesse, like, to give you some, like, right here, too, it's like, there's so many conspiracies, right? You're not being conspiracy, that's not true. Your history, your knowledge of American history, so you don't conspiracy theories question. And so I understand that. But this might be helps with that thing. This might be a conspiracy. I talked to Triple H. I talked to the great Taylor. Triple H's the best guy. But I'm just saying, when it comes to this, there is no. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like, oh, I'm sure people are sitting on the I'm not making it. I'm not telling you. That's what people are so upset. When it comes to this, there's no. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're talking about the dark stuff, dark trafficking of children. Pizza gang, which can show you more signs of now what these are George W. Bush and people care about all this, right? And with some of that stuff, there's some that are no one should have told people, no one should have, I got children, no one should have whatever. Had a feeling, okay, obviously,
So obviously,
none of that would make it worse. Like, there was
part of the rules and regulations of that of a
well, because it was I didn't look into that. It's like Billie Eilish saying, it's almost way up and you fucking look into it, lady. And when you're introduced, you don't get the benefit of that. Right, you're smart. I see how you did it. So they can't have the So what do you have on family? And then kind of play down. Did you guys look up? There's this thing on Cross Radio where I found out that Alan Dershowitz and Mia Farrow said to Leon, we'll keep our mouth shut if you give us $20 million, give us $10 million. And he said no. And to me, I go, hold on. There's no one ever that you could pay to be a pedophile. If you were the police, you did that. Then there's no amount of money that a mother would ask for. All you want is that motherfucker in jail. And that's why I have a serial child. I have a serial child. But now that the guy got killed, there was a couple of their rights. So now, and now you don't die on that hill.
It teaches not just for
I
itself,
agree.
but it teaches for the world.
I should have looked more into it. I should have looked more into it. Because if you're a part of that, and
But
you were
then we have
friends
this
with that guy,
question that
and
we
you
have
know
to
what he
deal
was
with,
doing,
and we have to remember,
then
we
you're
must
guilty.
remember as
And
we
I
start
don't
our
think
back
so.
here,
It's like, oh, we need to figure out how to show you not to see such a
is going to ask Abaye, wait a
Jesus,
second.
like how well these people. Well, show me, you know what? Show me, mea culpa, I fucked
Go
up.
ahead and bow.
Show me things like what's granted.
Maybe
I
that is
fucked
to
up. If I was to
improve.
make
Maybe that is that type of statement that is going to allow us to see on many more things. And maybe what the Torah teaches us is that if I do anything that's honorable to a pagan person, a Avodah Zarah, even if it is not the way that that specific Avodah Zarah is worshiped, and even if it's not done in the community, maybe the Torah is warning us such a thing is a violation. So maybe they need to stop Havara of the issue.
And I think any PR firm, I think any lawyer that was willing to cover for a guy like that is a scumbag. They should be exposed too. To me, that's the story is, look into the people that actually knew what he was guilty of and helped cover that shit up. And I will say this, everybody who's a conspiracy theorist, I understand, that there are some very powerful entities that were able to literally get the FBI to tell and the press to back off. Like, now I understand where people like Sam Triller coming from. Where it's like, wait a minute, who are those people? Where are they? And we still aren't hearing about them.
And if I go
It's still like, no, over here, look over here. You know what I'm saying?
with intention to perform a later service of it, for example,
Because you look into the Americans are going like this. They're going, well, not this.
in an improper way. It should not be
A lot of Americans who do.
Americans is not outside of the
Well, there is a lot you can do. You can just keep, you can hold your elected representatives accountable, which is what they're doing. They brought a lot of people. I didn't realize a lot of these things. I didn't follow that much. I'm thinking about the economy. There are a lot of people who went, we are bringing Trump in to expose the dirt under the grass, right? I never believed it. I believe because I'm sorry.
concepts of Makashim Avodah, which means I perform one act with intention to have the damaging effect with a future, with a service that is going to come in the next stage.
The dirt under
the
the
discussion
grass, right? I never
maybe
believed it. Maybe because I'm a
my
sod.
pizza is not with the intention that I'm doing it for an Avodah Zarah, but I do have in mind that when I share, sprinkling or the Haftorah, the offering of the meat, should be done for Avodah Zarah.
$6,000 a month over here. Girls who travel around just have things. This guy hung himself. Now he's one over here, another episode.
That is considered a violation, and we flip it up from the
high profile media.
and what the Gemara discussed.
Basically, it's sad because you take pictures of a picture
So
of
again, we're going with what Rabbi is telling us, that perhaps he stuck up our teachers that any honorable service is included in the warning, even if that specific Avodah Zarah is not worshipped in that way. And we work with that approach. We are explaining the second. What is the word? What is the teaching of Maybe Chispa is to teach us that what? That Nechashim is not Avodah Zarah. That even if it does not have an intention to be able to have a with the Chispa,
surprised by that? They take your passport, get there, and you're like an 1817 whatever you want, and you're there, and you're like, what? I don't know that. Well, that's it. That's the next precedent. You know, then it's totally see it. It is called, well, that's what it is. That's what's actually called. And it's still how one else travel people come from wars.
the concept of Avodah perspective, so obviously this is applied on the dark side and Avodah Zarah. It's not really a violation when I perform one act, which is taking of doing something wrong in a future act. So maybe the word is used by Avodah Zarah to issue that Nechashim, Avodah and by correct. And you need a verse. Now,
well, you know what though? What's good about all of this stuff? Like, I'm now into seeing what the next breakdown files and everything. It's just gonna, it's the great reckoning. And maybe something will change now. At least in this country. Because the powerful people, I'll tell you what, this is the first time that the most powerful people in the world realize they can't hide. Like, no matter what, eventually it's going to come out. Right? Like, there is something to be said about this. It might usher in a few conservatives, and now you're going to prosecute. I think they'll have to prosecute their side. I think they'll have to. That's all the world. Right? There's a burden profile on prosecution. It's a very different thing. But they talk about cultures for animals. Yeah, well, these people are sad. It's not like they're entertainers like us. They're not sad. They're sad. But can you imagine being okay to the just is? Where are you going to go? People, just I don't think that's it. It's not going to affect this at all. I don't think people are. I don't think people are from that. I think part of your self-worth is your social network. How you perceive your legacy. Even when it's when I saw his wife, that's what I'm talking. I was like, well, it's going to be such a so my bad. I should have. Talking, I was like, well, I was very reasonable. People operate that way. I really don't. I think part of your self-worth is your social network, how you perceive your legacy. Even when it's his wife, when I saw his wife, talking, I was like, well, I was going to be such a shit, though. So my bad. I should have. And I'm afraid to look into it more because it's depressing. We just have to look into it if we're going to talk about it. That's what it is. And if you have bad takes, yeah, better shut the fuck up. And also stick to comedy.
that although light is
breaking my own rules. I don't want to see people or cars here with too much of a strong opinion on it.
by bowing
It's a funny thing if I
you prohibit that
Yeah, I
item,
don't want to hear you or me
but
talking back.
below
There's much smarter. I mean,
arena
if
level,
it's
that
a
if you
good
go ahead and
event,
worship a
that sounds
mountain
like a
because
strong
it's
take.
connected
Yeah.
to the ground, they don't have the ability
Smart mind
to
to make
prohibit
it
it.
fun.
So if a person
It's just not
bows
what
to a
I do.
specific mountain,
But how about
he
that?
himself
all that
violates the prohibition of the Zara and gets the conflict of the death penalty,
Talk about
but the mountain itself remains permissible. So what you see that it is possible that you could have a situation that the person is subject to death penalty even though I love the 24. So
they do have
the
the
24/7. They just have the
suspect. It's the
or you have a covered during treatment for
So
something in
his
the
eyes
future,
right now
that
see
doesn't
law
mean that the
visibility
person
single
is not
So
yet
it's
to death
her.
penalty, perhaps
So
he
it's
does. And with the
whose
submission,
side? It's
it's
hers.
so
It's
therefore,
her
he doesn't have
daughter's
any
husband.
stuff of the law.
Her daughter's husband, yes. He's in her
Yes,
husband.
obviously, today,
Sister of today's girls.
Here we
So
go.
married Annie after the daughter.
Remember,
Nancy
Rava
Godfrey and sister.
Hunter.
Yeah,
So
so
Rava
how they figure this out?
had a
Married Annie
question.
after the daughter. Okay,
question
right,
was,
sister. So it's her daughter's
when the
husband.
Torah tells
Wow.
us no
So, but to
that
be fair,
it
the people that have been
teaches us
following
that
this was like,
any honorable act
from
according
day
to the
one,
Torah,
they thought it was this guy. He's a 50-year-old teacher in Poet, who's in Arizona. He's a poet. Like, your husband's a poet teacher. You don't think he's going to be a major. This is the thing about, oh my God. Like, they were just done pretty fucking well with it. How long did you think how many days? Here we're getting so sad because they found her blood at her house. So she's what, 85, 86?
and what do you say this?
What's 85, 86 year old lady? That usually, on well for that's usually a bad sign. 85, 86, that lady, and then she had like heart medication, and you know, her Apple Watch was like, you know, dental and stuff. That got shut off. So that's those are bad signs if you're looking for a happy evil experience. But then also, he's like, if you pay me, if you fire me right now, you said 6 million, that's a lot of people I do that.
And obviously, by the Torah telling us
here's my
it's a major problem if you start researching how
She's
those
seen his face.
pagans are worshiping their gods. You know what the Torah tells us? That the way they worship the Avodah, that is where there's an issue. So, for example, if you think of Avodah, you know the way you worship it is by deprecating. So therefore, that is how you violate the prohibition of Torah. If you go ahead and want to worship Loli or wants to worship the Marculus,
She'll go back to that. She'll go back for a second. What is this picture I just saw? What is that? He's not wearing a mask this time. What is that? That's not the Oh, okay. Who's the woman? That's not his. Okay, well, that's his wife. Oh, God, her daughter.
that cult, right? By those over there that are there. Now, you claim, right, that picture of a ball that any act is included, then what is the correct concept? Because if the Torah is going to be stuck up, anything you record, anything you do is about a job because you stuck up, and that's all, and that's all you are mad, I want to call cool yourself. So what is the Torah word specifically that you should not perform an act in order to do the Torah of the Torah?
So,
okay, well,
so weird that it crazy. That's such a weird thing. So whole things with it. And then so now, what is he? Is he Justin?
a more normal medicine of that they follow animals to worship that for. And you go ahead and say, you know what, I'm going to worship this, and I'm going to take the practice from Peor and defecate in front of it. And then you start telling us that that's not considered a violation, because defecating is the way all the way of all the way
looks like the villain in every back. It comes like, what do you think of it? He looks like a Jew. He looks like a guy with his potions.
In other words, you can't tell me that it's not a word. Yes, I'm going to call the Lamed is coming to go out and see me, and therefore it's coming to tell you that any form of service. Well, the Kabbalah is only teaching you that.
It's going to give it away.
You know, when you all in the weekend, but the way it's worshipped
He's really just popped up in America 2006 with Sunday married to Annie Gibbs.
like Rolling Stones. So one would claim, wait a second, since that cult, since those of the Avodah Zarah worship it in a way that's not honorable, so any way that's not honorable is included. So therefore, perhaps what the Torah is telling us that I would have thought, since the nature of that Avodah Zarah is worship in a shameful way, I've called these all to perhaps any desire.
This is first word I saw
If my case is worship,
but you never, when you're married to a sociopath, you pick up on stuff like social media.
Okay, here we go. Now comes the following question. How do Omer of the Lord? Well, the other tells us,
Something spastic. And then I went down the rabbit hole too, where it's Martin was on American Shia and all that. So I just did a Yossi song. Because he didn't understand what he would say what his wedding Romeo was spying on things empty. Signaling which everything's over. There's definitely some funny.
Generally, the rules and regulations were that if you want to go ahead and worship in your place, the person decides, no, I'm going to be better than them, I'm going to go ahead and ask for an animal. So we are told to go below. How do you know that he's tired? How do you know he's tired? And then my mother used this to tell us to say on this cookie, so one person made many warnings already. It seems to be that the way the listen to devil are related to grace. You have to sound enough culture as well. And the Torah warns us that you can never keep yourself away from communion practices among them blood and blood, because by doing so you might one day be offering, as you say, in the
she was a kid after about 10 months. You know, when the God-forbid child is taken, it's your name. It's somebody that knows that child was like the executive for a long time. It's close to your family. It's unbelievable. Like, you don't know where evil, like, evil just sits in and gets sort of until, you know, they kill with blood at the scene. For the animals to it.
I don't need a bucket to hold the best solution. That's the norm. Yet please, because how do I know that I don't need a voice that is the norm, but the Torah word is not to do it? Because it seems because the Torah tells us that if you go ahead and research the way they do it, and they perform it, obviously it's a violation.
Like those guys,
So
they
what
have
is the
to think
law
like those
to
people.
teach
They
you?
also can have,
So
like I've been to, couples can have
the
bias.
Torah is warning that
Well,
even if it's
no,
not
because
the
also
norm,
you have to be
even if that's
able
not the
to
way they
think
work,
like
still
a
now,
monster.
but the problem is,
Guys, let's take a little break. I want to talk to you about quince. I just got my quince in the
even if it's not the
mail,
norm,
and I also have a quince sweater. When it comes to quality, like the best wool, best cashmere, the best kinds of like craftsmanship. I'm telling you right now, I have this long sleeve t-shirt. And it sounds like a B&G. It's not. The way they make it is quality, man. It's actually, you're paying for the quality. Like cotton sweaters, but it's like a light jacket that I rock at the Canadians when Rex at night. It's fantastic. Quince has the everyday essentials. You don't need for market quality. You don't pay for the middleman. Sometimes you don't get this great quality from them. They're the absolute best, man. They have the best stuff. Refresh your wardrobe with Quince. Go to quince.com/fighter for free shipping on your order. $365 returns. Now available in Canada. Head to quince.com/fighter. Free shipping, 365 returns. Quince.com/fighter. They got it all. The essentials, jackets, sweaters, button-ups. They got it all. It's so good. Quince.com/fighter. Sorry, man. Just deal with some stuff.
And you mentioned that one time it wasn't ready for a couple of weeks, and they got upset at one of the statues, and they turned her around to face the wall as a punishment for not rendering it ready. It seems to be that there is such a thing as having getting angry with your Avodah Zarah, and you're feeling like you want to break it because you want to mess up things for the future, but they would punish it. So maybe this is what we are talking about.
So on that G back form of anger has up another G.
And that's what
Mars new oil has the high ram vintage manifold on it, has a bunch of things work on it. It's the 392. So you gotta make sure the oil levels are on. I never thought that. Yeah, right. You gotta make sure they're all full, right? And then the oil levels change every 5,000 miles. You should probably do it sooner, not if you want to about your car, but sure, I guess 40,000. 3,000 no way. Now 3,000 days, I would do for what I do better if you can have it because I like my stuff. Okay, so you like lead generation, a lot of horsepower, yeah. So that's why the Jim Bob would pick up some cash with Jim had it for my legs, yeah, with 7 in the garage. Yeah, sure, 7 in the garage. So I text Jim because my kids' baseball stuff, that's the key. Like the
Is that a violation?
was going
Or
to
no?
fill it up.
Just making the statement. And we're going to
Jim,
analyze one
Jim
mission
fills up with
seems to
90
indicate
gas,
more than just make a
that's
statement,
pretty
no
high.
big
Shit,
deal.
get the
But
best,
the
man.
mission
Like,
later on, some of that,
so
some
I
of
picked it up, right? My girl
even a
dropped me off.
statement is already a
I'm going down
violation.
Rothschild.
So how are we going to deal with it? So the contradiction is we're going to have
So I called Jim. I go, driving Jim today, and she goes, no, really, I just drove around town, but I want to step on the gas. I go, fuck you. Right. Did you check the oil? I was like, no, why would I check the oil? I said, I checked the oil. So the check engine lights. No, there's no lights on. There is. So they gave me the check engine light. Now, I'm not blaming Jim for this.
the rubber,
But because it is what it is. I said, it is. And let me tell you what happened. So there was no oil in the engine. So the engine blew up. That's it. Now, when I realized that the mind was occupied looking for the cylinders that had the lifters, all came undone.
Now, here we go. Ready for the contradiction? Our mission statement.
4,000 miles to drive to NBA.
Okay? What's the violation?
Was there Jim Falls? No, but you said it'll feel a certain way. That's why you didn't put oil in it before you gave it to him.
So our mission seems to say in Amira, statement, not an issue. So what's the mission later on?
Yeah, like you know, yeah, because I wouldn't have thought him when I cried. I don't think about Carl. You know, like the thing is, I forgot. Like I thought Jim was getting for days. I was like, I don't get back down. Plus, I knew what it burns through oil very quick. Yeah, big time. Damn. So it's it. I drove it to work and back 3 times, and it's just sitting. But then asked me, like, I got 3 wheelchairs. I'm like, I don't want to drive that. Just take my car. The seat's belted. Yeah, well, that's what happens when you don't oil your engine. That's such a problem. So, the voice isn't all. It's like your car wouldn't move really if it's blown. So I can't I was driving. I just remember thinking, like, the first day was fine. The second day I was like, I remember, like, when I hit the gas, it went, and it was fine. Now it drives faster. Yeah. So then I'm just driving regularly, and it was perfectly fine. So I was ready to go, and I was like, did you feel something weird? I'm like, yeah. I was like, twice I felt this one. So when I hit the gas, when I hit the gas, it was this weird pain. It didn't feel like I felt so you figure maybe it's just kind of me. Yeah, so just feel the engine itself is not what is the damage. Yeah, that just sucks. That's
Come worship me when you throw it.
no kids. Okay, I was driving. I just remember thinking, like, the first day was fine.
When they're on the fire.
The last time you
Okay,
burst through oil very quick. Yeah.
Damn.
Damn.
You made a statement. Fire. Seems to be what Mayor's opinion. That statement itself.
So I text Jay because my kids' baseball stuff.
Now, here's what the powerful people actually worship this individual.
Sweaters, button-ups, they got it all. So good. Quits.com/button-up.
And the way we learn
some stuff.
into a god or something that has to be very careful within our culture where
I remember you let him borrow your Jeep. Not the slow, right? The little thing. Tires on it. Yeah, you want to say that? Sure. The thing about my cars or trucks, they're just not your cars or trucks. I found them now. It's their particular vehicles. So on that Jeep, after the Jeep damage, I heads up on that Jeep. It burns through oil, has that high ramp intake manifold on it, has a bunch of HRW on it, it's 300 So you gotta make sure the oil evaporates or oil could and never fuck that. Yeah, you gotta make sure they're all billet, right? And the oil levels should change every 5,000 miles. You should probably do it sooner than that. 3,000 miles, I'm sure I guess 40,000. 3,000 is normal. I would do for what I do better for myself because I like myself. Okay, so you like longevity, you like followers, right? Yeah, so sure. So I'll let Jim know. Yeah, Jim had me work my days. Yeah, we're sitting in the garage. Yeah, sure. So I text Jay just my kids baseball stuff. I go, yeah, I go, you know what? I'm gonna pick up tomorrow. Just come with Phil wants to pick up tomorrow. Jim fills up the tank. Gas, which is the high shoot get at best. Yeah, thank you. So I pick it up. I take it all, drops it off. I'm going down the road to a boat club. So I call Jim. I go, Jim, when you're driving a Jeep, is there any issues? No, really. I just drove around town. But when I stepped on the gas, that whole front doing it. Check the oil. No, I returned the gas action. So the check engine lights on. There's no lights on. There you go. He came to me with the check engine light. Now I'm not blaming Jim for
Therefore, my answer
because
is
it is
no
what it
good.
is.
Now, wait a
And
second. So
let me tell you what happened.
you disagree about a person
So
getting
there
up and
was
saying,
no oil in the engine.
and review the seems
So
to
the
say
engine
that
had
it
gone
is
wrong.
not yet a
Now
violation.
when I say
Here it's unique because it's a person. It might come with you. When Macy's La'afma, when someone is going, it's inspiring others not to worship some kind of distant deity force or Zara, but rather when a person is trying to inspire others to worship himself.
Was there engine fault?
What do people say?
Still feel a certain way.
Right?
It's
Rabbi
right.
say, right? I'm a higher entity, please worship me. Never says, yeah, I don't understand the evil. But I'm like you. And Eric, if you keep coming with this, my Sava, number one is Macy's La'atzma. Really, the I'm really pushing. Yes. And that's the problem. That when people say yes, it's a commitment and it's an avodah zara because everyone agrees that truth is an issue. But why would someone say that for us? Now, when my Sava, on the other hand, Rabbi Macy's La'atzma, let's see, people go to me. And if I can get stuff on the rest of me, what do they say? Yeah, sure. If they find me, you're just like, who are you? Because normally, you know what people say, human nature, my stuff, when you lie, you never think it's what I mean. Like, you're human, I'm not a human, but that's what I was worshiping my stuff here, and then, you got it. So why do they say yes? The answer is, So how do we do it on this show? Bottom line is, one thing was Jack with his own answer. We saw the contradiction. We had one minute before. What about that process? And my thinking, this is different. So there we go. Rabbi Manisot. So the difference that you need to learn now is the difference between individual miracles and multitude. That's the difference. And so the following. One individual is a poet, and so, when you develop a relationship with his guru, and he tells him to go ahead and listen to the poet, once he says, I'm going to do it, he says, well, he's not going to back up. He's part of that choice. And therefore, even speech itself is a violation. With Rabbi and his guru, we explain that among them, one of them just had and therefore Rabbi, even if the statements of a commitment is not yet like a Zara, you will say, because we're going to start asking about this, and what are you talking about? Is he normal, or does anyone know if he knows what he's talking about? So therefore, odds are, immediately they're going to reach for you. And they go back to Rabbi, and therefore, that's how you have an answer to deal with the contradiction between the fingers now. Now, look at the first thing. Next day, he goes,
No, but I think it's just tight. Look on your left side. Yep. Sure enough.
System is different. So if we're looking for
What
the
the?
question him obviously is
So he didn't have a heart attack to try to figure out the run on these tests. He's a little better if he was still alive, but yeah.
the difference is maybe from the oysters or the difference between a group that gets inspired by someone else or the individual.
He's a big boy too. Hold on. Yeah. He's healthy, but the old heart, the old ticker. So he was scared, you know, kids do so whatever. Your health is at risk. Oh my God, is this it? So he has two daughters from that. This is one daughter from West. She's like the best in Florida. Like last year, I think she finished second. She's a sophomore. He had to go see him. Again, one of my favorite right there. So he didn't know if he, he filed some death doorstep, but he got sick. He goes into the regional tournament. He goes to the regional tournament. His daughter pays the girl. Runs up and stands with the it's fevers. So he's out of hospital. He's at home, but he's still out. He's still, well, he may have had some kind of virus or something. To hold together, to like medical, right there. Can I have a virus? That's how I do it. You feel sick, immune system. I got a headache. You drink water? I just got up and said, yeah, I get right into it there. But Randall's like, drink water.
And they have to have no more because
Chickens, surprise, chickens have kind of helped maybe. Not really. If you have a cold, we'll see you in the week. You got a cold, I've never had a cold where I did anything where I wasn't sick for a week. How can I feel? That was not COVID. The first time I got it, I was sick for 19 days. I just kept in. I got this. I'm going to do some lift. I'm going to do a hike. I would have spent it. When we had COVID, me and Brian would check up on me constantly. Like, how do you feel today? I'm like, 20. There was the weirdest feeling too. There was a headache. That was all. It goes to my legs, to my back, to my neck, to my head. It's weird. It's like COVID infected.
Omar Abaye station tell us how to deal with the contradiction.
German, he goes to the regional tournament. His daughter pays the girl. Runs up and stands with the difference between it's a fevers. So he's out of hospital. He's at home, but he's still out. Well, he may have had some kind of virus or something. Do you like medical? Can I have a virus? This is how I do it. You feel sick? Immune system. I got a headache. You drink water? I just got up and said, yeah, I get right into it there. Randall's like, drink orange juice. Chickens too. Surprise. Chickens kind of helps me. If you have a cold, we'll see you in a week. You got a cold. I've never had a cold where I did anything where I wasn't sick for a week. How can I feel? Like 30 minutes every time.
If it comes from a person himself, it's just not going to change your mind.
That was not COVID. The first time I got it, I was sick for 19 days. I just kept in. I got this. I'm going to do some deadlift. I'm going to do a hike. I want to judge it. When we had COVID, me and Brian would check up on me constantly. Like, how do you feel today? I'm like 20. There was a weird feeling too. There was a headache. That was all. He goes to my legs, to my back, to my neck, to my head. It's weird. It's like COVID infected. So I'm holding effect me up. He would help me over the clothes. You know, with the old like it was I guess that you forced it. Yeah, that makes sense. I got so bad. I was coughing so hard that I didn't call my fuel I had to call the doctor and he was, can you count to 20? I did use your phone. Interesting. Thanks. Literally, he goes, can you, because he was in the front lines. He was there all the big busy to me and dying.
So I think that the truth would be that when someone is doing first, sometimes you could get a general statement.
I mean, again, it's flat culture is part of where, just because it was in, just because it was in Spanish, doesn't mean it was against America. It's part of the expression, part of the experience in the United States. And he was understood. I'm not the best halftime show I'd seen in terms of visuals. Like, I'm not in the camera, but the visual was better. not their fucking hard at it. It's not their job. They have endless resources. It's just there are so many better performing ones. That's not ties. That's good. They show up. Give me a top 5 finish. Awesome. Amazing. Just fucking awesome. It was amazing, but everything else I never thought was that good. It was just all too chaotic. It's like dancing. Everybody's trying to do something, and everybody's trying to fight for the camera. And at least with this, it felt like a party. And you know what it felt like? I'm going to be honest with you about funny things. Actually, it felt very classy and rather elegant. Like there was the way people were dressed. It was very lavish. See, that was very classy. We're talking about the twerking. No, I didn't see that. I'm talking about all the women twerking. The song, you know what the song is about? I love my crew nowadays. We're twerking. So that's the song. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? I like the part about educated. Okay, the one of the guys were in suits and they were like, oh, that's classy. And there was like a little salsa going on like that. Dudes grinding on it. I came in, to be fair, even halfway through. I came halfway through. There was all this tension on how it's going to be sick, guys. It's the right. Yeah, guys, the right. I was like, get up, Jim. Oh, this was the great. What the fuck you watching? This was so fucking late. I came in halfway through. This shit was so weird. Even for people that love that man, I got fucked. It was even his best song. Really? Yeah. Again, I don't know what verse you were in on this.
From afar.
Were there a lot of celebs in there? That's great. That's great. There's other stuff who's going to come out their way. But where are the guys grinding? They're on there for Venture Fridays. But there's
Next to your neighbor, you know that he buys for it every day. You know how much you rely on. You know every detail regarding what the neighbor does, and you know that
this was they were dressed well. Just wasn't crazy from it. It's hard to get this going. I thought all this dancing stuff was great. I didn't think it was all good. Oh shit! That was a little quick one though. Go back. Super classic. That was a real classic. Wait, that was exactly half a second, right? Say that. Throw that in. Say what? Throw that in.
Itself is an issue.
I just don't think that should be part of the language.
Okay. Next, Rashi Omar. Rashi is
I like Lady Gaga. Yeah, she was great. See, a lot of it was classic. This was classic to me. Look at the way they get their dress. Dancing was like really good. It was like sausage. This is like West Side Story stuff. This is classic to me. It really is. Dressing well. It's very Latin, and I love that about Latin culture. Like when you dress well, you dance salsa's beautiful. It's like a traditional thing. People are conservative. They're very traditional. This was really cool. I think it's hard to pull off these songs.
By the way, not just if you actually
It's not easy. It's not a lot. It's not a job. It doesn't matter because a lot of person. It's a lot.
that is a violation. So everything is looking at basic upshots. So therefore, bottom line is we have Ravina all dealing with this question.
He's probably 55. Let's say 54 years old. Don't look back to when he came out and said he was gay. They were
has to go ahead, worship, have an not because of the reason. But rather, he has a love for someone and he goes ahead and acts as if he was worshiping, right? Or he does it in Europe, he fears, and this is probably more common throughout history, but they have no choice, right? They're living in Spain in the 15th century, they have to go ahead and worship someone to a given of a it's not a violation. It's not that one that will get the death penalty. Right? That's the thing out of the thing.
he's not letting him do it. Hey, it's a 3-year, $106 million contract. Yeah, so here's the thing. So imagine this. Hey, Matt, listen, we know you're making $30 million a year playing NFL. When you're basically done, your body's ready to do it. Can you go flight for the heavy pursuit of that cheap title? Rabbi experienced $1 million. But what he was good. The only reason this fight was short was that good. And he really just wanted to see those guys. Yeah, you're making $3 million. Because you're going to there's a rush to get him. There's a rush to get him. It's like, wait, what? Hold on. I told this fight to feed my family and handed it across since he was not on camp. Just not enough hours in it now. But now, that being said, if he decided, say, 5 years ago, not even 6 years ago, to start pursuing MMA, he would dominate. How old is he now? He's not that old either. He's such a good football player. Why would you ever
Very hard to try to find proof that even if you do
like
something now,
he's young? He's on
it's a complete violation.
28.
Here's the next thing.
Oh,
Oh my God, I can
yeah,
prove
he's the
somebody
best
else.
athlete to ever enter the octagon if he
So,
decided for 100%.
the next thing,
Yes, sir.
introduction, we
Yeah,
know
he's one of
that
Servants are giants.
there are many
Giants and
circumstances where people have to bring
Missionaries in
proponents
Texas.
for violating the law unintentionally to show. Okay? That we're familiar with. Now,
Sir,
there
it's
are
tough to
different
every champ and make him
issues
out of it. Yeah, and 28 much. I would take it all Giants and tell an interesting taxpayers. Dude, I would take it more serious if he was like a football guy, like a practice player. Yeah, when you're top 5. Although, you know what I always get a kick out of with these super athletes, a lot of them, they're not that muscular. Like, they don't look that muscular. They look more like kind of like flatter. You know what I mean? George not him, like him, yeah, he's not like Jack. You know what I'm saying? Like, see, a lot of athletes are not jacked. A lot of them, yeah. If they were putting up Miles Garrett, NFL MVP, that guy. Have you ever seen Miles Garrett? Bring him up. Have you ever seen J.J. Watt or T.J. Watt?
There is a piece of the fat, and he thinks that it's regular.
What's he doing? 85 bucks? 5% oil? What is going on? What is going on? What is he playing? Defensively? Terrible play overall. You don't even play the Yankees or last night. Just different. I know Max Crosby's not far behind as far as that. Max Crosby's right behind you. Him number one, Max Crosby over Jim. And then Max Crosby's a better I would pick Max Crosby over 272 pounds, 6 ran a 4.5.
There you have that.
These helicopters in the air now is completely ridiculous. There's 4 6 silver medals. Well, as I came to J.J. Watt, J.J. Watt, there's J.J. Watt, you know, twins in there. And then also, you know, the Warriors. You'll catch this every now and then. In general, they're flipping.
Because we're dealing here with the crime on a higher level status being pushed up the period.
And those are the one boys. Yeah. Those are the lot boys. J.J. Watt might be the biggest one. Yeah, he's like 300.
Cohen, Lucia, which the Cobana severe, right?
Yeah, I'd like to see David's contacts on that, but I just, that's one of our guys that they just didn't work. Oh, that's action. Yeah, this is a whole different situation. Well, that's fucking ridiculous. J.J. Watt's not taking that much. Oh, yeah, top 3 biggest rankings. Look at that count. Look at him just go trembling. Yes. Now, Trump Williams, what the fuck is that right there? That's a high school. What? Bring up Trump Williams. The problem is he might have peaked in high school. He's the biggest rank. To our side,
If he sees a jewel.
In other words, he thought it was true. In other words, he goes ahead, he walks by this magnificent structure, and he says, wow, this is such a beautiful shul. He starts worshiping, and next thing he knows is that the whole house is like Rabbi. He says, you cannot say that that's a shul of mine. Because what's in his heart? What's he bowing to? We don't worship shuls, by the way. Right? Even in the world, we're worshiping the Rabbi Shalom. So obviously that cannot be a case of the Shiva mindset. It must be. Jehovah Alberta in charge of the setting of everything.
I'm very happy with it. I'm very happy.
He really accepted it as an entity to be worshipped. It's not a show yet. Amazing. Meanwhile, is not accepted entity. It's going to work in. So therefore, if I argue the only scenario possible, here we go. It must be Apple and Euro.
Isn't Craig Jones a lot better?
He's only up against the buzzer. And you thought it was a mistake. He thought that he went down the double. And therefore, that would be a scenario that it is a show. It would be amazing. He's a real Amadizara. I have proof. Okay? It's talking about a person who says, it's not permissible. Wait a second. That's a hell of a
That's fine.
That's it. The Lord can answer that something that's tomorrow. That the Lord going to tell us that there's a difference between owning their nature in that way and the person who thought that some things are permissible and some things are prohibited. But that will
what is that? It's just a solo on the Discord.
Thank you for joining us, everyone.
There's a robot and it fell on top of her. She looks good. Yeah, why she touch us later? That's a very strange thing to do. That thing's right heavy as fuck, too. That was very awkward. Okay. She says men are always throwing themselves out, including robots. And then TMZ did this and she wrote that. Why? I think she's trolling. So I'll still hear her. I'll see immediately. I don't know. This one was pretty wild. This is Dave Portnoy running. He don't make fun because he's not very athletic, but did you ever think he was a good athlete? But it looks like he's actually exactly. I've never looked at Dave Portnoy and been like, I wonder if that guy's got speed. No, but did you think you never said, Portnoy's got speed? Yeah, never. Say what you will about his pizza. Yeah, someone was like, man, I knew he was athletic, but this is atrocious. I mean, see, this is pretty, I mean, it looks like he's injured. So Jeffrey Epstein, he was also obsessed with he had an injury on his run, so on his legitimate injury. Some researcher doesn't seem to me that he suffered any injuries. It looks like he has nails and thumbtacks in his shoes. Yeah, it looks like a baby giraffe, fresh born, and then a hyena is like, they kill you. That's not his 14 steps. That's how long his race was 14. Shit. I don't know what people are doing. Yeah, that's he's smart enough to know not to run too fast because he's gonna pull everything. I mean, if I ran like that, you guys would be talking shit all day, right? You expect me to run better than this, would you not? Yeah. I would expect anyone to run better than that. It looked like it hurt. Yeah. He's not physical. No, there was a guy there was a very famous guy who was a very wealthy and very successful man who I saw try to throw a football. And that was the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life. And I said, he's American. I said, have you ever done that before? And he said, I really haven't. How? Exactly. Did you grow up rich or something? He grew up just with a very specific interest and wasn't interested in that. Yeah, I don't care. Unbelievable. No. Yeah, just physically. Steven Spielberg is that way. Steven Spielberg thinks somebody threw a ball guys tried to throw a ball when you're non-dominant? Yeah, I used to practice that actually. I literally used to practice it. I used to throw a ball to my dogs. I wanted like the ambidextrous. My uncle's ambidextrous. He can throw a baseball. Both sides really well. Nice. And this is a humanoid robot that when I saw it walking, it looked almost exactly like Joe Biden. That would make sense. As you get older, you get more robotic. Well, Biden's really sick right now. He's got cancer. So, yeah, he's got bad cancer too. He's had it for a while. Yeah, he's got advanced prostate, I think, and now it's in his bones. But yeah, we're all gonna be there. Yeah, we're all gonna be there, but I'm not gonna run for fucking president. That's a different. I think it's fucking things out. Today's the day I shoot. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people want like that. He's to be fair, he's insane too. Yeah, he's also tall. Yeah, so if he's got prostate cancer, there's a lot going on down there. Why are they making him walk? That's so insane. I don't like that. I didn't know he had cancer. But that is true. There you go. His arms aren't moving right. He's guarded, so he doesn't fall. Is that Oprah? Yeah, so this is Oprah doing, at 72 years old, doing... There you go, on those GLPs. Looking good. You know what it is, man? Some people also have just a big head. You know what I'm saying? Big head, big kids, so it works. But like... Did she just celebrate because she took over all those boarding homes in Hawaii, or put on it? I think she's celebrating because she's buying all the houses in the off the PCH. What's going on? I think what happens in life is you become so wealthy, but you still look a certain way. And she's good. She has to be 70. Yeah, her face looks like fantastic. Yeah, she does. I'm just saying that it's, no matter who you are, as rich as you are, you're stuck with that's a head on her. Man, but for 70, she looks good though. Yeah, she does. Even her, her actual, no wrinkles. No, most 72-year-olds look like shit. I credit Oprah for getting a lot of Americans to read their Oprah pitch in the book club. Yeah. I don't have a problem with Oprah. Just that conspiracy about this. Or is it a conspiracy? I don't know. Yeah, that's good, man. She's 72, man. I'll take that face and hair. That's good. Her skin's fantastic. Yeah. Fantastic. We kind of looked at this one. Shit is, I cringe when I see it. I just think it's terrible. Now, would you have done a fuck? Absolutely not. I'm also too light in the head. I mean, God, dude. Oh my God. That guy's knocked the fuck out, man. Also. But that's brain injury. See how they're stemming like that with their hand like that? Jesus Christ. That is textbook. I don't know how far this one's gonna go. Someone's gonna. God, they're giants. God, man, these guys are monsters, dude. But that's not. It's not good. You're just you gotta. That's classic Samoan Polynesian monsters. Probably 300 pounds at least. Yeah, nothing. They're built for that. Yeah, but you had to hit guys, and at least you had pads on, right? Yeah, those are like two juggernauts. I think they're going to be okay. Like woodpeckers don't get brain back. The same woodpeckers. I mean, if now that's two white people, they're so fucked down the road. Polynesians, they're like woodpeckers. They're just different. I found this girl. She's apparently a border patrol agent. Have you seen her? Yes, I have. You love me. Yes. I can't believe she's this hot, though. They're so hot. I have trouble. I think it's real. I think it's AI. Is it AI? It's AI. I don't think it's AI. I don't know if she's an actual border patrol. I think it's AI, bro. Because she's such a... It also be a problem, too. Yeah, it's like if she's trying to arrest cartel members, I'm like, girl. Yeah, this is fake. This is 100% AI. And then also, see how she's arrested that guy? You can't film that. Then not that one, Jim. Not that one, Jim. The one where she's arrested. Hold on. That's fake. Yeah. No, that's a friend or something. No, it's like she had sex with him in the back. That's all fake. Yeah, she's not real. All right, fine. These, you gotta do both. You also can't wear those shorts on duty. I don't think she's on duty. Well, she has her uniform on. Border patrol. You gotta do, don't you? I don't mind getting to. Welcome to America. You've been naughty. Yeah. Oh, this is cool too. Jake Paul's girl. She's won gold medal. And she won the gold. Have you ever seen this girl? No. She's so pretty. Wait, she won the gold in what? Speed skating. Have you ever seen her? No, but I bet she's got ass and legs for days. Oh, buddy, to drink this in. For days. Dude, that's amazing. Yeah, what a power couple. What a woman. Yeah. How long has he been dating her? Was she from Holland? They're engaged. As well, they should be. Oh, she's gaga gorgeous. And a high-level human being. Like, Olympian, she won gold. Are you fucking kidding? This guy is smart. This is the kind of woman. Look at that. Yeah, let's get braided there. Oh, my God. Look at her. And because of all the power skating they do, they get low to the ground, their ass and legs get so muscular. It's a whole different level. It's a whole different level. Can we get just a gander at the entire situation? You're right. It's some good stuff, Jim. Yeah. That's the one for eating, right? Yeah. Show me like that one down there. No, the one about with her. That one over there, right? Right. So I can see. Yes. Holy shit. Yeah. 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 That's. I mean, it's just a whole different level. That's a grueling sport. Catherine and Jake meet her. You know, it's like I guess they wanted to keep it blonde. There you go. I mean, that's insane. Yeah. Good for Jakey. Yeah, I mean, she's a diamond and a half. Yeah, she's a gold medalist. Yeah, that's really. Yeah, that's cool. That's easy to do. How about fucking Lindsey Vonn? She tore her ACL 94 something with her leg in two places. And airlifted. Yeah, oh shit. Sucks. 41 years old, still doing it. She was killing it for a while on the World Cup circuit. What's this, Jim? Alright, this is just a video I thought was very interesting. Just watch. Oh, she went. Yeah. Yeah. Were they like a moped? Yeah, that's the thing. They don't. Oh. Dude, that's so bad. Oh, man, you gotta look, guy. You gotta look. And also motorcycles. Also slow down. But those motorcycles, they have to ride them like that. Go down the road. This guy's opening doors. Once again, motorcycles, super dangerous. Motorcycles, if somebody's like not thinking, you die or you get fucked up. That's the problem. Most of the time, the problem with motorcycles is it's not really your fault. It's usually they don't see you and then you're on the motorcycle, so you're fun. That's how I went. Dude, I love speed, so I can't get on. My cousin, his son came home with a motorcycle. He's older. I didn't know very well from the story. His son came home with a motorcycle, and his father took his car and ran it over that day. His father goes, "Oh, you saved up your money. Watch this." Good dad. And killed it. Yeah, I would do the same thing. I'm not riding a motorcycle. I'm not having that. Is that it? That's it? On the road this weekend, baby? No, I'm not. Okay. Oh, you have a little time off? Got a little time. I'll be in Port Charlotte, Florida, at the Sonic Theater, February 2021. Not the 19th. I'll choose that. I can't. That's it. If you like this show, check out the Patreon. I get 2 shop shows free now. I do that show twice a week now. Get Fire the Kid, Extended Fire the Kids. All of it are ad-free. We got bonus stuff on there, behind-the-scene content, Q&As, it's $25 a month. Patreon.com/DFADK. All right, that's it. Love you guys. This is the Fire Kid. We're out.
Secretary Mark remains a very important member of President Trump's team. The president speaks first, the secretary. I will just point out that there are a lot of things in the news this week that people in this room have not asked about. You should continue to ask questions about
tuning in. As always, join the Patreon, join the Reddit, join the Discord. On the Patreon, you get early access, as you know. Our other show, 10 Minutes a Shot, never heard of it. But I wanted to start the show off a little the same as always. How are you doing, Drew?
Oh, dude, thank you for asking. I'm doing pretty great, dude. I don't know if you want updates on my whole situation. I did a lot this week, dude.
You really did?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah, you know,
I'll hear about it.
you know, Super Bowl can be busy for the weekend, but guess what I did on Friday, Daddy?
Modded your truck? I don't know.
I went to my first police lineup of all time.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay.
I did a lineup, dude.
So you're like, why?
Oh, I don't know if you've been keeping up to date on the situation of the security guards around my apartment. Remember how we used to have that bit, like, you go over there, Timmy's playing baseball, you go over here, Timmy's selling fentanyl, right?
Not really, but I like your reality.
Dangerous people, yeah.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of security, naturally.
Is there?
Yeah, dude. There's
I haven't seen any security here. I'm like, I wish there was more security, but keep going.
well, you're actually proving my point. Because there isn't a lot of there's not boots on the ground, dude.
No, not
There's no boots on the ground. There's tires on the street, and there's little cars driving around, fucking handling business. Sorry for cussing, right?
Yeah.
Long story short, the crime that I witnessed was a security guard hitting a lady while texting while driving.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
A security guard that works for this new building?
Yeah.
And he hit the lady like she was.
Yeah. Everyone genders this security guard as a man. It was a girl.
Oh man, yeah, that's kind of sexist almost, isn't it? But alright, so the security, a woman security guard?
Listen, the neighborhood. It's like the streets. They patrol the streets. They don't give a fuck about this place. If they did, we'd be like killing it, but we're not. You know what I mean?
Okay. So I guess there's a whole security. It just sounds so strange.
We live in like an embassy of America.
Yeah.
In Little Mexico.
There's a security guard that's like this. Their neighborhood is so bad that there's a security guard that works for the neighborhood that drives around. And so my question though is like, did the security guard hit a human being or a car?
A car.
Okay.
And ran away. It didn't stop.
That's fucked up.
Yeah.
They pulled a Jeff Dye.
Yeah.
But Jeff Dye's in a tree. Not a person.
But it still ran away.
Yeah, so it's ran on the same thing.
Basically the same exact kind of person. You know?
Was it like, okay, I have more questions as you knew.
Yes,
You were
yes.
prepared for this. Was the car parked?
No. We were all driving. I was behind them. She was texting while driving. Hit the car. Tried not to make eye contact with them and just drove away. And then I stopped because I was like, that's fucked up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And somebody hit my car recently in this neighborhood and the cops did nothing about it. And so I was like, dude, give me your number, whatever. Long story short, Friday, I'm at the police station. You know, I'm like, what's up? You guys like trucks? All this kind of stuff, right?
Yeah.
And they love me. They're like all big fans of the show. Crazy. They told me that it was the fucking price on my head, dude. In the city. Isn't that crazy?
How much?
I don't even know. I didn't ask them, but they were trying to get autographs and stuff.
I'm glad you didn't tell me.
Yeah.
It's a lame joke, but
Yeah.
But okay, so yeah.
I naturally, when I gave the first description, you know how cops are racist, sexist. They're fucking asking for descriptions. They're like, is it a white or black man? Come on, let's be
Racist cops.
white. The whole white.
Oh, white.
Yeah. Well, no, there's like two younger Latinos, but white passing still white.
Okay.
Yeah, they're cops, dude.
Well, I mean, if you bring a price, I gotta know.
Yeah.
So 2 Latino cops and the rest of them are white cops.
But the part that I'm bringing up race-wise is that they asked me what the race of the person was. Right? This is important story. Yeah. This is the story.
What if they what if they're like, you said the race of the security and they're like, oh yeah, that makes sense. You're like, what? And then they ask the race of the security or the person got hit, and you say it's something other than
Wait, shut the fuck up.
you know, we really don't need. We changed our mind. We don't need you. Other than they're super in, but go ahead.
So I tell them that it was like a lighter skin. I don't know if Mexican or white. I don't know these things.
Sure.
But brunette with like a little longer than shoulder length hair type thing, right?
Okay.
And then so on the day I'm there on Friday, and he comes out and he's like, the new policy, this old white guy, he's like rolling his eyes, he's like, Gerardo, good to meet you, big fan of the show, Team Ups, love your parody song, you got Gilly, fuck me and they roll. He said, right. And then he goes, there's this new procedure we got here at the golf course, I was gonna say, at the cop station, where I cannot give you the lineup, the other cops got to do it because I know who the actual person is.
This could like rain his mind, maybe.
And then also in my mind, I'm like, this is pointless if you know what we're looking for. Why are you asking me to do it? You know what I mean? What are we doing here? Papa.
Well,
yeah, I mean, the whole thing is they want someone else to prove it. Right. So, I'm getting in the room where there's this guy's training another cop the whole time. And on this part of it, and then they gave me 6 pictures of people that look exactly the same, dude. Like, there was like fucking Octomom's kids, dude. They all looked exactly the same. And I was like, what is this, a fucking casting call, dude? What the hell? That's what, because in the verbiage that they said to me while I was in the room, they were like, there might be different ethnicities or different hair colors or whatever. Just point to the one that you saw, or whatever.
Like photos of them?
Yeah.
Just, okay, like Polaroid photos?
Yeah, like mugshots.
Mugshots. Okay, so mugshots of everybody, and you couldn't tell the difference between any of them. Do you know what the security guard looks like?
Yeah, it's hard.
So maybe it was just not her, right?
Yeah, so I told them that's the other thing, like, that could be a possibility of the lineup too, is that the person's not here. Which is like, why did you guys waste my time? I just told them, like, I can't identify any of them. I just fuck them.
Okay. It's kind of funny that they don't have who it is, because it's a security company, right? And they know this, I'm assuming, because you told them. How could they not? Does the security company only hire a specific type of, like, Latino woman?
I don't know.
How could they not?
Also, we took a picture of the car, and they have a picture of the car. There's like a badge on there. Anyways, get away from that. Sure. Here's the thing. Last Tuesday, right? I have a huge beef with these security people. There's 3 strikes, you're out. You know what I mean? I didn't write the rules. I just play by them. Don't hit the game, hit me. Or don't hit the player, hit the game.
Right.
So the other day, Tuesday, exactly. I was driving my kids to baseball, walking back home from the convenience store.
Okay.
And I see one of the security guards driving down the alley, right?
Right.
He's got one hand on the wheel, and he has another plate. He has a plate. He has a paper plate filled with pasta and a chicken parm, dude. I swear to God.
Okay, as they're throwing it in their face, these people do not care about the neighborhood they're supposed to be defending.
No, the neighborhood's feeding them, and they're probably getting like bribes on the side and stuff like this with fucking food.
It's time to go to my security job. Do you pack my dinner? They don't have a fridge to put it in or whatever. They're just like eating spaghetti like a baby. Spaghetti baby.
Fucking paper plate chicken, like huge plate filled, driving like this.
I am impressed with your ability to see into these cars and know, like the detail is very good. You have a cop brain almost.
Almost, yeah.
Because you could tell that the woman was texting, and you pulled over and you kind of got an idea of what she looked like. Maybe the security company is just a huge problem.
They are.
And they just, so many of them are doing these hit and runs and crimes that, because initially when you said that, I had thought, wow, that is extremely ballsy to be in a car for a company with a license plate and do a hit and run and drive away, because it's even more likely that you'll get caught than if it was just a random car. And literally, you can just say the name of the company and they look through, all right, who was driving in this area? It's very easy to catch them, I imagine.
Yeah.
So the fact that at first I thought that person just doesn't give a fuck, but now that I realize they have some kind of game going.
Here's the thing, dude. The cops were covering for this lady. Because why would they show me a bunch of pictures of like the same person?
Maybe. Yeah, there's some kind of connection there. Because it doesn't take that long to get from security to police officer, right? There's some kind of pipeline going on. They're like, we got this guy in here. Let's just show him a bunch of random pictures. Maybe we'll get lucky and he'll pick the wrong person. Right. Then we can arrest that person because they don't work with security.
No, we'll arrest him. He doesn't arrest him.
But I would have been, I was like, these aren't any of the people. Do you have anyone that worked at the security company? Like, you have a photo of that? Because it was the lady that worked at security.
Yeah.
You know her face?
Yes.
If you see her again, you can probably.
But you're missing out here. I saw her face, but when you see 6 faces that look like that face, and you gotta like point it out for it to like be of use to some sort of court case.
Yeah.
I'm like, dude, I don't know. These all look exactly the same.
You know what else is funny about that? All of these people, they're not. None of it's AI, right? They're all real photos.
Right.
So there's 6 people that had mugshots that look exactly the same.
Right. is there someone's job in the police department that goes, all right, we got another lineup now. Find me 6 people that look like this person.
Well, he worked on the lineup from Tuesday to Friday, and then when he called me, he was like, "You want me to be next week?" kind of thing, right? You want to come down next week and give me the lineup? And I was like, "I'm actually going out of town for 3 years." I told him, I can come in today because I was like so excited to do a lineup, you know? Yeah. And so he's like, "No, come on down today." You know, that is crazy.
I've never done anything like that.
Yeah.
So you walk in there, you meet the guy, and
Interrogation room, dude.
yeah.
Immediately. Fucking tiny ass interrogation room. I was like, it's a nice place. He's like, and then the guy that's getting trained was like, yeah, it's not a good station. There's other stations that are like this. The guy, he said, well, I agree. Like, yeah, the inside looks like, you know, a bomb went off some kind of like so, a lot of the top is like missing. You know what I mean? Like the ceiling doesn't get to the roof. You know what I mean? Or like the walls don't get to the ceiling. Well, a lot of it's open. It feels like a very office type environment. You know?
it's also kind of hilarious that it's a new rule that the guy that knows who it is can't show you. Why is that new? I could argue the efficacy of that kind of law or like rule or whatever. I could see it going either way. What does it really matter? But if it was ever gonna be done, you'd think it would have been done a while ago. The guy who knows who it is probably shouldn't show you the things. That doesn't make sense. That makes it even less biased.
And am I crazy for pressing on this point about this guy eating so much food? Like, it's the same thing about the fucking cops getting breakfast burritos we talked about before. You can't be on your shift eating fucking breakfast burritos. That's something you do 2 or 3 hours before your shift, and then you burn the calories while you're fucking working.
I guess unless you're on break or something. But I mean, it is a good point because if you're a security guard, right? I don't even know really what their job is. They're security guards, so they may not have the same kind of. It may just be if you see something, call somebody else. Yeah, like essentially that's the job of a security guard. Do they have guns? We probably don't have guns.
I swear to God, if they have guns, let me know.
No, they don't have guns. They have a fork and a knife to eat all their food.
They definitely have plastic forks.
Their whole thing is that they don't really have to do anything. Now, if they really were there to like save you or jump out and do stuff, it would be kind of funny if you got killed and when the real cops showed up, they had like
Good morning. We actually have a beautiful conversation.
Claymore, whatever it is they're doing. I tried. Did you try it? It's like you ate a whole meal. The house was big, right? Or you're texting on your phone and you hit somebody. Yeah, no, I mean, it's funny to have that going around, and then they seem to be causing at least this one instance more mischief than they are preventing.
So let me, exactly. Eating cars, they're fucking eating on the job. They're not out and about. I don't hear any fucking things from the ground, dude. Let me ask you, do you feel safer knowing that there's security around here now?
Not really, no.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Why do we have them?
That's why I'm so paced.
Yeah.
I mean, the property, they may just be there to
So yesterday,
make sure. I mean, I would look at that fucking motel over there and immediately hire security. They may just be there to make sure no one's coming out of the hotel.
Maybe we're smarter than the people at the hotel. And like, we see the fallacies of security. But they see security like, fuck, we're going to stay here. Or I told you there's like a barrier in those cones. Like, those
If I were a businessman over here, I own these properties, I would pay somebody to go to the hotel and meet those people up. Just go in there and rough them up so that they know they're supposed to stay there. I don't want to see them outside. If you see people at the picnic table, you just don't beat up everybody. Just beat up one person really bad in front of everybody else so that they know they can't get out of the picnic table. And then when I get questioned about that, like, I don't know. But I listen to my bots, and then I'd have security driving around doing nothing just as a smokescreen for that one guy that I would have beat up people at the hotel every once in a while to keep them on. But okay, I wanted to try this game. Okay, no, first of all, great idea. I like that idea a lot. Yeah, I would full on board with because I don't necessarily think that you should judge a book by its cover, but if all the books have the same scary cover and they're all together and it's all books that look like that, let's send it rid of the library. And yes, and the books are smoking crack. So then yes, then you can judge the book. And then that's like, are you judging it by its cover? It has a crack record. So we can't judge a book by its cover, but we can judge a book by its genre. Yeah, the genre of this is like that looks like a crack addict. With a lot of sketchy people going in and out of it. And I'm like, the book needs to, books are burnt. But yeah, the game thing I'm pretty impressed. So, I know you watched the Super Bowl. You probably watched the Super Bowl. And this year, I didn't really want to talk about the Super Bowl, but I thought it was neat. I think it might be good. Don't kill me. So, there are 2 halftime shows this year. One was Bad Bunny. The other one was, I never know. Is it Team Pusa? Is that how you say it? Turning Point USA. Turning Point USA. They produce a show with Kid Rock, and I'm not sure who else, because I didn't watch it.
Good morning.
So you had 2 choices, right? So I was thinking, how about I name off
Our
some
annual
comedians,
for the month
and
of
you tell me which one you watched.
785.
Read out.
Show dedicated all the children with us this year and the schools so struggles for the month of August coming spot and we of a new
Any reason we don't have to, because like, she's
we can learn sponsors and
back on her
and
monthly
social
bullshit.
sharing and really
That's right. You know what I mean?
father
She wants
this
Kevin
is
Newsom.
up in the
Yeah, she
phone
wants
off
Kevin
from the
Newsom.
drop off
You know?
the drug
She
taking
sucks.
so
No,
for
that's
America
not why.
all
I just think
the
she
some
sucks.
side of
But I agree with you. She sucks, but she wasn't watching Kid Rock. She was watching Kid Rock. I kind of feel like she would watch Bad Bunny because she has to watch Bad Bunny if she wants to be in the podcast. Yeah, she wants to know about what's going on. You really got to not care. If you chose the Kid Rock thing over the Bad Bunny thing, that's a huge choice that I really want to know what's going on. Because nobody's like, you don't learn anything from the Kid Rock. He opened up Shava Kebab that I heard, which is a song from One Hit Wonder song from my youth. Okay, he had to also, Baba's great song. Yeah, it's a great song. He had like cowboy song, like I miss you. Cheryl Crow. I thought you were gonna say if I wasn't watching it in the closer, which is on the other side, so you're gonna start shit up all that's good closer. That's where I'm like, why are you watching closer? I didn't even know if you were that. So someone told me, okay, so you know which one he's watching. Which one? TPUSA. Okay, here's why that's funny to me. I just thought of this. I saw a clip of Jeff Dye. I don't know if someone sent it to me or scrolling. I saw it was him filming himself, which, and I assume his voice for a bunch of comedians. Eric Griffin was there. Montez, yeah. Someone else I recognize, I forget who. I was kind of surprised by. There was one person there that was surprised at, like, really, you're watching Circle of Shit. And then some other people. And I just imagine him saying to them, hey guys, I don't make a big deal of this, but at the halftime show, it's coming up on the switch. He's like, are we all good? I want to watch Kid Rock, right? I'm with you, bro. Like, I want you to kind of dress. We're doing a football. Kid Rock's singing, like, Bad Bunny's like, I don't know, gay or something. We're going to watch Kid Rock for the halftime. You're cocky to leave. He's probably like, you know, guys like totally okay. It's like, she's in a dress, like, you know, right, guys? There you go. Actually, all right, whatever. If he knows how to go over the halftime. Although Bad Bunny's interesting. Okay,
and again, the
all right.
is
How
should
about
not content himself
Joe Rogan?
with someone else's
He's
stories,
watching
better write
Bad
his
Bunny. Here's the
own. So it
thing,
sounds
dude.
like the obligation to
Here's
write
the thing.
one's
Lady
own
Gaga had
simple
no
work
fucking
is
business
that
being in
done
that.
by the team
Oh,
and
you
not
like it?
done
I
by
hate it.
other people.
Okay, no.
So what's going on here?
Get that shit away from me, dude. I don't need that. Whatever the fuck demonic bullshit he's trying to like slap on me, dude. I don't need you and your fucking blue demon shit, dude. Alright? I thought you was doing like a human dance with me. And then you think, dude, see Joe Gaga dance. Why are you doing human dance? Because she's human. Oh, wow. All of a sudden, she's
the
human.
one that goes
Huh?
from
Oh, yeah. A
right
Star
from
Wars born.
general
A fucking
state
stupid
to
Star
Torah,
Wars born.
and
That
he just
fucking
speaks to them
bullshit
wherever he
movie.
goes.
Fuck
But
her,
I
dude.
thought
She's a
some of
little piece of shit. Never heard of her with fucking
and one
Bad
that
Bunny ever
increases
in my
his
life.
treasure.
I haven't been
That's
paying
a very
attention.
beautiful
A random 3 to 4 minute
Increases
section of
one
her
part that goes
doing
with it,
fucking
and one
Bruno
part
Mars
that
song.
removes
Are
his
you
treasure.
kidding me?
It's almost a beautiful,
Anyways,
beautiful
culture,
but
vulturing is
unfortunately,
what everything else I love.
where the treasure is the place where you keep that which is
Really?
most
Yeah, I don't care. But she looks like Puerto Rican Thanos.
you think outside of it,
Yeah,
also,
Thanos.
let's say the Torah. So
I
once you
just
go
want
to
to
the
know
treasure,
Bad Bunny's
once you're
like
talking to
which is
Achas is the one that also she knows that that's
I
the
found people getting
one that
married
you
on
can
the
think
halftime show.
everywhere he goes.
I just want to hear
Also
fucking
community,
songs about
right?
twerking.
So as well,
Fast.
she makes it
I
like
don't mind
with
seeing
anything.
celebrities
Otherwise,
do
she
fucking
very,
they
very
just get
small.
albums, sex
Like
and fuck
literally
boys
making
dancing
the
in the
way
background. I like that kind of stuff. Don't have Lady Gaga do the fucking car wash. I wonder why Jessica Alba was there. She's hot as hell, dude, and she was wearing white. That's why. And then they had the Gasolina guy. I don't know, he sang that song. Yeah. I got sorry.
Pero Nicholas Paul,
So
todo this
the guy said Joe Rogan said bad.
obviously can't wear
How about because he has to talk shit about it.
the high school, the color about Malcolm Hawaii, the close
Joe
about
Rogan's
so
watching
again,
Rock.
how the chance of the occasion you read the only words with countries that you can read basically they can't read it, he doesn't matter. Actually, that's it. Where you can't see it.
Too lazy is a journalist. He's not just gonna watch it. He would choose to watch Bad Bunny, but the video's not gonna be about that. The video's gonna be about the T-Boost. Fucking call T-Boost. Isn't that what RTV USA? Paper USA? What is wrong with you? Their shit is whack. So yeah, I guess the first two Super Bowl this year. Yeah, I mean, I was watching Super Bowl. My favorite was Will Champion because I know we're talking about. And it seems like Aaron Kerr probably has been but yeah, no, definitely. He probably would prefer Bad Bunny, even though I'm curious to this thing about Bad Bunny over the Kid Rock thing, but the video, the content. You're gonna make a funny video about like fireworks and weird dresses. Was there any, do you know, was anybody else on it besides Kid Rock?
Settled on
I
the secondary script.
Kid Rock, it's just like the other halftime show where you go to other celebrities like Ricky Martin and Lady Gaga, but it's just racist people. My mom kept going after that Bad Bunny thing. She was like, we should watch Kid Rock. Kept saying that. I mean, he's fine. He's not bad. So he had a few good songs, but he's not a one-hit wonder. He's had a bunch of songs. Kid Rock, yeah. I mean, listen, Kid Rock's, I mean, I think the wildest thing about it is trying to compete with the Super Bowl halftime. That's like the most un-American thing you've ever done. Yeah. You know what I mean? It's weird because why? Because they choose not to exercise tolerance. It's like, these are the family and fucking Bad Bunny's doing this. It is kind of weird that the whole thing was in Spanish. But I speak Spanish, right? And also, I like Bad Bunny's music. I like Bad Bunny's music too. And it would be one thing if it was the whole criticism of like they're trying to be woke, you know, like oh, it's so very good. There was two dudes fucking with a pickup truck, and all places. Yeah. There's two dudes humping each other. They were grinding on each other. They were dicks up there grinding in a pickup truck. I was like, that looks like an aggressive attack. Not on me, but like, you know, why couldn't they do that like on yoga mats? Why they do it in a pickup truck? Because of job. Oh yeah, extra guys. Maybe it was Bad Bunny homeless, like, yeah, take some lessons. To make a truck thing happen, that's like a step on. But what I meant is not necessarily specifically in the halftime show. What I'm saying is Bad Bunny is not typically, I could be wrong, but he's very popular. And they want, I'm assuming they, if this was the album of the year, he brings in a big crowd. I heard in Puerto Rico they were showing the games and so it's it makes sense that he would be at least a choice. So if you're not tuning in because it's woke and like that can't be your thing, that is stupid and racist. It would be different if it was like completely irrelevant. I can't think of a Thanksgiving dinner. That would be if they're like, this year's halftime show, we're having the Nets is gonna talk about how men are halftime show was us doing red chop fucking red chop. And that would be amazing. Oh yeah, right, but the gravies. Yeah, to your point.
Because of this
It
Mishnah
would not bring
Torah,
up no
those
point.
Sav
Somebody
Halon
to it.
Mishnah.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is, this doesn't really matter, but I'm just thinking of, there are great African musicians. There was a guy, Fela Kuti, that I the drum stuff. He's really good. He's dead now. But if there was something like that that's like legitimately good music and they just decided to put it in the Super Bowl, wouldn't it be weird to like, fuck that, you sweet African, fuck that. It's stupid, right? I mean, yeah, but it really is. Also, it's not Spanish. Spanish is different from Spanish. That's true. There's also the so you would turn on if it was African, like, I'm watching TV. I'm not a Rothschild, so I would watch it. I was very interested, especially because it's the really thing that yeah. What I'm saying is, it's weird to, if you're just because the guy's name's me, to tune out and be like, all right, or watch Kid Rock. Well, I can't. I mean, it's not weird. It is funny. The whole new Mahalo show is worse than the Bud Light thing. He's instead of shooting, what does he shoot? It's the Bud Light cans. It's bad. Go to Bad Bunny had a bunch of standard churros. Because of it. He machine guns a bunch of churros. By the way,
Why is it called Ashlis? Some Sharas Pizza. It's a very beautiful,
jelly roll
type of skin. Journalism, this is the first white one.
Kid Rock has his competition.
Journalism, Sabzev, well, it's not a choice. So, that we have has not changed.
He probably
Has not
watches
changed.
Kid Rock all the time.
Bobby Ham, what's it? This is talking about the book.
I think he watches the Mishnah.
No, I mean, the Royal Standard, just like
I
the
don't think that there's any necessarily hate.
Bobby, when you start to look up there, it's like Bobby reads the book.
You're right, actually, you know what his competition is?
It's really easy Bobby to read the
Jelly
letter.
rolls when he
Whatever,
races.
the first time the
Bad Bunny
thing
tweets.
for the Bobby didn't change as well. But Omer,
The two of
that
them
I
are
eating
competing
kicks
for
the
the
bun,
biggest name.
no
Who are
sugar.
the biggest names?
Malish and one minute, just like the language of the Greek didn't change.
Right?
After this one language, so to the writing
You're a
gymnastics
commentator.
as well.
So
Allah,
I'm glad you
not
asked.
in the Torah, as Mishnah HaTorah says. I said, what do I do about Mishnah HaTorah? Mishnah Torah, this point in the Torah, Mishnah Torah doesn't refer to Shinu, change in Torah, I change in script, but rather it refers to two Torahs of the king. Achas Shiyotzer Mikneses Mo, V'achas Sheminachas for the base Torah. They don't say the king writes not one Torah, but rather two Torahs, one Torah that goes with Torah and the second Torah which removes inside the treasure.
Because he used to, like,
Also Shiyotzer
he probably
Mikneses
watches
Mo,
Kid Rock
also
and
Kiyotzer. The Torah is about
brainstorms
Shemar,
ideas of ways
Shibisi
like how can I
Hashem
get merch. He's like, oh shit,
one
we need to get
that
merch
really
drop
is
from TP USA.
the
The
one that's
TP
supposed to come
USA
to him,
crossover with
really
Big Club. Big Club, Big Boy politics,
that take you with him
right?
wherever he goes.
It's,
Says,
it's one of those shorts that has like T-Pusa
so
and Victim.
the other thing we done is the Torah.
What is it
This
called
whole thing
now?
about the changing of the
Tri-Fest
script.
Algal.
I
Yeah.
CBC my Thursday. Obviously, Darsh in the bus.
But here's the thing, there's
Probably he got kind of about this. I'm spiral. So Shira asked me to the school of was when a person dies,
Pink Flojo's big
person
into
dies,
this, but
you're supposed to
probably
view
right.
it
I don't need to know
as
anything.
a divine
I
presence.
just need to know her name is Joy, and I'm like, yes, she's
So again, two different ideas. Shnei Amar Shivisi Hashem V'Lev Yisrael. So what is it? So very beautiful. So one of the things that Shivisi Hashem V'Lev Yisrael is a reference to the king's personal Torah.
sets and songs, and that's pretty good. I was like, oh, okay,
But this week is different. It's
probably exactly what it's
No, Shivisi Hashem V'Lev Yisrael is not unique by me. It's for everyone. What does it mean?
I
That
guess
when
I mean, you don't like Lady
as if
Gaga.
the Shekhinah is directly
I think different about Lady Gaga. I don't understand what she's doing.
The idea is there's this concept.
I don't know, because he likes her.
Being a sign right. So it's like God awareness. God awareness. That everything is about God awareness.
I saw how much he hated it.
God awareness in your life.
I went outside to protest and then when I had walked my dog. I did walk my dog during it, but that had nothing to do with my dog had to go pee. So I came back in, and my girl, when my wife got home, she was like, I want to watch the halftime show. And I said, okay, so we rewind. And she was like, she started rewinding it in my mind. See that one? I hate how the broadcast tries to be real professional. Even when something really fucking the referee what does fight? I kept showing the fight. I'm like, come on, man. The referee, like, not only face planted, but like tracks his face. And I made my family out like, I'm calling him over now, Vito, and he goes, rewind this right now. And we watch it live. That's too bad. I didn't even see it on social. Oh, yeah. It was good.
7 years had elapsed.
Anyways, I don't think Peppa or Jelly Roll spoke out yet.
What did he do? Beautiful guys.
2 weeks ago, so no, not a chance.
He brought out
It's just
all
a
of the
birthday
utensils
post
of
for his lady. So
and
he hasn't
used
spoke out
them
about
in his own personal party, celebrating
he's in the living, He must be one of the people once they just say, start singing. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I did save one of those. I did save a show. Trailer? Oh, okay. Because I don't really want to watch it. Okay. It's kind of whack. What else you got? What else you got? I did over the weekend. Ask me this. I don't know if this will be interesting, but I got a message from an old guest on our show. JP Flame, remember him? Or Chuck? Yeah, I heard of it. And this is the message that he sent me on Twitter. Hey, exclamation point. I'm running for ambassadorship. Sorry, I'm running for an ambassadorship position, and I truly appreciate your support. This role means a lot to me, and I'm excited to represent our community and make a real impact. If you believe in me, I'd be so grateful for your vote here. And there's a vote. What's your first thought?
And it has come to an end. Tokyo,
So I wrote back 10, and I wrote in parentheses the best, because I always send the message to the best chunk you can have. Because in my mind, I was like, this is suspicious, right? And he immediately wrote back, no, I keep it out. So I thought he was doing a bit. What do you think so far? He said, you immediately did.
You must not be alone.
So I go, I wrote, thank God. What is this? Because I thought I gotta make this work. So he said, I'm applying to be a co-host of a podcast event that Junkies organizes in collaboration with Google in all European countries and one of the rare USA participants. Now, that Junkie organizes they're the sports junkies. And as if Junkie is like a business or something, right? Do you think I still believe that he's real or not? So I write back, oh nice, I'll vote for sure. He says, thanks, I really appreciate you taking the time to vote for me. And I wrote him, do you think I clicked on the most important possession no, this time I screenshotted it and I sent it to Postman and Blue Shorts. And I mean, it's too long to quote what they said. But me there. That's no way. That's real.
After many years, you have
And they
this
go, okay,
world.
thanks.
But
And
once
then they
you
just
leave
left
this
it
world,
alone. And I
those
was like, well, if it's not real, are you gonna tell him, you fucking jackals? You're not gonna fucking tell your friend that,
that
you
you
know,
acquired,
he got
that is
hacked.
yours.
So they did tell him,
That's
and
yours.
he
You
got
never
hacked.
have to
His account got locked. He couldn't even get into it. What happened?
In what pronounce yourself?
Twitter. Oh, okay.
In yours, not
So I mean, but you immediately knew it was hacking.
This is
No, I don't think it's not hacking. You said hacking.
You applied on the
Okay, so you could.
You cannot
I feel like they're kind of getting. I mean, besides the junkie part, it was sort of a playful because this guy, he's always trying to like
Like this doesn't
give
refer to
other
other
things
kings.
and like
It seems a little bit like
parts of
you
organization.
have David is the king, and when David dies, his son Shaul comes through. Shaul can use the scepter. Right? Someone can sit on the throne. Like these are halachas regarding owners vis-a-vis the king. So come here, I can't sit on the king's horse. I can't sit on the king's throne. I can't use his scepter. And you won't know such a thing status. You cannot see the king when he's getting a haircut. Lo kishu aron, fallen is unclothed. Lo kishu is a haircut. You can't go to the streets to change that house. Like Shneimar, Son Tosim Allah Samarach,
why would I? Great, that's an image of an NFT. How does that get me that? Well, they got access to it.
One hashtag reference. So part of that is
I don't think it gets it from you looking. I didn't even click on it.
like activities,
But whatever you click on, they've created that.
that you are not allowed to utilize because you're associated with the king and not seeing the
Yes, I
king
mean,
in any way.
it's weird because you always hear about comedians getting their Twitter.
You can't go to the mikvah and the king's with you. You can't go to the bathhouse. You can't see you changing the haircut. No one's allowed to see. Okay, no, I'm not
So he hit that person in the face, right? And they're not even in the
Terrace
game.
the show.
Watch how he says sorry.
This is actually this is taken the welcome. End of the
Slides in
welcome
you.
hour. It's actually
You
not talking about
know, in Japanese culture, it's like a bow.
that one is done.
Okay.
Oh, so you know, so the love you say is that the fire problem is going to
That's
be
rare.
where the collecting from the young women who is going to be
What is it? It's laughing. What is it?
So you want to say,
I wish we did this
Abishag
here, you know.
Kushuma.
It might
So you
stop
want to say,
sometimes.
Abishag Mutars Shlomo, Lasula Adonai.
I wonder why we
So
never rock
Abishag
bowing.
technically
Literally
would
bow.
have been permitted to marry Shlomo,
I just think
David's
it's
son.
very funny.
But she would not have been permitted to marry
It might slow
Adonai
up the game a bit if they
Adonai
do this every time.
was also David's son.
Just,
Right? Adonai was son
and this is such a powerful bow. That right there.
claimed the throne for himself. David is
You have to
dying.
forgive whoever did that. Like somebody could kill my mom and do that.
Point
But
for success.
why is he doing that at all? He's practicing maybe.
Because of that, Adonai
I know, yeah,
is,
this is a bit more things in it. And then this camera is like, okay, great, we gotta film on my bowing. This is like you remember when you were a kid and you watch those blooper reels, you know, people dunking and missing,
so
or you know,
technically
they like
speaking,
throw the ball out of bounds. This is like Japanese
but
blooper reels, isn't that prank, like
but
bowing because they hit somebody with
why
a
not?
volleyball a bunch of times and the Japanese guys are dying. Like, this is the one where the guy is like, oh fuck, you really hit that lane. Alright, he's bowing. Alright, so you can see here. First of all, his serve is way out. Why you have these ladies so weird. Nobody on the other end is that, and where's this camera gonna go? Boom! It's in not even the face. Yeah. Is this some sort of game where he's not even a volleyball player? He looks like a half psycho. He's small. He got a sick ass shot of running behind you. Yeah, so I think he's ready. He's born
So
ready.
he wants his Abishag
Yeah,
might
that was
be
very
what
strange.
exactly
I want
was
to show something else very
Abishag's role
strange.
in David
This right here, I want to get your thoughts on this. Did you see this?
Ba'amelech Zakim, Ba'alayom,
I heard about
Ayom
it,
Lo
but
Afar,
I didn't actually
Bakshu,
play it. So
so
what's
again,
the 4 million?
Bakshu
Plays like,
Nara
they are
Yafar,
right.
see,
We used to
Bahanara Yifar Nafa Admol, Bakishilo Yemelech Soperes, but they try to say,
Because people say,
so
like, I
Adonai
love my dog.
Abishag
I get $100.
was, she wasn't attendant.
I get
Now,
$1,000.
this thing is,
I
even
get
if she wasn't
$100,000. Take
attendant,
that.
but nothing goes out of the take the headache, she was very beautiful. So why the need for headaches?
It's just tearing him down. The idea of
I'm
Terrence
right.
Crawford
Means
giving up
Savant.
his dog for
So
$100,000
Abishag
is
wanted
out
to
the
marry
door.
David.
Not with
Wanted
them.
to be one of his wives.
He's like,
I'm a
you give
lot.
up your
I
dog.
see
I'm
us
like, your dog.
so I'm sorry I
Yeah,
could.
no, he's
And
not.
I say then, all
Give
these
up
things
your
come
dog.
together. Why not? But
Here's
it
the thing
says,
with another
I
point
have
of view
reached
on the
Berlin
We're
in 2 months.
podcast.
I can't
Sure.
believe that he's ready.
What are we doing?
She wasn't. It's actually
Trying to
fascinating.
kind
I'm
of
like, so
ridiculous
Abby Shag
scenarios
wasn't
that might
mine.
be funny
She
about it.
thought it
We're
was
not
just what
like
she was. So she says,
we're not signing some
Asiga
contract that this is how we are
Niganga
for the rest of our
Nachi
lives.
Shine.
Yeah. Granted, this guy, come on, you gotta admit the vibe. When you say $100,000 for your
himself
dog,
as a highest man.
I stopped going
Like,
for
you know, so
oh,
when
definitely,
he
yeah.
starts
No.
doing
It looks like you've
there's nothing
offended
left to
Terrence
steal,
Crawford.
so he's decided to just, so she was saying,
My
it's
thought
just
is everything
too
is
old,
alright. There's
that's
not a
not.
number that
That's
means
why I
you
was just saying for what it is. You wouldn't mad at me, but you're too old.
Just now you selling
So
some.
what happened? So the Gemara says, I'm not a Jew. She will leave about Sheva. So this is the Gemara. He says, oh yeah? He says, call him about Sheva. About Sheva was his life. Say, about Sheva, I'm not a Jew, but also Shav, King about Sheva, the Shosha Shem Matters. With that Sheva. So, I don't know about
He's still mad that you thought about giving away your dog. Now it's not a bit. You're literally not changing either aspect of it. It's like a real thing that you believe. Because if it was a bit, you'd be like, fuck the money, fuck my ass, you can have my soul. That's a thing. You know, if you're changing up the like you just want to give yourself away for free, basically. Sure, you know what I mean? But he's just adding money and giving up for some person with that money. Also, the guys that can buy his soul now, like the Epstein group, like,
right? So again,
all right,
go ahead and
we can buy this guy's soul. Does the comic Yeah, what does that even mean? You're gonna buy my soul? Terrence Crawford is taking it serious.
How difficult
So,
divorce is.
yeah, I think he's really offended
You
by the
guys
dog.
are this part. Hold your eight comic
Shouldn't have
contributions.
talked to him.
How
He
you
likes
got
dogs.
Crawford
Loves his dog.
Always
I'm
feeling
not
that.
labeled dog.
Doesn't
I'm not selling my dog.
Right now, the ones that we just saw in
Yeah, I mean, yeah, no, I would be like, why do you want my dog? Yeah. And why do you want to run it out? Like, it is so weird that my dog. I mean, I'm on this guy's side. $100,000 for a dog. Like, take my dog. But $100 million for the soul, I don't know what I'm selling. Like, if I'm selling my soul, is that a
But
lifetime?
nevertheless,
Like,
again,
is that an eternal thing? You know? Sure, that's a good point too. If it's like a soul, it doesn't even like a real thing. Could exist, could not exist. However, it implies that you're going to do anything. So if this guy is saying that like someone owns a soul, that probably means like fuck him at the very least. That's like the front door. You know, and that's yeah, it could be worse. You're like
He's
they're now he's the dad of this family or whatever bought. They're like the fuck your wife, yeah, raise your kids. Plays a bet, it's like to put capital on a soul. Like, that's a rough thing. I can't imagine. You should just be sad. You know, Joe Rogan sees this and he's like, he just said, that's it. This is a guy that's not an 18 foot man. And then Terrence Crawford's response and the amount of earthquakes on the roof after that.
Because ultimately, again, you have rebelled against the wife of your youth, and she is your friend, and she ultimately, again, is the wife of your covenant. Also, you have to talk about this idea
I think Terrence
about
Crawford
the relationship between a
he's
man
just
and
he's
his
just, I
first
don't know
wife.
him really, but he seems like a deadly serious person, right? Because isn't he one of the best boxers ever or something? So he works out super hard. He's got a very specific kind of mentality. So he's like maybe a David Goggins type, or just not. He's not the guy that this joke is gonna ever be the productive crime makes sense. He wouldn't say it. Right. He picks somebody. This is the guy back from this conversation. Yeah, you should say this to Brendan Schaub. Say Brian Campbell. This is not for Terrence Crawford. It's not going to take you seriously. Yeah, Brian Campbell, I just like a cow for like 30 minutes. Yeah, Terrence Crawford would kill everyone that made the suggestion that idiots are dressed like Campbell. Exactly. Everyone is dead at that point.
A man's wife
Most
only
importantly,
dies
the guy that
if he stole money and needed to repay it, because he had the money to repay it. Well, listen, what stuff like that, there's a little bit of the meat that you so moving right to moving something that you might belong to him, and now when it's time to give it back, he's unable to give it back. So therefore, the result takes something from him as well. זה עצים שנאמר, and אם לא כל לשלם, למה ייקח ישקע חמיקה? Don't be open. Look what it says as follows. Very profound email. For Adam Shemesa Ishta Rishonos, if a man loses his wife, his first wife,
I was kidding,
he
Terrence.
will
I don't want to sell my dog, and I don't want to sell my soul. I don't even know what that means.
Destroyed
Please, like,
in his days.
yeah, what are you
The
talking
loss of a
about?
wife,
Nobody said that right now, Terrence.
says, is like the loss of the base of the Shana and Mar. Then Adam Zulay locate the captain
I
Paul,
don't know if you know
as
this, but
Machman
last
in the
Friday
Havana,
I did
the
the same thing on the show, but
Tifka, the
I
Tabad
had
the
like the show.
Siv,
This was
by
Friday.
Dabra,
Oh,
and the
nice.
Boker,
That
but
is sober
Thomas
bar.
Ishti Ba'arab,
Sober
Siv,
bar. Yeah.
Kenny Mechalas Mikashiga, on
Interesting. I don't know, like this juice and mocktails. Mocktails, vegan food, everything's vegan.
And he's often in
It was a
Cheskel,
good show.
and Cheskel juxtaposes again the loss of his wife, the loss of a base of his wife, the loss of one's first wife. And I must say, the Gemara keeps referencing the first wife, right? The loss of any spouse.
But I will say this, I forget what I wanted to say, but I don't know what happened on the show because what is comedy stuff. But I was at a
profundity of a first
and
marriage.
a lot of people can't
That's
see
first
a lot of
marriage.
people that
That's right.
know
A
me
man divorces his
came
first
through and
wife.
watched me do comedy
There's
for the first time.
a profound.
And
A
at the
man,
end, everyone left, and it was all the comics
first
sitting
wife.
around.
There's a profound divide. There's something about
And
the first
the owner of the bar came
relationship.
over and was like,
Something about
"You guys
that
can
first
have whatever
relationship
you want."
that is
You can have my
fundamentally
soul.
different and just put it on with the
And
person's
we were like,
life.
all right, tight. And so we all ordered a
Only
drink.
Alexandri. Kolad
And then
was
I
the
got my
first and
drink.
widest
I
end
saw
of
like
Irish.
watermelon
Kol
thing
Adam
with like
Shemelis
the
Ishtabi
whiskey. I love
Only
whiskey.
Pasha
Right.
Chagos.
Yeah.
The
Like, I like
person uses
cocktails.
his
You know
life.
what I mean? That's where I'm trying to get to here.
His will
You know how like
becomes
they have
dark.
the ice
Shemai
cubes,
or
the big old
Choshek
fucking
Bi'alo.
whiskey ice.
The Nero Olav Yida.
And it was like some
Amar
watermelon
Psilsa
drink with
Miskasros.
something that looked like whiskey. So I just ordered
The
that. Yeah. And
steps
then I walked
become
away and I was
rich.
taking drinks from it. And I was like, yo, this is weird. It was so weird.
And he uses his scotch.
Right.
Shemai
Just didn't
So
taste good.
Sade
No,
Olav
it tastes
Yabal
really good.
Omer
No,
Asasa
it was
Nofaras.
fucking weird ordering a
His
drink from a
wisdom.
bar and then like having
Abilities, his concept for it.
going back to
Wisdom
like a
is
table full of people
life.
drinking
He doesn't
drinks.
understand the level of
And then
wisdom.
I was like, oh my god, I haven't done this in forever.
Wasashkihiyu Asaso.
Damn, what
Omerabo.
did that feel like? Besides weird.
Barak
Honestly, it felt like I was like,
Chash was having
okay, so there's an allergy to like
talk
drinking.
about
But I feel like I want to have more
about
drinks.
marriage.
Is that
And
what
you know,
allergy
after
is?
this is the thing we started at the beginning of this episode. It is more
Yeah,
difficult
did you
for
get
us to
another
try
drink?
to probably to a point to look
Okay. I
like
knew you're not
this
addicted to
you see
mugs.
obviously nothing is difficult.
Well, I was assuming the second one was going to cost money, and they were
The
expensive.
idea here is
Okay,
that finding
Yeah, well, I wonder what that's the first time you've ever been in some other time. I've been to one before, but I didn't get a drink. I just got tacos. Yeah. It's the feeling of ordering in a bar that you're also.
When it
Well,
comes to
that and like having a drink that looks like a cocktail, because I've gotten like Diet Cokes at bars and never gotten like, what is it called? I have done the thing where I get like a non-alcoholic beer at a bar, but something about the fucking drink, like
finding
the
each
whole
other,
aesthetic of it
right?
and
So
stuff.
being
And
comparable
so
enough
like
to
in
build
the
the
game, I
life
was thinking like, okay, so
in a
people want to
world
come here
full
to
of
get that.
people is
Yeah,
nearly
but
like
is that a good thing
statistical
though?
impossibility. Impossibility.
Because
It is
at the end of
almost
the day,
as
I'm like, this is
supernatural
fucking
as an actual splitting of
we're
the
not us
sea.
getting drunk.
Incredible. Shenanigans. Elohim
I don't
Moshe
know. I mean, I like
Yisrael.
cocktails. They taste
Moshe
good. They're
Ashirin
sugary,
because
like
Moshe
delicious drinks.
Ashirin
Yeah.
because
When I
Sharas.
get
Atikri Moshe Ashirin.
the rare occasions that I do,
Ashirin.
it's not
Atikri
to
because Sharas.
like have the experience of being like, I'm drinking again. It's like,
Those are
I
the
can't
over
drink.
here.
So I'm like, I
Is
want
that
something that
literally
tastes
again?
good.
Hashem
You
takes
know,
individuals
they put
and
so much
allows them
fucking
to live
effort
in
into
someone
those
else.
goddamn
That's
drinks,
reference
dude.
to
They're like
marriage.
squeezing
And
and
you know,
shaking
compares
it.
that to
And it's always
Moshe
got some weird
Ashirin
shit on
because
it.
Sharas
And
brings
then it
out
tastes
factors.
delicious. It's not
I
like
don't
a regular
appropriate kind of
soda.
reference to
So
Yitzias
I'm
Mitzrayim,
happy with
and
it.
that's
It's
going
gonna
to
have
be
ice and a
Is
brand.
that so? Is that so?
You got
That
the
is so
fucking
difficult to
blowtorch
find
out.
the figure for the
Yeah, the
supernatural
crank, the
event?
ice.
Tomra
Eat that for
Yidomrad,
those things. It's gotta be
Arboim
cool.
Yom Kol Yitzias
The
Avlad,
drink
Bas
is,
Kol Yotzei
it's not
Shlomer,
even
Bas
drinking
Kol
culture that
Yitzias.
like, I
What's that
remember
going to say?
there's a place
Those are
called
good practices
Sparrow
for your
in
games.
downtown
40
LA.
days
I think I
before
talked about this in the show, but
the
part of
embryo,
it is
before the child is
that
even
they bring
born
it out
in
of this
utero,
crazy, like,
heavenly voice
there's
comes
one
out and
where
says,
there's like a
so
box
and
that's
so
on
is going to
fire
marry
or
so and
something
so.
like that. You
That's
open it,
like
or
a
like,
preordained.
like, I don't know, it's like crazy presentation.
And what exactly is why so
So
difficult?
you're paying
Why
for
so
the show.
difficult?
Okay.
Which the
You're
Gemara
paying
says,
for
"Okay, show
how
what
good it
is the
tastes.
Rishon, what is the
You
Shul?"
drink a mocktail
Also,
and
this
it's
is
like,
fascinating. The gospel, the heavenly voice
guys
that
have beer
says
play
so and so
bagels.
is going to marry so and so. That's your
It's like
first
super
marriage.
teppanyaki.
That's your first marriage? First, I will say, not even to understand why Chazal is supposed to be such profundity with the first marriage. The first marriage, the idea that the person divorces his first wife, and the staff goes ahead and cries. The person goes ahead. Yeah, because that marriage is ordained. That seems like it's for people that are. It doesn't mean that sometimes people's first marriages end in divorce. Sometimes, again, because of Hashgacha's time, it's not like they are understand. Sometimes, you know, a couple like the divorce, let's say, clearly wasn't meant to be. No, but sometimes the shit in general. Sometimes in life, things are meant to be, even if they don't last. Even if they don't last. We told that a couple of weeks ago. I don't know why this is material. We have this like the so like endangered species. You know, people have they get oil dropped and stuff like that whale is gonna be those kind of places roughly don't exist too long. I can't imagine they're huge money makers. And who knows? For example, also in comedy shows often the idea that they're in every Yasson is created, otherwise you wouldn't put up with the insanity of a college. We're going to have some the idea that in life,
something
was supposed to be created, they have a shelf life, and then they are supposed to come to an end. Not every single thing that Hashem created is supposed to last forever. It's very important to show you that we get into the mindset that things are sometimes things serve a very specific purpose for a very finite amount of time, and then it's time to move on to something different. But again, even if that's what's supposed to be, it doesn't really take into the fact that the event is purposeful, meaningful, and helpful for the duration that is lasting. It's very profound. So the Gemara says, Rabbi shows the first marriage, that's preordained. Second marriage, the Gemara says, that's what the Gemara says, Hashem is Zadin B'Chiyasem. That's what's going to happen. Again, Rashi in Sota brings down why is this. This is the second marriage. Rashi says, there's a lot of moving pieces. For second marriage, often, you know, Ruben was married to one person. Rothschild was married to one person. So Rashi brings down, you know, Ruben's wife dies, and Rothschild gets divorced, and this and that, and there's a whole chess, a life chessboard. So that becomes much more powerful and complicated, and that becomes a little bit like almost like Yam Six and Yagiti, or the Ribono Shalom. Incredible. I don't know why not. The call you glorification. We'll say for everything in life, there is a replacement, except for the wife of the marriage. There is in order to keep us again, this idea that the person starts out lifeless. First starts lifeless. The person is beginning their lifeless. That is a unique relationship that cannot be replicated. With whatever little substitutions here and there, it's like in a second marriage, but of course it will always be different than the way things started out in the beginning. Like Red Bull. Gemara says, Mastila, Yehuda, Lisa, Frey, Ain Adamosa Clash, left on the mystery shoulder. A person only finds true life tranquility with his first wife. Shene'emar, Yehuda, Korech, Baruch, Sameach, Ne'ishes, and Obeis, and Ulah. So as I see, it's actually a very interesting Gemara. Just to say that here. But Yehuda is saying this only because he's got his son. And he says to his son, a man only finds true tranquility, which is interesting with his first wife. This is so much the same all of these Gemaras. And a lot of like future as well. But the idea is when a person marries his first wife, he's young, but often the responsibilities and the pressures of life are not there. And therefore a person is able to kind of like lose themselves in a happiness of marriage without anything else going on. Any subsequent relationship, second marriage, so beautiful, wonderful, loving, has all of its other pieces. So the Torah, inner tranquility, inner peace, is usually not there. Now again, doesn't mean it's not beautiful, and it's not wonderful, and it's not incredible, and it's not spectacular. Of course it is. But the Mesa, it has all of this other complication to just other life. They're almost like tranquility. Like, it's almost like, unless you ever see it, like, I'm not a football professor, football. They're basically under like a lot of football. You see, it's like that innocence.
I'm pretty sure this guy was watching our. I didn't get in a big fight with Moses on my
Right, but again, but there is
I
like
don't
that,
even know
like,
he just got mad. He got mad at me. He said a bunch of mean things. Called me a bitch a couple times. Yeah, everyone was like praying for Moses. Everyone was like praying for
it's
Moses.
like, you see these couple looking at each
You
other.
know,
It's like,
these shows, he was like, what would you do if
World could stop,
somebody was making a
and
podcast about
these
you?
two people would not notice.
I was like, I'm pretty happy.
They wouldn't notice.
He's now a shop fan. I don't know. Let's not think the worst.
You can find happiness, and you can find love, you can find all the different things.
I think
So
so.
that type of
I remember
almost
seeing the
like
name Moses, but
emotional
maybe like
love
that'd be funny. There's some disease he has. It's like a brain disease that makes him like
in the beginning of your life
sympathetic
journey
to
when you find
job.
now again, whether that's the person
Not
in your
just
life
don't know
journey
what
or
to
not,
do. He watched my whole
there's all other
screen towards the
complicated
end.
things. But the only time you find that,
Why would
the
he be
only time
mad
you
about
find is
jobs?
because
It's
where
for
the
random. You
cause
watch it all
that
the time.
pull us
I'm
in
not
life
thinking that's
is
job.
when you're young, and
I was
also
just
when
saying,
you're
like,
going to show our personalities.
I
So
did
this
do
is
this
this.
great
On the leg,
thing where
most of the companies are these
sleep
22
like
beats.
said it
So
like
now
I'm
remember,
upset.
this is the beat stuff. These are
Like,
the same
somebody
to
like
send
this
these
and
messages.
put it in
On the leg,
commenting was like
keep going, man.
off
So
topic.
now,
Yeah, I mean,
the
if,
son
there
says
you
to
go.
his father,
If you
Dad,
just, yeah, if you could just leave, then they aren't gonna get mad.
right? When
You
we're young,
need
I like
leave.
this
You're a little
tranquility,
page.
this beautiful love. Amrlo, you don't income. Doesn't have beautiful is that? How absent beautiful is that? So Yehuda says to his son of Yitzchak, yeah, like you know. It's such a beautiful, beautiful Gemara. It's such a, it's like a profound exercise like in someone's eyes, and that it needs to give their children love and emotional connection and attachment in marriage. So to raise his son says to his father, to give me an example of a man who found inner tranquility in his wife, which Rabbi Yehuda says, yes, like your mother, you and your mother. She must say, this is like, she's like, oh, literally Rabbi Yehuda, yet Rabbi Yehuda said to the son of Yitzchak, go to the pasuk, and won't see any nine nevas, as Isha, I shall do seeking with alone. So someone else says, I found something more bitter than death, a woman. I will say, now understand that. I find this Gemara makes a lot more sense after we did the sickness of Shlomo HaMelech. Right, and we see Shlomo HaMelech got himself that's just saying that we're not almost that would be terrible, terrible, simple understanding of the process. Shlomo HaMelech is the idea. Remember, we saw the negativity that come out from marriage that is not properly planned. Right, this was Shlomo HaMelech's entire downfall. Remember again, the episode Ashmedai, Shlomo HaMelech was a melech, the head yoke for melech, head yoke for melech. He moved over everything, that he ended up only moving over his clothes, over his stats. What was the result of? That was the result of marriage choices. So Shlomo HaMelech says, I found something more bitter than death and women. Again, that's not Shlomo HaMelech railing against 50% of the population. That's Shlomo HaMelech going ahead and saying, marriage is the midst of some sort of drug psychosis. And what happens? So now, Rabbi Yehuda sings to his son, I don't know if you're going, man. So the son says to his father, Dad, you see me example that the Yehudi like this. That's what Melech was referring to. I'm like, you don't income. So yeah, like your mother, like your mother. Right? And so, again, so which one is Rabbi Yehuda? Which one is it? Like, is your wife, man, like the most incredible woman in the world, or is she more greater than death? Which the Gemara says, the truth is, both.
I will say this, we haven't heard from him since I heard a couple of things already.
I'm like,
It'll be funny. We start doing live shows, and our whole audience is a lot of people like
so
that.
apparently, Rabbi Yehuda's wife was
We're like, all right, well, we're on doing the show right now. You have to stop yelling out.
When she was
But maybe
angry,
that'll be
it
good.
was Yehuda.
Yeah. It's funny we find out that all of our fans are
When she got angry,
hopefully they threw up before they came.
So also, so by the way, this also I think that's just a profound piece of that here it's the same marriage, right? It's the same Hebrews mind, it's the same woman. Like I said, it'd be curious to see if you ask Mrs. Rabbi, right? Who could probably know that, right? I don't know that necessarily she would go ahead and answer the same way, right? But the nice also that there's a component to this, that's the profundity. It looks like that same marriage to be in the most class elements, right? The same marriage to be a beautiful, almost emotional attachment and weakness, and can also be non-divorce. Also, that it looks like it's not a contradiction. Sometimes we think that good marriage means it's always good. It's always good. Nothing in life is always good. Definitely is always good, right? But aside from that, nothing else in life is always good. This is so incredible. I tell you, I see this all the time. There's young couples who get married, and like they have like a fight. They have like a fight. I have some years that I had you can't hear the word. Sometimes I just sit what happens? We had a fight. We had a fight. Yeah, and what? We had a fight. And she could not get over this idea that they had a fight.
All right, well, that's it for this week, y'all. Thank y'all for showing up. Release the Epstein docs, dude.
So naive. I don't know what your background is or what kind of home you grew up in. And we have this expectation that good marriage means you're always together, you're always in love. Right? There's always the birds are always chirping whenever you're with your spouse, right? And everything is great, and everything, and you're always like your hearts are locked together, and you're always in step, and that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. So if you're married to if you're looking in the mirror, right? There's plenty of times of discord. And also, this Gemara is so incredibly validating that you can have a marriage that is beautiful, that is loving, that is fulfilling, and you can even have moments that are more bitter than that. Now, that might be a byproduct, but understand the point. Right? You can have a beautiful and incredible marriage, but you can also have moments in that beautiful marriage that are really terrible. They're really terrible. And it's not you just say the same wife. Well, again, I feel so pretty good. It's the same wife who have moments. Again, the marriage is unbearable. Such is the nature of love and dynamic marriages. They can shift, they can morph, and they can move from moment to moment. It's incredible. Let's go back here. Says the Gemara. So, good. English says another beautiful word. English means so. When a man dies, his loss is felt most completely by his wife. Or really loves it only by his wife. Only by his wife. The English means a or when a wife dies, the loss is felt ultimately again. Sorry, I'm going to go on the side. Figure out. Isha told me the inner parts of this are Isha. So you might see interesting idea over there. Let's say. So this is literally, so that's not like when you said women like that. A woman is literally people when you absolutely different sound back. And ultimately again becomes formed by her husband. Burns in the first ratio. So we say, and my people are both sides. I said to them, that there is a unique connection between a man and a woman who experience the first act of intimacy together. There's a bond that is created between them. Kind of English means evolution. When a man dies, his loss is really only felt by his wife. The English means and ultimately when a wife dies, so her loss is the only completely felt by her husband. I will say this actually family more as well. What about the fact that they other relatives? In general, again, really look at this. When children lose a parent, as difficult and as tragic as it is, again, it's the natural order of the world. Move on, because that's the natural order of the world. You learn that from one of the slugs. When parents lose trust, they have each other in which to steady one another to be able to move forward. When a spouse loses a spouse, you lose your life partner. And when you lose your life partner, it just takes away the momentum of life in general. It's not the same to live life without a partner, to live life without the other half. The Gemara says is one of that loss is most acutely felt by the surviving spouse. Ein ish meis ari b'shloshim yamim v'yamas elmelech ha'melech ishmael ve'isha meis al ba'al shnei ma'ami b'vo'id b'vara b'chadan meisa alai lacha. Both sides. This is parsha. This is parsha. Absolutely incredible. So remember again. So by a husband, so the Gemara brings a raya ultimately against from Naomi, but it's Melech, the husband of Naomi. Melech was also the father of Machir and Goyo. But you see from here that it was also the most acutely felt by Naomi. Again, Yaakov Avinu, this is an interesting question. Yaakov Avinu is asking Yosef to bury him in Canaan. He goes to Va'ani, Ve'oimi Padan Mesa Alai. Could have just said Mesa Racha. What do you mean Mesa Alai? Racha died on me. That the loss of Racha Yimini is more acutely felt by her husband by Yaakov. Incredible. Aaron also, this is not actually Mishnah. Remember again, Mishnah said, you don't see the king when he's getting it. But Aaron also, interesting, a king has to get a haircut every day. Meaning a king has to be perfectly clean. The idea is he gets a haircut every day. Going Gadol Me'er Shabbos. When David gets a haircut once a week. When they get Apple social note, they get a Kohen, gets a haircut once every 30 days. So now this time before you also the king gets a haircut every single day. And now you have to say the king always has to be beautiful. The king has to be groomed every day. Going Gadol Me'er Shabbos, and then you open on 12 Mishmatis Hashos. That's like the idea over here is that since the Kohanic shifts, like since Kohanic shifts change over once a week, so it makes sense that when the new shift comes in, the Kohen Gadol should be properly groomed, ready to move. And Gadol gets haircut once a week. Kohen Gadol gets a haircut once every 30 days. It's said, the Russian Lo Yidaleh, the Para Lo Yishaleh. She's only casting us for share. Let's say, so we get one quote from the apostle from the Testament. So literally it says they should not shave their head, but they should also not allow their hair to go too long. So they must be yellow. Para means nothing. They got to show para from us. Their first line. Tzivhalka para v'yishal. And Tzivhasam Gadol para sa'alo. It says right. It says by the Nazir. It says by the Nazir para. It says the para also. No, it's for Yom. Just like that, it does here. Stand the zeros is 30 days. So again, the regular code do not allow it to go longer than 30 days. There's no stop over there. I want just like to finish up. Stand the zeros social media. So I stand the zeros close to 30 days. I also stop over here. Pick up the Meretz Hashem with the point head yokes, grooming obligations just a little bit.
All right, well, let's get going. This video alone has 2.6 mil, dude. To open my company.
All right, sometimes you have a wonderful day, everyone.
What kind of metric is 7.4 million if you're still doing stand-up comedy in Los Angeles? I mean, that shows this isn't real. It shows the power of stand-up. Everybody wants to do it. Only 250 can. The rest of you are civilians, including myself. I'm a civilian. Okay? So it's very special. But you know what cracks me up about this? Is that the Caligaris sisters, they're not even the first group of people with a big following on YouTube to do some kind of prank thing or stand up for the first time at one of these atrocious venues. Like, I remember I didn't go to it, but remember when we did a whole episode on those the guys that prank fourth wall? Oh, yes. Like, this disgusting people.
I'm very
excited for you to watch this.
I mean, I'm sure it's great. It's kind of content I like, but it's not why I'm saying it's bad. When they told me that some of the prank protocol prank fourth wall was the funniest shit I've ever heard. Bobby, give me power. You know, I'm going to fire him up. Shout out to you. Thank you very much. Sounds good. Tomorrow's song is going to be discussed with
If
Rothschild
I was at,
before.
the song is very good. If you're on the Patreon, you've already heard it. Hats off to Charlie. It's God is speaking through him. There's a lot of people are talking about that. It was like God likes to call me her God gets me. I can't remember some Jerry Rondo. Yeah, keep it going. Okay, I see. Alrighty, let's go ahead and talk about the pause whenever. I'll try to walk through it so I don't watch all 35 seconds. Okay. They sound like Andrew Tate. These are these Andrew Tate sisters. They have his ex. Why? You know, that kind of stuff. We signed up for open mic. Stand like it's not even English. She doesn't talk. I thought Canadians, Canadians have that upward thing, right? But I thought they sounded more like us. That's what Canadians, not the ones I know. They're not some of the best. Why do they sound like Canadians?
Now, one of the interesting things that we discovered is on one hand, a couple does have the ability to self-property, right? We saw this because, again, a couple has the ability to sell telephone in order to ensure that he does not go ahead and self-property. So you want to sell the property. When it comes to estate property, we're a little bit more concerned. Number one, because it's real estate, we're concerned that it doesn't have the necessary business acumen. And number two, because it's family property, we're concerned that perhaps he doesn't really know
they gotta meet the Virgies, dude. The Virgies have, we gotta hook them up. Yeah, they were saying yesterday that Virgies has to
we have enough forecasts from what is in South Africa. So
I started urbanizing. There were the Virgies, if you don't know, friends of mine, they
20 years old.
one of them was born with no penis. I started representing one of them. One of them penis is true. And it's a very sad story that there's three brothers, one of them a penis down there. They asked you about Sean Mitchell and Alex. Sean Mitchell and Alex Virgie really had any of the penis. None of them have penis. They're also friends with Jeff Donnelly. I just feel bad because they're like, love that guy. They're probably mad at me for taking fun.
12 years old. As a minute to go and do this, but that's not what they do. So this is because Sean was venturing over here. It's about 6, 7 of them. So on zero, I'm not going to see what we do. This means I fucking Shannon and Papas we call. She will get the kids master in my face. So the master in my face. So the mother makes it. It's really just a bit, but maybe we just do it for me. A child is not first in business lands. And therefore, that when they can sell off the state property, about what is the MSU like what is Marshall Law, Shama, we can read through it. So you should tell us hoping on the first step. But again, a lot when I said, in terms of it, the testimony can tell that he's 18 years old.
Well, let's see how many other people's material belong in this.
So the Lord says as follows. I'm going to draw on the island calculus. So this is, by the way, this is only to get English on the calculus. How about in the calculus? No. But also need to go ahead and do English on calculus. He's not believed. He's not believed. About exactly the images of your 18 or 20 years old. I'm going to ask you a good job. Match them calculus. Challenge them. Why is it that this kid is allowed to give interest on calculus, but not on calculus? So my is a VA0. So I'm going to say it like this. I'm going to say it like this. That since I love for a learn stuff,
that would be so fun. Like if I went to the Hollywood Comedy with three bald guys that kind of look like me, we're the Calgary's brothers.
Is that what it is that you're saying? And since he's
Or
not
the
going to
Gerardos.
self-calculate, it's the same calculate.
Oh my God, there's 5 Gerardos?
The Lord says, okay. And the Antar could do shit about it. And the Antar have this level, not the following. How could you just make a claim that
They don't care. They have 2.6 million views. They're rich. I'm surprised they want to go to the Hollywood Comedy. like
our children will exhibit proper dance and
this,
understanding,
yeah,
their
why is there
sale
so
is a
many
proper
distance?
sale
I
and
mean,
their purchase is
you
a
have
proper
insurance
purchase.
concern with
So
that.
see that children
So
can
let's say
children
the whole
who
interaction in the
demonstrate
hotel
the
room is
mental
exactly like
acuity
what
to
you
be
just
able
said,
to engage in
right?
such a transaction.
Now let's
The
go into that
transaction is
which
valid.
I had this very strong feeling about taking one of your first open mic. You should be
Okay, that's
right?
what I'm talking. How can
Like
I
you should be going to your first open mic like
so to
I don't
begin
know,
again,
Jesus on his 40th
sources, interesting, you know.
So
So that's the idea. I know it's different. Awesome, but you know, to understand that shit.
to my first open mic.
See, let's
No,
say so
but
again,
I
we're
hope
going
I
to
didn't
this.
try.
We're
I
going
think
to
I
tell
was
you that
pretty
the ability to accept testimony is so they can
See what I mean?
their
Like
ability to
that's not that
transact
we're
business
like
in that area. So for example, you
not
wanted to say
I mean there wasn't
that a
there
boy
wasn't
of
even
13 years old should be able to get a stop them to
oh
complain,
shit,
but
no,
not
but
help them.
shit,
When
when did Uber start?
Transaction
How far I didn't want to go down this road.
Well, that's the case.
Like
Children, even below 12,
okay, so there was
to
Uber,
go out and some
but
time.
it wasn't like
So
constantly used.
so that children need to
The
support
illustration when I
themselves
first
and
moved
have
to LA,
the needs to do so. So
but
that's the
there
case.
wasn't
You
even
should
like
say even children below the age of 13 should be kosher labels.
I remember my asshole friend was telling me about 10 years ago. He was like, yeah, you fucking, like, you know, give me all the shit. I was like, damn, I was straight got so hard on that.
It's very
Like,
different.
this guy's like the best possible life scenario. But anyways,
We'll get up and do this. So that's a really simple way. But you see so it's different. So that's why you're like that. Again, what we can do is we can back up ages to the age of 13. That we can do. That we can do.
so
The age of 13 is very specific to be a halakha.
and also the Uber
But
drivers.
not below that. Not below that. And even at 13,
And also,
it sounds
you know
like
what I
they
mean?
accept his ages from
These three ladies
Talmud,
walking
but will not accept his ages
I
from
only ever killed the
Karka.
guy.
Okay,
And I have all three names.
Hold on, so I
I have two killed this man.
Oh,
So
there's a
Dan.
said
I
before
said,
that a child below the
they're
age
friends.
of 18 or 20
I didn't see this
is
again.
not
Like, why did I?
is not permitted to transact
Was I reading the joke?
business,
Oh,
can't
good.
sell off the state property. It can says if he gives them a tunnel, if he gets a state property,
Never had the
he
chance
gets
to
the
this all
property,
day.
you know what? And then you're gonna come back down to come on and run a close but not do nothing about it. So then he's gonna be an offer. How do you not tell
I
that?
think that's pretty funny. Actually, what you said, my money, Ali, actually, my name's Beach Hundred. That's what I think she said, but that's pretty funny. Some different than Ali. Oh, okay. So that's funny, but that's not what she said. Okay. And it's that's funny, but that is like clever. Hi, my name is Alan. Actually, my name is Gerardo. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it was because of her and this is she goes, hi, my name's Alan. Actually, it's good. Hey, my name's Gerardo. Actually, I kept thinking, Hitler is so horrible that it's so horrible that it's funny to say his name to me, and I don't say that you don't have to find it funny. But I was thinking today, and I'm sure other people have said this. I'm gonna steal this as well. Like I stole most of my material while doing stand-up. Jesus Christ, 14 talking stuff. All right, so Jeffrey Epstein, obviously a horrible person, right? But I started thinking about why Jeffrey, right? And I was thinking, can you audit? Can you make me trust me? That's the thing. She used to go by Jeffrey over his Jeff. Right? You follow me there. And then it's really who else I think Jeffrey and Jeffrey Dahmer, right? Prince Joshua, right? Jeffrey and he gave me a mini laugh there, and I think, oh, I like it. Okay, but I mean, like, Jeffrey is a fucking weird name. So you like Jeff Dahmer more than Jeffrey Epstein? That's weird. Yes. Yes, I do. More than Jeffrey Epstein? Yeah, I'm not so. I like Jeff Dahmer. You know, it's funny, like, on the way here, I was thinking about where's Jeffrey Epstein or something in line. Because we talked about that on the episode. And Jeffrey Epstein worth, over $1,000. And I was thinking, like, same with Larry King, same with, and I'm not even sure what my answer was. I think your guess might be safer than but I mean, it's probably because he probably we got to put their American. It's Kentucky. I didn't think about it. And I haven't fully decided, but they're both in. Okay, how about this? Receive just looking forward to Kennedy
Right, so the young, it's also young people
Because
could
10
be
likes
more
that killed me
easily
like
swayed
a lot.
by the lure
But 10
of
yeah,
fast
probably
money.
not gonna have it.
Like, you know, so
He wasn't like
all
bragging
the
about
time,
killing
everybody
bear.
wants to become rich in their first job. Like, I'm of course ready to start working. I just want to guarantee wealth and success. You know, in my first internship, you know, I just want to make sure that I'm going to be a millionaire. So, you know, so sometimes again, that desire on one hand is beautiful because it fuels a certain
Yeah, wherever. I felt something different right now. I don't even know how to address this without
dynamic positivity
head on.
to learn from
Talking about
young
it.
people are easily swayed
Because we're going to
by
be
the promise of instant or fast money.
we'll get
So let me
10,000
put it down.
views
I'm
because
this
we're
year's
vertical
leaders who
mode.
are concerned that if a young person when he sells all estate property,
You need
they
to
are
learn.
concerned that if indeed
It's
it is a
about
good sale,
what's right.
Zillion de Carcachile Jose, Ozil, Nazmi, Fugu, Osidabua. What are you concerned? I'm concerned about the fact that maybe somebody's going to come in front of somebody's going to come in front of
People like the vertical. It's not good money.
somebody's going to come in front of the I want to do it. They're going to go
People like
help
when we say
rattle some money.
just go back to
They're going to rattle some
They want
money.
to see more
And
views.
because they're going to rattle some money, what's going to happen? The kid's going to get very excited about it. And he's going to undersell the property. That's all I'm concerned about over here.
Let's just go to when they show us the place.
So you know what I'm saying? About Gary Latano,
You know,
social
you catch
system,
up to the vibes like this, dude.
so
I've
now I
never seen your mouth
understand,
open that
because
way.
I'm a
You know,
little more Utah voters, in terms of now I understand
but this
why it
is
is that
established to a
Halacha
daily
why does the Halacha
dinosaur
if a
vibes.
kid below the age of 18 or 10 sells the property, the sale is not good. So first of all, in general, we understood that it's concerned that a child is not close enough in Halachas and leadership and duties of the estate to go out and get a deal. So it's going to undersell it. And now to go on. The times are come lettuce and coins in front of the kid. The kids can say, oh, opportunity for
No, it sounds good. I've been there in the recent 2 weeks.
and it's going to them to go ahead and accept money that is low and below
You better like
that.
the video.
Okay? However, that allows you to understand why a gift, why a sale of these things doesn't work. So why is it that you believe and committed to gift property? Of course it is. But more often than not, the people who do it with some expectation of reciprocity in some way, shape, or form. This is good. You're limited to gift. Like limited gift to gift. The happy I'm not me. See, I'm not talking. You lack the public I'm not here. The public you guys are not. It is to give to gift. So it is clear. Why are you giving me a gift? This gift is an investment. You don't just give me stuff. So if it is a gift being given, that means there is some type of return of that.
Nobody can have these as an open mic. I guess they are there with like a great camera probably or something.
The kid likes money.
Are you like doing it? Shut the fuck
So
up.
the concern is
You
that
know what
somebody
you're
pays money,
really talking
probably
about.
will sell off the land.
Be like, are you wearing a black color t-shirt? Yeah.
Because the kid likes money,
T-shirt's
he
black,
does not
moron.
spend the property.
You can see that. Why are you asking me if I'm doing something I'm obviously doing? You stupid old Mike loser. Are you all three with like really red hair now? You guys have red hair. The job of a comedian is just to say what everyone else sees. Good job, buddy. No jokes in there. I'll be not just as good as him though, because when you walk through a microphone, you're tiny. I'm trying to think of the most ridiculous thing out, and I'm sure it's not things like this ridiculous. I'm not saying I'm above it. I kicked a guy out once. I said, you have to leave. He was like a weirdo. I was like, you actually have to go.
together, capable of doing these things. International. Also, the condition of the Ansachen zu bringen, die schon wie ein Erfolg, weil die Shabbat schon wie ein Erfolg, not something like Hashem and security government, I don't want to question you so much. After the whole lot, so this is different in a sense of this. I don't want to be a part of your 13-year-old brother one day, like 13-year-old one day. Those are the best conditions. So, this is always open as a result, it's always to affect condition. We don't just rely on what we call Shabbat. We don't just rely on age. But rather, again, we ensure that the boy also has signs of physical maturation that is actually achievable. That we only by affecting conditions. Okay, so that's by conditions. Years, so it applies by divorce. Like if you're going by divorce, you have to come down, so you have to be an adult. So it applies by divorce. Chavisa, I will say that number, year is the exact opposite of all this, right? What's year is refusal. So again, that is if the mother or the brother married off a brother. So again, the condition works, but it only works with the alcohol. So because it's only conditioned with alcohol, therefore, again, she has the ability to annul the marriage. She has the ability to annul the marriage. And therefore, again, halacha also how does she do it? By simple refusal. By simple refusal. Now, that ability to deny is there up until she becomes an adult. But halacha also, again, when she becomes an adult, you will go over because she stays in the marriage. When she's an adult, halacha also that's going to require a get. It's going to require a get. So that means just, yeah, so by marriage, she has the ability to do it until she becomes an adult. Okay. So we check for all, so there's a thing of like, we check for all of these things. What exception to this rule is, as we just said, the Luca, the Mixer of it, actually holds very estimate. So as we just mentioned before. Now, all of these things require that halacha l'maisa, the child be a daughter, be an adult. Or in the case of you, that the daughter has to be an adult. However, when it comes to selling off the state property, actually made very estimate. Up until ultimately they're going to put 20 years old. 20 years old. So this is reflective of the opinion of that thing and the name of what that is. Namely, again, 20 years old is the age in which you know that you sell off the state property. I said to the hey buddy, it was back when the Kedusha was Yerusha and Amrit, but the other was the Castle of all these things. If you already check the board to make sure that he's a brother to accept Kedusha, then obviously, again, why do you have to do a check to Yerusha? We'll say, another check. Like, if you're getting Yerusha, you're getting divorced, then what that definition means? You got married, right? Hands got married after that. So which means that obviously if this boy was able to respect Kedusha, then how long come on, so he's got to be able to respect Kedusha as well. So once you already check it for Kedusha, then why was it ever be a need to check it for Kedusha? To which we went to call. So yeah, the Mitzvah and the Yibum. So interestingly enough, look at this come up, this is fascinating. This could come up in a Yibum scenario. Why it happens in a Yibum scenario? This is not because we were then teacher trying to be an Echad, Shabbat on the weekend, with the other boy who is 9 years old from one day. You know, the Yibum. First thing that, what's the significance of 9 years old on one day? That's the Egypt Chazal said that the boy could affect a regular act of Biyah. He has the ability to affect regular act of Biyah. So halacha l'maisa, the Gemara says that age. So remember, in order to affect Yibum, this is fascinating. Yibum could technically speaking be transacted by someone who is not yet a halacha. So as long as the because you're Yibum, sorry, is affected by Biyah. Therefore, technically speaking, as long as the boy can agree to the halacha be recognized after Yibum is. So it's fascinating is you can have a boy who is married and yet is still not a double. Still not a double. So therefore, he's in a marriage, still not a double. And you have to get him in the Yibum is developed, Yibum becomes a divorce, marriage. And then if you get all that, he needs a get. So you could have a situation where the boy entered into marriage, even though he is a couple. So therefore, that would be the case. So if he wants to get divorced, I'm not going to say you're not sure. Again, this is normal. You got to check the signs of physical maturation. That's fascinating. And those things are actually about finance. So what does it mean that we check the physical signs of maturation before Khaleesi, that is make sure that everybody is the thinking of the Yossi, also the sponsors to the position of the Yossi, once the Yossi says, the honor fish custom Batasha, by Yibo, Yossi, the Khalisa, places us with fish, which means that the man has to be the law. Just like the man has to be an adult, so too the woman has to be an adult as well. Also said, remember, we just said before that you check the size of physical maturation for me. Remember, the mean is reversed. By mean, in order for it to work, the girl can't have the size of physical maturation. Meaning is only an option available to a kid. Not to the girl. Says the Gemara when you eat it. La forgive the Yudah, who comes to the position of Yudah, Zama, Akshe, Yaga, Shaka, and they're going to be Yudah, who will take a local so. Now, local so, you can go ahead and the Yudah will take a local so. Actually, Yaga, Shaka means that you can do it really again until there's enough air to make the air that will be able to look when we look black. Okay. So we want to collect all the local Yudah, so therefore you're able to move just to be able to do that. The next set actually the last so let's say again, the last piece was that I love for the nice again. You can go ahead and sell the property of your father up until the age of 20. La foutu le man dans le benchmark. This comes to his legal position, ultimately again, when it says up until 18. Okay, so what we're going to drop by saying, and I look at these hopes man, brings one. Now, let's have another see a whole list of Allah. So number one, what's the second one? Hopes man, which means that in the video one, many of the time you have in your city backwards, what you hope to do for 20. What is the status during the 18th year or during the 20th year? You're taking the most of the hopes man, finish means now. Since the 20th year is the equivalent of before the 18th of 20th year. And if I also once again, the same $1 million. You also saw to give about Bangladesh. Talaka also follows give about Bangladesh. What do you about Bangladesh say? To give about Bangladesh on 15 million days. So if you have a young man or woman, the more age of 18 or 20, who exhibits acute business sense, right, or more business acumen, then how often when I say that transactions are good? Because when you say the ages of 18 or 20, that was just in what we'll call a more typical case. A typical case where how often when I saw and you see the most people that would be either achievable up until that age. But how often when I saw, or how often I saw for people to eat just normal 18 or 20, I'm sorry, 20 piece where the child exhibits additional more street typical transactions that we want even from the younger age. That's about people that are actually what's Kimanzutra, Dalaka also follows Kimanzutra. They also Manzutra say, Manzutra said that Halakha that from the age of 13 and on, the child is believed to give status for the Kalkana, but not for Kalka. But not for Kalka, and not for Sakana. Dalaka follows Adonai. Remember again, what did Amina say? Amina said that as much as we say that a child can't transact business with real property until the age of 18 or 20, but how often once we give a gift? We give a gift, and his gift works, maybe then becomes a larger thing, and he's not going to give a gift unless, of course, he's receiving something in return. Okay, well, it's like I'm not going to much more with and I'm not much more in all of these cases that we just mentioned. Namely, that we check for signs of physical maturation by condition, Yerishin, Chalitza, or Yield, and that how often once we put the kid to sell off estate property
somebody like did a joke and laughed that hard, that's great.
Tremendous.
I feel a lot worse than this.
So this Mishnah is going to be a full warning.
I'm envisioning people that maybe watch game
is going to be challenged by this Mishnah. How
Oh,
so?
I mean,
Here
I'm
we go.
sure you'll get
Says
the
Mishnah, I'm a comic to the fuss about this. If someone is going ahead and dividing up his estate, right, he will know his estate through verbal designation, right, so this, if he's
I mean,
doing this one,
dude,
to
at
that
least they're
point,
not
so
bothering
let's
your
talk
eyes.
Rabbi Elazar Omer, Echad Bali Be'echad Mishizon, whether the grantor, right, so we'll call him Ruben, right, so Ruben is going ahead and giving away his estate. He's going to give his estate. So the Gemara says, whether Ruben is a bari or whether he's a shchimira, Yisuka means a shchimira, Nechasim sheishtan achlayis, nickname the castle b'shtar b'chazara. So what's your property? Your property. Karka, your property can only be acquired through money, a document, or proprietary chazaka. Bari is a regular chazaka. You put a fence, right? Or you dig in the field. The shchimira achlayis, and real property, the house can only be acquired with shita. So this is pretty wild. Essentially, what do you like to say? What you're saying, there's no such thing as nothingness. There's no such thing as this. There's no such thing. Ultimately, a role of going ahead and Allah will make that gift that could be conveyed back to your own team doesn't exist. This doesn't exist. So there's only one way to convey property, and it's the same way you're a body or whether it's a shmira. So literally turn everything that we've been doing on its head.
Welcome back to Raccoon Tweeties. Thanks for tuning in. As always, join the Patreon, join the Reddit, join the Discord. On the Patreon, you get early access, as you know. Our other show, 10 Minutes of Shop, never heard of it. But I wanted to start the show off a little, the same as always. Oh, dude, thank you for asking. I'm doing pretty great, dude. I don't know if you want updates on my whole situation. I did a lot this week. You really did? I did. Okay. Yeah, you know, I'm here, man. You know, so we'll keep me busy for the weekend, but guess what I did on Friday, Dad? Modded your truck. I went to my first police lineup of all time. Oh, yeah. Okay. I did a lineup, dude. You know, so you're like, why? Well, I don't know if you've been keeping up to date on the situation with the security guards around my apartment. Remember how we used to have that bed like you go over there and take me to the baseball, you over here and take me something, no? Right? Not really, but I like your reality. So there's a lot of security now. Is there? That's right. I haven't seen any security yet. Like, I wish there was more security. You're actually proving my point. There isn't enough. There's not boots on the ground, dude. There's no boots on the ground. There's tires on the street, and there's little cars driving around. Yeah. Long story short, the whole ground that I went is supposed to security guard hitting a lady while texting somebody. A security guard that works for this neighborhood, like Indian lady, like she genders the security guard as a man with a girl. Oh man, yeah, that's kind of sexist, isn't it? But alright, so she, the security guard, listen, the neighborhood, it's like this house. They control the streets. They don't give a fuck about this place. If they did, we'd like killing it. We're not, you know. Okay. So I guess there's a little security. It just sounds so strange. We live in like an embassy of America. Yeah, there's a security guard that's like this. That neighborhood is so bad that there's a security guard that works for the neighborhood that drives around. And so my question though is like, did the security guard hit a human being or a car? A car, and ran away. Did he stop? This was, yeah, before the Jeff died. Yeah, but the Jeff died in a dream. Not a person, but it still ran away. Yeah, so it was random. Basically the same kind of person. Was it like, okay, I have more questions as how they should do this? Was the car parked? No, we were all driving. I was behind them, she was texting while driving, hit the car, and tried not to make eye contact with them, and just drove away. And then I stopped, because I was like, that's fucked up. You know what I mean? And somebody hit my car recently in this neighborhood, and the cops didn't think about it. And so I was like, dude, give me a number, whatever. Long story short, Friday, I'm at the police station. I'm like, what's up? You guys like drugs? All this kind of stuff, right? Yeah. And they love me. They're like, oh, big fans of the show, crazy. Fucking price on my head there. And that crazy? How much? I don't even know. I didn't ask, but they were trying to get autographs. So they didn't tell me. Yeah. So lame to it, but yeah. But okay, so naturally, when I gave the first description, you know how cops are racist, sexist, they're fucking asking for descriptions. So like, is it all white or black? And go, let's be honest, white. All white. Yeah. Oh, no, there's like two younger Latinos, but white passing still. Okay, yeah, the cops. Well, actually, I can bring it for a second. Yeah, so two Latino cops and president, but like, the part that I'm bringing up race-wise is that they ask me what the race person is, right? This is important security is the story. What if they go on one? What if they're like, they said it's a racist security, they're like, oh yeah, it makes sense. You're like, what? And then they ask the race of the security or the person got hit, and you say it's something how that white, they're like, you know, we're the we change your mind. So I tell them that it was like a lighter skin. I don't know if Mexican or white. I don't know these things. Sure. But brunette with like longer than shoulder length hair type thing, right? Okay. And then so on the day I'm there on Friday, and he comes out and he's like, looking at policies. Oh my God, he's like, oh my God, he's like, Gerard, big fan of the show. T-Most, love your parody songs. You got Keely, fuck me, and they were all, he says, and then he goes, and you procedure guy. And then the cops station. I cannot give you the lineup. The other cops got to do because I know the actual person. This could like read his mind. And then also in my mind, I'm like, this is white. Well, yeah, I mean, the whole thing is they want someone else to correct. So, I'm getting around, this guy's training another cop the whole time. And on this part of the gun, they give me 6 pictures of people that look exactly the same. Like, there was like fucking Octomom's kids, dude. They all looked exactly the same. And I was like, what is this, a fucking cat's call? What the hell? Because in the verbiage that they said to me while I was in the room, they were like, you know, there might be different ethnicities or different hair colors, whatever. So I told them that you saw like photos of them, just like white photos. Yeah, like mugshots. Okay, so mugshots of everybody, and you couldn't tell the difference between any of them. Do you know what the security guard looks like? Yeah, it's her. So maybe it was just not her. Yeah, so I told him that's the other thing that could be a possibility on the lineup too, is that the person's not here. Which is like, why did you guys waste my time? It doesn't. I just told them like I can't identify any of them. Okay. It's kind of funny that they don't have who it is because it's a security company, right? And they know that's assuming because you told them. How could they not? Does the security company only hire a specific type of like petite woman? I don't know. How did they like? Also, we took a picture of the car. They have a picture of the car. There's like a badge on there. Anyways, get away from that. Here's the thing. Last Tuesday, I have a huge beef with the security. It's 3 strikes you're out. You know what I mean? I don't read the rules. I just play by them. Don't have a game with me. Or don't get to play the game. Right. So the other day, Tuesday, exactly. I was driving my kids to be walking back home from this convenience store. Okay, and I see one of the security guards driving down the alley. Right. He's got one hand on the wheel. And he has another plate. He has a plate. He has a paper plate filled with pasta and a chicken parm. I swear to God. Okay, yes, they're throwing it in their face. These people do not care about the neighborhood they're supposed to be defending. No, the neighborhood's feeding them and they're going to like bribes them and stuff like this. It's fucking food. It's time to go to my security job, to pack my dinner. They have a fridge to put it in or whatever. They're just like eating spaghetti like a baby. spaghetti baby. Fucking paper plate, chicken plate, huge plate pills. Driving like this. I am impressed with your ability to see into these bars and know, like, like the details very good. You have a cop brain, almost, because you can tell that the woman was texting, and you pulled over, and like you kind of got an idea of what she looked like. Maybe the security company is a huge problem. They are. And they just, there's so many of them are doing these hit and runs and crimes that, because initially when you said that, I had thought, wow, that is extremely ballsy to be in a car for a company with a license plate and doing hit and run and driveway, because it's even more likely that you'll get caught than if it's just a random car. And literally, you can just say the name of the company and they go through, all right, who was driving in this area? It's very easy to catch them. So the fact that at first I thought that person was just a fuck, but now that I realize there's some kind of scheme just to think that the cops were covered for this thing. Because why would they show me a bunch of pictures? See, maybe there's some kind of connection there. Because security doesn't take that long to get from security to police officer. I mean, there's some kind of pipeline going on. Like we got this guy in here. Let's just show him a bunch of random pictures. Maybe people get lucky and go pick the wrong person. They can arrest that person because they don't work with security. Hell, we'll arrest him. But I would have been, that's like, these aren't any of the people. Do you have anyone that worked at the security company to get a photo of that? Because it was the lady that worked at security. You know her face. Yes. If you see her again, you can probably look at her. You're cruising out here. I saw her face. Yeah, but when you see six faces that look like that face, then you gotta like point it out for it to like be of use to some sort of court case. Yeah. I'm like, dude, I don't know. These all look exactly the same. You know what else is funny about that? All of these people, they're not none of it's AI, right? They're all photos, right? So there's 6 people that have mugshots that look exactly the same. Right? Is there someone's job in the police department that goes, all right, we got another lineup now. Find me 6 people that look like this person. Well, he worked on the lineup from Tuesday to Friday. And then when he called me, he was like, you want me being kind of thing, right? You want to come here next week? And I was like, I'm actually going out of town for 3 years. I can come in today because I was like so excited to do London. And so he's like, come on, that is crazy. So you walk in there, you meet the guy, and interrogation. Fucking tiny ass interrogation room. I was like, nice place. Like, the guy that's getting trained was like, yeah, it's not a good station. It's not a station. We kind of thought, he said, well, I agree. Like, the inside looks like a bomb would have some kind of, like so a lot of the top is like missing. You know what I mean? Like, the ceiling doesn't get to the roof. Like, the wall don't get to the ceiling. A lot of it's open. It feels like a very office type environment, you know? And it's also kind of hilarious that it's a new rule that a guy that knows who it is can't show you. Why is that new? I could argue the efficacy of that kind of law or like rule or whatever. I could see going either way. It doesn't really matter. But if it was ever gonna be done, you think it would be done a while ago. The guy who knows who it is probably shouldn't show you the things. It doesn't make sense. It makes it even less biased. Am I crazy for pressing on this point about this guy eating social? Like, it's the same thing about the fucking cops getting breakfast burrito. You can't be on your shit eating fucking breakfast burritos. That's something you do 2 or 3 hours before your shift. Burn the calories while you're fucking working. I guess unless you're on a break or something. But I mean, it is a good point because if you're a security guard, right? I don't even know really what their job is. They're security guards, so they may not have the same kind of. It may just be if you see something, call somebody else. Yeah, like essentially that's the job of a security guard. They have guns. We probably don't know if they've got. I swear to God, they have guns. No, they don't have fucking guns. They have a $4 $19 gun. They definitely have plastic forks. Their whole thing is that they don't really have to do anything. Now, if they really were there to like save you or jump out and do stuff, it would be kind of funny if you got killed and when the real cop showed up, they had like stains from eating Parmesan or They play part, whatever it is. I tried. Did you try? It's like you ate a whole meal, things, the house is being robbed. Or you're texting on your phone and you hit somebody. Stop the bleeding up the chicken, put them on the artery. Yeah, no, I mean, it's funny to have that going around, and then they seem to be causing at least this one some more mischief than they're preventing. So, I mean, yeah, exactly. The cars, the fucking people on the job, they're not out about the security fucking guards on the ground, dude. They're really asking, do you feel safer knowing that there's security around your there? Not really, no, thank you. Yeah, why do we have that? That's what I said, yeah. Do they, I mean, the property, they may just be there to make sure. I mean, I would look at that fucking hotel over there and immediately hire security. They may just be there to make sure no one's coming out of the hotel. Maybe we're smarter than the hotel, and like, we see the fallacies of security, but they see security like, we're going to the highway here, let's go. If I were a businessman over here, I own these properties, I might pay somebody to go to the hotel and beat those people up. You know, just go in there and run from most of them. I know they're supposed to stay there. I don't want to see them outside. If you see people on the picnic table, you just don't beat up everybody. Just beat up one person really bad in front of everybody else. So then they know they can't be out of the picnic table. And then when I get question about that, like, I don't know. Listen, and then I'd have security carry around doing nothing just as a smoke screen for that one guy that I would have beat up people at the hotel every once in a while to keep it in line. But okay, I wanted to try this game. Okay, no, first of all, great idea. Are we talking about that? I like that idea a lot. Yeah, I'm full on board with that. Because I do not necessarily think that you should judge a book by its cover, but if all of the books have the same scary cover and they're all together and it's all books that look like that, it's not a regular library. And yes, and the books are smoking crack. So then yes, then you can judge the book. And then that's like, are you judging it by its cover? It has a crack paper on it. Yeah. So we can't judge a book by its cover. We can judge a book by its genre. Yeah, the genre of this is something that looks like a crack paper with a lot of sketchy people going in and out of it. I don't like it. The book needs to be burned. But the game, the game thing I'll bring up. So, yeah, no, you watched the Super Bowl. I watched the Super Bowl. And this year, I didn't really want to talk about the Super Bowl, but I know this game, I think might be good. Don't kill me. So there were two halftime shows this year. One was Bad Bunny. The other one was I never know how to say it. Is that how you say it? Turning Point USA. Turning Point USA. They produced a show with Kid Rock, and I'm not sure who else is in it. I watched the Bad Bunny. So I had two choices, right? So I was thinking, how about I name off some comedians? You tell me which one they watch. You down? Yeah. No, go for it. All right, Whitney Cummings. Yeah, okay. Any reason why you're gonna feel that? Because like she's back on her life like bullshit, dog. That's right. I mean, she wants Kevin to do something. Yeah, she wants Kevin to do something. Yeah, she sucks. That's not why. I just think she sucks. But I agree with you. She sucks, but she wasn't watching Kid Rock. I kind of feel like she would watch Bad Bunny because she has to watch Bad Bunny. She wants to be in the loop. She wants to know about what's going on. You really got to knock her. If you chose the Kid Rock thing over the Bad Bunny thing, that's a huge choice of how to really put out what's going on in pop culture. Because nobody's like, you don't learn anything from the Kid Rock. He opened up the Pop Empire, which is a song from I One Hit Wonder song from my youth. Okay, you know I'm a hit on Bob with the Bar. Bob Buzzard's, yeah, it's a great song. Yeah, that like cowboy song where he's like, bro. I think we're gonna say Bob's should have been the closer, which is on the other side, so you're just starting to shit on Bob's spot. Well, I think it's a good closer. That's where I'm like, buddy, open up. I like it now. Someone told me. Okay, way too much time. Jeff did. You know which one he's watching. Which one? TPUSA. Okay, here's why that's funny to me. I just thought of this. I saw a clip of Jeff Dye. I believe someone sent it to me or scrolling or something. It was him filming himself, and I assume his place with a bunch of comedians. Who cares where he was there? Montez, yeah. Someone else I recognize, I forget it. I was kind of surprised by it. There was one person there that I was surprised at. Like, really, you're watching Super Bowl Jeff Dye. But, and then some other people. And I just imagine him saying to them, hey guys, I don't want to make a big deal of this, but at the halftime show, it's coming up, I'm going to switch it to this. He's like, are we all good? I want to watch you run, right? Yeah, bro, like, I want you to try to dress. We're going to go fuck Bob out of here. You're not sick and like Bad Bunny's like, I don't know, gay or something. We're gonna watch Kid Rock for the halftime. If you're cut, you can leave. He's probably like, well, you know, it's like totally okay. It's like decent dress. Like, hey, what's well done, right, guys? There you go. Actually, all right, whenever who's gonna argue over that? Although Bad Bunny's okay. All right. How about Joe Rogan? He's watching Bad Bunny. Here's the thing, dude. Here's the thing. Lady Gaga had no fucking business being on that. You didn't like it? I hate it. Get that shit away from me, dude. I don't need that. What are the fuck people like bullshit? He's trying to like slay up on me, dude. I don't need you in your fucking blue demon shirt, dude. All right. I thought she was doing like a human being, and then me thinking, dude, see, doing the human dance. Why are you doing human dances? And she's human. Oh, wow, all of a sudden she's doing it. Oh, yeah, Star Wars Born, the fucking kid Star Wars Born, that fucking bullshit movie. Fuck her, dude. She's a piece of shit. Never heard of her with fucking Bad Bunny ever in my life. I haven't been paying attention. Random 3 or 4 minute section of her. Fire course. Are you kidding me? Anyways, culture vulturing is what you're saying. Everything else has lost. It was cool. Where's the Mario? Fucking high. Really? Yeah, I don't care. He looked like Puerto Rican Thanos. He did kind of look like a young Thanos. Yeah, Thanos. I swear that the Bad Bunny is like Why just I don't know, people getting married at the halftime show. I just want to hear fucking songs about twerking, watching their ass, dude. And I don't mind seeing celebrities there fucking just get out and sex dancing in the background. I like that kind of stuff, dude. Don't have Lady Gaga do a car wash. You know, you're right, Jessica Alba. She's hot as hell, dude. She's wearing white, dude. That's what. And then they had the Gasolina guy. I don't know, somebody sang that song. Yeah. Daddy James. Yeah. But he wasn't like married. He would have been on camera. Okay. I got sorry. Okay. So I said Joe Rogan, he said Matt Bunny. Yeah. How about because he has to talk shit about it. He's on Shabbos. Dude, if Joe Rogan's watching Kid Rock, he's falling down hard.
Concerned and then they get a shootout in a very fragile, not only precarious physical situation, but again, his mental well-being is incredibly important as well. Because again, he's mentally upset, makes you upset that he's afraid that he may have a negative repercussion on his physical well-being.
The video's going to be about T-Puss. It's not with RTP USA. Toilet Paper USA. What is wrong with these guys? Their shit is whack. So yeah, I guess there was 2 Super Bowls. There was a cheer, and yeah, I mean, I was watching Super Bowl. I figured I might as well check it. It's a lot of commercial line. It seems like Eric probably had something to do with Joe Exotic. I don't know what I can say. But Yeah, no, definitely. He probably would prefer Bad Bunny, even though I guarantee he doesn't know anything about Bad Bunny. Over the Kid Rock thing, but the video content comes from that. You're gonna be making a funny video about like fireworks and weird dresses. Was anybody else on it besides Kid Rock? I literally have zero clue about this. Kid Rock, it's just like the other halftime show where you go to other celebrities like Ricky Martin and Lady Gaga, but it's just racist people. David Duke is on the Kid Rock. My mom kept going after the Bad Bunny thing. She was like, "We should watch Kid Rock." Yeah, kept saying that. I mean, he's fine. He's not bad.
Good morning, and let's begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. So thank our first sponsor for the 5785 Touchdown Pay, the TC 1000 Merits Israel, for dedicating all the children this month. As these of Soros Tolos and Israel. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Tuesday. Dr. Linda Weinberg, in loving memory of her husband, Dr. Paul Weinberg, parents, Moshe Ben Avraham David, and Avram Ushim Come in memory of their parents, Roman Denise Coleman, and our agenda for the week of learning sponsors, John and Alana Austin, and Israel. First, I told to the son of his brother Adam Tobias for introducing him to the Shir, welcome his brother, to give all of us an incredible staff of Shmaya and strength to continue our journey towards finishing success. Our week of learning sponsors, Greg and Rachel Levitan, in combination of the website of Greg's mother, Esther Levitan, Esther Bas Herschel, our documentary sponsors for today, Dr. David and Roberta Schwartz, in memory of David, Danny, and Lila Schwartz. So, in honor of what's the dedication? In memory of David, Danny, and Lila Schwartz's in memory of David, Danny, and Lila Schwartz's mother, Tavia Hotel Bas Ariel. May her kindness, warmth, selflessness, and knowledge be found blessed. Beautiful. And Menashe Bracha Ephron, in honor of the salvation and rebuilding of the Jewish people with the birth of baby boy Motzi Yom Kippur in Yerushalayim, Yaakov and Levi Frager, grandparents Menashe and Bracha Ephron, and Yehuda and Zipporah Frager. Mazel Tov, and an anonymous sponsorship today in honor of Yoni Frager's 41st birthday. Mazel Tov. Nice. He's back. The birthday celebration is back. And also we dedicate our learning. You all follow the book. We had attack yesterday on the Golani Base in Arena that resulted in the loss of 4 soldiers: Sergeant Omri Tamari, Sergeant Yosef Reed, Sergeant Yoav Admon, and Sergeant Amichai Alon. By the merit of our Talmud Torah Catches for Shamas Havanayah, the Sergeant will continue to look after all of our soldiers, to heal all of the wounded, and we ask Hashem to bring back our hostages to Shalom and also, we got to let us begin the last today. While Hashem today back with
African musicians, right? There was a guy, fellow 15, that I hate. That's drum stuff. He's really good. He's dead now. But if there was something like that that's like legitimately good music, and they just decided to put on the Super Bowl, would it be weird? Like, fuck that. Fuck that. Let's do the radio. I mean, yeah, but it could be radio as well. Also, it's not Spanish. Spanish is different. Spanish.
we're getting every day a little bit closer.
That's true.
And that's
Also,
also
it's not
once you get there,
where Africans pretty forward now.
so let us begin.
So you would turn on it because after like I'm watching TV. I'm tolerant, so I would watch it. So I would be very interested, especially because it's the yearly thing that everyone watches. Yeah, what I'm saying is it's weird to, just because the guy speaks Spanish, is to tune in and be like, all right, for Kid Rock today, well, I can't. Like, I mean, it's not fair. It is funny though. The French music fest. It's worse than the Bud Light thing. He's instead of shooting, what does he shoot? So the Bud Light cans. It's bad. Bad money out.
Any daughter, Hamas is not any daughter who inherits
He machine guns a bunch of
who
churros.
inherits property, matters. Now, matter,
Brings on the next one. What do you think is watching the food?
so any woman who inherits property from the tribes of Israel. Now, this has context over here. This knows the stuff. Right? Remember that we had seen
So it's like saying, that's like saying Dr. Dre kept their car.
If they were supposed to marry into their
He
tribe,
probably
so
watches
maybe
Kid Rock all
to
day,
marry
all
within their tribe,
the time,
this way the
right?
property did not switch to tribal affiliations.
I think he watches. I think he watches that movie. That's me too.
Is that a halacha? Is it a rule?
I don't think that there's any necessarily
If it's a rule,
and he's at the top of his game. So you probably actually know what his competition is with. Because Jelly Roll is winning grand. Bad Bunny's winning grand.
So take a look at that.
They're competing for who's
The
the biggest name.
is not
Who
going
are
to
the biggest names
See
in
for the
music
club,
right now?
let us in
Right?
You did show this of not running much in the The Pasuk says,
They're a competition.
woman inherits property.
So
She's
I'm
not
glad you
married to another
asked.
tribe.
I mean,
Let's
here's the
go
thing.
ahead and
He said
transfer the
it's constantly
property
kind of big
from the
platform
tribe
this
of
week.
origin to another
About
tribe.
something, right?
Meal, no, not Elabon Sadar.
He said, yeah, he's gonna use now they have phones. He uses his phone back, right? I think so. Should we check out his? I don't think his speaker's probably not together. This has 665,000 views. What about Brendan Shaw? Oh, yeah, money. Kid Rock. He's watching Kid Rock. Because he used to, like, he probably watches Kid Rock and brainstorms ideas of ways, like, how can I get merch? He's like, oh, shit, we didn't get a merch drop with the TV USA. The TV USA crossover with Thick Club. Thick boy politics. Right? It's one of those shorts that has, like, T-Pusa and Thick Town. What is it called now? Dry Festival.
You know what? It's very simple. How did it happen? So you have a girl,
Here's the
you have
thing,
a woman,
there's another element to this. We're not looking at this kind of
and both
spicy
from her mother's side and her father's side, she is the sole inheritor. She's the sole inheritor, and therefore, again, technically speaking, she's still
I don't need to know anything. I just need to know her name is Joanna. I'm like, yeah, she is. It's pretty popular. He's liked amongst women too.
and therefore, again, Amy Alabas. So now, so this is interesting.
And like the whole thing, the way I'm
Like, what are
dancing,
you
all
trying
the
to do?
different
We're trying to figure out what is the
sets,
source that son
songs.
inherits his mother. So the word
Seems
makes a
like
puzzle.
that's probably exactly what his
That a
sponsor was.
daughter
Right.
inherits her mother.
Not bad.
Now, how do you know that daughter inherits her mother? Because the puzzle just said
I
if you have
guess,
a
I
woman
mean,
who
you
inherits
don't like
two
Lady Gaga.
different pieces of
Right.
property from two different tribes, how could a woman inherit two different pieces of property from two tribes? So inherits her mother and her father. So it's just established that a daughter could inherit her mother.
I don't know.
Okay. The
Because
Indiana
he likes
box,
hearing this.
I now know that a daughter can inherit her mother. Then you know
They
how
danced.
could
You saw that.
I
saw how much you hated it.
I'm a couple Homer.
I went outside to protest that when I had walked my dog. I did walk my dog during it. But that had nothing to do with my dog getting a peek. So I came back in and when my girl, my wife, when my wife got home, she was like, I want to watch the halftime show. And I said, okay, so we rewind. And she was like, she started rewinding it in my mind.
Like the son comes first. So if when it comes to the property of the
Yeah,
father,
did you see that? Did you watch
the
the
daughter
game?
only inherits after the
Yeah, I
son.
mean, it's working.
Therefore, again,
Yeah, I watched
then
it.
she
You
got
see
a
that
total
one
of
big
the
I hate
out.
the broadcast tries to be real professional. It looks like really funny now.
So certainly then a
The
son
fucking referee
who's the
hates
first
shit.
position
Like,
inherits her.
when they kept showing the fight, I'm like, come on,
Should
man.
certainly need an inheritance when it comes
The
to his
referee's
mother
like,
as well. That's the
I don't think
Homer.
they explained it, but
Right,
like,
so again, one more time.
it's-
If a girl is if a girl
Yeah, I
has
mean, my
the
family, I was like,
position
you know, I'm
when it
calling
comes to the property of the
Right
father,
now,
yet
you know,
again,
any votes,
she's still alive for
weird
inheriting the
rewinds, right?
father. So therefore, again, the son,
And there was
the
our last
first position inherited by
I'm not
his
gonna show
father,
that.
must certainly have
That's
the
too bad. I
inheritance
wouldn't
position
even say
by
it's
his mother.
socialist.
Okay, that's the svara. That's the svara. So we just
Anyways, I don't
established
think
through a couple of
Jelly Roll smoke.
that a son inherits his mother. So the Gemara says,
This is 2 weeks ago, so
"Welcome to the Basar." So one second, let's take that a little bit further. Let's say as follows: Mala halon ben kotel ben kotel. We can say this, therefore, it's something further. Therefore, just as by the father,
He must be
the
one
son
of the people.
has
They
an
just
inheritance
started
position
singing.
in front of his sister, in front of his daughter by a father.
Yeah, I did say
So by the mother, we should say a son inherits before a daughter. Or we just say Homer the whole way. George the Gemara says, no, no, no.
Okay, it's kind of
Luke was Akam all of us. But this is Luke Rabbi Yossi. Amu Mishum Shikha Ben Akasher. Echad Ben Ve'echad Abbas. Shatim B'Yossi.
I got a message
Good.
from an old
Gemara
guest.
But so there's a new Rabbi Elazar I'm using okay. So now you have this position of that's quoted that the concept of son being the first position is only
I'm running for an ambassadorship position, and I truly appreciate your support. This role means a lot to me,
so
and I'm excited to represent our community and make a real impact. If you believe in me, I'd be so grateful for your vote.
that his son inherits his mother. Like Mishnah tells me
What's your
that
first
his son inherits from his mother, doesn't defeat his mother. How do I know that his son inherits his mother? The Pasuk says that if a girl inherits
and I
two
wrote in
pieces of
parentheses my
tribal
best
property,
because I was
how
the
could
best
a
chunk
girl
he could have.
inherit two pieces of
Because in
tribal
my
property?
mind, I was like,
She's a sole inheritor from her mother and her father.
And he
So it's
immediately wrote
established
back,
that a
no, I
daughter
can't get
inherits her mother. Now, you
Sometimes
tell
they
Homer,
did.
what's the tell Homer?
What do you think
If
so far?
a son, like if a daughter who has a lower position of inheritance by the father, you know,
So I go, thank God, what is this?
Because I certainly inherits his mother. So
I'm applying to be a co-host of a podcast event that Junkies organizes in collaboration with people in all European countries. I'm one of the very good city participants.
Ultimately again
Now,
by his mother.
that
So
Junkie
that
organizes
the
that.
Zechariah ben Akatsa says no. No. The concept of sons having precedence is only
As if Junkie is like a business of some kind, right?
but that's like
Do you think I still believe
comes to inheriting the mother,
that he's real or
sons
not?
and daughters inherit
I still
equally.
believe. So I write back, oh nice, I'll vote for
You
sure.
know, so my timer. Now,
And
what
he says,
Zechariah ben
thanks, I
Akatsa
really
watch?
appreciate you
Why
taking the time
is
to
that?
vote for me.
After all, the Gemara seems to indicate based on the
Do you
Kabbalah
think I clicked?
and extending
Because
this
tell people
Kabbalah
you're
the
no,
chest eater, he should be a first
but this time I screenshotted it
my
and I
time
sent
up.
it to Elizabeth in Blue Shorts. And I mean, it's too long to
So what is
pull up what they said.
Dial?
Who's going to be there? That's no way. That's real.
What is a Kabbalah?
And they go, okay, thanks.
Kabbalah means
And then they just left it alone. And I was like, well, if it's not real, you're going to tell them you fucking jackal. You're not going to fucking tell your friend that, you know, he got hacked. So they did tell him, and he got hacked. His account got locked. He couldn't even get it. I don't know what happened. His Instagram.
Derivative
Oh, okay. Yeah. So I mean, but you immediately knew it was happening. No, I don't think Thunder had it.
So what does it mean by dial?
Okay, so you
My
can
time of dial.
I feel like they're kind of getting me besides the junkie part. It was sort of unbelievable because this guy, he's always trying to like
that I love for
do
myself
other
is
things and like be parts of organizations and all this shit. So I'm like, maybe it's real, but I want to like Daniel messaged me once and was like, hey, try to get your pictures done. I'm like, yeah, I remember there's no chance. And like, people get hacked all the time now. There's another comic that messaged me, and I don't even understand the hack. It was literally a picture of like
what's the source for inheriting the mother? Or who's the source for inheriting the mother?
there's some things that you can buy non-fungible NFT, right? And I go, what is this? And he wrote back, I was like, oh, what is the hack?
Derivative
Why would I create an image of an NFT as like
The
well,
daughter
look at
is the
that.
source for the concept that a child inherits the mother. Then we're going to learn out from the Kabbalah that if the daughter can
No, I don't think you can guess it from
but to then put
looking.
the
I
son
didn't even click on
as
it.
a
Just
first
an
priority
image.
inheritor over
But
the
whatever you click
daughter
on
would
may
make the
create
derivative
that.
halacha even stronger than the
That's
source
very
halacha. And Dio says, we can't
It's,
do
I mean,
that.
it's weird because you always hear about comedians getting
The
their
kind of camel was Darish Dio. So listen, I remember
Instagram
the
hacked.
kind of camel was the one who floated the idea
Anyways, check
that
this out.
sons should be the first position inherited by the mother also. So the timing of
So
the
you hit that person in the face, right? And they're not even in the game.
that's what he
Watch
said.
how he says
Dario, the Oraisa. Dario will say, he's the Oraisa.
slides.
He's the Oraisa. Now, what does that mean?
You know, in Japanese culture, it's like
It's
vowel.
Sanya. So it's easy that it's Sanya. You didn't have a conversation. You didn't know that. You didn't find it.
What is it? Is that?
Gazia, Yarok,
I wish we did this here. You know, it might stop some fights.
Over the Shina,
You know, if you're
I bought some explosives memory. This is the episode.
I wonder why we never brought bowing. No one really bows here.
So she is stricken with
I just think it's
So
very
as far
funny.
as with
It might
Moshe,
slow up the game a bit if they have to mess every time.
so Hashem says to Moshe, you know, if her purity, her father
This is
would
such a
not
powerful bow. That right there.
space by her father.
You have to forgive whoever did that. Like somebody could kill my mom and do that. And
Now, based on that,
Why
hearsay,
is he
so Allah
doing
has
that
told
at
the
all? He's
Talmud
practicing
that
maybe.
she improved the dignity
I know
of
he
her
has
son by extension of the
And then this camera guy's like, okay, great, we gotta film him bowing.
14 days. 14 days.
It's
That's
just
the
like you remember when you were a
If
kid
she would have been
and you
son of
watched
by
those
the way,
blooper
7
reels,
days.
people
Now
dunking
that
and missing, or they like threw the ball out of bounds. This is like Japanese blooper reels is them praying, like bowing because they hit somebody with a volleyball a bunch of times on the gym because they're dying laughing. This is the one where the guy is like, oh, fuck, you really hit that thing though. Alright, bowing. Alright, so you can see here. First of all, his servants are way out. Why is this lady still over here? There's nobody on the other next court. And where's this camera guy?
First of all, California is a
Boom!
little
It's in the bang of the face. Like, yeah. Is this some sort of game where he's not even a volleyball player? Maybe it's like a halftime show. You got a sick ass shot recording behind you.
So my again, so
I want to show you something else very short.
you see we get the California guys we know. Interestingly
I've
enough,
heard about it, but I didn't actually click play. Someone worth the 4 million.
so that's
Before we know
everybody
who they
has to
are,
roll
right?
with Daniel. So now let's circle that. So that's the case now. Remember, now there are things that a girl inherits her mother. Now based on California, I learned that a son also inherits his mother. Now, therefore, a Dio should kick in, and Dio should say yes, but a son inherits his mother. A son
The idea of Terrence Crawford giving up his dog for
water
$100,000
and
is
does not go ahead and jump
You know what that looks like?
how could it
He's like, you give up your dog? I'm like, your dog? Yeah, no, he's not.
position inherited even
I
by his
love your
mother,
dog with
to which he
Here's
was
the
the honor of daughter. You're right.
you do.
General,
Pocket.
Tanakama, of course, holds a guy. Everybody holds a guy. The shining half on the honor God, Mimatos.
Like, be funny about it.
There's a
We're
years
not,
of difference.
we're not signing some contract that this is how we are for the rest of our lives.
Not the
Granted, this guy, come on,
not
you gotta get the vibe. When he says, when you say $100,000 for your dog and you don't move, I stop going for it. Oh, definitely, yeah, no. It looks like you've offended Terrence Crawford.
That's what it's teaching us. It's just like so what he's saying is inheritance from his mother is inheritance from his father. And therefore, I would be tempted to say, not Mata
Has a
then
frown on his
hold them
face. He
about
hasn't gone for any of the other bits. He's doubling down. You know, my soul? Does it look like Terrence Crawford is the kind of person to say that to? He's still mad that you thought about giving away your dog. No, it's not a bit. Because you're literally not changing either aspect of it. It's like a real thing that you believe
We
because
have successfully established
be like, fuck the money, fuck my
that a
ass,
son
you can have my soul. That's a bit.
That's what we set out to
If
do.
you're changing up the, like you just want to
We're
give your soul
actually
away
very
for free,
interested.
basically.
Listen, something is so
But
fascinating
he's
that
just
a lot of
adding
people
money and
know
just
this
giving more to the
we know that
person with that money.
it's fascinating to see
Also,
what
the guys that can buy his soul now, like the
and
MC
learn
movie,
how
are
to
like,
very interesting about
all
words.
right,
So now I know,
we
now I
can buy
have the
this guy's
source.
soul.
Now I have the
Jeez,
source.
just the
The fact that his son inherits
yeah, what does that
his
even
mother.
mean? You're going to buy my soul?
Interestingly enough,
Crawford
the
is
source
taking
is
it
really
seriously.
Homer that a daughter inherits.
So,
So now that a daughter
yeah, I think
inherits,
he's really offended by the
Homer that
dog.
his son inherits. So let's see. Now what's our region?
Look at the dog. He likes dogs.
Now he's going to hold this
Crawford loves his
Emma,
dogs.
and it's kind of in a casa. What's that like? Does the son inherit? Are they equal inheritors? The son or of the mother?
I would be like, why do you
Or
want my
does the son
dog?
still have precedence
Why do you want
over
for
the
100? I would be like,
daughter
that is so
inheritance
weird.
of the
Like,
mother as
my
well?
dog.
Kind of common
I
holds
mean, I'm on this
that the
guy's side.
inheritance of the mother is like the
For a
inheritance
dog,
of the father.
like, take the
And
dog.
just like the
You know
son
what I mean? But
has
really, for the
precedence
soul, I don't
by
know that
father,
myself.
so
Like,
the
if I'm
son
selling myself
precedence
as
by
that
mother.
type,
So
like,
Rabbi
is that
Zechaim
even
in
a
a
real
casa,
thing? You
they
know,
inherit
sure, that's a good point
they
too.
inherit
If
by
like a
mother,
soul
even though
doesn't even like a real thing,
so that's
could
good.
could exist, could not exist. However,
Rabbi
it
Zechaim
implies that you
could
could
be
anyway.
in a casa. So
So this guy is saying that like someone owns his soul, that probably means they can at very least that's the like the front door.
Son
You
and
know,
daughter
that's
are equal.
yeah, it could
They
be
are
worse.
equal inheritors.
We're at
Only
like
Shmuel, Shmuel,
his people. They're now he's the dad. His
Yes,
people
it's
is
a
the
kind of,
bought.
right? And
They're like the
Nitai,
I can fuck your wife.
the Shmuel responds FS Sikaria.
Like it's like bad things to put capital on the soul. You
But at the Zechariah, we will be again, not that Zechariah is a zero.
I don't know if he sees this, but
Rather,
he's
at
like,
the
he just
Zechariah,
said, that's
you know,
it.
the FS
This is a guy
you
that's
know, my
not
butt
an
means Baruch.
And then Terrence Crawford's response and the amount of work
that position is rejected. We don't pass like Zechariah Berachasa, but rather,
now we know
ultimately, again, we pass it like that's most of the inheritance from the same for a father and a mother and so on.
I think Terrence Crawford did this. He's just he's I don't know, really, but it seems like a deadly serious person, right? Because he's one of the best boxers ever, or something like that. And so he works out super hard. He's got a very specific kind of mentality. So he's like maybe a David Goggins type, or just not. He's not the guy that this joke is gonna ever be productive. Like makes his life. You wouldn't say it, right? You pick somebody. This is the guy that makes fun of this conversation. Yeah, you should say this to Brendan Schaub. Except Brian Campbell. This is not for Terrence Crawford. It's not going to take you seriously. Yeah, Brian Campbell. I just like a cow for like $30. Yeah, Terrence Crawford would kill everyone that made the suggestion he did or dressed like a cat. Everyone is dead at that point. Most importantly, the guy that came up with the idea.
sometimes, you know, there are people in like that who always have a didn't
Whoever your father is, his father is. Right? Become talk, not everyone talk from not from this. That doesn't make a difference. At the end of the day, what matters in life is not
in the sport to make money.
What matters in life is
what I wanted to be a world champion.
And I will say, this is a more general motif that we can raise for part of the There are special fathers who you don't choose. There's many circumstances in life that
I was kidding, Terrence. I don't want to sell my dog, and I don't want to sell my soul. I don't even know what that means. Please, like, yeah, what are you talking about? Nobody said that right, Terrence. Oh my God. That's fucked up. I don't know if you know this, but last Friday I didn't really say anything on the show. I headlined the show this last Friday. Oh, nice. At a sober bar. Sober bar. Yeah. Interesting. I don't know, like this juice and mocktails, everything's vegan. Okay. It was a good show.
So all the good is a high day. So want to go ahead and conduct himself as a high day. How many of them? Mind you, so not so enjoy. So again, let's say so again. If you see a number of stories, what are you doing? I'm not thinking about showing you. I'm just going to do that. But that's high day. Then you get 7 dollars.
And a lot of people can't see me.
Mother, I'm relate. You better reverse that decision.
At the end, everyone left. It was like,
or if not, I'm going to take out Rafuna Bashami from the ears, which apparently is an expression of esteem. Again, this is flowering about right? I'm going to remove them from your ears. I'm going to look at you.
And then I walked away and I was taking pictures of it, and I was like, yo, this is weird. It was so weird. Just didn't taste good.
The food about you, some of the other ones, the food about you, wanted to also pass through life, but it's a higher than I thought. Once again, remember, good news, what's the good news? We have accomplished our stated goal.
Yeah, what did that feel like? It was like weird. Honestly, it felt like, I was like, okay, so there's an allergy to like drinking.
Now that I'm in the door, though, tired for another thing, what is the lineup?
Yeah, did you get another drink?
Your son and daughter inherited the lead that's inside of the house. Or no, does the son inherit before the mother?
I was assuming the second one was
now that's our uncle. Who about you? Sort of the what is the best in life? What is the high house? My high. So Nachman said, what are you doing?
It's the feeling of ordering in a party.
Amarav,
Oh, that
Halacha
like
comes
I
to Chayyim
have
and
like that looks like a
The
cocktail.
Huna
I've gotten like that.
quoted in the name of God. So I said, remember again,
I have
the main
the
character
thing
of the
where I
story
get
here
like
is with
a
Huna Bar Chia,
beer at a bar.
two different
But
people.
something about the
So
fucking
Huna Bar
drink,
Chia wants to pass
the
through
whole
life
aesthetic
of
of it and
Chayyim
stuff.
and Akasa.
And so
So
like
Nachman says to
thinking
him,
like,
what
okay, so
lesson, what
people
are
probably
you doing?
communicate that.
Look, Huna Bar Chia said, look, Huna asking in the name of Rav, that we put it in the Chayyim and Akasa.
This is fucking
So obviously the Gemara says, Amalei, Eshvachlei. So Nachman says, oh yeah, let's send a messenger to see if Huna really follows like that. I don't believe it. Let's see if he'll like that. That's it. So Huna Bar Chia
experience of being like, I'm drinking again. It's like, I can't drink. So I'm like, I want some of the taste buds.
4 lines up in the report.
They put so much fucking effort into those goddamn drinks, dude. They're like
Shema
squeezing and
Chazabah,
shaking, and it's always got some weird shit on it. And then it tastes delicious. It's not like a regular soda. So, this guy had ice in a brand. You got fucking local
or maybe
temperature.
while he was thinking about it,
Ice.
maybe
You need that
he
for
was
those things. It's gotta be cool.
maybe
The drink is, it's not even drinking culture. That's like, I remember there's a place called Sparrow downtown LA. I think I talked about this in the show, but part of it is that they bring it out of these crazy, like, there's one where it's like a box that's on fire or something like that. It goes in the cooler.
So you're going to be
Fuck out of that. It's
embarrassed.
like crazy presentation.
And that's what he was why
And then it tastes good. So you're paying for the show. Okay. You're paying for how good it tastes. And then you drink a mocktail and you get some bacon food.
Life,
Guys have beer
don't
lately?
taste unless
It's
you're
like sober
absolutely
teppanyaki.
unequivocally
Teppanyaki
sure
was it?
that's
Oh,
correct.
Benihana.
And you're ready to stand.
Yeah, I mean, I've not gone
In
to any
fact,
sober
Dr.
bars.
Hina
So I don't know
Bahia
what the
became
experience is.
embarrassed when
But it is
Rav said,
interesting.
I'm going to
Just
check
describe
up.
the
And
experience.
what she said
I've gone to
is
places
that
that have
Rav Hina
mocktails.
Bahia was unsure.
But not like specific, like I've never stepped foot in a place where it's like, this is specifically,
Don't say
that
something.
seems like it's
That's
for
what I said.
people.
We don't have to live our lives.
So it's really graphic. Yeah, no, but they're also like super heavy in the politics.
A lot more silence.
But
But the nice again, but the nice again, fascinating. They utilize us. They utilize us. Who do it natural? I was like, obviously, it's fascinating about all of these exchanges. It's like tremendous pressure on intelligence, right? It was more sort of protesting all the time. But you see that whatever is going on over here is
When it's coming from a place,
right? Because again, like kind of communication, I'm going to check up on you.
yeah, those kind of places probably don't exist too long. I can't imagine drinking money.
Tudo na rua, right? Que lá durava o estouro. Um trabalho
Also,
em
in comedy shows often, the venue that they're in,
again, they said that hello,
not really
so
great. Otherwise, you wouldn't put up with the insanity of a comedy show. And when you would have a Hollywood comedy, or if a Christian
from the
circus,
mother,
it's also
Allah for the son
that's also
has
not great.
precedence over the daughter.
The
But
foundation
you
is
just
definitely
understand,
sketchy.
these halachas are incredibly
Have you
important.
ever,
Because again, especially
I'm trying to think if I've ever had something
again,
that's
these
been a long
very
time
very
done it,
dramatically
and then done it
alter
again, and then
just
like, I
the
felt weird.
tribal allocations within Eretz Yisrael
Because
as well.
I don't know,
Okay,
Timo's,
let's go
maybe
back
we
to
stopped
the
a little
Eretz
bit.
Yisrael.
Did you feel like, did you have any of the same feeling that when you had the drink in your hand, and we went back to Timo's,
The
and
Nana,
well, those songs for sure must have been gorgeous.
and
And then you walked in, and you're like, oh my god, we don't have a point of going in, like, oh Jesus Christ, this is fake weed.
so therefore then he was
I wonder
really
if
on the
there's
shoulder
fake
of that
weed,
Smaloi.
CBD,
Depending.
supposed to,
Imagine, right? He's probably
then you
holding on to Smaloi shoulder,
like, it's not
leaning on the
there, you
shoulder.
can't
And
fake
being like,
weed.
the
Fake
Asi
high.
had to
Yeah,
the
that
Sia
makes sense.
not high.
Thank you. That's what I'm saying with the mocktails. It don't make sense. But it's delicious.
Sia is walking
But
opposite.
like,
I'm a like,
your calories down. I like
so
water. I like
Smaloi
Diet Coke. You know what I mean?
sees that
I
you
guess
see
if you're at a sober bar, it's
oh,
one place where it makes sense. It would be weird if you were like
who
at
you're
home making mocktails. Yeah, well, I've done that. That is not weird. It's like, okay, chicks will say, like, do you like mocktails? I'm like, yeah, I'll make you mocktails. And I'll get some bigger than one. If I'm making it myself, that's sad. I'm not making mocktails to make fucking really chocolate. Yeah, I'm making a song tonight, so I'm gonna you're doing the like you're spraying the ice cube in the fire. So this is Ricardo. So
So the clothes
I can
being
see. I
dignified,
mean,
okay.
so you
Kind
have
of
got
everybody else in the
mocktails here.
because
I have.
you see
I've had a mocktail. I do mostly
tells
orange
them
juice,
something.
ginger
And that
based
guy got in a
mocktails.
dignified sense.
With whatever
So
little
what happens?
substitutions here and there.
He wants
It's
to
like,
get a.
oh,
So when
I'm
he didn't
just
see
thinking
that
of
from
my head.
closer,
Yeah,
so what
but
happens? So
orange
Yanai,
juice mixed with
gushes
like Red
So
Bull
Yanai
is
felt
pretty
his
good.
throat. He felt the material that he didn't see his
I
throat.
can't
From the
say
lady,
any further.
being shooting with the sack. Essentially,
Sounds like a
the
good
role
time.
of human
I'm
power
looking
for
up,
his
dude. I'm
throat
looking up.
would be the same role as human power for sackcloth.
I guarantee
Which
you.
was another way of saying
I would look it
the
up.
cheap is the cheap is the cheap.
It's great.
Or another place, the knockoff, right?
I don't think I've been
It might look nice, but at the end of the day, the material is not
Let me
good. So what's that?
pull up something.
Bargaining. So he asked him.
If we have any
He asked
voicemails.
him. Yeah, this is a look. Fine. Israel. Second, Oz Zigarua. The Shura Kabatuma Daltas or Daltal Sak. Because when it comes to sackcloth, the shear is the Kabatuma ultimately against 420 and 45. So that was the word. Some of the stuff about the clothing. And you see all the shears and too much back
Let's see this. This is all from the same photograph, so it's going to be
There's
tricky.
not these on Shabbos you have to go back.
This is going to be
You use
phone
it
number
out.
is
That's
775-557-8667. That's 775-557 TMOS.
Anyway, he wants to say, so nice song. So again, what's it, by the way, what's the shot? Why does he want to have to tell us this stuff? Because we didn't see it. It's so tremendously so awesome that sometimes, again, things are not what we see. As people, whether we like to go ahead of the we are very superficial beings. And we are very judgmental. People like to say we are judgmental about it.
Shout out to you. I'm pretty sure this guy was watching our
We judge people.
stream. I did get in a big fight with Moses on my stream. Oh, over what?
We look at
I
how
don't
they
even know what's
dress.
going
We
through.
look at how they
He
dream.
just got mad.
We look
He
at how
got
they
mad at
speak.
me. He
We
was
look
saying
at how
to
they
me.
present.
He's probably a
And we
bitch
try
all
to
the time.
size
Jeez.
them
Yeah,
up.
everyone was like
We
praying for
literally,
Moses.
again,
There was like 3 Moses. It's like he just went through some bad night. You know, these shows.
It's almost like
She was like, what
There
would
was
you do
it's
if
important. Yes, it's called the program us this way because it allows me to help figure out my interactions. It helps me to
he's now a
explain
shop fan?
my
Like that.
interactions with it.
Listen
How
up.
am I going to relate who is standing opposite?
I'm not talking when I say
So
Moses.
even though we
I
don't
think
do
so.
it,
I didn't mean
so to
I
remember
I
is,
remember
you
seeing
know,
the
I
name
do it.
Moses, but maybe
So to remember
like
is,
that'd be funny. There's
it may
some
not be
disease he
correct.
has. He's
That
got brain disease that
that's
makes him
people
like
should take it. We
sympathetic
do it
to
because almost like
job.
you have to do it. You have to do it.
Doctors
in
don't know
order
what to
to
do.
create some
He
type of
watched my
impact.
whole screen.
But just know that what you how when you
Why would he be mad about jobs for some
may or
reason?
may
We
not
watch
be
it all the time.
what looks grand may in fact be inferior,
I was just
and
saying,
what
like,
looks
hey, dude,
inferior may in fact be
I
something
did do
really
this weird
special.
thing where
So again,
you
you're not
sleep
going
kind
to
of thing, and then I kind of upset him a little bit. Because I imagine
judge
somebody
people
like
based
that
on
everything
externalities,
was
but just be
was
open
like,
to the fact that
just
your
off
initial
topic.
judgment may be
Yeah, I mean, if
fundamentally flawed,
well,
and then be
there you
ready
go.
to
But if you
pivot
just, yeah,
on
if you
that
could just,
judgment
you
and on
could
that
just leave,
judgment.
then they aren't going to
It's
do
important to say.
that. What do you mean leave?
What is like that? Siyasat, one minute, denying of them, Shekot Yulabas, Siyaim, how do we know that a son comes before a daughter? Even when it comes to mother's inheritance, it's said matos. It's the concept that teaches us that a daughter inherits from her mother. Means that the matos plural. Makish mata ha'im mata ha'im. It comes to go ahead and that. He plays the inheritance of the mother and the inheritance of the father. Ma mata ha'af, told him, Ben told him, Libas. Mata ha'im, Ben told him Libas. So to inheritance from the father, son comes before a daughter. So to inheritance from the mother, son comes before a daughter. So it's like, this is the position of Shmuel, the position of Tanakama, and clearly the position of Rabbi Amalei. So again, so if you can see a respondent, he said, Ma mata af before noto pishnayim. Mata ein before noto pishnayim. So you're going to see Safari. You're going to make that argument and you say, it just is when it comes to inheritance from the father, a son gets a double portion. So too when it comes to the inheritance from the mother, a son should get a double portion as well. So which on the days, on the legs, the boss of life. So Mary Gash, who's going to see us? You ask that to Mama.
person at a time, and they lose their mind.
I'm sorry.
And they kind of all, like a lot of them, not all.
Oldest son, right, oldest son, correct. Allah made the Shabbat. So ultimately, against Rabbi says to
All
defend
kind of
his
start sounding
good.
just like that.
Let's get out of here.
Like the
Let's
drugs,
give Sabi
or like
this guy
have been
has no
smoking
intention
weed for a long period
Now
of their life.
what's going on here? Just
Yeah.
understand the exchange, right? Rabbi goes ahead and says,
But they pull together for the
having the change the word.
Shaivisms.
Then Rabbi Yudin is
All right,
said
man.
after
Try,
the
try,
Sabbath,
whatever your name is,
so I
you
don't
fucking
know
suck,
again.
but
Like the telephone, I mean, the son
you fucking
fucking
ball. But check it out, BG,
Yeah,
if they're in the midst of some sort of drug
first
psychosis,
yes,
they come
double
right
portion
back to
by
it.
his
Pull
father.
off the
This is very
perfect
double portion
shot
by
of
his
knees.
mother as
You
well.
know, that's
To which
important.
Rabbi did not like that. Rabbi felt this guy is just wasting our time. He just wants to be ideal. And it's like, you know, the range of questions, there's a different kinds of questions. You know, just all questions, different questions. That was great. Right? But afterwards, it's not true. There are some
I
things
hope
that
your
people
neighbor's
just like.
not mad at you. Well, I will say this: we haven't heard from him since.
They like to be argumentative just for the sake of
You
being
know, it'd
argumentative.
be funny if we start doing live shows.
That
In our own audiences,
was just
people are like that.
asking for
Hey,
why do you think so? That's what I said.
we're like, all right, well, we're doing the show right now.
Independence.
We have to stop
Let's
yelling
get
at
out of
her.
here.
But maybe
Let's
that would be
begin
good.
studying the
Yeah.
This
It's
guy
funny we find out that
wants
all of
to
our
go.
fans are
All
Berkshire.
he wants to do is to be
Or
argumentative.
they, hopefully they throw it
He
before
wants
they
to, well,
keep
what happened
it.
up there? Time of night. I'm not lying on the car. The color saying what's in the Lord.
Like, get
The
your
Lord
throw up.
consequence was not double portion.
Do whatever you want before you get here.
Says
Before
that
you
the
get
son
here, just
gets a double portion. The
sauce.
full Hashem must say, lo,
That'd be wild if
from
we got that
whatever
before
the
show.
Father
What
what do you see the
That'd be
first?
fucking.
Lo,
That's how you know
the
we
lo,
Yeah,
lo.
I might
That uses that.
I don't think so. I'm a writer at least. I'll have one. Maybe it's just yeah for you.
This
Maybe
was
for
a,
you. That's
this
great.
was a,
Or
yeah,
people say,
people
you know,
from
people
Yanis,
bring food.
this was a
Like
Pashut
here,
idea. Pashut
I
idea.
remember
The Pashut
used to
says,
people
lo,
would bring in
you're going to
food.
be trying
Sometimes
to
food
only
all
from
the
the
time.
Father,
Podcast.
not
So
from the
for us,
Son.
they're gonna bring
That's
us
right,
like
that's from the mother. Lo, lo, lo. The
I
Imam.
already
I
speak
didn't
some
even
exact
talk to Moshe. Maybe it's
that
talking about
that
the
food coffee came there. Remember that bakery was basically a thing. Are you for real? Like actual? They weren't. You think it's fake stuff? Yeah, they had 200 followers.
She knows about
In the actual bakery. That's
maybe it's the first marriage
a
for
fake
them.
bakery.
And therefore, again,
But it
the
makes sense
son
if you're
in
trying
question,
to. We
right?
talk about
He's the
coffee
firstborn of this mother as well. Maybe in that case,
It's
he
like,
should
yeah,
get
you're
double
fat.
portion from the
I
father.
mean, I feel like we talked
And
about coffee for a long time. We
racist
talk
and
about
low.
food
And
nonstop.
Torah refers
And I was a
ultimately
donut
again
guy
to
for
the
a long
firstborn
time.
from Naphtali.
So
It says
I
the
guess
first
if
of
you're
his
trying to
strength. The
get
first of
by
the
me,
father.
it would make sense.
Oh no,
Like, by
the
the way,
oh no.
Iowa
The first of the father, not first of the mother. So what says this is very important. So Allah teaches us,
they're smart. These gamers.
double portion.
They're getting
Otherwise,
smarter. The guy that messaged me didn't say he was smart.
we established that a son doesn't
Alrighty, well, that's it
does
for this week, guys.
inherit his
Thank
mother.
y'all for showing
We
up.
still got my
At
focus.
least the Epstein
What's the
docs,
order
dude.
of inheritance by mother? A
Yes.
son and daughter equal, it's a kind of a contract,
Say the
or
correct
ultimately again the son from before the daughter kind of common. So that my focus is still out there. And obviously the corollary to that my focus is, would a son get Kishnayim in a Bachar, get Kishnayim in his mother's estate? This sounds like everyone is agreeing the answer to that is no. There's no Kishnayim for a Bachar from his mother. How many times you know that I need that any one day the Bachar I need riches or no, each of us is actually very interesting. Now I'm not going to myself, what happens if Ruben is married to Rachel and Rachel's for pregnancy and the one is under the miscarriage? Then she has another boy afterwards. So how long is that boy is considered to be the car for her sister? So they'll say it's interesting actually in general when women has a boy after miscarriage, is that boy considered to be a car? For example, let's say for people in the day. So a lot of it depends on which stage in pregnancy the miscarriage occurs. Because let's say for example,
Welcome
for
back. I
Ben,
didn't know it.
the
I said I
baby
knew it.
had to wrestle.
Welcome back to the podcast. What am I going to
When
wreck?
this occurred,
I'm a little tired, so Jordan got me a giant bag. I'm not thinking for that.
the first viable point, the
Could
first
you like
viable
Coke?
birth,
You like it?
that's the heart. That's the
And one of
heart.
the
So
content
now
I'll
everybody
understand
is
is for one of the
African,
comments,
why
somebody
you must
said something
usually
nice to
go
us, I
club
just wrote back, they can eat.
because the rules of the heart, is the Bechara ultimately
I'm done
again
with
for
Great
inheritance
Expectations.
purposes?
Finished it.
Only
It's
someone who
it's
the
pretty
Father
good.
would more.
This is
Thus,
a
is
book
actually
reading
Nico
podcast.
Kabbalah
I've
is
never
going to
been a book guy,
exclude the miscarriage
I
of
read that
another
book
version
and
of the
they say that a lot in it, but anyways, that's neither here nor there. Okay. We're happy to be back with you. Thanks for tuning in. Hit the like button or I'll immediately do the sideways thing and miss you guys off. I haven't made the sound in a long time. I'm absolutely willing to bring the sound back, the click sound that we all hate. I will bring it back. If there's not enough likes to the ratio, I will bring the sound back.
Oh,
The sound thread,
if
so
that's the
you're already
case,
on the sound ready for me.
oh,
And I'll use it often. Oh no, shut your
so listen, the word, oh no, the only fragrant, the issue is dedicated in your honor by your Havirim.
while you're bringing whatever you're about to bring up,
120.
the dolphin holiday order, you know, I always have the buy replacement of all you want to have it as a secret. I have to keep looking. And they won't remember. So
therefore, again, oh no, ultimately, again, trying to teach me two halachas. Number one, that that it is only the father's first choice that ultimately goes ahead and gets double portion. And number two, ultimately, again, even if the heart comes after a miscarriage, is also going to be double portion. So the double option of oh no, in other words, I should say, instead of just say oh, the fact that it says oh no, this is oh, it translates the word in a wrong form that allows you to make multiple drushes. So drusha number one is that the thing of double portion for the heart only comes from father's inheritance. And number two, a bechor born after a miscarriage is still called a bechor for inheritance. Incredible. So Bakati, I mean, almost no sense. Yes, it applies ultimately again in the case of a man who was previously married. I don't know, he's married to Siva. How about first she also has Siva? How come on? Maybe you can discuss both of them. Maybe the father, maybe what should say. So let's say no, because once again it says lo mishpat ha-bechorah. Mishpat ha-bechorah only applies to father, doesn't apply to mother. See if I will say working backwards, you see that halacha l'maisa, that
respect for yourself. Guys, I don't know if you guys can see this, but I actually gave Ruby a switch of the
from the father's inheritance, and he's taking away from the mother's inheritance. So what's that? I need to we're going to loop back to it. Again, I'm not giving you this, we don't want to do the halacha again the next step, but it appears just based on numbers that the halacha applies in Kanakamo, not like that's how you're going to have namely, the son takes precedence over a daughter and inheritance of the father when it comes to inheritance from the mother, son and daughter are equal. That's what it sounds like ultimately, again, so far. But again, like Shua is in the type of a puzzle, who is the one who doesn't know about that, but I'm saying just by the simple numbers on the graph, is the type of a puzzle is the minority opinion, the majority opinion seems to say but again, you see the Rambam is just in yours is Shem so in other words, just keep that in your mind. No sense of how each person shows. The next, a man inherits his life.
So I explained to you now.
Right, uses the question of Shiro. That wasn't it. This is the eight actions of this is the person we're speaking about by the second is not also the Shiro Hakoro Beno. Shiro. Everybody says, you should study now, you're going to about a Shiro, you should show. That's right. That means that you teach us that husband inherits well. Beautiful. So the Gemara says, no,
The rest of you are civilians doing this stuff. I'm a civilian. Okay?
Is the
So it's
following
very
pasuk. It's
special.
actually the same pasuk that we
You know, I
started
agree with
with the
this.
father and son. It says like this. Dim
The
ein achim
Catholic
la'aviv,
Harris sisters,
u'nesatan
they're not
esmach
even the
halaso,
first group of
v'sheiro
with a
hakarov
big
elav.
following on
You'll
YouTube.
take the
Some
inheritance,
kind of great
v'sheiro
or
hakarov
stand up for the
elav.
first
That's the
time
pasuk.
at one
Who
of
the
these
inheritance?
atrocious
So the Gemara
I
says,
remember I didn't
who
go to
is a she'er? Who is a she'er? So that
the
refers
guy's
to a wife. That refers to a wife.
like
So the
this
Gemara says,
disgusting case.
so the Gemara says, "Melame shabal yosh
I'll tell you what,
Yachol
I'm
Atzi
upgrading. You said it 3 to 1.
You would have thought that she should
Yeah, I
have.
mean, I'm sure
Amalomar,
it's
the
great. I
Yorish
can't tell you why
Osa.
it's so I
He
don't know
will
why I'm
inherit
saying
her.
it's bad.
Who
So they
Yorish
told me that,
Osa?
so that
Hey,
Frank
he Yoreshes
Frank
Osa.
He
He inherits her, but he doesn't inherit her. He
inherits
inherits her, but she doesn't inherit her. Here's the Bible saying, the Yorish was something to do with the Gemara quoted the pasuk that doesn't exist. The Gemara changed the words of the pasuk. One second. The high quality la hafisi. It wasn't the phrase the Gemara quoted was Yorish Osa. The problem is that's not what the pasuk says. The pasuk actually says, "V'sakam esnach also v'sheirach harak ilav." V'sheirach harak ilav. So it's not over. So the Rothschild Rabbi see it. Rabbi carries up. Here's the actually "V'sakam esnach also v'harak ilav sheiro v'yorish osa." So Rabbi says, we're going to splice the pasuk a little bit. I'll tell you read it. Read it like this. In the Satan esnach also v'harak ilav. You should give the inheritance. Sheiro v'yorish osa. Or when it comes to his wife, you inherit the wife. Rabbi says, wow, Abaye, you have a very sharp biblical scalpel. I don't ever remember seeing something like this, where somebody takes a pasuk and literally moves it around. Like, in other words, so this is like you just you don't see this in literally going ahead and taking words and what are you doing? That's one sharp knife that you have in order to use words around the word. I love it. When it's something that's not low. We'll say, now watch what Rabbi did. Rabbi said, I'm going to use like this verse so the pasuk is in the something that's not also the shade out Haror Eva. So what Rabbi does is Rabbi says, to the something as nachalas, sheiro lo. So what Rabbi did is Rabbi took the Vav and the Lam. The Vav of nachalas, the Lam of sheiro, took those off because they're a little bit experienced and they didn't do it, which is what? Low. So rather than interpret the face in the Satan, nachalas, sheiro, lo. You will give the inheritance of his share in his wife, lo. Kasavar, Lordin, Mosifin, Kedosh. You can go ahead and read the letter, add a letter, and dash. So apparently, according to Rabbi, this is one of the mechanisms you go ahead and dash. So this is pretty dramatic. I kind of nice and hot. Other kind of different rotation. The nourish itself, you will inherit her. Rabbi, Shabbat, nourish the sister. That's the nice that a husband inherits his wife. The Rabbi Kiva, and the short of the short is going to start explaining that. What do you do from there? The whole fast, that's just not going to be that what's actually we're going to do is we're going to separate the so we'll say, so here's the interesting part, right? The thing is everyone is a being. Like Allah for himself, a heart will inherit his wife. No Shayla is what the knuckle for. So you have Abaye and Rabbi doing this fantastic, like biblical precision surgery about going ahead and moving words around, moving letters around, moving words around. Again, then you have another scope of Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Shor and giving this off. Rabbi Shor is going to have a longer Josh and Hashem tomorrow. The good news is every one of these on the result. But I love the myself, the process, and then tomorrow,
years in, still doing other people's material. I'll see. Oh man, stop doing other people's material last week. Oh man, Mitch Hedberg rolling in his grave. Vote them off the island.
Or if it was so convenient, let's see. So we are to upgrade back to some effect.
This is what I
And
go
we
for
are to
going
put up on some effect 68. And we are to put up on Red Hashem.
But easy brings up a very
We like
funny
down,
point.
that's
I
why
don't
we're
know
like,
if he just does this through. That would be so
This
fun. Like if I went to the Hollywood Comedy with 3 bald
and
guys
then we
that kind of
have
look like me.
and then we
And
have
they're like, we're the Caligaris brothers. Yeah, like you're getting sick, you find 4 other Gerardos. We'd all show up on the same night. Oh my God, there's 5 Gerardos?
Let's begin. Who got it happened?
Triplet
Or
Gerardos.
now we're for like that. Not a question about it. There was a man who said to us, based on our
They have
whole country,
2.6 million views. They're rich.
so I'm saying to my
I'm
other
surprised they
press,
want to go to the
I will
Hollywood
say that
Comedy.
whole country from you, I will take all of its accessories. So we do the press,
Yeah, why is there somebody just?
so what's
I mean,
the hell up? So what's the okay, fine. So we can go with the
So let's say
Have you had
the
enough
whole interaction
of
of
roads?
the
So we check for issues. What's the catch?
Now let's go into the
Catch.
which I had a very strong feeling about taking it to your first
Press.
like you should
Or
be
a number
doing
of
that, right?
stores.
Like you should be going to your
Stores on the
first
outside.
like
But also, if you're getting accessories, spread it. I was going to think of it as a a couple of stores right outside of the press. They would sell bread and bread wine.
See what I
In
mean?
those
Like
stores,
that's
we spread
not
out
how that
presents
works.
for us.
That's
That's
like
why
probably
Shut Ubashim Shemit. We have some
I mean, there
the
wasn't
last was the
there wasn't
Shannon
even
the base Hadat. All the sesame seed there. Because once you can make
oh
sesame
shit!
seed
Oh
oil,
the shit! When did
the
Uber
seeds are
start?
there to go ahead and dry out.
I'm worried
So
that
again, what happens? So now, travel here is about the selling things.
Okay, so there was
Include the stores and therefore the sesame
it
seed
wasn't like
sale.
commonly
The
used.
buyer said we sell the base Hadat and all of its
You know what's crazy?
accessories,
When I first
and
moved
these
to LA,
stores are considered to be the accessories
there
that
wasn't even
all
like TV yet, dude.
the press. So what happens? Us listening to radio, they became
I
to
remember
radio. So
my asshole
on
friend
radio,
was
we
telling me about
learn,
Tinder.
Tanina,
He
in
was
Omar
like, yeah,
Base,
dude,
and
you fucking
Open
thing,
and
you know?
Mobile.
Give me all the shit. I was like, damn, I gotta go. I was striking out so hard
And
on
all
that.
of the
Like,
accessories.
this guy's like the best possible life scenario.
So therefore, again, it would seem to be that how it's going to say again, the stores are in the sale as well. Como le buyers, I, the hard clear here, influencing. I think the Kia said they're not also, the people who are not, including Sharon, and the base of that. So also, Kia says that in this case, the stores should not be included in the sale. Why? Because the truth is, stores don't serve the function to the press. Like, although the stores are right next to the press, the nice thing is to serve separate functions because of that. They should not be included in the sale. Well, they have to speak in our side. Rashi, and then also look over here. I believe that based on Michael Jordan, you lay with Matsar, not fun. That's what the first thing to say about it. The first thing to say, I have to say to you, relay. I'm selling you my base about my press, and all the customers, all of the accessory, both accessory areas, the other design, and these are the borders of the sale. They're usually the boundaries of the sale.
That's what I think she said, but that's pretty funny.
Therefore, what? The stores are
That's
included.
funny, but
These
that's
are
what she said.
both.
Yeah,
It's
it's
not
that's really
the
fun, but that is like
about the boundaries.
Hi, my name is
In the sale,
Alan.
then by definition, the stores are included. In other words,
I mean, I don't
what
know.
Rabbi
Maybe
is saying,
it's very listening.
you know,
She
Rashi
goes, hi, my name's Alan.
the
Actually,
boundaries
it's
boundaries in the sale of the other press. There's no good reason for me to be including boundaries.
Hey, my name's
Doesn't
Gerardo.
make sense. I'm not including
Actually,
boundaries.
I kept thinking, Hitler is so horrible. He's so horrible that's funny to say his name to me. And I don't say that
and
you don't have to
accessories,
find it.
then by definition,
But I was thinking today, and I'm sure other people have said this. I'm going to steal this.
say if a person sells a city,
Most of my material while doing stand-up.
Yeah.
Jesus
this
Christ,
is
14
the
years.
kind of city,
All right,
that was
so,
independent.
Jeffrey
Oh,
is
I can
obviously a
own a
horrible
city.
person,
So I
right?
now own a city. I want the
started thinking about why
to
Jeff
someone
and
else.
then I was
So
thinking,
the Shaila is again,
do
what's
you maybe trust
included
people
in that
less if they
sale?
choose to
So
go
what
by
are
Jeff
factors
Jeff
follows
right?
seeking
You
the
follow
others?
me?
So what's
And then
included in
started
the
thinking, who
sale
else
are
is
all of
named
the
Jeff?
homes.
Jeffrey Dahmer,
All of
right?
the homes. Now again, listen, obviously,
Right?
these
Jeffrey.
homes, you keep that standard, that's the knock back.
You gave me a pity laugh there, and I'm like, no, I like it. Okay, but I mean, like, Jeffrey is a fucking weird thing. So you like Jeff Dahmer more than Jeffrey Epstein? That's
whatever the arrangement is,
yes.
people are paying
Yes, I
taxes
do.
to pass
More
this
than
on the
Jeffrey
home.
Epstein.
Property
Yeah, I'm
taxes.
not
Who
sold.
gets the property
I like
taxes?
Jeff Dahmer.
The
A little
owner
less
of
than
the
Jeffrey
city.
You know,
So
it's
again,
funny that you
I
ask
buy
about
the city,
on
I
the
also
way
buy
here. I
the
was thinking
I buy the rights
worse
to the
Jeffrey
property
Epstein or
tax.
something.
So I also buy the photos,
Talked about that on
the
the
photos,
episode.
Merchat Souls, the show post. I go out and I buy all of the photos, see the photos,
Over
of
Osama.
the kitchen, the
And I was
systems.
thinking, like,
That
who
tells
saved
you
who? I
show
can't say
post,
who.
duck post,
And I'm not
they
even sure
have
what
out
the
the
answer
other
might be.
investors, they
I think your
show
kids might be safe.
the rest of the soul. Here, the picture down. The
But I
says,
mean, probably,
normally, these are shot from both sides.
we got them for their American. I just, it was tough. I had to think about that. And I, I was really excited, but they're both bad. Okay, how about this?
These are shot from looks like
Or Jim Kennedy or Osama.
They weren't the
That's also
but I thought they were supposed to
because
feel
Tim likes
the
to
right
kill
on
me.
the
Like a
outskirts
lot.
of the city.
But Tim,
So these are all the things that are included in the
he
sale.
wasn't like bragging about killing
All of
Americans.
these are says you know how about voice and talking, but it does not include any legal profits. So when I go ahead and I sell a city,
You were giving
I'm saying that things that essentially that all of these styles but every type of talking will talk.
we guys.
However, it's not about key. Just on that for the soul. But if I say selling you the city and everything that is
I don't know what. I don't even know how to address this without
bought
going,
from
fully
not plugged in.
talking about it.
What's
It's
the
already
next
gonna be
thing I
worth
say
it. Probably the whole show.
that I sell you the city?
We'll get 10,000 views because we're at vertical mode, but it'll be a production of all of you. You need to learn. It's about what's right.
But that seems to include what? Even the talk. Even the talk means that you will learn from the signal about that
It's
here.
reality.
Maka as a sun.
Mainly.
So
Look
you
out
see
when
when
you
you when you sell the cities, you sell the center as well. What's the center? The first one is the right place. Says the I'm going to back the radio. I'll be up to that. Then I'll come with that. I'll be upset to the back. Show this with us. Because what we were
So I don't want to give any spoilers. Let's just go to when they show up to the place.
what you see here. That is
You know,
epic.
you're catching up to the vibes. Look at this. Dude, I've never seen your mouth open that wide. You know?
In the car goes on. Because if you want to say that epic is like that stuff, it is that in Azov Masa.
Dinosaur
Because
vibes.
remember again, the mission said, Mishnah said that if you
That
sell a city and you say, I'm selling it to you, the Tamasha is so far, then that includes Avon. Which tells you that if I don't say the Tamasha is so far, I don't say anything what? Avon are not included. Which means Avon are not cardinal. It's only once I say Tamasha is so far, and Avon are not because apparently Avon are like the calculus, because if Avon are like cardinal, the each in the cardinal is that Avon Masa. Because if it was like the calculus, then ultimately again, abundance should be included in the sale of the land. The element, what do you have to say? I've got to the part what I mean. Now you have to say that abundance is self, that abundance is like movable factor. First, I got the most self section better. And therefore, all the sale, the person needs the declaration of how much of the self which we can understand as my attribute. And then my is the part. And then my is the part. So what's the slightly more attribute to what? You might use this as the command of so far. So why do you have to say which is the most of the money is the point. What's the document? Shiny is the calculating value in the total of the loan. I would expect that to have is a distinction between the calculating that needs versus the calculating that speaks, which the device as well. No, it's you would think about I'm thinking the character damage to the sense of our English that is evident like character, shiny in character, deniable character, whatever. So it's usually a key. However, on top level side, I'm going to make the argument that maybe stolen habits should not be included in the sale of the city land, but maybe there's a distinction between karka that moves versus karka that's stationary. So let's say you've seen this
Nobody
number
can
of
have these
times.
as an open mic.
We
I
always
guess they are there with like a big camera probably or something. Are you like doing it? Shut the fuck up, dude. You know what they're doing. What are you talking about? Be like, are you wearing a black color t-shirt? Yeah.
And even though it's
T-shirt's
evident
black,
like
moron.
at the
I
end
can
of
see that. Why are you
the day,
asking
that
me
comparison
if
doesn't
I'm doing
always
something
work
I'm
all the
obviously
way.
doing?
At certain
You
points
stupid
in time,
old mic
the
loser.
evidence
Are you
comes
off?
up
Are you
right.
like super curly red hair right now?
Doesn't have
You guys have
like
red hair.
that's
The
the
job
real
of a Canadian
you
is
can
just
make the
to
argument that even if an
say
evidence
what
like
everyone else sees.
an evidence may not necessarily
Good
be
job, buddy. No jokes in
in the
there.
sale of land.
I
Why
mean, I'm
not?
just as good as
Because
him, though.
perhaps
When
the
you want
sale
to
of
do
land
like
only
are your
includes
teeth tiny?
stationary. A movable karka perhaps is not automatically. Okay, you are with that.
I'm trying to think of the most
I'm
ridiculous thing I've
not
done.
going
I'm
to
sure
say
it
my
was
friends
like
like
this
that.
I'm
I'm
saying
sure
I love it.
that if you sell a city,
I kicked the guy out once.
you sell
I
a
said,
city,
you have to
you
leave.
have sold
Like a
the
weirdo.
center as well.
I was like,
You
you
sold.
actually have to
So
go.
the Gemara says, my center. So what is the center? Sometimes you know, by Maximisa. Maximisa. Says, you know, here they interpret it as a bar Maximisa. It's a bar Maximisa. It says that's 300 about it. Bar Maximisa. Evan and Amuna Lahekula Uya Savos. Shamiza. Shamiza. With Evan society. So what it is in the service. And then again, Evan being an actual servant, Evan being a public servant. The point of your
I don't want
reference
to. I
this
would
guy
always be
knows
like,
the boundaries. There must be
like somebody.
a surveyor.
I don't want to
He
be part of your
knows
thing.
that everybody's
I don't want
property.
people telling me.
So this guy works for the city, and everything comes with the city. So if you purchase a city, what you do is you purchase his services as well. You have the right to do his services. And this person is accepting it for why? Because over time, people sometimes forget their property. Right? They forget exactly their property and the neighbor begins. See, you need a guy who knows all of this stuff. So this guy is in heaven. This guy is in heaven. He is in heaven to the city. After we purchase the city, we purchase we call them the surveyor services as well. As Rothschild says, the EF shall be here also. As here by the city can't exist without this guy. Which makes sense because at the end of the day, if you don't know the property
I can't remember exactly what I said, but like, I essentially described what parties was, and I said in that place last night until just it was like, so parties was, he didn't really say what it was on YouTube.
So let's say, so
So it's this guy,
the center
in
of the
his
Barba
apartment,
the surveyor of the city.
open mic.
Shimon ben Atum was the man.
I don't know if it was like first come, first serve, or whatever it was.
Was it a little baggy, Rothschild
Open
says?
it up by doing material about
It's a first to fields around the city. So was it the fields around the city?
yeah, and not just that like how strange kind of
Therefore, when you go ahead and you search the city on the city,
and then
you
it would like run all night, no one would information, so
those
nobody
fields
would
are
watch, and that thing lasted for like 15
are
years.
also
People were
included in
going
the
to
sale.
it. The wing
Are also included in the sale. So let's say
before
some
the
focus between
like that, you go there and there'd be
and
going
Shimon
there.
ben Atum. Man
Just like the strangest thing.
So the one says
Please tell me
that
if I'm wrong.
somebody is by Maximisa who call him the surveyor.
I think
So
so. I never,
possibly
I
that
mean, I
he
never
would
did.
certainly include
No, this is
he would
just
certainly include the fields. That also why would he certainly include the fields?
I
That
always
said,
skipped it
the
because
low 90.
people
Because
describe
it looks
it
like
like that.
means if you're going to tell me about the sale of cities,
I was there, dude. Was it like what I said?
which is quote unquote movable, but of course it also includes without the immediate adjacent fields to the city as well. However, again, about Barna Misa, let's get back to Barna. One says that San Bernardino fields, the adjoining fields, the adjacent fields. About Barna Misa, one is that would not necessarily agree that the Barna Misa, the surveyor, is included in the sale. So it's not necessarily based upon the base of
About the worst of
remember again, Mishnah says that included in the sale of the city is based upon the base itself. Savu of my Shalton, also my Shalton, remember again from the asked question again. But Shalton must be fields. Shalchim must be killed. Yksiv Yishalech
Like eventually you get on stage and giving
Yishtamal Amanda Amar Barnach Benisa. So it says, now watch this. If you hold that Santa means to
it's like a
see
bringer show for an
the
open
easy
mic.
food in the cell of the
That's
city.
I mean, I don't know.
So Amar Tanakama, Vagi is Gabi. So let's say, therefore, you should be the power. The Tanakama holds that the basic fields are sold. Barnach are included in the cell. Barnach Benisa Mum is Gabi. It will say, the Barnach Benisa, the surveyor, is not included in the cell of the city. The Asur should not be on the mind. Should not be on
He was still alive.
Akil Barnach Benisa Nami.
It was a sad
Barnach
day.
Benisa, the surveyor, is also included. Element number Bagi. Was it going to be the word that Santa is Bagi? And said to the person to feel. Which is the was the field right on the outskirts of the city. And Tanakama, now in ultimately again, Tanakama, Tanakama, in ultimately the Tanakama, now in ultimately again, the Tanakama would also be same exact thing. With the Gemara says, this Sabbath, my shouting, back to your field shouting means bad news field. No, my shouting, and I will say what the shouting is like. You nice, nothing is that because you are too guarded. So look at that.
That's a crazy thing.
Nice. Ganos has moved in the cave. The Shem is so fat. The Shaykh who are singing back. These are guardians that are within the boundaries of the city. That are shouting in the city more than the body. Never again, body feels that are technically outside of the boundaries of the city. That are done right in the tail of the Mobiles. As kind of was like ultimately again, you walk around it kind of like a home. Which you know, so share now. Shopping can be promoted. About bad, you know, the country's comfortable saying that I'm going to do like a bad thing. You take people, you're not including yourself. So I'm searching on the other hand. I'm sure you're going to say, I feel bad. None of these guys, even if you choose to go, are included in the sale of the product. You get that. Those who's going to say. So again, remember, my focus over here.
I've been watching Caligaris.
My focus over here.
You like the Caligaris?
What exactly is included and what's not included in the business sale. And again, much of this depends on how you are defining the word Santa. But Santa also means we find out when you sell or the city surveyor or the Santa means that which is the field. How you interpret that word ultimately can also determine the respective sequence in English. Even I was going to ultimate version of this discussion. That Shavua, my shopping, or your shopping, means nice sauce. Shopping refers to what are we doing at the gardens? And the gardens ultimately again are included in this with the city. Which one of the thousands summer camps. So let's say if you hold that something is back to your field, then that's the case of our Tanakama, either like 7 standard, 5 kilometers standard. And Tanakama therefore holds that the garden are included in sales. But what? The boundary, the fields, the adjacent fields to the city are not. Thus, I'm sure Shimon comes along to say, they don't agree with value is that. Even I will say, even the adjacent fields are included in the sale. On the base, Ella, and I'm going to find out for the sun. I will say, if you hold that what? If you hold that at the end of the day, the sun is what? I'm not going to tell them. You know, and ultimately, the day is going to come up and say, but what? The women for the city, you include the garden. In the other way of thinking of your mind,
she has a problem with
back. It ultimately speaks about the city surrounding and different things. If you want to miss sacrifice, you know,
Hey, that is funny, man. Have a good time.
No, my
Fuck the guy that knows that's really the guy that was hosting, but it's like comedians try. I hope that's not what I you think they look like it was dead. You know, like you gotta have a little bit of light on your eyes. Try. You know, I know I'm a little bit
comes along to say that he would buy Mac and he said, "Man, he's got it." Shimon Yoshi feels that even the city surveyor is ultimately again included in the sale of it. So we'll say, so I don't know. What the takeaway is, not focus. Right? The real takeaway is not focus on what's the subject. That's everything kind of revolves around that. Gemara's enemy is that the center, Shimon Mil says, when we go ahead and you sell the city, you sell the center. How do you define the center of a site? Defines ultimately again how you will understand the book to do the Rabbanon and what's putting on your mission. Two different interpretations ultimately of center. This center either Bar Achterisa, which is the servant who is the city surveyor, or is it ultimately again the family, the chiefs and fields, ultimately to the city. One of the discussion comes up, another discussion about gardens. And the calendar sisters arrive like the canopy garden. That's not right over here, like a vegetable garden. A garden that people walk around with. Those including the selling out, that also becomes the president of this one. Say that's a little bit.
Yes, she's struggling.
Hush
I think it's so funny.
It is kind of funny. It's a fucking. You know that. Something here about it.
Laugh. Oh, there's not funny. This is come on our if somebody like did a joke and was laughing that hard, it's great. I feel a lot worse than this. I'm down. I'm envisioning people that have made me much angrier than these.
The topic was to write down the number of homes, number of fields, homes, people, in order to ultimately again what happened. So this individual again, homeless, good for the kids.
I mean,
you're recording, right?
At least they're not
recording for tax purposes. We kept the tax measure, and what he did is he gave those records to the Sarah city, to either the owner or the governor of the city, and then the governor of the city got his taxes, and ultimately again give over those taxes to
I can't even understand what she's saying. So she was saying something to the effect of my boyfriend's in the crowd. Unless there's a celebrity, in which case
right? They have local taxes, right? And federal taxes.
Yeah.
They pay their taxes, they pay their taxes to the city, and they also pay their taxes ultimately again to the king. So you still hear that there's two different, so there appears to be that the local taxes, the owner of the city, whatever it is, made from the king always had a guy. The king always had a guy, that guy was called the homeless. His job was to at least arrange the debt. He wasn't in charge of collection. He was just in charge of organizing the debt. Something tomorrow. And he would say, something from homeless lover. I know, he must say, he got homeless job that no one is that homeless is a person.
This guy made a video because they called the guy the host. That's how he made the video. Well, let's get to the next comment. Coming up next to the stage is this other one. Fuck my head. Let's see. Yeah, so she did the Rothschild turned to it. And then two of them do a joke about I'm not very good at stand-up, but she tries to sit down. Yeah, that's not good. Yeah.
It could be that let's get to her.
She's still laughing hard, like every single freaking frame.
That are not
You're a good one.
in the celebrity. So she
I feel like you guys saw Jersey Shore. We're like, yeah, that's me. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Fuck, dude. What age is that guy? Jersey
That are
Shore.
adjacent to this city.
I feel you guys watching the
They
real
are
world,
not
dude.
included in this.
It sounds like this
A
guy's
little partial
yeah, he
complex,
sucks.
you know. It was the
Mary
thing that I
Montoya,
found.
you
It's
suck.
a portion of the other
Alright, so this girl actually, I can tell, could do stand-up comedy. She's really trying. Okay, like she's not good at stage, but it reminds me a lot of a younger Jordan. Anyways, she's fun. Everyone loves her. I hope you don't
Biscuit,
want good
biscuit,
company stuck
baggy.
out. Nah,
People speak on
and
Hagidola,
as far as
as
on-screen
he
activities
said,
goes,
Alashim,
I feel like
Lagas,
the last comic
Sas,
is the
Shish,
worst only because not only
she
is the new
allowed
bad,
Russian
but then
Shiite.
she won't get off stage. She
These
has
are
to,
good
this
shots of
kind of
life.
comic that
They
stays
are
on stage
adjacent
long.
to the
She got
city,
quiet and she
but
got
are
later.
separated
Also, the
by
look
some type
I've noticed that early.
of similar
It's
to
a little
what we
weird.
define as a
It's like
rock. Usually, again, we define it as a
it's
subcommunity
kind of like a
of
pornographic,
rock
like
and is
X-Men
underground
costume.
but also just house of the ground.
Exactly. Like
So,
the
therefore, again, it
highlight.
creates a little bit of divide between
Exactly. Yeah.
the city and the field. You know, the field is the city. Because it's like Cuba, but it's like therefore, the next thing is really one street in the style of the city. Which, you know, says, some of the other two streets, this is bad. They go to Biscuit Valley only because there is this sunnah, because there is this rock that separates this tract of land from the sea that's not included. However, again, up back, we stop with the assume that the land that are directly adjacent to it, we do see the which is the Lord says, April and April, rather than have to go into this land.
Yeah, she's not bad. I mean, I'm surprised. Because a lot of times the first time someone does stand up,
and he says the centaur is
that's
the
unimaginable.
cell
They've all been on stage.
of the city.
Yeah.
And Kumus is
But
not
this is like just
the
stand,
cell
like
of
kind of
the city.
standard band.
Here's what you might say.
Now
And
she
by the
won't
way,
get
I'm
off stage.
using this process, and the same is that the centaur is
So
back.
like, obviously the
That
room
notion of
wants her on
centaur
stage.
of
That's why she's like,
and that's what we become to tell us that she's here and is the cell of the city. And
she's
people
even
are
aware that everyone wants her on stage. You know what I mean? That's kind of
not
messed up.
automatically giving the cell of the city. And he's not
I want to get off. Everyone in the room wants her off. Even she wants to get off stage. She's still there because it's the, you know, that feeling of doing stage. You're not really doing everything sometimes. Like, why do I keep going? Why did I say the end? You know, it'd be funny if she was like really, like, you know how some say that this is like, for some people when they talk about something, they're like, just great. She like nice, always really light, and she is her dad. It'd be funny if she was doing it just because she says when she's like dice. She said but dice always read the money. I want to be like the greats and the losers. Right? The greats. Okay, I'll be more off screen.
Not the yourself, not the say the adjacent part, not the adjacent, not the adjacent. It's first of all, I don't know if
I don't know. Okay, I was afraid that you guys were going to hear yeah, I guess the whole chat hates that you hate these women. Yeah, they're pretty. It's hard to like get a taste of what the whole chat thing is. Mainly means like 30 messages. So like you think it's the whole chat is just mainly. Asanazi says he's waiting for the closer. Okay. There's no closer. Let's just go ahead and get to the outside part where they are starting. So she finally gets off stage. And then they just start having a conversation with the how the comic goes. And then the vibe of a real open mic enters the room as soon as they get off stage. Okay, great. Let's skip the right back. Let's go into this. The whole time they're complaining about the company and how it's not a woman anymore. Right? Yeah. So now they get back to the hotel. They're still going to cooking. Look at this is no longer a half. You can see she got that very upset. I'm surprised. What did I expect? I guess I can't even go back to that context and be like, before doing it. Maybe I thought it was free. I thought it was free food, good times, drinks on tap for free, everything free.
Which forests are not included in the cell? Forests that although they may be
They were all like,
adjacent to the city,
wow,
do
tough
not
crowd.
open
That's
to
the
the city.
best
Like
description I've ever heard
forests
of it.
which are adjacent and open to the city are included. So what's kind of what we end up holding, we end up asking for this small, is that any time you sell an area that has adjacent areas that open up into the city, ultimately again those adjacent areas will open to the city. Whether those are animal enclosures, whether those are forests, whether it's really inside the city,
I want them to fight the comedians at the Hollywood Conference. They seem legitimately angry. It'd be so funny if they got the video was them fighting the house that they're mad at the host that did it. It's funny, yeah. It's funny, like, that whole thing of when people are showing their stores, seeing how things are in comedy, and they get really mad, and they antagonize the other people in the room, but then other people respond, making fun of them, and they go, oh boy, why? How did that happen? You're so nice. It's like, no, you're rude. And so I'm like, these 6 to 10 losers, and, like, they're not going to be happy about that. And yeah, their one-liners weren't good, probably not. But maybe they weren't. Maybe they weren't. That's nothing against what they do. Sometimes people get roasted like, it's good. And then afterwards they're like, it wasn't even good. It's like everyone was laughing. But yeah, but it's like comedy.
not including in the sale. I'm sorry, about low level, that's not about
you're awesome. You're very good.
They're not necessarily
But I like that you're taking a different approach to this. Where you're kind of on their side. But here's the thing. Let me describe to you. I'm not on their side. I'm on either. I think everyone in that group. Yeah, just like you said, Charles. I understand.
Is managed to reach the sale of the field. This, however, is not on the road. These are the master of the sofa. When I say I'm selling you the field, and what? Everything that is in the field, then how they kill in the field. I will say everything is in the field. Bake-off, I will say no matter what, since you know what that means is, no matter what I have said, even if I said I'm selling you the field with everything in it, well, Barbara is because I'm coming to do this field. There's a field area. There's a lot of huge growth. That area is more. Then a place will go. That area is significant part to itself. And then from that, including to the south. The lowest I shall be, yes, you have a lot of possible things. It has been treated with wood. So it's more of a finished structure. Therefore, the structure of it doesn't have to be the lowest I heard on the boat. 15 is similarly, you have the color. That is so very exciting. Mature, not including the cell, below as the stand YouTubers getting into a specific or maybe someone you do, like, and that guy, blah, 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 he's a fucking asshole, also not describing just some random guy who's been like for years. This is the most fun he's ever going to get. He pissed off 3 random 20-year-olds from Canada that have 7 million followers. I wanted that makes me want to go back to Oakland. Maybe I'll be able to piss off 3 famous YouTubers.
Yeah. Janae, I didn't see your comment earlier, so they're not all 3 triplets. However,
Good morning, Rabbi Size.
This is very smart, yes.
Today's daf
One does not look like
is
one, yes.
Baba Basra, daf of Cat.
She was younger. Yeah, the younger one is obviously younger.
But today,
By the way, I did
we begin by thanking our sponsors.
I didn't really see
We thank Daniel Bateva Chava of Tashmanim Israel for sponsoring all the judges of Tammuz, generation of the father, the Tomo, and the Aryeh Day of Philadelphia. Again, you mentioned Tomo was a child survivor of Auschwitz, Tom Lucas, of the Weissnagel, left over 90 cents for the Israelis, Shama having a real Canadian, and the family in the family.
The guy that's in the Soderbergh
They
thing,
stop
that's what
of
it's
tests that we're going to begin about pump test of the days
at the Hollywood Common.
4 lines from the bottom. So just briefly yesterday, we began by asking the question, how do we know that a chazak is clear? Described as chazaka, the test of Raya is described yesterday, is that when a person purchases something, the person always needs to be able to hold on to some elements of truth in that product.
And she's starting to sweat.
Because if not, and then the previous owner comes back and says, excuse me, you like that. I was not all right. That's the food that belongs to them. So the typical way of doing that is by holding on to the
So they're
contract.
explaining for 20 minutes, basically, of this
Title.
video, just like,
And what we recognize is that that's very difficult for people to do. Not everybody has the ability to hold on to a piece of paper. You can't require a person to buy a piece of property, hold on to a piece of paper for eternity. Because the reality is that things get lost. Therefore, we describe that a chazaka has this raya, a person to do something that will allow them to prove that they own it by virtue of the fact that they've been there. What does that look like? That the movement has been there consistently through 3 consecutive operating seasons. That's what it's described. It depends how a particular field is used. If a particular field is used normally every day throughout the 3 years, the person has to use it normally every day throughout those 3 years. If it's not normal to use it every single day throughout those 3 years, in such a case, a person would not have to be there every day throughout those 3 years. They would have to be there at every expected point that it would be used during those 3 years. So again, depending on what type of field, if you're using what's the product for selling, that person even to do 3 single actions, that is considered to be the normal way of doing it, and that's something that's what I described it. One of the national questions we do is, how do we know that the number 3 is the magic number that affords a person this raya, this chazaka, this establishment of that they own the field, and the more of the raya from a star hamur. We described many times the number of months star Everyone's a little bit of that. But the Kama, we talk extensively about the Shormuah, which is an animal, specifically a wild animal. How does an animal establish a pattern of being a wild animal called endemic? It goes over time. Basically, we analyzed that. We made a comparison, and we said, yes, person is able to establish that they own something that hurts the fact that they've been here for 3 years, or that 3 years have passed, and that the original owner did not have any comments. In other words, it's not reasonable, we pointed out to Rabbi yesterday, it's not reasonable to assume that a person would be squatting in your field or in your home and the original owner would just say nothing. The fact that the original owner said nothing is proof positive that he does not own the field anymore, and that the next owner, the new owner, actually the person who's living here doesn't. The Gemara makes the assumption that since the Gemara brought this proof from the whole Kedusha, we described yesterday the whole Kedusha with the name of the Hedron that is located in Kedusha, and we at the end of the Yom explained that the whole Kedusha was Rabbi Yisrael. The Gemara makes an assumption that there are a Rabbanan, unnamed number of sages and Chachamim who don't necessarily agree with the whole Kedusha source. After these 3 years, coming from Ishtar Town and so on. We're going to ask the following question. The Rabbanan Mai. According to the Rabbanan, how do we know that a Chazak is going to be? In other words, that was the whole Kedusha, but the Rabbanan, not necessarily the Rabbanan who are mentioned in our Mishnah, but the Rabbanan who stem from the opinion of the Kedusha, how do they know that Chazak is to be? This is part of the prophecy of Yoel spent a long time before the Korban Abayis, warning Klal Yisrael that they don't get their act together shortly.
These are three random
This particular Nevuah
that are not funny and not really worth my
This
time.
particular
They
Nevuah
happen to do
This particular Nevuah
at some random venue and then tried to get some
he was giving a prophecy. He was saying
if it was different, like let's say someone respected or like
at the end
a famous celebrity that people love, if they trash Hollywood comedy, then I can see a world where a fake cry would be funny. But she's doing a fake cry for losers, for YouTube people. There's a disconnect there. You don't. This is not the joke to make. Oh shit, I'm making a joke. This is real. This is 100% real. Everything is 100% real, and that's why the fake cry is. I'm so bothered. So she's actually sad that someone does fake cry. This isn't a bit.
and make sure to hold on to those documents. Now, if the Chazak would be established for 2 years, it would be necessary for him to provide a warning. He has to hold on to the documents. What would have happened would have been that he would have gotten up and
so she's, when we watch the rest of the show, and even if there is a destruction,
even if there's
I'm curious now. I assumed it was a joke. No. I wanted them to be funny about it. I would have preferred them to be funny about the situation. To be like, you guys suck. Just say like, fuck you guys. Well, I would, yeah, she's talking about legal actions that they are defaming the club. Calico sisters are suing them. She's suing them. She said them as a citizen. What? Yes. That's worrisome because now what do I have to worry about lab or something? Oh man, dude, I thought it was just a lame fake cry. No, it's not a bit. I'm telling you, she's fake crying. She's not. She's thinking that way. It's different levels of words. I feel like you're on a level where you're aware that there are people in the world. But fuck you.
He's getting up, he's talking to Klal Yisrael, and he's saying to them, listen, on my side, you're not getting your act together, there's going to be a full provider, there's going to be chaos, and you spend money on the field, you want to hold on to your field, as is your son, this business is going to be rebuilt. After it gets destroyed, you come back in 7 years, you want to come back to your field, and you won't be able to do that by virtue of the fact that you someone else is using your field. You can try to use the argument of Chazaka, it's not trying to get your field back to Chazaka. The best possible way to get your field back is to take out a document and say, look, I bought your field. So your first report says, make
make sure if you buy a field, something's the case of it's custom and safe for the custom. Write it down in the star and have your star, your document signed and dated and sealed and approved. On this, you're going to have proof that you own the field. Not a proof. Who said just because the number you're saying something, that was actually the halachic stop. You won't be able to get the field back.
Can you go back? I want to see. I want to see the
idea. You want to go there and prove it. That's the
There's
case.
no chance I can do this. I know.
You know, Tamar, if you're not going to say that, when you continue, if you're not going to say you're just giving them a good idea, all these boxing, the shoveling, the northern Genoise, also is curious, might for Allah. He continues and he says, build homes and return. Without your plant gardens, without your exterior, and into now, what halakha was he telling them? He's telling them you have to have garden in your house, just like the minimum required landscaping that was required when you bought a house, or you were these zoning laws. The answer is no. He was just to give them an eitzah tova. He's telling them, listen up, guys. You'll be alone with dollars. When you buy a house in Buffalo,
I have 3 jokes about
you're going to have to settle here for a number of decades.
I love the idea that there was the call first expensive. She starts making fun of me. One of them has no penis. But so the Hollywood comedy has to defend itself from being defamed by the Caligari sisters. That's crazy. My bad. Evan 60 talking about those films. I don't know what that was a reference. We were
buying
cooking. I
properties
apologize.
in Eretz Yisrael, he's giving them an another right that's sin for itself in the pasuk. In the Satan with the parents, but I'm
I'm like laughing at the idea
what
that
should you do with the
the Hollywood
documents?
companies
Put them in earthenware
they have to
vessels
defend themselves.
and close it up for just this video for a long time. Now that's definitely not a halachic fact. He's not telling them that you have to document there's a halachic what's all. You have to go and store it in a earthenware vessel just to say that for a long time.
Is just
That's not something
open micers. Everybody at all.
therefore, it must be, if he was giving good advice to people, he has no halachic proof from here how long
The open mic community
he wants to
basically decides what it does.
what the church said it must be, we have to establish it, but the Chachamim
But
know
here's what where I'm coming
that
from.
a chazaka works.
They're trying to flip this into forward. There's donation links on every single
He moves
post.
off
You know, that's
of
crazy. That's what I'm saying. They're just posting about this nonstop.
He moves more to the category of a scholar. In other words, it's a logical conclusion. Sasa Kamaisa, the first year, it's reasonable to say that a person would forgive somebody who lives with his field. No,
That
it's not
comedy
like
is
to
her
say
baby.
normal.
She's also 6 months pregnant now. It's like she's making a bunch of
Rashi
adding a
used
bunch of stuff on to try to like I refuse to be silenced.
Mainly for Asa, there's no person who would allow somebody to operate in your own field for 3 years without saying something. So that
Did Caligari threaten them in any way?
totally
I don't know. She was
unreasonable to
probably
assume that a
rationalized that.
person would be able to buy a
I
field
fucking hate it. It's
or
fake.
say, a person would be able to move
All,
into a
everyone
field,
sucks. All of you guys
use
suck.
the field,
I want
and
to hang out this
act
experience.
as the owner of the field for 3 years without the owner paying them.
It would
We
be
want to say
funny
it is
if the
reasonable
Caligari
to assume,
sisters
but
hired an
sometimes the
attorney.
person might be a little more
Attorney,
forgiving.
somebody said with an
The
attorney, and
person
that attorney
using the
was.
field, so Sasa can I see the first year, not the image. A person might think, you know what, person is
You guys don't know Ron Pebbles
in
is.
anyway, I have to give
Ron
to the field
Pebbles
anyway,
is
all right, allow the person to use it. Tarsi Muscle. Again,
Hey, I'm attorney Ron Pebbles. I represent my colleague. It's this case, his job, whatever. We do a lot of stuff. I'm not talking about that. Suicide or pregnant, but it's rising tears because they weak influence into this mind that
That's just totally unreasonable, and therefore, if a person successfully moves into a field, or to a house, for 3 years, and operates for the owner, there is no way to assume that this person is operating there unless they are related.
How much staff does the fucking Hollywood company have? This is insane. They've been a trade. This is a bigger operation than I thought. Dude, they have an operations meeting for the Hollywood company. That's wild. The fourth law is so funny. one time when I was at the fourth wall, this fucking, actually, I had this no story. I wasn't even there. I was having my story. Because I went there right after that. The food inspector came from the city and was like trying to investigate this random ass open mic. And he was asking the comics, like, who owns this place? And they were like, what? Oh, yeah. And they had it. Yeah. And he sat here sitting near the thing. And he asked the host, he's like, you're the host, you must know the owner. And I was like, I don't know anything. So it's a fucking thing where nobody, the owner's nowhere to be found. There's no staff. The host doesn't know anything at all. It would be like the perfect way to smuggle, or like to do a legal thing. Because the open mic system in some ways is ran better than the mafia shit. You have no idea who's in what. There's no one says anything. Before I moved to Romania, I was running an open mic in North Hollywood. I went down to human traffic in North Hollywood, burning the fourth wall. I had a truck, and I got $8 for 10 minutes and $12 for 15 minutes. It was an excellent operation. Do that voice, but have it be like how he pertains to talk to people. Like, you tell them how you make money. You gotta have a big mentality. You're stuck in the matrix. You gotta break out. Losers will come up to you and want to talk to you and joke for 5 minutes. What you gotta do is find that loser and then get 5 other losers that look just like him. You tell it's $5. You hide the key. So the key is open micers that are degenerates will pay $5. Now you can try to hope that the $6 will get you out of the matrix at that point. I can't do it. You lock the door, they can't get in or out. Yeah, I was talking about the getting at the fourth wall. You have to be about 8 p.m. and they lock the door for an hour. And I don't know, that's probably not. I mean, the food inspector probably was like, wait, they give me a clock. And he's like, I'm trying to get out. You must survive. And so I started standing up. He's like, let me out. I don't want to be a food inspector anymore. It's just so funny. Just the idea. I remember when every once in a while, Joe asked me to do it, you do get paid. I was there anyway, so I was like, all right, sure. And you had to like go to some weird place and unlock and get the key, door, lock up. It is really fun. Yeah, and then, the sushi place next door is at the sushi place. I've had the sushi boots. I had that pretty good. Oh, they yelled at me, but it was kind of funny. You know, it's different about that. Like, you hear that shit. Dude, what kind of fucking Russian gun is that? That's crazy. They get you back and forth. Is that how you make good sushi? So, I basically caught you up on the whole saga. I think it's time to go to the Reddit, dude. Hit the like button. Fucking nuts. Spicy.
Here on, you have the recipe of Septa. You have the beer, that's the rest. And you notice that Rashi is what looks like Rashi's, but the purest Rashi, which is the Rashi here, becomes much more extensive. And I have to tell you, for me, you have to look much shorter from a Mars standpoint. It looks much more complicated from the parts from the commentator standpoint. Especially because the Rashi festival is more advanced.
Well, I told him I was going to be out, so he came and said, I would see you. And I was like, yeah, it's been a while since we hung out. Don't tell me what actually happened. Man, I said, just, don't act like I'm a big deal. My friends don't know that I have the show, 10 minutes of show. And he came and I signed, he's had some stuff for his kids. I know you have an embarrassing interaction with Brian. You got to be real about it. Just say the stuff. I said, you really want me to write this about you? He said, yeah, I write stuff. I said, I like your stuff too. And then he was very happy to see me. And I said, anytime you want to hang out, you don't even feel like it's like a fan thing. I go, yeah, well, what the fuck did this guy say to you then, dude? What was that conversation like then? That is obviously AI.
It's actually quite dramatic.
That's disturbing. Yeah, people are saying you're not 5'8". Well, I don't know. How tall is Conor? Sure, how tall Conor Bryce? He's like 5'8". How how tall is he?
He talks to the historians about this. That Rothschild had to
It'd be
do
funny,
right
like,
here
not
in the entire
like,
Bible.
you're 6'4",
The problem is this was that
So,
Rothschild kept
5'8",
on finding his period.
pretty
Every
damn
time he refined his
accurate,
period,
I'd say.
he took the other one out of
This
print and he
proves
didn't want people to see it anymore.
he was so
Like you said,
goddamn
Rothschild was very
yeah.
precise.
Man, and he was
Rothschild was
great.
so
He was
careful
dancing.
that his period and
That's just
sound should be so
very happy.
perfect.
Did you have any
Every
correspondence?
word is calculated, and as the
Did you talk to him?
iteration of the spirit from
Not
God,
really. I wish I was more like that. But this picture, I cracked.
being traced because of
She goes, should we do a redhead picture? We're like, how's it called? Can we do like a redhead picture? He's like, yeah, that's hilarious. I think this is being a redhead or whatever. And then she told us that she likes that show with Tina Fey. They talked about that for a while last summer. And I watched it. That's what it is. So you
So
cropped
now
up the
Rabbi says, I didn't mean to say that
I went and crop rappers.
Dr. Kamaisa
Crop up
was
the
puppets. In other words, the person's not as mocked.
New Faces of Feminist
Just
Joking
being mocked
tea
and giving
with
away your product.
something dicey.
That means that I might
Toronto
allow
must
someone to
work
walk
for
up
Big
and
Hot
down.
Pocket
If they
now.
want
Must
to
work
take a
for
chance
QT
at their
sauces.
backyard and all that. That doesn't mean
That's
that
not
it's
Cascade Flash.
There's a big difference
I like
between
how this drops on
giving
the
me my
3
property
pages around.
and
Imagine
you
this
saying
clips.
that I'm not mocked. All right, I'll allow you to go.
If
It's
he
not
lived
the
like
Kamaisa
4
that's
more years,
that's
like he's
happening.
super into
There are people who are not so much, it's okay. Person uses Nakia, doesn't use it anyway. All right, no problem. Currently, the second year, I get more time than the person left in the
Yeah, but yeah, I'm glad he wasn't around.
However,
Gerardo
once a
said he
person
wasn't
starts
in the
making
file
his
this
habit
week
comes up to bringing
between
in
Bull Jeff
information
and
from
TBT.
you.
Why is it like
saying, excuse me, sir?
colors?
You know, the first couple years, I was a gentleman. And you come outside and chasing up my property. But the third year, you know, tied it up to the property. It's time to
Challenge
actually make
office
respect.
both like non-consensual.
Flash peppers. I'm only about it. So if I use practice and say, okay, that's the truth. I'm only out there. That's the first 2 years. Person's not mocked. And the basis of Chazaka is that a person's not mocked. What are we going to do about Kedron? How does the paper are Yashin? These fields that belong to the family in the Yashin. The covered Afilu Amman to fall up on this. What about these people? You know that there are certain people, like when you step on their lawn, a full alarm will go off, the person is getting up like, oh, congrats. So the female Yashin was very much, we don't have any Yashin on their field. So now, according to your logic,
Oh, I get it.
so if a person stepped on their lawn and nobody came out to yell at them, immediately, you have a conductor. Why? Because
I'm
they're
Andrew
very
Schultz.
active. There's no
I'm Andrew Tate. How's Andrew Schultz?
conclusion you could
I
draw
know,
that a
man.
person being even
I had
one day
traffic chiefs, and I said that's savage
belongs
fire.
to the belly office without some protesting other than they sold it. Because again, we're telling you that the basis of Chazaka is that once a person's on the field and the owner is not kicking him off, that must mean that they're not that they must have said it. So the other family is very much so. Some people stepping on the field, and walking on the field, after that to see that because they live on bench.
It is genuinely not hyperbole to say that at least one of the reasons why I'm a fascist or a growing fascist government,
In other words, the idea is that your host
comedians with podcasts simply wouldn't be able to say slurs without being canceled. And it has brought us to this moment of hell. But you'll notice that some of them have had for a while now some virus force, and that is only increasing. Take, for example, Andrew Schultz. On this recent Flickr podcast, had a couple of interesting things to say. We're going to play them, and then I want to react, because on the one hand, I do think it is important to make money for people who have fire force, second thoughts, without voting for Trump and supporting Trump. However,
That's it, depending on a person's personality. You have to access their personality and have a field he needs to operate every single year. That's not like you make it Chazaka. You need to have one size fits all halacha for everybody, and it can't just be that it depends on each particular family's level of hakaga of people reaching into their field. So as well as says, you have to read it. Sata Kamaisa Mizar Inish Bishtarim.
He does have a UFC live chat.
Of what a person we're going to be mapped about, and we're going to now start talking about the normal people of how well it's reasonable to say that people will hold on to the doctrine. This is something we mentioned before. So the Kamash Mizar Inish Bishtarim. A regular, average person holds on to a doctrine.
Wow, so you're a fucking liar. Wow, dude. You're just like Formula One, Daddy. Wow, dude.
Targeting is class was by. The second and the third year, again, people hold on to doctrines for 2 or 3 years. Now, today, after that, Moses died. People just generally don't just hold on to the seat that someone's going to. Again, there are people who hold on to the seats. You go to the seat, you get a significant expense. You have air conditioning fixed, so you have your car repaired.
Who the fuck is that, dude? That is making the scariest car I've seen.
At some point in time, you no longer hold on to these documents.
First, how much did you love and more pressure in trouble Sunday's football game?
The first year, you were careful. When you're in the field, you were older, people are going to ask you to fall away.
That's why you see that working is one of the biggest jokes on the planet. And also, this is the guy that came up with this Jordan. Trying to use crushing power. Yeah, I got sucked. Yeah, fuck them. I can't believe he had it on. That really surprised me. You know, I gotta like, I find you really interesting. That's, yeah, I can't imagine. You know what? I never watched the ticket. I don't want to give it a review. At the end of the day, I think we have more training. And I had a feeling I wanted to do this where I looked at the transcript and he didn't ask me about it. I don't know. I didn't say he did. I just was making fun of him. I didn't really I watched the podcast cringe thing on it, sort of. I watched it sort of like I watched podcast cringe. Just like, I barely taken a second to take a five minutes. Yeah, but you know, once on my page, right? But yeah, I mean, that guy's
He could say to him, he must have stopped
chance I'm never
if
gonna
he would
sit
have
through
made
that
the protest in front of me. And I
He's
didn't know
annoying.
that
He's like,
some
thinks
of
he's
the
really
protesters were
smart.
ownership of the field had been moved around the star. I would have held on to it for 4 years, 5 years, or 6 years. One says no, the Amalei, no. We said this yesterday. Tava is slave. The Tava is slave. You don't have to make him a follow to the person. You can understand the overwhelmers go to a person and say, you don't belong to get out. But you can go to someone else and say, this person doesn't know. I'm probably past the skill with you. See, you can't have any skill. So I'm talking about my house, someone's in my field. I would like to know, this doesn't belong to me. It's much easier to even see that. You call a couple neighbors and say, remember I used to be your neighbor? I don't know, I went away for 3 days and came back to someone else's house and left me in the house. The guy was strategy to get the guy out. Right? You know, inside the property, that is good. And that was sufficient. And guess what? Within 15 minutes, he's already able to report that someone else is getting the house and he's expecting that his daughter as well will find out. Okay. The airport has up to not far to the protest. The protest is going to if it's not in front of the other stuff. How about Uguna? We make the point. Tell each other, if I'm really talks about the Amir, but we talk about two songs from his two songs, we have to be some exceptions. U.S. says, Mike Demofsky. So thank you for this. It's actually supposed to be this one. It says, the customers are some of the yes we are. 3 years, day to day. You can't just, end of 15 years from now and say, put together cumulatively enough time to be in the field that equals that 3 years. And you never know, Kentucky. Once they know now, they say, oh, let's run the other one that we can do that. That means that we have to do 3 solid years. 3 years each one is solid. We only have 3 to go. It could be year 1, year 3, and year 5. This is that should be 1, 2, 3. So year 1 is complete. Year 2 is complete. Year 3 is complete. That should be enough. Because you have to do the second year, not only have to do the second. I understand. Mother Kuna agrees, but after the movie died in a year, where they usually skip a year. In other words, there are some times when it's normal to skip a year of the movie. Now, in Australia, that was something new to deal with. Without a large parallel, there is supposed to be some benefit to the land to skip a year. So a place where they skip years, they would agree, you don't have to be there during that skip year, because
not know where else. He wants to look, you know.
I wanted to ask you a question now about something that I talked about yesterday. I was going to never text something or call you. And you said to call you, and then I was like 10 minutes later, so I was just like, I want to get your thoughts on this. How about like now? Yeah, I think this is the last
yours. It's probably focusing on making sure that people know that it's yours.
Just because John says so.
You should have been for the people who don't skip a year because you should be trying to establish yourself out there.
Not agree.
For long, you actually should have teaching you even for you can skip a year. And that does not prove that you don't own this field. So now you can say to him, Sada Ara, the cooling Baga, knows that Sina,
so he is an ex-CIA kind of guy.
It is the top of my mind for me to be trying to establish a house. In other words, I know it's not perfect here, and therefore I have to be here for the first 3 years of operation. And you know what? I would actually want it to be here with the second year planting, but it's just not financially feasible for me to be the only field in operation in the entire neighborhood. Because that means I actually pay the entire security force of the whole field, which is going to experience young growth. And that's the real quick makes sense about it. In other words, if everyone's fields are operational for them, we can get together and say, listen, the whole area of field, we can hire one security team to secure on the field. We don't chip in, and therefore it becomes reasonable. But I'm now single-handedly responsible for the security of my field. I can't say anybody else to chip in because everyone else's occupation lasts for a year. I will be able to afford it, and therefore it's reasonable, and we won't
You just wanted to hang law enforcement on January 6th.
and now you're on so you can also say, even if it's feasible, listen, the reality is that fields produce better when
we're
we're
getting
getting
the
here
FBI
of one
taking
tower.
over this
And
investigation.
how
So
did this big use to make
this
money?
is wrong,
And therefore, a lot of our fields
and I mean in capital letters.
producing everybody else. Imagine everyone else seeing it through here. The lot of the time to rejuvenate. And I the following year, you know what happens? Everyone else has tremendous produce. And I have good produce because I didn't have to treat my field properly. You know, I'm going to skip a year, even though I'm trying to start up a Kazaka, because I want my field to be as productive.
This is wrong.
No, the more goes on.
Would you like if like you came over and you were like, where are you at? I'm like, you yeah, no, I guess now that you say it like that, I don't think it would be good for an argument because even if you know for a fact, that you're right. If you're talking with somebody, you don't want to say wrong 3 times, then it makes it sound like you think they're idiots. So yes, I would, I might do it by accident, but if I got coached by a young bird, I might make the right call. It's all I don't like it, dude. It's like so annoying.
This investigation. This is wrong. And I mean in capital
I
letters.
just don't like the grades. They're going out there finding another. I just don't think. I'm starting to think that it's like the FPS didn't go down. Like whatever. I don't even know what he's talking about. I just think he's saying the FPS didn't go this investigation. And this is wrong. Why can't you just use your words so eloquently like you asked me for the first 7 minutes of this thing that I'm really enjoying? Until you hit me with the wrong. You're in my ear, like you're inside of me. That to me is like, you know, this highbrow, lowbrow. That's the
You know what?
I mean,
Who's a typical
Devil's
person?
assistant,
FBI
back in the days when he would have been jailed. Always like remembering having a not having a toothbrush and putting on the same food every day, staring at another guy take a shit in front of him. You know, it's just
When you buy a property,
yeah, he's like, the FBI, they did a lot to me.
We live here, and we're renting from moving.
If you went to prison, you might say wrong a lot. 3 times might be too less. Prison sucks.
Hold on a second. How can you rely on tenants to testify that they're living
This
in a
guy,
house that the property belongs to Ruben or to Shimon?
I think
How do you
this
know
is
they're
wrong.
These people are gay. Why? You know, I'm
Yeah, we'd be doing a lot. Like, what's wrong? That's right. What thing? What you say, John?
For 3 years.
I want the shirt I wore yesterday, John.
And so it's my property. So they say, no, no, no. It's
Do a laundry.
day and night.
Wrong. Okay, you want to say wrong. You don't have my laundry anymore.
3 years of rent.
You'll say wrong.
So therefore, the taxation should not be accepted.
You'll say wrong. Oh, man, so you're on my side.
This is how Dayanim were not paying such good attention.
This is wrong.
Even Arby talking about when you're not the argument, so they're holding on to the rent. The Arby would come to the and say, who is not this guy? Who should we give the rent to? We're here for 3 years. It's time for us to pay rent. We don't say that the owner. She says that the owner. Who do we give the rent to? So my
Well, the threats that I would
the
funny
answer
I got
is
were
that
were
they say is they're living there for 3 years.
John's like,
Moving.
he
Ownership, they give them money.
didn't give me his commissary money. I'm like, that's funny I got.
They actually have the property, use it for 3 years, day and night. Okay. All right. So in other words, there's no dispute. They have to pay the rent that owner. But to whom they pay the rent, that's not going to seem to be okay. You can find the Amal. Rising Savi. Rising Trade Savi.
Bugs me. I was thinking it too. I was joking behind his channel, like, you see the red line above.
So in other words, what that over here
I was
is,
watching videos pretty consistently, and I saw this, and I honestly got turned off. Yeah,
when a person
I don't like
asks for Avis,
I get it. I didn't get it at first because I
so
so I
I
probably
In
agree
other words,
with
you
you
start to
saying.
figure out how Jamal is
No, I agree with what I'm saying. I'm going to cut it down because I probably agree with what this guy says.
Now, if the person
But
actually
that
requests
wrong,
Avis
It's
day
like,
and
yeah,
night,
that's
we
not really
respect
a good
the request, but we're not
say
going
your
to actually
point.
make that claim for you.
I think that's what I think.
The welfare of Zero Bayaro, the after that low time, coming in late.
Both questions you have a gun.
Now, Richard says, if the owner of the field is a peddler who's constantly traveling,
I also agree with whatever he's saying because it's just information. I think he's kind of like his presentation of himself. He's just Trump.
actually advance his
That makes sense.
for this person.
But he's
So
also
this is
commenting on the bias situation in a negative way.
requirement of the
Yeah,
agency.
I kind of see it. I would never do this fucking shit. Shout out to you,
This peddler did not go ahead and make this claim to him away.
you're creative, they got
So
the
look
fucking
at
voice to
Tahim
say wrong.
away now, willing to pay for him and require agency.
How would he say it?
So what we're put on,
We need somebody to give $200.
operation inside the field. The commission is the Puza, the Mama Vida, the Melia, Law Vida. The commission is the Puza.
This is wrong.
Look at the family here. I forgot the boy that is the Yoga the some boxes in the Puza family to look at the left of the island.
I think
We
so.
carry a person that we tell us. When it comes to a person
Alright,
who
we'll
rented
see
a
you next
storefront,
week.
so in such a case, nobody should.
Alright, we're going to be ending here, so have a great rest of your evening.
Fine when you're in the store. You tell me out of the store. The fact you're not there during the night is not proof of anything. You want help you with families. And you're saying the person says, can you prove to me that you are in the storefront all day, all night, 24 hours a day, for 365 days a year? We'll say, no, he doesn't have to have proof for that because it's not reasonable. People are not why do you Mama Vida, the value of Vida, people are not normally here during the night. Rabbi Bar Kama, spoke to Bar Kama. So here we have a story. Rabbi Bar Kama and the book of Bar Kama, they were Zavon Hamu Hamas Zavon Yadavi. Together, they had like a, nothing Miami here, but they had a, they shared an Amasa, a servant going to work for them to clean their houses, do whatever they needed. So now it's time to study seven switches of something. One of them used their services for year 1, 3, and 5. We might have found some peer review for the second one used their services for the second and third research. Now, not much clear is a level. Someone came by and said, I just made 70 hours ago. What are you doing anyway? He's like, come in. I was the one who bought their services. So that's what's another level. The thing before that, now, I'm going to go to that. My time to ask you that. Why don't you guys do this strange thing? And one of them gets for year 1, 3, and 5, the other gets for 2, 4, and 6. So these five,
Welcome back to Practice Tweeties. As always, join the Patreon during the Reddit trend the Patreon, you get early access to Stop Laughing, You Stupid. That's what I want right there. Energy. I don't know why your energy goes, welcome back to right. I fucked up. Like, ouch. But then when I start laughing, you get angry. I like that. I was just like laughing at you at the beginning. I wasn't really angry, but I just wanted to be, live. I want to give the audience something, right? I want to be the wacky guy that you like on TV. Not on TV, right? YouTube. But anyways, on the Patreon, they get early access of our other show, 10 Minutes of Shop. And I have a heart attack. But before the show started, we had a buzzing. I know the podcast did this, and I'm sorry, but I think this is funny. Right? We had a buzzing in one of the US Gerardo's microphone. That's not saying anything bad about him. Okay? It just happened to be his microphone. It's not his fault. It's the team's fault. So there's a buzzing, right? And he goes, do you know why the buzzing is after we saw it? After Gerardo saw it. After I motivated Gerardo to saw it. And he goes, you know why that happens? I go, no. And he said, what it means is that an electrical cable is on top of a microphone cable. What is it? Is it obviously a microphone cable on top of an electrical cable? Or vice versa? Does it matter? What did you say after I said that? I want to get to this. But does which one is on top of the other? Does that matter? I think it does because, the power grid is kind of on the floor. Microphone cable's on top of the power grid, you mean where you plug it into? Is that the power grid? Yeah, like the grid of power, basically, like all the power cables that go over here, there, over there. What's a grid? A grid is like a line of cables. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, wait, I'm making this up, though. I'm not, you don't even know if that's what you're on. Listen, I speak my own terms. The shit gets recorded. It gets I get yeah, that's right. You walked in and go, these corners. No, you're scared. I was kidding with you. What did you say? No, well, I want to get to what I said because I think I know the answer to it, and I want to know what's right. And I have enough humility that I'm willing to see if it's right. I don't care. I think it's funnier if it's wrong. Okay? So I jokingly said, but also seriously, I said, I don't even know the difference between those two kinds of cables.
You can use it another way. Never the field you use factory plant. You can use this field as a store account. You spread your tools there, or you can spread your fruit.
I mean, and now that I think about it, an electrical cable, that just probably means that it's when you plug in for power, and the white cable is when you plug in the plug. So I didn't know. It's the cutting laziness with my wife, she calls it weaponizing competence, where I don't even try to understand what's going on. I go, oh, I didn't know that. My face exploded. Actually, wait, no, I did that difference. The electric cable, one was certain show it. I was talking about it. And she gets mad at me because like I'm not really like trying to figure it out. I'd rather just be tweeting. Oh man, I want to wait till later. I want to wait till later. Let's get into this. Yeah, but how are you doing? I'm doing great. Thank you, friends. Weaponizing competence. Oh wow. It's just like we live in a city called Los Angeles. You know what I mean? Yeah, I would prefer if everyone's more fucking Spanish. Oh yeah, weaponizing competence, dude. You know what I mean? Makes me feel like shit in my own city, dude. Why the hell? Because I don't know what the fuck that means. Weaponizing competence. I can explain it to you. Yeah, I'm gonna be incompetent when you do start weaponizing my feelings towards you. It's when you put there's a wine. I was going to do some stuff here, but no, weaponizing competence. That's just mean competence means you're stupid, right? Weaponizing means you're using it as a weapon. Right? So I'm like kind of as a way of like not doing things. I'm using it as a like I don't know how to do it to get out of it. I was doing a bit where I was acting like I didn't know what weaponizing competence meant because I was being incompetent. But all that saying though, all that being said though, is that
begin by taking all of our sponsors for this morning to the thing. Our Total sponsors for the month of Stephen Intelligence, dedicating all the universities to gratitude platform as they welcome their fifth grandchild, Gabriel, Amir-Chai, Jim, and the lovely memory of Dr. Mothers of all about Certainly, I've been coming from the Estonia. Service nurturing the work of his father before the then absorbing the family of the marriage. All the hours on the place and sunshine will be the families in the summer. First, we dedicate our women in the precious country to home. Shalom and colors in the course of our cultures with struggle on food and free for performance here they have. Of course, we even Nishmas all of the precious soldiers that we lost over Shabbos and over Sunday.
how I
Yeah,
feel.
because
That's something I
Baruch
want to know.
provide
In terms of
we
where,
offer
like,
them
wait a
the
minute,
summons
I
and
didn't,
we
you know,
come
kind of
up
have
for
that. I don't know why. Maybe
so
because
with that,
maybe I'm looking
let
at
us
maybe
begin
in the
our
shower
to
when I'm looking
today,
at
Baruch
X and
Hashem.
stuff like this, right?
Today's daf
So
is Kuf Yud,
I'm
110.
looking at it. So
And we are
let's go.
picking up the Nurse Hashem
I was
from the
cleaning
page
up in the
109b,
bathroom, and I was like,
11
dude, I got
lines
so
up
pissed about
from
the
the
conversation I
bottom.
had yesterday.
11 lines
Shit,
from the
okay,
bottom.
yeah.
Let's
Because
yesterday,
talking
but
doing this whole thing about
good
fucking
job,
like minorities and shit like that.
It was
And then
similar again,
they're like
focusing
creating their
on what
own
we
ecosystem of language to like define what our experiences are, so that they feel better, but it's still kind of like white power. Anyways, I was thinking and then I'm thinking about this. Okay, yeah. And I was, but you were thinking about that from a conversation that I can't really talk about. I can't talk about. What's an example of that conversation? Microaggressions, shit like this. Oh, but is that white on? Oh, yeah, I guess I know it's white. Okay, his lady was white, unfortunately. And she used the phrase, microaggressions. She was using a lot of words back there. Remember the delay here. Oh, right, I'm down. So on Monday,
Now again, the goal was
Sorry,
that
go
we
My
need to
bad.
get 10 years. And at the end
I
of
really
10
find it
years,
funny. I
that
didn't try.
but
But I know I'm making fun of white girls. Microaggressions suck ass. I have always hated that term. Yeah. I'm not sure if it's white people that made it up. But then I watched Jeff Die today, and he's talking about like sucking up and this and that. And that's me when it comes to terms like microaggressions. I'm like sucking up. And I start feeling like Jeff Die, dude. I feel like shit because of white people, dude. That's what I'm saying. It's confusing. Like, you know, fuck white people. That's what I'm saying. I'm just kidding. Yeah, it's confusing. No, it's not confusing. It's like, dog, everything sucks. Everyone sucks. Nothing's real anymore. All we're doing is talking to each other and putting people down.
Why would I accept you?
It's a lot. It's a lot. To a degree. I mean, it is a troubling time. It's definitely like, I saw somebody over the weekend and they asked me how I was doing. And my standard thing is like, great, even though it could be, I could be on the edge. Like, yeah, I can literally be, about to jump or whatever. And I'm pretty good. But maybe I said it convincingly because she leaned in and she was like, it's not really that great right now, so she probably, we're all kind of struggling. And she was kidding, but I was like, oh, there's some truth to this, right? I'm not saying great. Literally, it's our mass shooting people on the street. There's all sorts of crazy shit. Wherever you stand on that, like, it is a trying time. The economy's weird, you know. So I can see why everyone is stressed out. But it's also what's your fucking Diet Cokes, watching Brendan chocolate, everything's funny. Shots of alcohol, hate each other for whatever fucking reason. It's so stupid. Yeah. Like, why can't I say something? Why can't I like express myself? The conversation I got in yesterday was not about something I did, but about something somebody else did. And I was in the room. And I wasn't even there when it happened, but they were still having this argument about this thing that happened. Yeah, and asking for my point of view. And I was just in the corner, like a cut, watching them fuck each other. And I'm just like, oh yeah, almost like agreeing with both sides. It's kind of like if you're not even part of it, you didn't see it. Why do I have to now have like a strong opinion of that? And I was rolling it so hard, dude. I was every time they would go to me, I'd be like, because the microaggression is this, and like, you know, you're mixed up with this kind of stuff, right? And me as a white person, like, I'm like, bro, this is not on the beach. Yeah. The microaggression, you know what's funny to me about that is the microaggression thing. So, on the one hand, and please correct me if I'm wrong, because as a white guy, you're but the microaggression thing, right? So, you go, white people made this microaggression thing in your mind, and so you're wrong, and then maybe did, and you're like, it's annoying, right? Because you're like you said, making you now, you're making these terms up to define your race of people, right? But at the same time, so you get mad, but then you watch Jeff die, and you hate Jeff Die because he's a total idiot. And he's starting to say things that aren't what you're saying, but they're kind of like that because it's like microaggressions, whatever it is, and then you start feeling like,
from
You know,
however
and
many
I can see
years
how
now.
that. It's like in ancient medieval times when they would do that fucking. They do two different fronts and then they engulf the enemy and then they just start killing them all. I mean, like it's like I can't go anyway. I feel like I feel trapped at times, and it's not because I'm Mexican. I just feel trapped. Like I can't fucking express myself freely, like in any way. Aside from race, it's just I say fuck all white people because that's hilarious to say, and I'll just say everyone agrees. But just the white person yesterday that I thought was like, I fucking hate you. I didn't say it so loud yet, but in my mind, I'm like, dude, I cannot stand you. You suck ass. You're like Whitney Cummings incarnate to me. You know? Do you feel like you can't say stuff because of that? I'd rather not, because I don't want to have an argument or I don't want to go on this tirade about something. And then also, dude, I was telling someone this other day, I just bomb sometimes. Because I like bombing. Like, if I go on stage and if I'm bombing, I'm going to go further and do stuff I shouldn't do on stage, like talk to the audience. Shit like this, you've seen me do terrible. Sure, yeah. And so, like, I do that shit in real life, too. Where it's like, if this is going downhill, like, let's go all the way downhill. I'm saying the F word to many people, you know what I mean? I'm saying like the worst things of all time to them. And then I gotta live with that moment whenever they're around my orphanage, you know? That's kind of funny that you'd be in a conversation with somebody that you're like getting angry with them, but you don't want to say anything because you know that if you disagree with them at all, you're gonna turn it up to like the last, like the top notch, and you'll never be able to speak to them again. So you'd rather just be like, hey man, yeah, sure, sounds great. That's about right. Because vice versa, that would be like, yeah, fuck you, and well, not so much that creatively, yes. Whenever I work with somebody and I'm done working with them, I do go to this route. But I'm just saying, like, you sound, that's my sort of vernacular of like, let's have a laugh about this very intense, real thing you're making this out to be when it's not that, you know what I mean? Do you think if you're able to say that, you would be less angry? No, because then it becomes a, you know what that word does to fucking I'm so sorry, dude. This conversation turns into something else, and then it's just like I'm trying to navigate this world of vocabulary that I didn't create, and I'm trying to speak the same language as this person that's in this different world, dude. Like this white person is just in their own fucking world that white people created to make us feel a part of, but I don't feel a part of that. Anyways, I wanted to wait till the end of the podcast because I want to start crying.
What do I do in this case?
Damn. So, and then I was peeing as an in and out. I was probably done peeing and still thinking about shit, dude. Just like standing at the fucking urinal. Like, I don't know why it hit me randomly after that. I don't know if I get that late. I think when I, like, right after is when I think about it. And I, like, when I'm thinking about things that make me mad, or I'm just intensely thinking I go the wrong way, or I forget to go off on the exit. And then I'm just going, I start going to, like, other people, like, other houses I've lived in LA, or like where my wife used to live, and then I'm like, oh, damn it, what the I want to fucking, what the fuck, and then I forget, I'm so mad at myself for like, you know, going the wrong way, that I end up driving back home, and then I forgot about it. Oh, okay, okay, great. And for me, it's direct, as long as I can go the wrong way directionally, I'll probably. Oh, okay. Yeah, for me, it's like, if I get in an argument with somebody, if they did me wrong in some way, like let's just say him Jarvis deemed this justice of like they did me wrong or something like this, and in the moment I'll be like, it's fine, whatever, you know what I mean? And then they accidentally like step on my toe 3 days later. I'm like, Doc, why would you step on my fucking toe? You know, okay, it's like this delayed emotional response to something that has nothing to do with you. But like, you know, it's Catholic guilt on this fucking random shit. You know, because you're mad about something that's not the same thing, right? Yeah. That's good that you realize that. Yeah. I mean, self-knowledge just don't mean nothing. Well, okay, well, I don't know. Like, is it, do you listen, dude, I don't want to be an analyst, dog. I want to play the game, daddy. And if that's what Jordan does, dude, you better watch out. That shouldn't have stepped on my fucking toe, daddy. I'm just kidding. I mean, yeah, it's cool that I fucking noticed it, dude. Yeah, it's gross. Or do you always notice it? I always notice it. And you actively ignore it. No. I'm trying to be funny, dude. Don't fucking psycho. You don't let me on the podcast, dog. I just really, dude, can I be totally honest with you? The whole time you were talking, like the last few things, I was desperately trying to think of a way to bring in that I thought him. I was like, how does this is behind the camera or behind my brain. The whole time I was like, how do I make him a bird into this? How can I get back to him? Well, originally Mexicans thought that
and therefore again the owner takes it,
But then Michael will
sells
around
it,
and says, no, it's good.
uses the proceeds
So
to
I
buy
that,
new
but
land,
touch
and
with
the person
Mexicans
is now
people, the exact
gets
figure,
bills
fair
from
enough.
that.
Yeah, dude, feed
Here's
him ass
what
fucking
we're
Canelo over here. Okay, so I'm going to get into this, dude.
where the items
Jelly roll? We got a
age.
lot of jelly roll. We're gonna figure out.
Is
We got a lot of jelly roll, dude. He might have gotten more face tats. Let's see. What he's saying here at the Grammys. You want a Grammy, I guess? Yeah, some kind of Grammy. I'm not sure. I'm assuming maybe best country. Not best fame, I'll tell you that right now. Most weight lost on an album this year. Strangest body transformation. Most likely to have a cousin named after a sandwich. Most spots on YouTube. People are still doing the bit where it's like Jelly Roll's the music for whatever. That's how he first spotted us. That's we did that Jelly Roll is Amy Winehouse for guys that fall asleep in their truck. Yeah. But it's still going. I just saw somebody the other day say Jelly Roll is the blah, 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 blah. Okay, because I reposted one. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, yeah. Recently? Yeah. I mean, it's, someone said Jelly Roll makes. Someone said Jelly Roll makes music for people who have tattoos of their kids, but not custody of them. I haven't seen that one. That's like another good one. Good. You know, if you have any in the comments, please. Let's keep it going. It's kind of our thing. Also, just forget about the first part of the podcast. Let's see here. I'm trying to figure out here, so just let me try to get this out. Okay, so I just want you to notice this rhythm of his speech here. He's like being silenced in both the moves that I'm going to show you. He's like not able to say what he wants to say up here. I immediately picked up on that. I'm glad you pointed it out. But yeah, it's their thing. These guys all think they're being persecuted and held back, probably because they watch too much Rogan or something. I know they're not believing me to the truth, and then the truth is like, you gotta love your neighbor, man. Someone's gonna tell you not to love your neighbor. I know they don't want me to talk about this, but make your bed when you get up in the morning. Travel. People don't. I mean, if I said that on a radio stage, you guys the amount of kids they fuck that one around. Or if somebody asked me if I see it. The subtext is like, and so you know what's funny, but to me, like, I'm not totally putting this on Jelly Roll, but the subtext of like looks funny as if you said that would be that like. You know, like we're like minorities, like you know, like respect, like pick up after yourself, and then it's like, but who's not picking up after themselves? We gotta go. We know what you're saying. That the reason why people don't want you to say it because A, it's not true, and B, it's a blanket statement about an entire race of people. Also, they have plenty to say when they're endorsing Donald Trump, but when it comes to anything anti-Trump, which is everything right now, they're going to be like, they're going to kick me off the stage. Here's another thing that bothers me about it. He's using this stereotype of the Grammys music, taking it off stage or Oscars, stuff like this. He's thought about this moment his whole life. The first thing he says is, I know the Grammys ain't going to let me talk for all. Yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah, he's trying to be like the everyday man. You're not the everyday man, dude. He's got so many eyes. That's another thing I want you to see. His eyes are so fucking weird throughout this whole thing. No, he's in a simulacrum. Yeah. Oh my god. That looks like that video of the guy that goes, remember that one? You know the white guy, he's like that with his eyes? You ever seen that gif? Oh, yes. Doesn't that look exactly like that? Yeah. Behind the tattoos. He's in a simulacrum. He's got some eyes. First of all, Jesus, I hear you and I'm listening, Lord. I'm listening, Lord.
How many years I'm going to get to go ahead
he's like,
and
he's praising something that's not Jesus, I'll tell you that right now. First of all, Jesus, I hear you and I'm listening, Lord. I'm listening, Lord. Got a little devil fucking squinting there, dude. You know what I mean? I mean, if I were satanic, I would definitely pretend that me believed in Jesus. It's just so weird.
and the borrower says too.
He was like Hulk Hogan about to jump on you for a rope, dog. You know what I mean? Jesus comes back, right? And take me to my supporters and Jelly Roll, Joe Rogan, Tebow, Peter Thiel, and Jesus is like, what are we doing here, Papa? This is crazy. I didn't, what? Why do you have a cross on your face? It's like the old, I was giving the cross. Yeah, what's his name? Bill Bill Hicks just like Jesus comes back and everybody's got crucifixes. He's like, what the That's such a great bit. But yeah, no, I mean, he would look at Jelly Roll and think,
Therefore, again, this case should be
it's not your face.
I'm sorry,
You,
the
your
borrower
name
is
is
going
what?
to be because I love myself.
Jelly Roll?
So we'll say so.
What is jelly? You wouldn't know what either of those things are. I think it's funny
I
too
remember
that
getting $10,000, right? So
do you
now
think
we
he
have much time to
listen,
research
do you
that
think he
I'm
talked
going
to
to
Jesus
use
every
this
day?
property
And
for
keep
a
in mind,
number of years to work
what
off
is
the
the
debt.
definition of
Just
Jesus?
never
Like
established
for him, you know what I mean?
because
I feel like he's a
I,
plant,
the
first of all,
lender,
we all know
say
that, right?
3 years.
And he's
3 years.
just like
The
so
borrower,
stupid
Ruben,
that he's
says,
going
I
Jesus
was
every day like it's Jesus.
for
When really it's some
2 years.
fucking CIA
For 2 years.
psyop
So I
plan
said, so who is
that's like
Ruben?
giving him the life that he
Now
wants.
to throw the other
Exactly.
wrinkle
No,
in here
I'm with you on
is
that
I
too.
went
But
ahead
his
and
dumb
I
hillbilly
took
brain
already
is like,
third year
Jesus did everything
Right,
for
so
me.
I already took
He's
the
so
photos. That's
stupid.
cut them out
That's
about
hilarious.
theory.
He's so
I
stupid
went
that
ahead
he
and
doesn't
already
even
took the
realize,
third year photos.
even though the CIA guy's
So
always
okay, so
telling him,
now
he
he's
still
right.
thinks it's
So
Jesus.
he really says, look,
That's funny.
obviously you've been
Did
really
Jesus
right.
put my
Because
maker in my
Allah
life and he's helping me through
always has
everything?
to have sucker over his clothes.
Just go up there.
That's
I
all
also
over
think
his
it'd be
property,
funny.
excuse me.
The CIA guy or whoever made this happen is telling him what to do, and Jelly Roll is just constantly fucking up and not doing it right. And the CIA guy says, no, he's in this. You're like, no, you're supposed to say this. But Jelly Roll's like, I can't agree with the picture. Get that thing up. No. But Jelly Roll, he does it wrong, but it's actually still working because he wins Grammys. The CIA guy's just like, I guess this is working perfectly. So, right, you know what they say, right? 90%, leave the rest to God, dude. You know what I mean? Being there to Jesus, they're gonna kick me out, man. I'm saying really controversial things like I love Jesus. He said that's another thing about him is that he does the bit where you're right. He says all this shit about we're supposed to do this. I love Jesus. I love God. But the second is something that is controversial. Well, I don't know about that. The Iceland. We'll get to that. Yeah, I can't really comment on that. Yeah, Trump's a great guy. I love him and all that. But I mean, that's something to go for. It looks like Jesus wants to small you down a bit. So what would Jesus say about that? Jelly Roll. And you're not even the person that I was thinking Jelly Roll doesn't even look like somebody that should. There should be like a level of life where he can't have like he should be stuck at episode 6. Yeah, there we go. Maybe success. You know what I mean? Yeah. But not like he's not ready for a new life. He looks at the 17 and goes, man, I wish my baker would have been if you're good, eat out of your bowl and make meat out of the dough. The Bible, he's like, I ain't never read the Bible. Jesus is in the Bible. I love Jesus. Jesus does everything for me. I gotta eat out of a dog bowl. That's what we want. That's what we told you. You have to eat out of a dog bowl. You have to walk around like a dog, at least for an hour. I miss eating Burger King.
Then it's a leap year, right? And Michelle
I miss being able to feed my family. You go to Burger King, you have frown families, have great bugs. I told you, you walk around like a dog. You bark for an hour a day and you eat food out of a bowl. Understand? That explains it all, dude. At the beginning, he's like, they're not gonna let me stay for long. Yeah. All right, y'all, I gotta get going. He starts crawling like a dog. Good boy. I'm like a one finger with a picture cut off. I don't know why he can't remember. I'm like a kangaroo with a finger cut off. What is that?
Second of all, I don't think my beautiful wife I would have ever changed my life without you. I'd end up dead or in jail. I'd have killed myself if it wasn't for you and Jesus.
I'd imagine saying like, I mean, dude,
I
know what happens a lot. I was about to sound like a really dumb person.
and claiming that I have
But imagine saying like I was gonna kill myself.
and the borrower,
Like,
in
dude,
this case,
Jesus
is
probably wants nothing to do
the
with
borrower,
you
and
if
this
you
is
were
giving,
to
but you're going to be borrower is the
First of all, Jesus doesn't give a fuck about any of us,
that
dude.
is right. That is
Jesus was like, Doc, don't say my name at the fucking door because I don't know you.
This can become
Find divinity yourself. Has nothing to do with me, Doc. That's what Jesus said. He's like, fuck you. My kingdom's not about you, Doc. That's what Jesus said. I like this animated Gerardo because it's like in the beginning of the episode you're like very heated, and now you're like Jesus doesn't give a fuck about you. Like you're saying like Jesus doesn't care. Jesus sees this and he fucking burns in hell. That's what Jesus does. He sees that and he's like a flame points out of nowhere. No offense to this woman, but I think it's funny to be. Like, if it wasn't for Jesus, she'd just love it. It's like,
It looks like this kind of like Jesus and this woman is a funny comparison. Both of them. They needed both. I needed Jesus and I needed Busty. That was 10 bucks. That's a mixed prostitute. So I needed them both. But hey, if it works, it works. I personally needed Jesus and sure shot and rain. Yeah, or else how would I? You know, I needed tissues and lotion, Daddy. Yeah, she says that you should cut his pecker off right here. My wife's like to cut your pecker off because you look like a kangaroo with the pads above your pecker. All I need is Jesus and my wife. It's like just a message from the government because the government's like they're gonna get rid of Social Security and everything and fuck us. So they're trying to have people like Jelly Roll be like, oh, you really need like we're starving to death, and it's like we're listening to music like because we need to be saved because there's no one coming to save us. But we have Jesus and the wife, so we just listen to Jelly Roll. We get drunk, we get diabetes, we die, everything works out. Imagine this, Jelly Roll is some amateur rapper in what? Nashville, who cares, right? Tennessee, I think so. Yeah. Let's just say Kentucky. He's some amateur rapper. Peter Thiel finds him. It's hard to miss him. You know what I mean? He points at the big white blob and he's like, how does Peter Thiel sound like? He has a very strange. That one over there. He's not good. That's how that feels. I don't know. We're friends with all those people. He has like that weird like. If you're in this interview, it's scary because like this guy Ross Douthat or something, that New York Times guy. He's like, do you just want humanity to be open? And Peter Thiel's like,
what's that?
I see that. So anyways, Peter Thiel's like Chili Blob or whatever his name is. That guy over there, he's in a helicopter, by the way. He's pointing down, he's able to see it. He named it. Yeah. That Jelly Roll up there. I'm going to show him some technology. You know what I mean? And then Jelly Roll like, oh, here we rap. And then Peter's like, no, check this out. Jelly Roll is fucking stupid ass brain. I'll cut off this guy. I'm sorry about that. I lost the last brain. This is Jesus. You know what I mean? He's been praying to Peter Thiel. And the CIA overlords that come into power. I kind of love this because I'm thinking that on top of that, absolutely, you're absolutely right that he pointed that. So we got the date. He pointed at so that Jelly Roll, that thing that looks like one of those hostess things, that thing that looks like one of the dude that Peter Thiel voice, the hostess thing over there, that thing. So he's like, put a chip in it. Because he never talks to him really. He has his staff go. Sneak up, and they probably don't even sneak really. Just go up to Jelly Roll and put the chip in his neck, and then changes him, and he becomes like a country guy, from a rapper to a country guy who's like has manners, that talks about Jesus and his mama, and goes to the home worship. Like, I can't believe people are asking me that. Everybody wants to live, get to go to good school, and live in a good neighborhood where the roads are paved and they're safe and the bridges don't collapse. Everybody wants the helicopters not to hit each other in the sky because we're not paying the FAA. We don't have enough people monitoring where the airplanes come in. But at the end of the day, all you need really is your refugees. Why are we asking why helicopters flying a plane? Why are we doing that? It's wrong. Palantirs are great companies are super service. That's why they're get them off the stage, just giving away the whole plot. I'm just thinking, John, if you complain about how the helicopter hitting airplane, you're a bad person. No, I'm going to keep complaining about how that is ridiculous. Fucking don't care if we live or die. They don't care if we live or die. They're willing to just you get in an airplane one day and then because they fired half the staff, you're gonna fucking or because the airport itself, some the wires are old. You're gonna die in an airplane crash.
They killed John Lennon. They killed Tupac Shakur. And it wasn't for them going on stage at the Grammys saying that they love Jesus and their wife.
No,
you know what I mean? This is the safest bullshit I've ever seen in my life. Let's keep going.
It's mine. Now I'm going to
Thank you for my label, Logan. Culture Radio. You call this a short circuit, but the suey eyes are what gets me. I thank you for that. I thank you for my label, Logan. Oh, look at that, dude. That Doug and Trussell look, dude. That's so weird.
That doesn't make any sense.
I mean, yeah, I see it. He's definitely a weird looking dude. His eyes look big. He's probably also like big. There's that 3 whites like theory or whatever where
he's like suppressing
whites of the eyes.
why?
That was probably a lot
Because
of this episode for me.
right
Three
now,
whites, we talking about my family.
starting the document, anyway, he's suppressing it. He's suppressing it. Why? Because how much he wants to go ahead and get 2 more years of use of federal life.
What is that supposed to speed up their
I'm
psychology?
going to go to
Oh, yeah.
I'm
Okay,
going
see
to
three wins.
and that's the case. Very much counted this it's sitting there, the Michelin Shiny Hour, tape of Aragda broadcast. I'll say that's the case. That's the typical much counted this way. It says, at the end of the year,
I'm sorry, I was sure.
right? At the end of the year, tape of Aragda broadcast. This line will go back to the original order. And then we can define it goes that the Surah. The land is usually
Country radio, baby, what's up,
Half
y'all?
of the country is
Oh,
down.
public time, I nearly we did it, baby.
Mascanta.
That was a time of my life, y'all.
So that's the same. Yeah, this seems like a
That's
very
why I wrote this
easy
album. I
movie
didn't
to
think I had a
produce.
chance, y'all. There was days that I thought the darkest thing that was a horrible human. There was a moment in my life that all I had was a Bible this big and a radio the same size and a 6x8 foot cell. And I believe that those two things could change my life. I believe that music had the power to change my life. It was an iPod. It was not a radio. He's trying to sound like Vince Cole. The transistor radio changed my life. And I hate that iPod. I thought it was a cookie. That was a lot of calories. And God had the power to change my life. And I want to tell y'all right now, Jesus is for everybody. Jesus is not all about one political party.
Like just don't go ahead and show this guy. All that we have to go on is I'm going to years of Chassan God.
I know you. Well, I know you hate white people. But the part here where he goes, Jesus is for everybody. Now, to me, I like that. And that part of it is it's a friendly message or whatever. But they know that. They know that I like that. So that's why because it's a part of the control. They want to get everybody. They're like, okay, because it is nice to say Jesus is not for every political party. Should you have to say that at all? I don't think so.
Everyone say it makes a lot of sense. I think that's just
That's like me coming in here being like, that's
where
like, oh, okay, good job. That's good for you. They're pulling on our emotional strength, hoping that we're stupid. Like if somebody went on stage and said Jesus is a scam and you guys are all falling for it, that would be more powerful to me. That would be nuts. Yeah. I think that would be funny if that's why I'm writing an album and trying to win a Grammy. Oh yeah, skip music. Well, you've always been a music guy. Yeah. Somebody goes, Jesus is only for Filipinos. There we go. They are allowed my ears perk up. Yeah, it's like you're one race, specifically in religion. And I'm tired of all you guys who come to our church and spell. Talk about other races. Exactly. Instead, you get this angry ass preacher. Yeah, this evil preacher with the fucking craziest tattoos on his face.
and prevents very fascinating. Okay, so one goes like that. Iris, the less they call you a loyal cast.
All right, well, let's see what he has to say on the red carpet, yeah? This one is atrocious, dude.
Yeah, tax exempt
Just
property.
like lost.
Tax exempt property. I don't know.
I'll let it play through, and then we'll go through it afterwards. Okay. I want to
Tax
see if
exempt
you can
property.
see
Or something else. Or
Sure.
the nature of the field is that the border is going to be maintained. What are you doing to trees like that? How does moving show that he is still the owner despite the fact that I'm using it for a prolonged amount of time?
I wanted to play the whole thing, but come on.
Says.
Right. I agree. It's like the standard, like, okay, it's one thing to say that if you don't come and you're not at all interested, it's totally different to say that if you do come and if you have strong opinions that you think everyone should be in a relationship with Jesus. Also, I don't know if this is what you were noticing, but it's whether you have social media or not doesn't mean anything. You could still follow the faith. You can check. You can read the newspaper, or most people do now, so online and news. You don't have to have Twitter to know. I mean, Twitter helps, but I don't think it's like
make a
you're
yearly
super
announcement.
informed immediately if you have social media.
That's
That's not where I'm
how
coming from,
the
but
owner of the field.
he says I'm a
Which
double-minded.
low in
Again, no
mind.
lie.
What happens
Well,
if
right?
they never make
Good
this
job, dude. We all knew that the first day, right? But it's a way for him to, like, why are you answering that now? Why are you saying that now? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's a weird way to, like, forget the question and just, like, first of all, make it about yourself. You know what I mean? Yeah. Weirdly. And then he goes, I had no phone for 18 months. Not true. Not true. Oh, yeah? No, I don't know. Yeah. It does sound like a lie, I think about it, because if he has no phone, how does he have all the social media? And then he goes, I had a phone for 4 months. Okay, did you not have a phone? Did you have a phone? You know what I mean? It's just a weird thing. So you're good. So, yeah, that is a weird, that's right. That amount of time is strange. 18 months. What does that mean? I didn't have a phone for 18 months. I had a phone for 4 months. So there's a year and 6 months.
system
So nobody said you had a phone for 18 months. That would make sense. If somebody was like, but you had a phone for 18 months. He goes, I didn't have a phone for 18 months. I had a phone for 4 months. So does he, in his life, or what? I think in the recent past, he's saying. So for a year and 6 months, he had no phone at all. Let's hear from him here.
Ownership. It's an ownership. So now, giving the borrower who's collateralized field I, the lender, and using, how does he prevent
I understand
from going
what he's saying.
ahead and claiming ownership
I do.
over the land?
Right. What he's saying is, you understand why he's saying that? Fuck. He's saying he had no idea that all this stuff was happening now because he didn't have a phone. He doesn't want to answer the question. Yeah, but it's like a tactic, right? He's saying because he didn't have a phone, he only knows what's been going on for the last 4 months, but if it was on social media, he doesn't know. It took me a while to get there. Because I'm literally, I haven't had a phone last week. But, that's bugless.
Yeah, I have a person that comes and tells me the comments, and then I beat him up because I don't want to hear them.
Responsibilities are you and you alone. Incredible stuff. All right, let's go back there. Really fascinating. Artists, over them. So yeah, you about advice on the Swiss artist. What's another really interesting case? Now we're going to sharecropper. The sharecropper claims, right? So I hire a sharecropper, artist. Sharecropper claims that I hired him and the agreement was 50% of the produce he gets. Right? And what happens? Well, Rabbi is on the Swiss artist. Rabbi says, no, I never brought him to 50%. I promised you a third. So you never. They will say, obviously, but they is recorded a document here. They say, who is believed? Me never. But who's on the Balabais now? He says, the Balabais is believed. Rav Nachman Amra called in a Medina. Rav Nachman says, let's look at what's done. Let's look at what's done. How much do people hire sharecroppers for? What's such a fascinating method? So some of you made, hopefully, what's that? First, it's on other Asher the Shakal, obviously, other Asher the Shakal, obviously, so now, the is talking about a case where Halacha Mesa was common custom for the sharecroppers to be free. Now, I'm not going to be so which the word says, what's his ego? What's his ego? Listen, you can say you're not a sharecropper. What can you say? You're a hired worker.
Welcome back to Raccoon Tweeties. Thanks for tuning in. As always, join the Patreon, join the Reddit, join the Discord. On the Patreon, you get early access, as you know. Our other show, 10 Minutes of Shop, never heard of it. But I wanted to start the show off a little the same as always. How are you doing, Drew?
Oh, dude, thank you for asking. I'm doing pretty great, dude. I don't know if you want updates on my whole situation. I did a lot this week. You really did? I did. Okay. Yeah, you know I'm here, man. You know, Super Bowl could be busy for the weekend, but guess what I did on Friday, Dad? Modded your truck. I went to my first police lineup of all time. Whoa, yeah, okay. I did a lineup, dude.
I lent money.
So you're like,
I
why?
lent money to people.
Oh, I don't know if you've been keeping up to date on the situation of the security guards around my apartment. Remember how we used to have that bit, like, you go over there, Tim was my man, while you go over here, Tim was all
I am entitled to collect land satisfaction.
Not really, but I, like, you're dangerous people, so there's a lot of security natural. Is there? Yeah, dude. There's I haven't seen any security. I'm like, I wish there was more security. But you actually proved my point. Good Because there isn't a lot of, there's not boots on the ground, dude. There's no boots on the ground. There's tires on the street, and there are little cars driving around, fucking handling the business. Right? Yeah. Long story short, the crime that I witnessed was a security guard hitting a lady while texting her. Oh, fuck. Yeah. A security guard that works for this. Yeah. They've been like, and he hit the lady like she was. Yeah. He genders the security guard as a man. It was a girl. Oh man, yeah, that's kind of sexist almost, isn't it? But all right, so she, the security, listen, the neighborhood is the neighborhood. It's like the streets. They control the streets. They don't give a fuck about this place. If they didn't, we'd be like killing it. We're not. Okay. So I guess there's a little security. It just sounds so strange. There's like an embassy of America. Yeah, Mexico. There's a security guard that's like this. The neighborhood is so bad that there's a security guard that works for the neighborhood that drives around. And so my question though is like, did the security guard hit a human being or a car? Ran away. It didn't stop. That's what, yeah. They pulled a Jeff Valley. Yeah, but Jeff Valley said tree. But still ran away. Yeah, so it's ran out the same thing. Basically the same exact kind of person. Was it like, okay, I have more questions. So, yes, he's prepared for this. Was the car parked? No. We were all driving. I was behind him. She was texting while driving. Hit the car. Tried not to make eye contact with them and just drove away. And then I stopped because I was like, that's fucked up. Yeah, you know what I mean? And somebody hit my car recently in this neighborhood and the cops did nothing about it. So I was like, dude, give me a number or whatever. Long story short, Friday, I'm at the police station. I'm like, what's up? You guys like trucks? All this kind of stuff, right? Yeah. And they love me. They're like, oh, big fans of the show. Crazy. It's like, I had a fucking price on my head, dude. Isn't that crazy? How much? I don't even know. I didn't ask, but they were trying to get autographs and stuff. I'm glad they didn't tell me. Yeah. But okay, so naturally, when I gave the first description, you know how cops are racist, sexist. They're fucking asking for descriptions. They're like, is it a white or black dude? Come on, let's be racist, cops. White. White. Yeah. Oh, no, there's like two Latinos, both white passengers. Okay. Yeah, the cops do. Well, I mean, if you bring in race, I gotta know. Yeah, so two Latino cops and the rest of them are white cops. So the part that I'm bringing up race-wise is that they asked me what the race of the person is. Right? This is more of a story. Yeah. This is the story. What if they all went? What if they're like, they said the race of security, and they're like, oh yeah, they're like, what? And then they asked the race of the security or the person got hit, and you say it's something other than white, they're like, you know, we really don't need we change our minds. They're super into it, but so I tell them that it was like a lighter skin. I don't know, Mexican and white. I don't know these things. Sure. But brunette with like little arms and children like hair. Right? Okay. And then so on the day I'm there on Friday. And he comes out and he's like, you need policy. This whole white guy, he's like rolling his eyes. He's like, Jordan, big fan of the show. Emotes, love your parody song. You gotta keep that fun. And they roll. He said, right. Let's take it. At the golf course, at the cop station.
Let's take it. My focus. Who got there first? The tree board in the city. What's that?
This could like rain his mind. And then also in my mind, I'm like, this is looking at why he hasn't been
Hello. They were going to make it tiny. I'm going to like,
I mean, the whole thing is they want someone else to wear. So, I'm getting around with this guy's training another cop the whole time. And all this part of it, and they give me 6 pictures of people that look exactly the same. Like there was like fucking Octomom's kids, dude. They all looked exactly the same. And I was like, what is this, a fucking casting company? What the hell?
Right?
That's all because in the verbiage that they said to me while I was in the room, they were like, they might be different ethnicities or different hair colors or whatever, just point someone that you saw. Like photos of them? Yeah, just like Polaroid photos. Yeah, like mugshots. Okay, so mugshots of everybody in. You couldn't tell the difference between any of them. So, do you know what the security guard looks like? Yeah, it's hard. So maybe it was just not her, right? Yeah, so I told him that's the other thing that could be a possibility of the lineup too, is that the person's not here. Which is like, why did you guys waste my time? That's it. I just told them, like, I can't identify anything. I just,
Well,
It's kind of funny that they don't have who it is because it's a security company, right? And they know this, I'm assuming, because you told me. How could they not? Does the security company only hire a specific type of like Latino woman? I don't know. How could they not? Also, we took a picture of the car, and they have a picture of the car. There's like a badge on there. Anyways, get away from that. Here's the thing. Last Tuesday, right? I have a huge beef with the security people. It was 3 strikes you're out. You know what I mean? I read the rules. I just play by them. Okay, the game made me. Or don't get to play the game.
Let's go ahead and see that.
So, the other day, Tuesday, exactly. I was driving my kids to baseball, walking back home from the convenience store. Okay, and I see one of the security guards driving down the alley. Right.
So let's say now, someone's
He's got one hand on the
butt
wheel.
roof, right, and it shows that Allah on the main side.
He has a plate. He has a paper plate filled with pasta and a chicken parm. I swear to God. Okay, he is there throwing it in their face. These people do not care about the neighborhood they're supposed to be defending. No, the neighborhood's feeding them, and they're probably getting like bribes on the side and stuff like this. It's fucking food. It's time to go to my security job to pack my dinner. Then I have a fridge to put it in or whatever. They're just like eating spaghetti like the baby. The spaghetti baby. Fucking paper plate, chicken plate, huge plate filled. Graphic like this. I'm impressed with your ability to see into these cars and know, like, like the detail is very good. You have a cop brain almost, because you can tell that the woman was texting, and you pulled over, and you kind of got an idea of what she looked like. Maybe the security company is just a huge problem. They are, and they just there's so many of them are doing these hit and run to crimes that, because initially when you said that, I had thought, wow, that is extremely ballsy to be in a car for a company with a license plate and do a hit and run and drive away, because it's even more likely that you'll get caught than if it was just a random car. And literally, you can just say the name of the company and they look there. All right, who was driving in this area? It's very easy to catch, I imagine. So the fact that at first I thought that person just doesn't give a fuck, but now that I realize they have some kind of game going. Here's the thing: the cops were covering for this lady. Because why would they show me a bunch of pictures of like the same person? Maybe there's some kind of connection there. Because security, it doesn't take that long to get from security to police officer, right? There's some kind of pipeline going on. They're like, we got this guy in here. Let's just show him a bunch of random pictures. Maybe we'll get the wrong person. Right. Then we can arrest that person. They don't. But I would have been like, these are the name of the people. Do you have anyone security company to give a photo of that? Because it was the lady that worked in security. You know her face? Yes. If you can probably, you're missing out here. I saw it. Yeah, but when you see 6 faces, then you gotta like point it out for it to like be, these all look exactly the same. You know what else is funny about that? All of these people, they're not, none of it's AI, right? They're all real photos of fresh. So there's 6 people that had mugshots that look exactly the same. Right. Is there someone's job in the police department that goes, all right, we got another lineup now. Find me 6 people that look like this person. Well, he worked on the lineup from Tuesday till Friday. And then when he called me, he was like, you won't meet me next week, kind of thing, right? You won't come here next week. I was like, I'm actually going out of town for 3 years. I told him, I can come in today because I was like so excited to do the lineup, you know? Yeah. And so he's like, no, come on, we have to game. You know, that is crazy. I've never done anything like that. Yeah. So you walk in there, you meet the guy, and interrogation room. Yeah. Fucking tiny ass interrogation room. I was like, it's a nice place. He's like, and then the guy that's getting trained was like, yeah, it's not a good station. There's other stations. The guy, he said, well, I agree. Like, the inside looks like, you know, a bomb went off some kind of like so a lot of the top is like missing. You know what I mean? Like the ceiling doesn't get to the roof. You know what I mean? Or like the walls don't get to the ceiling. A lot of it's open. It feels like a very office type environment. Yeah. It's also kind of hilarious that it's a new that the guy didn't know, so it is key to show you.
Why is that new?
Yeah.
I could argue the efficacy of that kind of law or like rule or whatever. I could see it going either way. What does it really matter? But if it was ever gonna be done, you'd think it would have been done a while ago. The guy who knows who it is probably shouldn't show you the things. It does make sense. It makes it even less biased.
And am I crazy for pressing on this point about this guy eating so much? Like, it's the same thing about the fucking cops getting breakfast burritos. You can't be on your shift eating fucking breakfast burritos. That's something you do 2 or 3 hours before your shift. And burn the calories while you're fucking working.
I guess unless you're on a break or something, but I mean, it is a good point because if you're a security guard, right? I don't even know really what their job is. They're security guards, so they may not have the same kind of. Just me, if you see something, it's a job of a security guard. They have guns, but I don't know if they have guns. No, they don't have guns. Working at $50 food. That's definitely a plastic forks. So the whole thing is that they don't really. Now, if they really were there to like save you, or if you got killed, when the real cops showed up, they had like stains from eating Parmesan or egg clay farm, whatever it is they're doing. They're like, I tried. Like, did you try? It's like you ate a whole meal. Yeah. Like the house was big. Or you're texting on your phone.
Case number one. Case number
It's me to have that going around, and then they seem to be causing at least this one. It's mischief that they're preventing.
So let me, exactly. They're hitting cars, they're fucking eating on the job, they're not out and about, there's metal here. Let me ask you, do you feel safe knowing that there's security around here now?
Not really, no, thank you. Yeah, why do we? That's what I was thinking. Yeah. I mean, because the property, they may just be there to make sure. I mean, I would look at that fucking hotel over there and immediately hire you. Right. They may just be there to make sure no one's coming out of the hotel.
We're smarter than the people that tell. And like, the fallacies of the security, what they know, like, fuck, we're gonna steal your homes. That keeps the people in the middle.
If I have a businessman over here or properties, I pay somebody to go to the motor, beat those people up. Just go in there and rough them up so they know they're supposed to stay there. I don't want to see them outside. If you see people on the picnic table, you just don't beat up everybody. Just beat up one person really bad in front of everybody else, so then they know they can't be out of the picnic table.
And you are not you, Caesar, like the lender,
question about that. Like, I don't know anything about it. But I listen, and then I'd have security driving around doing nothing, just as a smokescreen for that one guy that I would have beat up people in the motel every once in a while to keep them in line. But okay, I wanted to try this key.
Okay, no, first of all, it's a great idea. I like that idea a lot. I'm full on board with that.
Because I don't necessarily think that you should judge a book by its cover, but if all of the books have the same scary cover, and they're all together, and it's all books that look like that,
it's time to renovate the library.
And the books are smoking crack, so then you can judge the book. And then that's like, are you judging it by its cover? It has crack paper smell. Yeah. So
we can't judge a book by its cover, but we can judge a book by its genre.
Yeah, the genre of this is like, that looks like a crack. With a lot of sketchy people going in and out, and they haven't like, the book needs to be burned.
Is
But we're gonna be the game thing I'll bring
is
so I know you watch the Super Bowl. And this year, I didn't really want to talk about the Super Bowl, but I thought of this game that I think might be good. Don't kill me. So there are 2 halftime shows this year. One was Bad Bunny. The other one was I never got it. Is it Team Musa? Is that how you say it?
Turning Point USA.
Turning Point USA. They produced a show with Kid Rock, and I'm not sure who else is in it. I watched the Bad Bunny. So you have 2 choices, right? So I was thinking, how about I name off comedians, and you tell me which one you watched.
For 4 years. I'm sorry, for 7 years.
No, go for it. All right, Whitney Cummings.
atheist gonna ultimately in truth is not part of that group. So we'll say we're gonna stop over for today, but it's interesting. And I love when I say everything depends on
because like she's
how you say it. If you leave someone a good place, shavua, right? Shmita isn't
she wants to have a
that.
yeah, she wants Kevin Newsom.
For 7 years,
She
Shmita's
sucks.
not included.
Not,
And
that's
I was
not
like,
why. I
this
just
is me
think she
tomorrow.
sucks.
What is that? What a
I
day,
agree
what a
with
day,
you.
what a
She
day.
sucks, but she wasn't watching Kid Rock. She's a special kind of thing. You know what I mean? I kind of feel like she would watch Bad Bunny because she has to watch Bad Bunny. She wants to be in the loop. Yeah, she wants to know about what's going on. You really got to not care. If you chose the Kid Rock thing over the Bad Bunny thing, that's a huge choice that I don't really want to know what's going on in pop culture. Because nobody's like, you don't learn anything from the Kid Rock. He opened up with Ba With Ba, I heard, which is a song from, a one-hit wonder song from my youth. Okay. He had
Still also hate on Ba With Ba.
Ba With Ba's a great song, yeah.
It's a great song.
He had like a cowboy song where he's like, I miss you. Cheryl Crow.
I thought you were going to say Ba With Ba should have been the closer, which is I was on your side until you were just starting to shit on Ba With Ba.
Yeah, it's a good song.
It's a good closer. That's why I'm like, why are you opening with these shows?
I don't even know if you know that. Just someone told me that. Way too much time when he goes. Jeff died.
Time. You know which one he's watching.
Which one?
TPUSA.
Okay, here's why that's funny to me. I just thought of this. I saw a clip of Jeff Dye. I don't know if someone sent it to me or scrolling. I saw it. It was him filming himself, which and I assume his place. Right? A bunch of comedians. Like Eric Griffin was there. Montez, yeah. Someone else I recognized. I forget who. I was kind of surprised by. There was one person there that was surprised. I'm like, really, you're watching Super Bowl Jeff Dye? But and then some other people. And I just imagine him saying to them, "Hey guys, I don't want to make a big deal of this, but at the halftime show, it's coming up. I'm going to switch it to." He's like, "Are we all good? I want to watch Kid Rock, right? Bro, like, I don't want you guy in a dress.
He's going to open with Ba With Ba.
Kid Rock's sick, and like Bad Bunny's like, I don't know, gay or something.
We're going to watch Kid Rock for the halftime. If you're a coach, you can leave.
He's probably like, but you know, gay's like totally okay. Just like he's in a dress, like you know, with Super Bowl, right, guys? There you go. Actually, all right, whatever. I mean, who's gonna argue over that afterwards? Although Bad Bunny's interesting. Okay. All right. How about Joe Rogan?
He's watching Bad Bunny. Here's the thing, dude. Here's the thing. Lady Gaga had no fucking business being in the halftime.
Oh, you didn't like it?
I hated it.
Okay.
Get that shit away from me, dude. I don't need that. Whatever the fuck demonic bullshit he's trying to like slay upon me, dude. I don't need you in your fucking blue demon shirt, dude. All right.
I thought she was doing like a Cuban dance when she did that. Be like,
Yeah, dude. She doing the Gaga dance. Why are you doing Cuban dances? Because she's Cuban? Oh, wow. All of a sudden, she's Cuban. Huh? Oh, yeah. A star was born. A fucking Cuban star was born in that fucking bullshit movie. Fuck her, dude. She's a piece of shit. Never heard of her with fucking Bad Bunny ever in my life.
I haven't been paying attention.
A random 3 to 4 minute section of her just doing a fire Bruno Mars song, dude. Are you kidding me? Anyways,
Vulturing is what you're saying?
everything else I loved. Whatever. It was cool. Ricky Martin fucking died.
Really?
Yeah, I don't care. He looked like Puerto Rican Thanos.
He did kind of look like a young Thanos.
Yeah.
Thanos.
I just wanted to know the Bad Bunny like Kendrick Lamar thing. It was just him. That was cool, whatever. I don't need people getting married on the halftime show. I just want to hear fucking songs about twerking, Latina ass, dude. And I don't mind seeing the celebrities there fucking, doing the thing. Jessica Alba, sexy as fuck, and having the dance in the background. I like that kind of stuff, dude. Don't have Lady Gaga doing the fucking car wash.
I wonder why Jessica Alba was there.
Because she's hot as hell, dude, and she was wearing white, dude. That's why.
And then they had the Gasolina guy. I don't know if they sang that song, right?
Yeah. Danny Jake.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he wasn't like, he would have been on camera or something.
Okay.
I got meat allergies, sorry, my nostrils.
Oh, good. Sorry. I said Joe Rogan. You said Bad Bunny.
Yeah.
How about?
Because he has such shit about it, he's going to do that, you know what I mean? He's going to be like, dude, if Joe Rogan's watching Kid Rock, he's falling down hard.
Well, let me ask you one. Yeah, Too Lazy, Too Trash.
So certainly version 2,
Both.
where it's easier to put this stipulation as
Too lazy as a journalist. He's not just going to watch it. He would choose to watch Bad Bunny, but the video's not going to be about Bad Bunny. The video's going to be about the T-Puss. You call it T-Puss. That's not what, or TP USA. Toilet paper USA. What is wrong with these people? Their shit is whack. So yeah, I guess there was 2 Super Bowl shows this year, and yeah, I mean, I was watching the Super Bowl, I figured I might as well check in because a lot of people were talking online, and it seems like Eric Kerr probably had something to do with Charlie Kirk's. I don't know, but yeah, no, definitely. He probably would prefer Bad Bunny. I guarantee he doesn't know anything about Bad Bunny over when the video, the content comes. You're going to be a big funny fireworks and weird dressing. Was there any? Do you know? Was anybody else? I literally Kid Rock. It's just like that other halftime show where you go to other celebrities like Ricky Martin and Lady Gaga, but it's just racist people. My mom kept going after the Bad Bunny thing. She was like, "We should watch Kid Rock." Yeah, kept saying that. Nah, I mean, he's fine. He's not bad. So he had a few good songs, and he's not a one-hit wonder. He's had a bunch of songs. Kid Rock. Yeah. I mean, listen, Kid Rock's. I mean, I think the wackest thing about it is trying to compete with the Super Bowl halftime. That's like the most un-American thing you can do. Yeah. You know what I mean? It's weird. Because why? Because they choose not to exercise tolerance. It's like, it doesn't affect me if fucking Bad Bunny's doing this. It is kind of weird that the whole thing was in Spanish, but your boy speaks Spanish, Daddy. Right. And also, I like Bad Bunny's music. Kill me, please. I like Bad Bunny's music too. And it would be one thing if it was the whole criticism of like, they're trying to be woke, you know, like, oh, so, you know, there was 2 dudes fucking in a pickup truck, which, out of all places, yeah. There's 2 dudes they were grinding on each other's, they were addicted to grinding in a pickup truck. I was like, that looks like an aggressive attack, not on me, but like, you know, why couldn't they do that, like, on yoga mats? Why did they do it in the pickup truck, you know what I mean? Because of job. Oh, yeah, they were drug guys. Maybe it was Bad Bunny's homeless, like, yeah, it takes 6 months to do this. The thing you're hating on, it's a long time. But to make a truck that happen, that's like a long time. But no, what I meant specifically in the halftime show, what I'm saying is Bad Bunny is not, and I could be wrong, but he's very popular. And they want, I'm assuming he just won Album of the Year. He brings in a big crowd. I heard in Puerto Rico they were showing the game in movie theaters. So it makes sense that he would be at least a choice. So if you're not tuning in because it's spoken like I can't speak your language and all that, that is stupid and racist. It would be completely relevant. I can't think of a good example. Like if they admit that would be if they admit our shit or all one up you with the better example. If the halftime show was us doing Brendan Chop fucking parodies, okay, that would be amazing. Oh yeah, right, but the very niche. Yeah, to your point, it would not bring up no probably. Yeah, so what I'm saying is because this doesn't really matter, but I'm just thinking of there are great African musicians. There was a guy, Fela Kuti, that all the drum stuff. He's really good. He's dead now. But if there was something like that that's like legitimately good music, and they just were decided to put in the Super Bowl, wouldn't it be weird to be like, fuck that? He speaks African. Fuck that. That's stupid, right? I mean, yeah, but it can be random as fuck. Also, it's not Spanish. Spanish is different. Spanish, like, a lot of people speak Spanish. That's true. There's also it's not like foreign to that degree. African's pretty foreign. I don't go around to pop at all. So you would turn on, if it was African, you'd be like, I'm watching the I'm tolerant, so I would watch it. That would be very interesting, especially because it's the yearly thing that everyone watches. Yeah. What I'm saying is, it's weird to just because the guy speaks Spanish, is to tune out and be like, all right, for Kid Rock to be like, well, I can't. I mean, it's not American. It is funny. For him to be so big. Oh, no, my own child. First, the light thing. Yeah. He's inside of shooting. What does he shoot inside? But like he gets his bad money out a stand of churros. He's like, he machine guns a bunch of churros. By the way, what do you think he's watching it? Or what do you think? And this is a very important answer. What do you think? Kid is his competition, right? To some extent, that's the point where Kid Rock becomes an idol to him. Okay, so it's like saying Dr. Dre and Kendrick Lamar. He probably watches Kid Rock all the day, all the time, right? I think he watches Bad Bunny. Yeah. Because I don't think that there's any necessarily hate or, and he's at the top of his game. So you right, actually, you know what his competition is, Bad Bunny. Because Jelly Roll is winning Grammys, Bad Bunny's winning Grammys. They're neck and neck. The two of them, they're competing for who's the biggest name. Who are the biggest names in music right now? Bad Bunny, Jelly Roll. Right? Not right, but yeah. They're a competition. So I'm glad you asked. I mean, here's the thing. He said that he's going to speak on a big platform this week about something, right? Something's going on in this world. He said, yeah, he's going to use, now that he has phones, he gets his phone back, right? I think so. So he said, should we check out his, I don't think he's spoken on anything yet. This has 675,000 likes. What about Brennan Shaw? Bad Bunny or Kid Rock? He's watching Kid Rock. He's a homeless group. Yeah, I think so. Because he used to, like, he probably watches Kid Rock and brainstorms ideas of ways, like, how can I get merch? He's like, oh shit, we didn't get a merch drop from the TV USA. And TV USA crossover with the club. Big boy politics, right? It's one of those shorts that has like T-Pusa, whatever Tri-Fest, whatever the fuck it's called. That's amazing. And those things love Bad Bunny. You think Sludge are big in the background? Probably, right? I don't need to know anything. I just need to know her name is Joanne. I'm like, yeah, she listens to Bad Bunny. He's pretty popular. He's liked amongst women too, I think. Yeah, Bad Bunny. And the whole thing with dancing and all the different sets and the songs, and that's pretty good. That's like, oh, Bad Bunny. Seems like it's really exactly what his sponsor is. Right. Not bad. I can do that with Lady Gaga. I guess, I mean, you don't like Lady Gaga, right? I'm impressed. I don't know, because he likes her, I guess. They danced. It's not that. Yeah. I saw how much he hated it. I went outside to protest Bad Bunny and walked it. I mean, I did walk my dog during it, but that had nothing to do with it. My dog had to go pee. So then I came back in when my wife got home. She's like, I want to watch the halftime show. And I said, okay, so we rewind. She was like, she started rewinding and it blew my mind. I didn't even think about that. So, yeah, did you see that? You watched the whole game, right? Yeah, I mean, I was working during it, but yeah, I watched it. Did you see that one? I hate how the broadcast tries to be real professional and have something really funny happen. The fucking referee ate shit when players trying to fight. But they kept showing the fight. I'm like, come on, man. Dude, the referee, like, not only face planted, but like, dragged his face. I made my family, I was like, I'm calling them vote right now, any votes, we rewind this right now and watch it. And we did, and everyone started laughing. They're not gonna push on that. That's too bad. I didn't even see it on socials. Oh yeah, it was good. Anyways, I don't think Jelly Roll spoke out yet. Every Thorn. This is 2 weeks ago, so no, not a chance. This is just a birthday post for his lady. So he hasn't spoken out about Bison. You know, he's into living out. He's promoting Go. He must be one of the people because he just said he started singing. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I did save one of those. I did save a Go. What is it called? Trailer? Oh, okay. Because but I don't really want to watch it. Okay, it's kind of whack. What else you got? Yeah, what else you got, Chet? I did over the weekend. I want to ask you this. I don't know if this will be interesting, but I got a message from an old guest on our show, JP Flame. Remember him? Sports Junkies. Never heard of it. And this is the message that he sent me on Twitter. Hey, exclamation point. I'm running for ambassadorship. Sorry, I'm running for an ambassadorship position, and I truly appreciate your support. This role means a lot to me, and I'm excited to represent our community and make a real impact. If you believe in me, I'd be so grateful for your vote. Vote here. And there's a link. What's your first thought? Ambassadorship. Good question, right? So I wrote back, and I wrote in parentheses the best, because I always suck up the message. Did the best junkie get hacked? Because in my mind, I was like, it's a little suspicious, right? And he immediately wrote back, no, I can't get hacked. So I thought he was doing a bit. What do you think so far? He said, you immediately hacked. I did. But, oh my God. So I go, I wrote, thank God, what is this? Because I thought, I gotta make him explain. Yeah. So he said, I'm applying to be a co-host of a podcast event that Junkies organizes in collaboration with Google in all European countries, and I'm one of the rare USA participants. Now, that Junkie organizes that. The sports junkies. That as if Junkie is like a business of some kind, right? Do you think I still believe that he's real or not? I still believe it. I still think it's real. So I write back, oh nice, I'll vote for sure, exclamation point. And he says, thanks, I really appreciate you taking the time to vote for me. And I wrote him, now, do you think I clicked on the link? I did. Because you tell people you're going to submit this. No. No, I mean, that happens. But no, this time I screenshotted it and I sent it to Oathman and Blue Shorts. And I mean, it's too long to pull up what they said. But Oathman immediately wrote, that's no way that's real, dude. And they go, okay, thanks. And then they just left it alone. And I was like, well, if it's not real, are you going to tell them, you fucking jackal? You're not going to fucking tell your friends that, he got hacked. So they did tell him, and he got hacked. His account got locked. He couldn't even get into it. I don't know what happened. His Instagram. Twitter. Oh, okay. Yeah. So, I mean, but you immediately knew it was happening. No, I don't think thought of hacking when you said hack. Oh, yeah. Okay, so you could, I feel like they're kind of getting, I mean, besides the junkie part, it was sort of unbelievable because this guy, he's always trying to, like, do other things and, like, be parts of organizations and all this shit. So I was like, well, maybe it's real, but I wanted to check. Yeah, like, Daniel messaged me once and was like, hey, try to get your pictures done. And I'm like, you got hacked. Yeah, I remember, there's no chance. People get hacked all the time. There's another comic that messaged me, and I don't even understand the hack. It was literally a picture of, like, some, fucking, some things you can buy. NFT, right? And I go, what is this? And he wrote back out tagged. Why would I? Great, I'm an NFT. How does that get me to all get access to? I don't think they can get stuff from looking. I didn't even click on it. Just created that website to grab your shit. Yes, I mean, it's weird getting their Twitter or Instagram hacked. How do they do that? Anyways, check this out, dude. So he hit that person in the face, right? And they're not even in the game. Watch how he says sorry. Slides in. Puts it in. You know, in Japanese culture, it's like bow. Okay. What is it? What is it? I wish we did this here. You know, it might stop some fights. You know, if you're I wonder why we never brought bowing. No one really bowed here. I just think it's very funny. You might slow up the game a bit if they did this every time they mess around. And this is such a powerful bow. That right there. You have to forgive whoever did that. Like, somebody could kill my mom and do that. Why is he doing that at all? He's practicing, maybe? I know, yeah, there's a really good look picture. And then this camera guy's like, okay, great, we gotta film him bowing. He's on point for shit. This is like, you remember when you were a kid and you watch those blooper reels? You know, people dunking and missing, or they like throw the ball out of bounds. This is like Japanese blooper reels, isn't that praying? Like bowing because they hit somebody with a volleyball a bunch of times, and the Japanese guys are dying laughing. Do the one where the guy is like, oh fuck, he really hit that lady. Alright, he's bowing. Alright, so you can see here. First of all, his serve is way out. Why are you hitting this lady? She's all over here. There's nobody on the other court. Where's this camera gonna come from? Boom! It's not even the face. Like, yeah. Is this some sort of game where he's not even a volleyball player? Maybe it's like a halftime show. He got a sick ass shot running behind him and then coming up behind him. Yeah, so he was ready. He was more ready. Yeah, I don't know. That's very strange. I want to show you something else very strange. This right here, I wanted to get your thoughts on this. Did you see this clip? I heard about it, but I didn't actually click play. And someone worth the 4 million, and then he's like, "Oh, we know who you really are, right?" I mean, you just didn't know it. Watch it. I always say everything got a price. Because people say, like, I love my dog. I get $100. No, I get $1,000. No, I get $100,000. Hey, Gavin. So he's Terrence Crawford is just staring him down. The idea of Terrence Crawford giving up his dog for $100,000 is out the door. You know what that he's like, you would give up your dog? I'm like, your dog? Yeah, no, he's not. You don't love your dog? Here's the thing, though, another point of view I wanted to give you, dude. We're podcasters. Sure. What are we doing here? We're trying to have fun. We're trying to make ridiculous scenarios and then be funny about it. We're not signing some contract that this is how we are for the rest of our lives. Yeah, granted, this guy, come on, you gotta get the vibe. When you say $100,000 for your dog and you don't move, I stop going for it, you know? Oh, definitely, yeah, no. It looks like you've offended Terrence Crawford. You know? Like, my thought is everything has a price. There is not a number that can get you back in that ring. 80 million, 100 million. But that's not how you sound it, so. $100 million, you can have my soul. Biggest thing. $100 million, you can have my soul. Yeah, if you don't go for the bid, if the guy has a frown on his face and he hasn't gone for any of the other bids, he's doubling down. You can have my soul? Does it look like Terrence Crawford is the kind of person to say that to? Yeah. Probably. He's still mad that you thought about giving away your dog. Now it's not. Because you're literally not changing either aspect of it. It's like a real thing that you believe. Because if it was a bit, be like, fuck the money, fuck my ass, and you can have my soul. That's a bit. You know, if you're changing up like you just want to give your soul away for free, basically. Sure. You know what I mean? But he's just adding money and giving more to the person with that money. Also, the guys that can buy his soul now, like the Epstein people are like, all right, we can buy this guy's soul for cheap. Does the camera come with it? Yeah, what does that even mean? You're going to buy my soul? Crawford is taking it seriously. So, yeah, I think he's really offended by the dog thing. The dog, because he likes dogs. Crawford loves his dogs. I don't blame him, dog. I'm not selling my dog. $100,000 is cheap. Yeah, I mean, yeah, no, I would be like, why do you want my dog? Why do you want it for 100? I would be like, you're gonna do something weird to my dog. I mean, I'm on this guy's side. 100,000 for a dog. Like, take the dog.
So
You know what I
again,
mean? But 100 million for the soul, I don't know what I'm selling. Like if I'm selling my soul, is that a lifetime? Like is that an eternal thing? You know, sure, that's a good point too. It's like a soul. It doesn't even like a real thing. It could exist, could not exist. However, it implies that you can do anything. So if this guy is saying that like someone owns a soul, that probably means they can fuck it at the very least. That's like the front door. You know, that's it could be worse. You're like, his family. Like they're now. He's the dad of his family. Or whoever bought it, they're like that. I can fuck your wife. I can raise your kids. Like it's a bad thing to put capital on a soul. You know what I mean? That's a rough thing, dude. I can't imagine. He must be sad. You know, I don't know if he sees this and he's like, he's just sad. That's it. This is a guy that's not an aging guy. And then Terrence Crawford's response and the amount of earthquakes in the room after that. Now we know the character. I think Terrence Crawford he's just I don't know him really, but he seems like a deadly serious person, right? Because he's one of the best boxers ever or something like that. So he works out super hard. He's got a very specific kind of mentality. So he's like maybe a David Goggins type, or just not. He's not the guy that this joke is gonna ever be the productive compliment I make to this plan. You wouldn't say it to him, right? You pick somebody. What is the guy from this conversation? Yeah, you shouldn't say this to Brendan Schaub. Except Brian Campbell. This is not for Terrence Crawford. It's not going to take you seriously. Yeah, Brian Campbell's like, I just like a cow for like $30. Yeah, Terrence Crawford would kill everyone that made the suggestion that he did address their cat. Everyone is dead at that point. But most importantly, the guy that came up with the idea. Yep.
Sometimes, you look at people and you're like, damn, man, like, what you gonna stand for if everything is about money? Like, I never was in the sport because of money. Of course, I was in the sport to make money, but I wanted to be a world champion.
Everything got price. I was kidding, Terrence. I don't want to sell my dog, and I don't want to sell my soul. I don't even know what that means. Please, like, what are you talking about? Nobody said that right now, Terrence. This guy's like, oh my god, that is fucked up, dude. Yeah. I don't know if you know this, but last Friday, I didn't really say anything on the show, but I headlined the show this last Friday. Oh, nice. At a sober bar. Sober bar. Yeah. Interesting. I don't like this juice and mocktails. Mocktails, vegan food. Everything's vegan. Okay. Was it a good show? Yeah. But it was cool. It was whatever. I did 15 minutes at the end. But I will say this. I forget what I wanted to say about the show. I don't really want to talk about the show because that's political comedy stuff. But I was at a sober bar, right? And a lot of people came to see me. A lot of people that know me came through and watched me do comedy for the first time. Yeah. And at the end, everyone left, and there was all the comics sitting around, kicking it, at a bar. And the owner of the bar came over and was like, "You guys can have whatever you want. You can have my soul." And we were like, "All right, tight." And so we all ordered a drink. And then I got my drink. It was some watermelon thing with the whiskey. I love cocktails. Right? Yeah. I like cocktails, dude. You know what I mean? That's what I'm trying to get to here. They got the ice cube, the big old fucking whiskey ice. Hell yeah. You know what I mean? And it was like some watermelon drink, something that looked like whiskey. So I just ordered that. Yeah. And then I walked away and I was taking drinks from it, and I was like, "Yo, this is weird." It was so weird. Right. It just didn't taste good. No, it tasted really good. No, it was fucking weird ordering a drink from a bar. And then going back to a table full of people drinking drinks. And then I was like, oh my god, I haven't done this in forever. Damn, what did that feel like? Just like honestly, it felt like I was like, okay, so there's an allergy to like drinking, but I feel like I want to have more drinks. Isn't that what the allergy is? Yeah. Did you get another drink? No. Okay. I just got addicted to much. Well, I was assuming the second one was going to cost money. Okay. Yeah. Well, I wonder what that. So that's the first time you've ever been at somewhere where there's not anything. I've been to one before, but I didn't get a drink. I just got tacos. Yeah. It's the feeling of ordering at a bar that you miss. Well, that, like having the drink that looks like a cocktail, because I've gotten like Diet Cokes at bars, and I've gotten like, what is it called? I have done the thing where I get like a non-alcoholic beer at a bar, but something about the fucking drink, like the whole aesthetic of it and stuff. And so like I immediately was thinking like, okay, so people probably come here to get that. Yeah, but is that a good thing? No, is that a good thing? Because then at the end of the day, I'm like, this is fucking, this is whack. None of us are getting drunk. I don't know. I mean, I like mocktails. They taste good. They're sugary, like delicious drinks. Yeah. When I get them, the rare occasions that I do, it's not to like have the experience of being like, I'm drinking again. It's like, I can't drink. So I'm like, I want something that tastes good. You know, they put so much fucking effort into those goddamn drinks, dude. They're like squeezing and shaking, and it's always got some weird shit on it. And then it tastes delicious. It's not like a regular soda. So, man, this guy had ice and a brand. But you got the fucking blowtorch out and then brand the ice. You need that for those things. It's gotta be cool. The drink is. It's not even drinking culture. That like I remember there's a place called Sparrow, downtown LA. I think I talked about this on the show, but part of it is that they bring it out in these crazy, like there's one where there's like a box that's on fire or something like that, and you open a door and like I don't know, it's like crazy presentation is part of the fun, and then it tastes good. So you're paying for the show. Okay, you're paying for how good it tastes, and then you drink a mocktail and get some vegan food. Guys, I can play vegan. It's like sober teppanyaki. Teppanyaki was it? Oh, yeah, I mean, I've not gone to these sober bars really, so I don't know what the experience is. But it is interesting. You just described the experience. I've gone to places that have mocktails. But not like specifically, like I've never stepped foot in a place where it's like, this is specifically, that seems like it's for people that are out doing that. So it's right up your alley. Yeah, and they're also like super heavy in politics. You know what I mean? Okay, you know what I'm saying? When they were like, we're not watching that TV thing. Oh no, they're like, that's on all the screen. Oh, okay. Wow, I'm just kidding. You're right. We're conservative, and we ask for your documents on the entrance. You know, they had a lot of protest material all over the place, you know. But it's coming from a place, like, dude, it's coming from a place where, like, we're gonna shut down the media. Yeah, those kind of places probably don't exist too long. I can't imagine they're huge money makers, like a liberal grift. It's like desperate. Also, comedy shows often, the venue that they're in, not doing the greatest. Otherwise, you wouldn't put up with the insanity of the comedy show. Look at what happens to Hollywood comedy. Our friend Christian Saragossa gets salsa. That's also the kind of brand for you. The foundation is definitely a scaffolding for sure. Have you ever, I'm trying to think if I've ever had something that's been a long time since I've done it, and then done it again, and been like, that felt weird. Because I don't know, Timos, maybe we stopped a little bit. Did you feel like, did you have any of the same feeling that when you had the drink in your hand, and when we went back to Timos once a week? Well, that's your songs for sure. When I was having the songs, and you walked in, oh my god. And I have a blunt in one hand. I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ, this is fake weed. I wonder if there is fake weed, the CBD shit. It's supposed to, but then you know, probably just not there. You can't have fake weed. You get fake high. Yeah, that makes sense. That's what I'm saying with the mocktail. It don't make sense. But it's delicious. Sure. But like, don't drink your calories, dude. I like water. I like Diet Coke. You know what I mean? I guess if you're at a sober bar in some other place where it makes sense, it would be weird if you were like at home making mocktails. Yeah. Well, I've done that. That is not weird to me. chicks will say like, do you like mocktails? I'm like, yeah, I'll make you mocktails. And I'll make something bigger than one. If I'm making it by myself, that's sad. I'm not making mocktails to make fucking worth the chop rings.
So that's what I'm saying. Like this.
Yeah, I'm making a song tonight. So I'm in the fucking water, man. I'm like doing the spraying the ice cube with the fire. So this is Bernardo or whatever. Put that in there. I can see. I mean, so you have done mocktails here? I have. Yeah, mocktails. I do mostly orange juice, ginger based mocktails. With whatever little substitutions here and there. It's like, I'm just thinking of my hands here. Yeah, but orange juice mixed with like Red Bull is pretty good. I can't say it. Yeah. Sounds like a good time. I'll look it up. I guarantee you I have fun. Yeah, I would light it up. That's great. Yeah, I don't think I'm measured it out. That's probably what I would have done. Let me pull up something from the if we have any voicemails or WhatsApp. Use WhatsApp? No, the only time WhatsApp was when my parents went abroad and were like, how do you doing WhatsApp? Download, so I had to like walk them through downloading WhatsApp and then they never messaged me. Alright, well let's see, this is all from the same phone number, so it's going to be 3 from the same phone number. This is going to be our phone number is 775-557-8667. That's 775-557-TMOS. And there's a voicemail. This guy spent all Tuesday night.
In the Parsha case, it was never stipulated. So in this case, it's really stipulated. Pay now one price, pay later a higher price. That's what it is. In the Parsha case, I see you go to the last year, I'm saying you dealing with them now, money's going to look at the $1,000. So even if it's even
shout out to you. Thank you. I'm pretty sure this guy was watching our stream. I did get in a big fight with Moses on my stream, dude. Over what? I don't even know Moses is going through it. He just got mad. He got mad at me. He was saying a bunch of mean things. Called me a bitch a couple times. Yeah, everyone was like praying for Moses. Everyone was like praying for Moses. I feel like he just went through something one night. You know, these shows, I got hated sometimes. He was like, what would you do if somebody was making a podcast about you? Or every week. And I was like, I'll be pretty happy about it. He's now a shop fan. Like, I don't know. Let's not think the worst, you know? Yeah. But pray for Moses out there. You know what I'm talking about when I say Moses, right? I think so. I remember seeing the name Moses, but maybe, like, that'd be funny. There's some disease he has. It's like a brain disease that makes him, like, sympathetic to job all of a sudden. Doctors don't know what to do. He watched my whole stream, but then towards the end, he just kind of went off the rails. Why would he be mad about jobs? It's so random. I watch it all the time. I'm not doing anything about job. I was just saying, like, hey, dude, you know, just leave. I didn't do the script thing where you just leave kind of thing. Like, I kind of upset him a little bit. Because I imagine somebody like this and then everything he was commenting was like just off topic. Yeah, I mean, if well, there you go. But if you just if you could just leave, then they aren't going to get mad. What do you mean leave? You're a little bitch. Just say.
So you know, so like this, so my time off, so it means that, so he says, first of all, my beard never spoils. My beard never spoils.
Not good.
And I don't need the money right now. So the whole world is that I don't need to sell beer. I don't need to sell it. So I don't need to buy beer for myself. I mean, okay. See, now you're going to go like this. So at the end of the day, if you want to purchase beer from me, I don't need to sell it. So I mean, I'm willing to wait until you sell it, and the price goes up, and I'll sell it then. If you want to buy from me now, that's fine. But I'm charging you
high quality fans, top performers in their field of choice. I do like this thing we got going with the voicemails, which is one guy every week. Yeah, it's like and they lose their mind. And they kind of all, like a lot of them, not all of them, not Luke for maybe, but a lot of them kind of start their walk from Boston. A lot of them kind of start sounding just like that, yeah. Like the drunk, or like have been smoking weed for a long period of their life. Yeah. All right, man. But they pull together for the Chavisms. All right, man. Gerard Drala, or whatever your name is, you fucking suck. But you fucking ball. But check it out. Like if they're in the midst of some sort of drug psychosis, they come right back to it and pull off the perfect Japanese. That's important. All right, let's see the last one.
You want to fight from me now to you want beer now, and I'm willing to sell you on first class terms, or selling you on some prices. That's fine if from your perspective this works, but from the purchaser's perspective, this is ridiculous. Why?
I hope your neighbors not mad at you. Well, I will say this, we haven't heard from him since. I hope everything's all right. And it'd be funny, we start doing live shows, and our whole audience is people like that. All right, well, we're on doing the show right now. You have to stop yelling at our car. But maybe that would be good for us. Yeah. It's funny, we find out that all of our fans are Bird fans. Yeah, hopefully they threw up before they came to the show. Yeah. Otherwise, we get banned from the venues. That should be on the flyer. Like, get your throw up out before the show. Do whatever you want before you get here. But when you get here, just octaves. And sausage salads. Sausage salads. That'd be wild if we got like a theater show. Sausage salad. That'd be fun. That's how you know we made it. I might put my foot down. Don't put my foot near myself. I don't think so. On my rider, at least, I'll have one sausage salad. Maybe a sausage salad for you. It'd be funny if that was a great. People start, how people bring food, like beer, and I remember people would bring in food, talk about food all the time on this podcast. So for us, they're going to bring us like, I don't know, already somebody said retired thing was kind of a kick. That coffee cake, remember that bakery was messaging me about? I was like, are you for real? Are you actually? They weren't. You think it's fake still? Yeah, they had 200 followers. I don't know, the actual bakery had a lot. That's so weird to make a fake bakery, but it makes sense if you're trying to fool people. We talk about coffee cakes different. This was before that. They're just like these fat. Yeah, they're fat. I mean, I feel like we talked about coffee cakes for a long time. I could be wrong. We talk about food nonstop. And I was a donut guy for a long time. So I guess if you're trying to get by me, it would make sense to be like, by the way, I own a bakery. They're smart, these scammers. They're getting smarter. The guy that messaged me didn't see message. All right, well, that's it for this week, y'all. Thank y'all for showing up, dude. Release the Epstein docs, dude. Come on, brother. Yes. That's it, quick. Bye.
As long as the merchandise was extant, had Christ. He took responsibility for the merchandise. When it happened, it was stolen, it broke. He would bear full responsibility. The fact was like this. The value of the merchandise in the area where the comic units was, let's say, $500. If you ship it to a foreign place, ultimately it would be worth $1,000. So there's no why there's no law? Because essentially, the comic retains full responsibility over the merchandise.
Holy shit, welcome back. I didn't know it. I said I'd do it. They didn't. Welcome back to the podcast. Welcome back to Wrestling Week.
And that's the amount that they're obligated
You know,
to
I'm a little tired, so girl got me this giant diet coke. I just want to thank you for that. Cheers. Hey, it could be like your diet coke. You like it? Thank you. And one of the no one will understand this, but one of the comments, somebody said something nice to us, and I just wrote back, thank you, people. I'm down with Great Expectations. I finished it. Oh, good job. It's pretty good. This is a book review podcast. I've never been a book guy, but I read that book, and they say that a lot in it. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. Okay. We're happy to be back with you. Thanks for tuning in. Hit the like button, or I'll immediately do the sideways thing and piss you guys off. I haven't made the sound in a long time. I'm absolutely willing to bring the sound back, the noise sound that we all hate. I will bring it back. If there's enough likes to the ratio, I'll bring the sound back. The sound's ready, so you already got the sound ready for me. And I'll use it often. Oh no, should I do it? No, not yet. No. I don't think you're going to stay without the group. What? You're not going to another bottle. You're not going to like this. What happened? Season show. Oh, well, while you're bringing whatever you're about to bring up, the dolphin bottle that I ordered, I said I was going to buy a replacement. Now you can have it as a secret. It came in, it wasn't the same model. So I have to keep looking, and they won't remember. It's something that's also like, it's not about going to see them or concerts. I think they're in LA. Don't remember like Finland or Sweden or something before it countries. A full hour nearly takes a penny out as is. Yeah, listen to this guy. It's Janae, it's a girl. No, listen to Janae. Janae knows me well. He's concerned about my health. Bobby, right, she should be. Because I'm almost there. More supportive when I started the Bobby Legion. All right, so Cooney does not know what's happening with Hollywood comedy. I wanted to take a poll from the people in the chat if you guys want to go through this saga with Cooney or just go through the Reddit. Okay, yeah, take a poll. But I definitely want to see the comedy. I've never been to one as a venue because I had already been through too many of these $5 sign-up mics. Cornwall, Becky's room, Bert's back room. There was a bunch. I can't remember them all. There was one that was named after an animal, I think. Otter or something. The zebra. I'd say the last thing you named the zebra is real. There's another one. You had like, yes, I'm here. I Badgers and whiskey. Badgers and something. Badgers and jam or something. Badgers and jam. Badgers and Badger and jam. You got it right the first time, you stupid bitch. I'm sorry. What are you gonna do? It's like saying the right answer and then being like I'm wrong. God, have some fucking respect for yourself. Guys, I don't know if you guys can see this, but I actually came through this. I want you to make me feel like you're producing the show. I'm not. It's not even awake. It's not even on. This guy. Anyways, so the Badger and jam. We got 53% Saga and 47% Reddit. Spicy. So, if you guys don't know what the Saga is, I'll give you a quick rundown here. Maybe add links and votes. Great tip. We better have more likes than votes. That's all I'm going to say. If not, I'm going to fuck you guys up. That's my So there's a saga where these three Canadian influencers, if you ask me, they came to, I'm not trying to influence your view, okay, well, I agree, but they suck. They came to Hollywood, and on a Wednesday night, dude, these three ladies were like, let's go do stand-up for the first time. And they had a whole blog about it on there, which I like it. And then now, I don't know if you know this, but Xiao Ying Summers is the owner of Live Comedy Venue. So it's really kind of like, I'll try this in general, but like, it's like, dude, it's like two teams that are getting relegated in the Premier League fighting for like the last spot. You know what I mean? For the funniest people you know. I'm not sure exactly what you get exactly. So I explained it enough for the exposition, and I feel like it's on the soccer. Yeah, so they were going to do stand-up for the first time, and they decided to do it at the Hollywood Comedy. Correct. 7.47 million subscribers. Yes. So they're actually, a lot of people know these people. That's guys. I wouldn't classify them as people, but yeah, a lot of kids. I didn't even know there were 7 million.
What I'm saying is that you don't get to actively.
All right, well, let's keep going. Look at this video alone. It has 2.6 mil, dude. The two open mic companies. Like, how dumb do you gotta be, dude? What kind of metric is 7.4 million if you're still doing stand-up comedy in Los Angeles? I mean, that shows you. This is it. It shows the power of stand-up. Everybody wants to do it. Only 250K. The rest of you are civilian. Like myself, I'm a civilian. Okay? So it's very special. But you know what cracks me up about this? Is that the Caligari sisters, they're not even the first group of people with a big following on YouTube to do some kind of prank thing or stand up for the first time at one of these atrocious venues. Like, I remember I didn't go to it, but remember we did a whole episode on those the guys at Frankfurt. Oh, yes. Like, this disgusting people and live in the world. I'll tell you one thing, I'm very excited for you to watch this. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's great. It's kind of constantly licensed, so I don't even know why I'm saying it's bad. Because when they told me that somebody prank phone call, Frankfurt was like the funniest thing I've ever heard in my life. Our pop BB voucher, you know how it is. 85G, fire emoji, fire emoji, fire emoji, fire emoji, Mars. Shout out to you. Thank you very much. Sell this music. Tomorrow's song is going to be, it's going to take over the world. If I was in, the song is very good. If you're on the Patreon, you've already heard it. Good, hats off to Drew. I'll keep my head up. It's God is speaking through Alan. And a lot of people are talking about that. It's like, God likes to call me Bernardo. God is speaking. I can't remember some. Jerry, Rondo, yeah, keep it going. Okay, I see. Alright, let's go ahead and tell me when to pause whenever. I'll try to walk through this one. The one's called 35 minutes. Okay.
It is 7:52. We booked stand-up comedy open mic at 9 p.m. So we have to be here in 1 hour, and you're running into the door. So
why do they have this accent? They sound like entertained. These entertained sisters. They have his accent. Why? You know, that kind of stuff. We signed up for open mic. Stand like it's not even English. She doesn't talk. I thought Canadians, Canadians have that thing, right? But I thought they sounded more like us. It's what Canadians sound. Not the ones I know. They're not sounding their best. Why do they sound like entertainment?
So I've been thinking about some jokes already, and I find them so funny, but I've heard some of those jokes, and they're so funny, so I'm going to have to be doing this. We are going to be writing each other's fucking jokes, and we are going to be telling to the crowd. We are already comedians. Yeah. Self-proclaimed, YouTube proclaimed.
They're triplets? Ah, man, they got to beat the Verzies, dude. The Verzies got to, yeah, we got to hook them up. Yeah, they were saying on my stream yesterday that one of these has Texas. Just like the Verzies. Yeah, I remember I started to remember that. There were the Verzies, if you don't know, are friends of mine. One of them was born without a penis. I started remembering that one of them was born without a penis. It's true. And it's a very sad story that there's three brothers and one of them have a penis. That's their Sean. Yeah, Sean, Mitchell, and Alex. Yeah. Sean, Mitchell, and Alex Verzi don't have any of them. None of them have dicks. They're also friends with Jeff Dunning. I always feel bad because I love that guy. So they're probably mad at me for being so let's see here. Okay, so like, what's that? Alright, I think it's good to do other people's material the first time you do it. I did.
And I believe we left
serious.
off yesterday as the machine on the
Well,
other
let's see how many other jokes they I get other people's material long and just
2, 4, 6, 7 lines up from before it gets wide. So it's really lower. Half an hour in the show, that's really low.
still doing other
You have 2 pieces in the show.
I'll see. Oh, but I'm doing other people's material last week. Oh man, Mitch Hedberg rolling in his grave.
I go ahead and I find 3 documents.
Put them off the island.
And all these documents have the same file name in them. 3 different addresses, 3 different numbers. So you can also send it however much you want to return documents to the file. So using it as the file, so that
Bundy's brings up a very funny point. I don't know if he has thought this through. That would be so fun. Like if I went to the Hollywood Comedy with 3 ball guys that kind of look like me. Like, where'd the Calgaris from? Yeah, like you're getting sick, you find 4 other Gerardos. We all show up at the same night. Oh my God, there's 5 Gerardos? Damn, they came out of triple Gerardos. They don't care. They have 2.6 million views. They're rich. I'm surprised they want to go to the Hollywood Comedy of all places. But they would put together. Just like, yeah, why is there so many dislikes? I mean, you haven't even scratched the surface about it. So let's say that the whole interaction in the hotel room goes exactly like what you just saw, right? Now let's go into that whole portion. I had a very strong feeling about taking it towards your first open mic. You shouldn't be doing comedy, right? You don't have one. Like you should be going to your first open mic, like I don't know, Jesus on his 40th day in the desert. You know what I mean?
That's why they were asked together.
Did my first open mic? No, but I hope I didn't cry because I think I was pretty hammered. See what I mean? Though? Like, that's not a somebody probably drove me. Not an Uber. I mean, there wasn't even an Uber when they came out.
It's not the guy for people.
Holy shit, holy shit. When did Uber start?
It's not the
just I'm worried that I don't even want to go down this road, but we're already going down. I'm like, 2009, okay, so there was Uber in,
since it's the same bottle
but it wasn't like commonly used in
Okay. Slow
it was crazy when I first moved to LA.
What happens if you find
There
2
wasn't even like
documents?
taking
And again, all 3 documents are 1 document, so different people can see later.
I remember my asshole friend was telling me about Tinder.
So that case,
And he was like, yeah, you fucking, you did it.
I
Like,
said,
you know,
you sound like
you all shit. I was like, damn, I would strike out so hard on that. I couldn't listen to this guy. He's like the best possible life scenario.
Why did together?
But anyways,
Why those documents together? I do not think it's good to be ugly. So it's just amazing. It's one scribe. Maybe it's 1 sofa. You know, and they write all the documents for 3 different people. Which is like the CD with plus every sausage. Interesting. The 3 documents were clearly written by 3 different scribes. How do you know that? Based on their writing.
you know what I mean?
Obviously, you can't say it's dropped by 1 scribe. Technologically, it's 3 different scribes, and the only common denominator amongst the stars is what? Same labor. So the fact is, the labor dropped, he had a bundle of 1 documents, right? Bundle of documents. And he got them. I have to do the time maybe also. Maybe the document was really to be certified. Now done the kind of study, lower level kind of study. So much the change is the better policy, the better of the lender to have the document certified, not the better of the buyer. Okay, so what that says, there's no club office. So look at what you find 2 documents coming together that all have the same
That's what I think she said, but that's pretty funny.
Unless somebody give that back to the lender or the buyer.
That's funny, but that's not what she said. And it's the biggest one, but that is like clever. My name is Alan, actually, my name is Gerardo. I mean, I don't know, maybe because her listening over, she goes, hi, my name's Alan, actually, it's him.
But if you find documents, and to get those documents, you find receipts.
Hey, my name's Gerardo, actually, I mean, I kept thinking, Hitler is so horrible. It's so horrible that it's funny to say his name to me. And I don't say that you don't have to find it funny. But I was thinking today, and I'm sure other people have said this. I'm going to steal this as well. I'm going to steal most of my material while doing stand-up. Jesus Christ, 14, keep talking. All right, so Jeffrey Epstein, obviously a horrible person, right? But and I started thinking about it, why Jeffrey, right? And then I was thinking, do you maybe trust people less if they choose to go by Jeffrey over just Jeff? Right? Can you follow me? And then I started thinking, who else is named Jeffrey? Jeffrey Dahmer, right? Prince Java, right? Jeffrey Hitler. You gave me a pay laugh there, and I think, no, I like it. Okay, but I mean, like, Jeffrey is a fucking weird name. So you like Jeff Dye more than Jeffrey Epstein? Yes. Yes, I do. More than Jeffrey Epstein? Yeah, I like Jeff Dye. Well, less than Jeffrey Epstein. You know, it's funny that you asked me that. On the way here, I was thinking about who's worse, Jeffrey Epstein or Osama bin Laden. Because we talked about that on the episode. And
such a document
has absolutely over Osama. And I was thinking, like, who's safer, who are your kids safer with? And I'm not even sure what the answer is. I think your kids might be safer with Osama.
Who gets the receipts?
But I mean, probably
Remember,
because we probably
exactly
we got to put our fair I just, it was tough to think about it. And I have a feeling decided, but they're both men. Okay, how about this? Scenario where you think trust the more to get any girls over. I think that's also because Tim likes to kill people, like a lot. But Tim, yeah, he's probably not going to have it. He wasn't like bragging about killing Americans.
Okay. So like maybe like side by side like sofa. So now go to that sofa, it's receipt. Is in the handwriting of the sofa. That is meaning why was even better. Even when that sofa is trying to like because so let's say so because say it could be let's say we're used to having access to everything. But you know the process you might say have access to the sofa. You know how to write a document. It's not always easy. So maybe you don't know what figures like this. You know what? How do you get the sofa? You're like, I don't know what I'm going to find.
We get 10,000 views because we're in vertical mode, but it'll be as punishment to all of you. You need to learn. It's about what's right. Look at how many likes you get, right? People like the vertical. It's not even a punishment. Yeah, they like it. That's what it is. People even like when we say that. Just go back to vertical. They want to see more views. All right, so let's get back. Look at me dancing right there. Anyways, so I don't want to give any spoilers. Let's just go to when they show up to the place. And it's, you know, you're catching on to the vibes. Look at this, dude. I've never seen your mouth open that much. You know, pumped but this is something that I wish to attain on a daily basis. Dinosaur vibes, that too. You're doing I'm saying that they're having a good time, but yeah, that's good. But I like that you're using it. I haven't had a burrito for 2 days, but every time I've heard where did you get a burrito from? Albert's. You know where I haven't been in a long time. It's huge. I'll tell you what. No, it sounds good. I've been there in the recent why they get rid of steak and why they you better like the video.
So if I find it in my possession, I want to start with a receipt. Okay. So I remember, obviously, this is
can actually say, okay, so this is basically said that if I have a pile of loan documents, I'm going to have to issue on the lender. And again, I find in that pile receipts. So Mishnah says, we listen to the receipt, so speaking, or if the receipt is valid, we listen to the existence of a receipt, even though again the receipt is in the possession of the lender, we should look at that.
Nobody can have peace and an open mic. I guess they are there with like a big camera probably or something. Are you like doing it? Shut the fuck up, dude. You know what they're doing. What are you talking about? Be like, are you wearing a black colored t-shirt? Yeah. T-shirt's black, moron. You can see it. Why are you asking me if I'm doing something I'm obviously doing? You stupid open mic loser. Are you all three with like super curly red hair right now? You guys have red hair. The job of a comedian is just to say what everyone else sees. Good job, buddy. No jokes in there. I mean, I'm just as good as him though, because when you walk into a like, are your teeth tiny?
I have a receipt that says that the borrower paid me back the money.
I'm trying to think of the most ridiculous thing I'm sure that things like this to be. I'm not saying I'm I kicked a guy out once and I said, you have to leave. Seems like a weirdo. You actually have to go.
You put that all together and look to the symbol.
I don't want to. I would always be like, don't fix somebody. I don't want to be part of your thing at this. I don't want people feeling bad.
Compromising someone, and then it tells us that the accompanying presence of the receipt indicates that it is a receipt is a
don't want to watch this let's
right? Everything now makes sense, fantastic.
Badger and Jam. They don't know what these places are, but that's funny. What was that one? Badger and Jam. I know which one's the worst one. Marty's. But that's not slotted. That was a long time ago. That was a precursor to slotted. Yeah. Marty's. I did like this one tweet about Marty's a long time ago. I'm still proud of myself. I can't remember exactly what I said, but like I essentially described what Marty's was. And I said that place lasted until just. It was like so. Marty's was, and you can't even really say what it was on YouTube, probably. So there's this guy that in his apartment had an open mic, and I don't know if it was like first come first serve or whatever it was, but he would open it up by doing material about yeah, and not just that like a strange kind of CHILD, and then he would like run all night, no one would ever be in the room, nobody would watch, and that thing lasted for like 15 years. People were going to it. The Wayne's Brothers was like more than one time. Like you go there and there'd be no one there, and Mars maintenance. And it's just like the strangest thing in history. And please tell me if I'm wrong, but Marty was like a skinny jeans. Yeah, I think so. I never had. No, this is just I always skipped it because people described it like that. I was like, why would I say? Okay, so let me describe. I wasn't there, dude. Was it like what I said? Yes. That's why I'm surprised you haven't been funny. You literally walk in. And there's nobody there. Yeah, and then Marty gets up. If you feel like Marty's always in the same chair, he gets up and he's like, oh, hey, what's up, guys? Skinny jeans. And he walks into the plane and he's like, you got money? You have money? And then he's like, all right, well, I'm going to host the show now. There's nobody there. He goes on stage, he has 15 minutes about the worst of he doesn't keep trying to do the worst material. Yeah, like the aristocrats. Yeah. And then somebody would walk in and so they are. I think that you intend people to come through until like tomorrow neighbors
So the
will
loan
come by
documents are torn. So the fact
and
that I torn
you
loan
go on stage
documents
for 10
together
minutes.
with one
And then
receipt
like
indicates
eventually you
that
get on
something
stage with
been paid.
every
The receipt
all
says
of
Joseph
you
and
know.
Shimon paid. I don't know which
Yeah.
Joseph and Shimon.
Got their
The
first
Kavach,
week
when I say again, the onus is on you.
it's like a
The onus is on
record
you.
show
That's
for
the
an open
case.
mic.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
And
touch my,
that's
but
kind of, I
if
mean,
you
I don't know,
don't
the
have
software I wanted to shout
touch
out to
my.
GT and
Shmuel
Lucy.
Shalom Hakadmi
GT
Abba.
ever came out
Shalom
Thursday.
Halavanu Abba. Shalom
We just
Hashem
talked about it last night.
B'Shalom
I like
Abba.
crazy. He was
Shtar
I was
Zeh
walking down and I
Hayah.
saw this hot girl. I
So
said,
it's a
I want
very
you to
interesting
pussy,
piece of
pussy,
work.
opinion.
So like, let's say you're going ahead and write to one.
And I thought to myself, there was some medical studies into pussy.
Because we have this loan document from our father.
It's too bad. If he was still alive, I'd
And
probably
we
still
swear that our father never indicated to us that
it was a sad day for such a bad
so as far as
guy.
he was, he just put
Great
out
guy,
there,
but
we got still with the Dutch, which is the woman. She looked at our father, this woman, she was so many of these, so many, you know, so many of these who are out of the shura. وما شura. So she looked at our father, it's our father, so she was a
Alright, so Noah, this is the guy that's going to go first. Okay.
so she
Okay,
had
you start getting me able to check out
in Masa
how bad
something
it
other.
is.
So it's a video like this. These are actually, she's actually seeing that like what you saw, right? So we're going to hold money for Shimon. We don't got Shimon guys. Now we don't just someone want to go ahead and get money from Shimon this summer. So what do? They got made swear. They swear that we the best of our knowledge. We have no knowledge that our father ever
That's a crazy thing to wear on
this
a mic.
yet. And therefore,
Chicks
again,
that laugh at him,
what they say is we don't have even a receipt in our possession. So what do you see from there? What do you see from there? Then had there been a receipt, there was a Ruben's possession, you don't know that that receipt would have been meaningful. Once again, that's the mix of the Yirmi of Abba. Because Yirmi of Abba said whenever you have a receipt in the possession of the lender, such a receipt is absolutely meaningless. Here's what you know it says. Once again, Allah Safra, she means that in Shtaras Kibir. So once again, it keeps on becoming the same thing again. Generally, you're right. Generally, the halacha will be like a Yirmi of Abba, that a receipt in the possession of the lender is going to be meaningless. Whether it's in his handwriting or someone's handwriting, any time it's meaningful as well, but there's something that lends credence to it. One example is
like the Gallagher's sisters and
a
stuff.
torn document. A torn document is if it exists some of our homes are easy.
That's interesting.
Coupled with the fact that there is a receipt, you put that together and kind of like where there's smoke, there's fire. So touch them up. Let's go back to
I know, I got this.
So let's say if you have a receipt that has witnesses on it, ultimately again, you could uphold the receipt because of the witnesses. So you might say, what is this? A law is coming from someone.
What are we
What
doing?
it means is you could uphold it. In other words, it's a hearsay. What does that mean? It doesn't happen to the father. What does that mean? It's that we went to the human side. You know, we don't just rely on the receipt. If there is a receipt found in the possession of a lender, we don't just rely on it. We don't just say that. So what will we do? What will we do? We say, oh, you know what? We suffer and zero. You make the witnesses that sign on your shoulder. Let's give a call to those guys, right? Let's see what's going on with those guys. The Sharia is Sahabi. He asked the witnesses, Ipalua, Ilapalua. So this isn't just so in other words, even if you fact that the Sharia of Abba, meaning the halacha of Islam, the receipt in the possession of the lender is going to be halachically meaningless. If that receipt is signed by witnesses, which the Rothschild would be, that you could do is get the witnesses in. Like the stuff that's moving, the stuff that was done, I'm assuming that you have first-hand knowledge that the debt was paid. Tell me about that. Tell me about that. Okay, so now if you can get actual testimony about that, there's nothing that was going to tell you. So the U.S. is talking about simple issues, if you have a simple
comedians trying to hope that someone in this culture might like you so kind of like you gotta have a little bit of like on your eyes. I know I'm a little
certified. It's a
I don't want to
certified
look like I'm
receipt.
sad.
She says you're ABQ.
שקצרו הנפט, ובמדינה למתן הלאומיים part. So it's like, so now we're seeing another heavy twist in this. Up until now, we've been talking about the uncertified and uncertified receipts. Obviously, let's say if you have a certified receipt, Stacey only certifies a document, or I should say, Stacey will only certify a receipt if what? If they know with absolute certainty that we can get the certificate. Okay, so now that is going to be a little bit different. If you have a certified receipt, in the binary that carries a tremendous amount of weight. And I established this good with Tony Sefa, I love 18%. I think there are no witnesses on it. You know, 18%. So the answer might be not all people. What is the president of witnesses? He may have elected wow. So there's obviously if you ever received and the club that I was the host. Okay, then it's like, fuck it. The Wednesday night that the Caligari sisters arrived overnight, and they were if you have a receipt that has witnesses that are part of Stacey's certification, that is a good receipt. If it doesn't have witnesses that are part of the certification, then it's not good again, it can be challenged. So the mother's like, if you thought, simple, you shall have previous carrying the Kosama, in Allah, when you see the time, I see the issue, so I said, I watch this, and Mara says, no, he said, if you have a simple, receipt that has witnesses on it, he's carrying the Kosama. You can talk to the witnesses of the receipt,
I've seen a lot worse than this.
in Allah, I'm going to build this. You won't say you can't ask the shlish. Or I will say,
I'm down. I'm
is
visioning
producing
people that have made me much angry. I'm sure you'll get a little
What is the receipt is written on the loan document, or the loan document, and after the signature of the loan document, you have a receipt written on the loan document itself.
I mean, look, dude, at least they're not bothering you on it.
Everyone say now why is it so what's in fact is the shlish? Everyone not the shlish. Obviously, if you have a close party in possession of creation, and that's the that the lender trusted this third party to hold on to the receipt. And now
I can't even understand what she's saying. So she was saying something to me, in fact, that my boyfriend's in the crowd. Unless there's a celebrity here, in which case he's just died. Oh, okay. Yeah. Anyways, so and then look at this girl. This look. I've never clapped that wide. She's like, oh, wide. Yeah, that's pretty funny. That was a fucking couch too. I want to have like one of your brothers that laugh at how like 5 to 6 movies. Being the support of the team. My mom caught my wife in it. Essentially lied and falsely labeled the open mic comedians that were performing as the host. Just like you falsely labeled the guy as the host. This guy made a video because they found another guy to host. That's how I made the video. Well, let's get to the next comic. Coming up next to the stage is this annoying fuck Bridget. Let's see. Yeah, so she had Armstrong's entire joke. That's wild. And then two of them do a joke about, I'm not very good at stand-up, I should try some sit-down.
That's going to indicate the
Yeah, that's not good.
Additional cases as well,
Let's get to
which is what I said, is certified
like every single Frank
is
Frank
valid.
is
Because Jason will not certify someone less than that to show you that the loan is being paid. Or if you go and you identify the witnesses, someone receipt, and that's what you testify, that could also be valid. Or if the receipt is held by a third party, also
I feel like you guys saw Jersey Shore. Like, yep, that's me. Yeah, that's what
written on the
fuck, dude. What age is that guy? Jersey Shore reference.
Anything and everything you ever
I
wanted to know
feel you guys
about
watching
this
the
receipt.
real
So I
dude.
say,
Sounds like this guy. Yeah, he sucks.
Barry Montoya, you suck.
Alright,
Successfully
so
underpowered.
this girl actually, I can tell you could do stand-up comedy if you really tried. Okay, like she had good stage presence. Reminds me a lot of a younger Jordan.
First scene on a part of Jeremy, just like he deserves something for this. He deserves something for this. Incredible accomplishment. He was like, really what's it like? It's not going to hold it back. Everything is about how you are. Yeah, he said, the last couple of years, that's what I'm trying to exit. That's where it works. That's where it works. So exciting. Everyone can see this. All right, guys, so the second back of Boston, let's see it. So everyone can see it. So this is going to be a very, very, very fun ride.
I was expecting it. And then as far as on-stage activities go, I feel like the last comic is the worst, only because not only is there getting pads, but then she won't get off stage. That's kind of comic that stays on stage so long. She got the side that she was playing. Also, look what she's wearing. Right? I've noticed that early in it's a little weird. It's like
or do I have to track down the owner?
it's kind of like a pornographic like X-Men costume or something. Right.
It depends on the object that you are finding. So here you go. For example, anyone would see a shalom. So let's go through some examples. Ultimately, of some things in life that if you find them, they are yours. They are yours. So you know such. Anyone would see a shalom. That's how pillars with results. So if you find scattered food, knows with results or scattered money, peoples in the shoots harabi, or you find small sheaves in the public domain. The Jews they want to take the first place. Because they're not big, so big is low. So it's going to come up with the Gemara that there's people who come to loaves of bread. There's what we call chikaras not big, which are both of loaves, mass-produced loaves, versus chikaras from Alabayis.
Yeah, she's not bad. I mean, I'm surprised. Because a lot of times the first time someone does stand up, like homemade bread.
Homemade bread, everybody's homemade bread looks different.
But this is like just like kind of standard bread.
Machuzo shall dogim, a string of fish, and again we'll discuss these cases as well. Katiko shall masa, a piece of meat.
So like obviously the real ones are on stage. That's why she's like, are you
So
done?
you want to some that come from their respective places. Balancing fish, or again, tufts of
She's even
flax.
aware that.
You shall not shall hire them up.
That's
Tufts of a purple wool. How do you show them anymore? Those are very size.
I want to get up.
Examples of
Everyone in
things.
the room wants her up. Even she wants to get up. So why is she still there? Because
That's the logic of all of these things. We're going to see these items
like, why do I
don't have
keep using the wrong
semen.
Why did I say
They
the
don't have
you know, it'd be funny
identifiable
if she
ones.
was like really, like, 'cause you know
So
how some stand-up is like,
when you order
for
these
some people they
events,
talk about
you
comedy,
have
they're like,
what
you
we're going to
sprinkle
call
walls and like dice always
So
random,
it's like
like, and she's heard
is
that.
very times
So it'd be funny if she's doing it just because she has so much respect for dice. She said that the mic, like, but dice always random, like,
these items
I want to be like the
because
greats,
they are so
you know,
nondescript.
those are just
Therefore,
like
halacha
the
l'maisa,
greats.
because he is English, they effectively have
Okay,
have got owners, because they are owners, therefore I find them, I have the right to keep them. That's our first list. If we go to Rashi, Rashi says, first Rashi over here is most Mitzvah, Messiah are binding the end to them.
I was afraid that
So again, because it comes down to them, all of the items listed in the Mishnah, is their own nondescript, right? Of mass produced. They have no identifying.
It's hard to like get a
and that's like when the owner has English, it's very retrieving. One third of English, the object becomes texture,
Sanazee says he's waiting for their closer. Okay. There's no closer. Let's just go ahead and get to the outside part where they are starting. So she finally gets off stage, and they just start having a conversation in the back when another comic goes up. And then the vibe of a real open mic enters the room as soon as they get off stage. Okay, great.
For tracking down the owner of an object. But you have to know what you got. For example, let's example of a sheet of because once a year, you just have no carrots. You see how you take this press case and you decide it is a tiny shot. So look at how much you can go and you just move on to the next item. You obviously you just go to those items generally nondescript. So when you just comes up, I mean, you can have a case of a nondescript item that has some peculiar future. So for example, in Mishnah, the example of something that is nondescript is a cake of festivities. Right? That's like every cake of festivities looks the same. However, if you have a cake of festivities, and you notice there's something unique about this. For example, there's a pottery shell embedded in a cake of festivities.
I thought I noticed it on my watch through yesterday. How he has definitely there. My wife is a beach. I mean, he's like so pissed. But they're also talking while he's on stage, so it's fucking.
So yeah,
No, but he's not the guy talking. He's the guy that said something while the other guy was
is a
talking.
nondescript item that generally again we assume the owner of the original to keep it. If there's something unique inside of the owner, that is going to require you to announce it. Okay? So Shimon Elazar Omer,
Let's get right back. Let's go into the whole time they're complaining about the coffee and how it's not a welcome anymore, right? Yeah. So now they get back to the hotel. They're still knowing they're cooking. Look at this is no longer a happy night. You can see she has that very upset. I'm surprised. What do they expect? I guess I can't even go back to what I thought comedy was going to be like before doing it. Maybe I thought it was really. I thought it was free food, good times, the drinks on tap for free, everything free. We're just gonna laugh at it. They were all like, wow, Chuck Crab, that's the best description I've ever heard of it. Formula One. So this is great stuff. Funny if you drink my coffee.
So we know Albahanos is an area of 60. So just like in volume, somewhere between 2 and 3 quarts.
I want them to fight the comedians. They seem legitimately angry. It would be so funny if they got their video was them fighting the host after it. They're mad at the host that they It's funny, yeah. It's funny, like, that whole thing when people are like, just don't understand how things are in comedy, and they get really mad, and they antagonize the other people in the room, and the other people respond, making fun of them, and they go, oh, what? How did that happen? We were so nice. It's like, no, you ruined this open like 10 losers, and, like, they're not going to be happy about that. And, yeah, their one-liners weren't good, probably not, but maybe they were. Maybe they were. That's not against people do. Sometimes people get roasted for like good, and then afterwards they're like, it wasn't even good. It's like everyone was laughing, but I didn't see any evidence of laughter. The company, Cody listens, and I love you. You're awesome. You're a great guy. Never mentioned you. But I like that you're taking a different approach to this, where you're kind of on their side. But here's the thing, Cody. let me describe to you these people.
Was it obviously there's
I'm
intentionality?
not on their side.
It doesn't
I'm on
become
either.
after, right?
I
There's
think
no
both.
Yayosh.
Everyone in that open mic group should probably be. Yeah, just like you said about Charleston, that's going to be all those. I understand. Trump's I'm a Trump supporter. So here's the thing. These people are all going to vote 20%, right? Probably, yeah. You think they're going to stop at this? You think they have the attention span to like actually have a constructive view on the comics thing? Sense, you know? Probably not. Exactly.
So what happened?
Yeah. They're coming out of pure rage that they fucking did not have the time of their lives we're going to. It's crazy that they're doing that because it's like it's almost unbelievable that they wouldn't realize it. I guess they're very young. But yeah, no, they're a little bit looney tune. Let's see. The girls, the crazy girl. I thought that was one of the things about sports, right? Like, the bigger maybe that sounds like some type so they're kind of deciding parts too. Yeah, I love the idea of famous YouTubers getting mad about specific open micers. Like maybe someone you do. And that guy, blah, 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 he's a fucking asshole. Like, thanks for subscribing. Just some random guy who's been likes me for years. This is the most run he's ever going to get. This is the most. He pissed off 3 random 20-year-olds from Canada. 7 million followers. I wanted that big fun to go back to a place maybe I'll be able to piss off 3 famous YouTubers. Janae, I didn't see your comment earlier, so they're not all triplets. However, they can pass it. This is very smart, yes. And the one does not look like they yes. So they're not trips, so they have chicken arms. Yeah, the younger ones is obviously younger.
So therefore, there's a much smaller area of dispersion. So what is that? So we say, so why you say there's a common
I didn't really see this in that room. Like, do they film the red parts? It seemed that room to me. They were very good. It's literally just going to open mic and then, being very sensitive about anything being sensitive. Which out of the mic, things are going to be sensitive. It's so funny to be sensitive when you're filming. Like, imagine you got, like, you know those people that used to set up, like, giant cameras? You got a guy who's, like, doing this, filming your open mic set, and you're like, you're mad that people make it fun of you. What did you expect? The guy that said Soderbergh thing, like, that's what you, it's probably what it looks like. It looks like you're filming a goddamn movie at the Hollywood Comedy. They're not hate, that's for sure.
behind 2 copies in 8 amos. So
now they're telling me. And she's starting to sweat. I don't know if you can tell her shirt is so tight. And I'm not sweating and so they're explaining for 20 minutes, basically, on this video, just like what happened. Yeah, and it's just the same kind of segment over and over again. Let's go ahead and go over to the Hollywood Comedies page. This guy's kind of boring. Yeah, what's annoying to me is they didn't answer in a funny way. They answered in a, like, we are losing our business way. And turns out you can tell, dude, that's so fucking tough. Yeah, I can't wait to see this. Just one thing before you play this. Isn't it, am I wrong? Do you also hear that she sounds kind of like Andrew Tate? What is that? And is that like a way to be famous? Should we try to sound like Andrew Tate? Well, in Toronto, they talk like this. That's like, in Toronto, we lost to the Dodgers, and it was the game 7, and we should have won that game. We were playing at home. So is there anything that was doing around here? Tate's not Canadian, right? He's English. He's English American. Oh, no, that's what he sounds like. Oh, no, the thing. But it's like not, it's almost not British. Yeah. Weird. And the chat, am I totally off base? It's not that I was running a human trafficking ring. What I was doing was putting salsa on cookies. Is that how he said? Yeah, that's close. Yeah, it's a hard accent to do. I have to practice to entertain the fear. Nailed it, Cootie. Thank you. It's just weird. She sounds so much like everyone sounds like attention. All my life. Right?
Or a cow of pomegranate.
The violence comes why? He has a bit more like whatever that is, some lane.
So what do you say?
Some lane, yeah. It's so, oh yeah, Candace Owens is like the famous thing of hers. You see the Twitter where women like she does
because the current now the almost is not kosher. And they can see
she
the
kept
cow
taking it back. No one's like the doctor. Like Ken Clips were taking it back. That's how I want to take it back.
kosher. So maybe it's
Really?
like a
Alright, so enter Yayu Summer.
There's a lot of effort to collect these items. A lot of effort involved in collecting these items. And ultimately, again, there will still be a lot of effort when it comes to Katani. But there isn't a lot of effort involved in collecting the cow.
She's going to fake cry. This is why because they're wrong. There is a moment where she gets tears, but after the tears happen, it kind of looks like she's finally I made it happen.
Okay, here we are now. So what is our takeaway? Our takeaway is that I'm not going to just want a definition. What is the definition of eros in the food zone in English? Right? Which means that I find scattered food.
So she's doing it where she's pretending like she's so as the Calgarians.
And therefore I would find it.
That's what I said. I was like,
what is the definition of scattered fruit? A cup of fruit scattered over
this saga sucks. You know what it is? It's a fundamental misunderstanding of the and like, and not just humor, but like where you are in the world, the context of things, because you're like sort of away from my vantage point.
Why?
These are three random YouTube people that are not funny and not really worth my time. They happen to do open mic at some random venue and then tried to get some fun for doing that. So when if it was different, like let's say it was someone respected or like a famous celebrity that people love and they track Hollywood comedy, then I can see a world where a fake crime would be funny. But she's doing a fake crime for there's a disconnect there. You don't. This is not the joke to make. Oh, she's not making a joke. This is real. This is 100% true. Everything is 100% real, and that's why the fake cry is so bothered. So she's actually sad, and it's a manipulative fake cry. This isn't a bit. She's so listen, dude. When you're at this level of doing a Rodney's podcast, when you're
it's going to be the kind of thing that is going to
figure out how to take a bad situation and turn it into a positive. So that's what she's doing. What she's trying to do is get more money out of the
$20
So she's, when we watch the rest of this, she's legitimately said, that, okay, then I take back everything I said. I don't have curious now. I was going to do it as a joke. No. I wanted them to be funny about it. I would have preferred them to be funny about the situation. I'd be like, you guys suck. Just say, like, God, fuck you guys.
Meanwhile,
well, I would, yeah, she's talking about legal action. That they are defaming the clothes. Caligari sisters are suing them. No, she's suing the milkers. She said them as houses. What? That's worrisome because now what am I worried about flappers?
So when he does find out, he's a good idea.
But oh man, dude, I thought it was just a lame fake crime. No, it's not a bitch. I'm telling you, she's fake crime. She's not. She's definitely not what you think she's crime. There's different levels of awareness. I feel like you're on a level like where you're aware that there are people in the world. But fuck you.
So it's like if the object that we've been watching has a symbol, so the envelope that you below has a symbol. So it has a symbol, Everyone agrees. That's some identified marker. Obviously, we're going to talk about in the moment
No, she just wiped
what
away
is
nothing. You know
considered
what I
to
mean?
be a synonym and what is not a
Yes,
synonym.
I don't like when you live
So
in
the
you know what I
object
mean? I like
itself has a
it's
synonym.
real,
Everyone
if you're
agrees that it's not Jewish.
fucking ready. Let's have my
Likewise,
pushing.
Yachadad, Ishan, Amin, the Yash, right? So, but even though if I feel later on that even if that did have Yesh, lo have Yesh, the Asiri Yadim, the Sura, the Asiri Yadim. And I find it, so certainly I can't do it. Why I will say it. Because since the object has a synonym, like the assumption is that
Can you go back? I want to see. I want to see the comments.
So listen, I have a synonym. So because I have a synonym, therefore I will be able to retrieve the object. Because I will be able to retrieve the object, therefore halach l'maisa, I'm going to get it back. And listen, even if I hear later on that Ruben says, I'm the Irish. Even though again, we maybe the Irish later on, at the time that the object came into my possession, ultimately again, there was no Irish and no anticipation of Irish because the object has a synonym, and therefore again, it does not belong to me. So it's like, that's going to be a case where everyone agrees. Fine. Let's say, Bezito Shayam, let's say, Bezito Shana. I see what you're saying. Let's say again, I'm walking, and I see you can use an object. And you can write, you can walk by the banks of the ocean, you drop the object, and the sea washes away the object. Or the river overflows and washes away the object. And that person will say, I thought that with this space in it, Rahmana Shai Yaki B'Lachim Kamala, so we're going to see more on. We use an object that has a symbol.
I have 3 jobs about triplets, 2 4. I love the idea that there was a thing called Rosie Twins here. Yeah.
Because the owner
She
says to
started making
himself,
fun of
again,
roasting
even though I might have
one
the
of them has no
trust symbol
penis.
in the object,
But
that is
so the Hollywood comedy has to defend itself from being defamed by the Caligari system.
So that is the most of it.
My
So
bad,
it's like,
Evan,
you
it's
might
like
think this is in the case of your leader who's walking down the street, uses an object,
and I
right?
apologize for that.
What kind of object does he use? What kind of object? No synonym, no identifying mark. Ruben does not know he lost the object.
Yeah, just
So
that. I mean,
find
I'm like
him
laughing at the
before
idea of like,
Ruben knows that
the
he
Hollywood
lost
comedy
it.
is being
So
defamed.
let's just now
They
watch
have to
this. This
defend
is fascinating.
themselves.
Watch
Where I'm
this.
coming from,
The
dude.
object
That
of
was
the type of object,
like their business model is comics need time. Comics are going to go through time. But comics are not
he realizes that he lost it.
influenced by Caligari sisters. Yeah. That's when you think of your market. Your market is just open micers that be funny if all comedians. I can't go there anymore. You see how people from the Caligari system. I don't do that because I'm like, I'm saying next, dude. The open mic community it basically decides what it does. The way the Caligari sisters can. But here's where I'm coming from, dude. They're trying to flip this and nobody does donation links on every single one of those. You know, that's crazy. That's what I'm saying. They're just posting about this nonstop. Joe Summer says,
It does not happen. Then you, the finder, have no right to keep it. It is mine. That's about it. Rabbi is
and also stating that she tried to take her life before. That comedy is her baby. And she's also 6 months pregnant. It's like she's making a bunch of adding a bunch of stuff on to try to like I refuse to be silent.
It's true. Right now, he doesn't know that he lost the $10 bill, right? He doesn't know that he lost the apple. He doesn't know that he lost the non-scripture. But he's not the story, you know the
Did
script.
Caligari threaten them in any way? I don't know. She would probably rationalize that in some way. I fucking hated
I'm
his
never
fake.
getting this back.
Everyone sucks. All the guys suck. I want. I've known this experience. I apologize.
Therefore,
Right,
again,
I apologize for saying slow back. It's so funny. Is the Caligari sisters hired an attorney? And Turley suddenly said an attorney, and that attorney was. Ron Petzl says, if you guys don't know Ron Petzl is, Ron Petzl is
That's what's important.
Hey, I'm attorney Rob Pickles. I represent Mark Ali against this case against Schwab or whatever. We do a lot of stuff here. We're not talking about drinking. Suicidal pregnant women cries Asian tears because of Greek influence in triplets tomorrow at 9 p.m.
Rabbi says, I can't do this. Here's only because the owner knows that he's lost him and has actually given up hope.
Anyways, there's just more and more. It's just nonstop.
Can't keep the object. We know this story is heavy. So he tells you the story is heavy.
How much staff does the fucking Hollywood company have? This is insane. They have a manager? Is this a bigger operation than I thought? They have an operations manager in the Hollywood company. That's wild. The fourth wall is so funny. One time when I was at the fourth wall, this fucking actually not see, I just know story. I wasn't even there when this happened. I just remember the story because I went there right after it happened. The food inspector came from the city and was like trying to investigate this random ass open mic, and he was asking the comics like, who owns this place? And they were like, what? Oh yeah, and he sat here and sitting through the thing, and he asked the host. He's like, you're the host, you must know the owner. And I was like, I don't know anything, you can ask me. So it's a fucking thing where the owner is nowhere to be found, there's no staff, the host doesn't know anything at all. It would be like the perfect way to smuggle or like to do the legal thing, because the open mic system in some ways is ran better than the mafia is. You have no idea who owns it. There's no one says anything. They don't have phone number. Maybe I was running an open mic in North Hollywood. I mean, I know that human traffic in North Hollywood. That's what we're running before. I had a truck. I didn't know. I got it. No, I mean, $8 for 10 minutes and $12 for 15 minutes. It was an excellent operation. Do that voice, but have it be like, now, Emerton used to talk to people like, you tell them this is how you make money. You gotta have a pimp's mentality. You're stuck in the matrix. You have to break out like this. Losers will come up to you and want to talk to you and do jokes for 5 minutes. What you gotta do is find that loser and then get 5 other losers that look just like it. You tell them it's $5. You hide the key. So the key to get in, open micers that are degenerates will pay $5. Now you can try to up to $6, but then you're out of the matrix. I can't do it. You lock the door, they can't get in or out. Yeah, I was like that. At the fourth wall, you have to be there by 8 p.m. and they lock the doors for an hour. And I don't know if that's like probably not. I mean, the food inspector probably was like, why do you get? I think he meant they lock it. He's like, I'm trying to get out. They're like, who wants to 5 commitments? Andrew starts doing stand. He's like, let me out! I don't want to be a food inspector anymore. It's just so funny. Just the idea. I remember when like every once in a while, Joe would ask me to do it. You can get paid. And I was there anyway, so I was like, all right, sure. And you have to like go to some weird place and unlock and get the key to the door and then lock up. It's just it is really the
stuff that's looking for that. Okay, let's go back to touch marks. Once I see them, I'm going to buy the next class to other schedule program. Right? So in the middle of my focus, I'm buying it all. So here we go. Touch mark. Hey, let's make this start. Says this now. We're going to see one kind of fucking rush. I'm going to challenge this. That's what I'm going to say. I find scattered fruits. So let's say, what do you think of this scattered fruits? I say, I'm going to be on the street. I see scattered fruit. What's on the bus? What's on the bus? I why do I assume the owner knows that he dropped it? Maybe he didn't drop it. And isn't this a case of Yir Shalom Das? And what do you see? What's Tava? What does that show you? That Yir Shalom Das, in Yakulava, to riot to Lava, Kasher Lion. Let's remember how do you set up this case?
Successfully walk out. So did you. One of our guys,
this is a case where you're actively left behind, right? He decided it wasn't worth his while to gather this back.
I told him I was
So it's not a case of you should have done. He knows full well that you left this well since behind.
Don't tell me what actually happened. I said, just, don't act like I'm a big deal. My friends don't know that I have the show.
like in a couple of weeks, coming
I signed.
our
Said some
way.
stuff to
I
that
said,
first
yes,
kid.
I
I
said,
said, oh, I know
fine
you had
wine.
an
Just
embarrassing
because
rush
you're not
me
going
to
to go.
sign.
You're not going to go.
Real
So
about
we're not
it.
going to
Sign
go
the
down
stuff.
tomorrow.
You really want me to write this about on your things? Yeah, my wife's a huge fan. As I like your stuff too.
Clarify you more tomorrow.
You know, and then he was very happy to see me.
First
And I
time,
said,
a tremendous
you know, anytime you want to hang out, don't even feel like it's like a fan thing. Oh yeah, well, what the fuck did this guy say to you then, dude? What was that conversation like this? That is obviously that's disturbing. Yeah, people are saying you're not 5'8". Well, I don't know how tall is Conan O'Brien. Search how tall Conan O'Brien is. He's like 5'8", right? Conan O'Brien's 5'8". How tall is Conan O'Brien? It'd be funny, like upload both pictures, 6'4". So 5'8", pretty damn accurate, I'd say.
All right. Good morning, Pedro. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning shift. Thank our Torah sponsors for the month of Adar Aleph. This is summer of dedicating all the Shurim and Rothschild this month with immense gratitude. With immense gratitude to Hashem for the refuahs, the merit of the refuahs for all of those in need, and the schools of our brave soldiers, and the message in the schools of the return of our hostage Schwarzbaum family, in memory of Aaron Schwarzbaum, Aaron, Yosef, and Meir Zichron Lebracha, the Ziv, Levine, and Berman families, in memory of Bill Ziv, Zed, Shmuel, and Yisrael Zichron Lebracha, the merit of our coming forward, all the Jewish and
So you cropped up the
most of the time.
I mean, you know, I wouldn't hang crop her out because we're here, so I just didn't want her. Crop out the uglies. New pages of evidence just dropped DPT with something dicey. Gerardo must work for a big hot pocket now. What's my DPT? Sausage salad. That's not real. I like how this drops when the 3 million pages are out. Imagine there's just labs and labs. Dude, that's going to live like 4 more years and he's super into T-Bones and we just see over all the Williams above these shared
Swear falsely in order to go ahead and make sure you're obligated.
Man, but he wasn't around to see us. Gerardo Ogerto said he wasn't in the files explaining the speech with old Jeff DPT. Why is it like weird colors? AI probably. I really was with him. See down here, Talon and Dolphins both like it not good attention. Post by DPT is like the only one posting on our Reddit. He's holding it down. I'm glad for it. Dolphins may engage in non-consent. That's not his fault.
Omesh is self-bubble. Omesh is mandatory obligation as opposed to
DPT is Omesh
Omesh is what is
when the thing with Andrew getting confused, should we watch it as a video?
or hello Omesh just you now have to learn Omesh.
Andrew told him shut the fuck up. Oh, I get it. It's because he's like, where you can go down on the tries.
The fact that
I'm Andrew Tate. How's
you
Andrew
don't
Fox?
have to track down the in order to pay for
I had traffic humans. I said that's savage fire.
I would have assumed whatever the difference is what is that? Are you ultimately again that Chumash is normal? Or that's financial obligations. The Gemara says the therefore halacha l'maisa if
It is genuinely not hyperbole to say that at least one of the reasons we have a fascist or growing fascist government.
Gerda was telling me that when he comes to the files, we talked about it on the podcast. Yeah, thanks for being a real fan.
That's why. But in fact,
I wish we could go vertical just for you.
what do you see?
No, not like
You're obligated to pay a fix on this.
In the United States is because a bunch of comedians with podcasts simply want to be able to say slurs without being canceled. And it has brought us to this moment of hell, which you'll notice that some of them have had for a while now some buyer's remorse, and that is only increasing. Take, for example, Andrew Schultz, who on
his recent podcast had a couple of interesting things to say. We're going to play them, and then I want to react because on the one hand, I do think it is important to make room for people who have buyer's remorse and second thoughts about voting for Trump and supporting Trump. However, that's that's so funny. People are losing. Given hypotheticals and all the criteria and all this stuff, describe people we gotta do that. Makes me like an extreme for those who do that.
Now it's interesting.
Burn Kreischer went to your house.
Are obligated to go in and take coverage. So the Gemara says, well, anyway, that's
Well, I mean, that's just
it
channel.
must say English on coverage. Oh, you guys don't.
This is the
When we say
he does have a UFC live channel
right?
too.
You already
I don't know if it's on YouTube.
doesn't have to be Chumash or the theft of his father.
Like and
It's
subscribe.
mentioned in the Shema. Go Google it. We'll say that's a
Oh yeah, this is the live channel.
The son nor the father is neither the heir nor the teacher himself took a shua. Took a shua.
Wow, so you're a fucking liar. Wow, dude. You're just like Formula One.
What if he took a shua? But don't worry again. Not
Come on, dude.
all these
Tomorrow is,
or his father
tomorrow
took a
is,
shua. Unless they find
NBA's championship. NBA
of
playing that right now.
son.
They didn't they both say no matter what anyone says, LeBron James is the best player.
Listen to this. Son swears that he doesn't have any
Fuck you. We got Darius Garland, dude. Who the fuck is that, dude? Now you're making Darius Garland. He made it an hour in. Let's see what this is like. Oh, I saw someone asking first, how much did you love the Burn Kreischer intro for Sunday's football game? I threw a hammer at my TV.
I said,
And then you just see that Rogan just interviewed one of the biggest jamokes on the planet, Andrew Wilson. This is the guy that can't open a pickle jar. Trying to use crushing power.
That guy sucks ass.
Yeah, fuck that.
I can't believe he had him on. That really surprised me. Rogan's like, you gotta like, I fucking really
That's I can't remember. You know what? I never watched it because I don't want to give it a view at the end of the day because you have more turning that me. And I had a feeling I wanted to do this where I look up the transcript
I love myself.
Did he get an asshole?
I don't know. No. Sorry.
The fuck? I didn't say he did. I just was making fun of him. I didn't really watch. I watched the podcast Chris thing on it, sort of, but I watched it also. Like I watched the podcast Chris. I barely take it a second. I'm taking 5 minutes. Yeah, I'm doing 5, 6 months. But yeah, I mean that guy's brilliant. Not a chance. I'm never gonna sit through that fucking podcast. Yeah, he's annoying. He's like thinks he's really smart.
If the father admitted his liability before he died, then that generated a foolish liability. When it generated a foolish liability, now he dies, his son is obligated to pay back his liability. As opposed to father swore falsely, died, never admitted, then it turns out that it comes right. It turns out that the father has stolen.
Like a good thing that they could have changed people of all the times that nobody's made fun of both.
Oh, Adam.
Or spend 2 weeks in Guatemala, or go see Burn Kreischer every night for a week straight. I'd rather spend 2 years in Guatemala. Years in Guatemala jail.
That would generate
7 nights in a row of Burn Kreischer.
His father never admitted that he
Look, I was pumped when you said kiss suck. I was pumped when you talked about how love pervaded. I'm like, can I get your opinion on YouTube? It's really overrated. No miles on this. Real low on this. I mean, I like YouTube. YouTube was suck. You suck. You know, I just you're literally watching what you like it. I'm sorry. You said people. Yeah, no, I didn't say you're right. But that's fine. I accept you. YouTube rules. It's for cucks that like.
And then he goes, well, you never
I like how you are more aware than I thought.
and then he died. So it's like under those
what you said.
circumstances, I love myself.
He said,
Because
you said, like, you don't like you do the true cut because you know that people that like
Let's
you
say,
are
remember
guys
again,
that do it.
my ability.
What does the cock sound like? That. No, the cock sound like.
Three things. I don't remember it. You never hear these high talks.
Oh, you're a cock. It's so funny to say cock because that's what Brandon Schaub said. We doesn't agree. It doesn't really do anything. Mark Mercer could.
No, Ron.
I like it. I
Which
understand.
my grandmother Esther Castello for
What do you subjects to just watch each other jerk off? That kind of brings me back to the robot thing. The whole stream on that robot check off. I mean, I still sometimes think about it. You didn't want to go there and you weren't ready for it. Sometimes I don't want to go where you go. Vice versa that episode. You weren't ready for the robot check off conversation.
It's a thing that I keep with a father that never admitted liability for swearing falsely.
Get it, loser. We're going to watch robots check off. I wanted to ask you a question now about something that I talked about yesterday. Remember I said something to call you.
Never admitted that it's more false.
You said to call you, and like 10 minutes later, I saw it.
How is there canon liability if the father never admitted that it's more false?
Yeah, I think this is the last clip of the show.
Not only should we be parent, but what?
Just because John says so.
It's keep in mind, not a great, segment here, but I guess this is very important. I think it's very important for how we speak as Hawks. Yeah, we want to be our leader. We want this guy just to case. So he is an ex-CIA kind of guy. He does this show. It's like two or three times a week. And it's basically talks about world events, politics, his perspective from CIA operative, ex-CIA guy. He was thrown in jail by Barack Obama, and then
Must I
asking out for Trump because it was one of those Edward Snowden, Julian Assange. That's what he's claiming. He tried to do that Assange. He didn't like the torture program, and I think that's good. I mean, I got thrown in jail and then spent a long time in jail. And then came out and went to prison. Yeah. So, but here's where I don't like it. I like it, it's great, but it's just, I'm going to play it, and then I'm going to ask you a question or two, and I want you to answer for it.
And these insane people that say, we understand why the law enforcement
He's talking about ICE, so this is after the Renee Good thing.
ICE is law enforcement. You just wanted to hang law enforcement on January 6th, and now you're all about law enforcement. So people pick a side for heaven's sake and stick with it. Regarding the FBI taking over this investigation, this is wrong, and I need in capital letters, and I'll tell you.
Taking over the Minnesota investigation. Let's take our minds out of politics here. So he just said wrong. Yeah. Didn't you find that to be
That sounded like
okay? Let's just watch it.
This is wrong.
Would you like if like you came over and you were like, you were wrong. If I hit you with the wrong. Yeah, no, I guess now that you say it like that, I don't think it would be good for an argument because even if you know for facts that you're right, if you're talking with somebody, you don't want to say wrong 3 times and then it makes it sound like you think they're an idiot. So yeah, I might do it by accident. But then if I get a coach with it,
Karen,
you're not wise.
Cheese bean.
I might just make the right call. It's fun as I don't like it, dude. It's like so annoying
Over this investigation. It's a little bit like this is wrong, and I need in capital letters.
I just don't like the graves. They're going up. They're funnier than we are. I just don't think. I'm starting to think that it's right that the FBI is taking over now. Like, whatever. I don't even know what he's talking about. He's saying that the FBI is taking over this investigation. It's wrong. Like, why can't you just use your words so eloquently like you have before for the first 7 minutes of this thing that I really enjoyed? So you're going to use the wrong. You're in my ears. Like, you're inside of it. And you're going, wrong. I just think it's like, dude, that to me is like, they say highbrow, lowbrow. That's highbrow intelligence, you know? Like, sure. I mean, the devil's assistant FBI thinking they were the ones that put him in jail.
Obviously,
Oh,
that
he's like
property is
remembering
still
having
existence.
a
Then the
not
son
having
is
to
operating,
brush and fucking
right? And those numbers
the same
will
food
slow
every
down.
day, staring at another guy taking shit in front of him.
Almost
And
like
all that.
good
You know, he has the chance to be petty. So he's
If the single property
yeah, he's like, the FBI, they did a lot to me.
again, not
You know,
because of
they did
the
a lot.
son
It was wrong. If you went to prison, you might say wrong a lot. 3 times might be too little. Prison sucks. I assume. I've not been. This guy, I don't imagine he did pretty well in prison either. I think so.
This is wrong.
This guy would be doing a lot. I'm like, what's wrong? That's right. Yeah. What's that? What'd you say, John? I want the shirt I wore yesterday, John. Why is my laundry not done? Do I have to do something about it? Do a laundry? Wrong. Oh, yeah. You want to say wrong? God, have my laundry ready tomorrow. You'll say wrong. You'll say wrong, John. Oh man, I just. So you're on my side.
That if a father
This is
steals,
wrong,
even
wrong,
if it's stolen
wrong, and I mean in capital letters, not
He's too old to be saying something like that.
If there's other real property, children are obligated to pay back the stolen object. They pay back the value of it. Why? In order, out of covered idea, again, it
All
restores
the threats that I would. Funny how God works. The God's like, he didn't get that. He didn't give me his commissary money. I'm like, that's funny how God works.
Now let's see. Father had other real property, and then we see that the children retain that of the father from other real property. At most, it's like a low value. Like I said, at most, at the end of the day, it's like a verbal transaction.
I was digging into it. I watched.
So it's
I
a
was
mobile
showing
pet and a
my
double
history
loan,
with
and I
his channel. Like,
it also would be like a verbal loan. It's not collectible.
I was watching videos pretty consistently, and then I saw this, and I honestly got turned
And
off.
not from purchasers.
Yeah.
So let's say,
You know, I don't like I get it. I didn't get it
Hey,
first because I
Bisha Ahmad B'dik.
so
There was a talking about things where before his father died, he was already locked in a legal battle, right? In a legal issue regarding this debt. Bisha Ahmad B'dik,
wrong.
Yes,
It's like, yeah,
let's
that's
say
not
we're
really
seeing
good.
Ahmad B'dik means that's
You gotta,
father stole,
say your
what
point.
did he do? Like, then it's made ultimately again, that's
But if
his
you're
steal.
hammering
That's
that,
how much
you
it
just
is. That's the
makes
case.
one question. You
That's
have a
what
gun.
if that's the case, then it shouldn't just be liability ultimately for.
I also agree with whatever you're saying because it's just information. I think it's kind of like a political about the representation of stuff. He's just Trump's wow, yeah, that makes sense. But he's also commenting on the ICE situation in a negative way.
You don't go ahead.
Like, I kind
Go
of see
ahead.
it. I
They
would
promise
shit.
when negating anything that is backed up
Shout out
by
to you.
you.
Have a nice
All right.
Holy shit, rolling.
What's the piece over here? Shahai said, the sacredness shall offer you and that's the other.
We need somebody to give $200
sold never knew about. If that's the case, Karen the Shine
This is
have to pay Karen because the stolen property is in existence. Polish Rothschild, but the son doesn't have to take Polish wine out. Shabbat, the Kushner, Shabbat, no, Hava.
All right, we'll see you next week.
So,
All right, we're going to be in here, so have a great rest of your evening.
Bottom
Talk
line,
to you
bottom line,
next
what's
week.
the
And the best thing is long.
Number one, Homesh
Cheese, yeah.
bubble.
How are you?
What I want to point out
Later on, y'all. There, guys.
Homesh really, if you think about it, Homesh really falls into sounding to the ones that you not spend, right? Because remember again, any fixed amount that you have to pay, that's not related, that's not at all rooted in the value of the event that occurred usually is a canal. What I'm saying is, it is a canal, but once occurred, takes some status of bubble. That's why let's just close the circle here. That's why the Mishnah says, right? Reuven steals from Shimon, swears that he did not steal. Admitted that he did steal. That will say three-ton liability. Maybe what is he liable in? Karen Homer's Asha. Okay. Reuven dies before having a chance to pay any of that back. What's the halacha? Right? You know off the bat what you have to do. Asha, right? Why? You can't inherit the liability. Right? Again, let's say moving I'm not going to talk to you, right? Obviously, you didn't get money as a show. You don't yourself have a liability for that. Somebody's liability is not transferable, not what you inherit. You should inherit the obligation for Karen and so in that respect, by the father, then that's
Welcome back to Raglan Tweeties. As always, join the Patreon thread that we're in the Discord. The Patreon, you get early access to Stop Laughing. You stupid baby. That's my one right there. The energy, like, I don't know why your energy was. Welcome back to Raglan Tweeties. You're right. I fucked up. Like Album Jam. But then when I start laughing, you get angry like that. I would just start laughing at you at the beginning. I wasn't really angry, but I just wanted to be, live. I wanted to give the audience something, right? I want to be the wacky guy that you like on TV, not on TV or on YouTube. But anyways, on the Patreon, they get early access of our other show, 10 Minutes a Shop. Yeah, I have a heart attack. But before the show started, we had a buzzing. I know the podcast did this, I'm sorry, but I think this is really right. We had a buzzing in one of the, it was Gerardo's microphone. That's not a dead, like, that's not saying anything bad about him. Okay? It just happened to be his microphone. It's not his phone. Satish's phone. So there's a buzzing, right? And he goes, do you know why the buzzing is? After we saw it, after Gerardo, after I motivated Gerardo to solve it. And he goes, you know why that happens? I go, no. And he said, what it means is that electrical cable is on top of a microphone. That's not what I said. Is it how he said it? Microphone is on top of an electrical cable. Or vice versa. Does it matter? What did you say after I said that? I want to get to this. But which one is on top of the other? Does that matter? I think it does because, the power grid is kind of on the floor. Microphone cable is on top of the floor. The power grid, you mean where you plug it into? Is that the power grid? Yeah, like the grid of power, basically, like all the power cables that go here, there, over there.
Maybe it will appreciate.
A grid is like a line of cables. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, no, I'm picking this up, though. I'm not, you don't even know if that's what a grid is. Listen, I speak my own terms. The shit gets recorded. It gets, I got you. Yeah, that's right. You walked into Cooney's corner. Oh, you're obfuscating with your hot seat. What did you say? Well, I want to get to what I said because I think I know the answer to it, and I want to know if it's right. And I have enough humility that I'm willing to see if it's right. I don't care. I think it's funny if it's wrong. Okay. So I jokingly said, but also seriously, I said I don't even know the difference between those two kinds of cables. And you laughed. But, now that I think about it, an electrical cable, that just probably means that it's what you plug in for power, and the mic cable is what you plug in the mic. So, I did know, it's the Cooney laziness where my wife, she calls it weaponized incompetence, where I don't even try to understand what's going on. I go, oh, I didn't know that. My face explodes. Actually, when I do the electric cable, let's start the show. Talk about it. And she gets mad at me because, I'm not really, trying to figure it out because I'd rather just be tweeting. Oh, man, I want to wait till later. I'm going to wait till later. Let's get into this. Yeah, but how are you doing? I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. Weaponizing competence, huh? Wow. It's just like we live in a city called Los Angeles. You know what I mean? Yeah, I would prefer if everyone spoke fucking Spanish, dog. Oh, yeah. Weaponizing competence, dude. You know what I mean? Makes me feel like shit in my own city, dude. Why the hell? Because I don't know what the fuck that means. Weaponizing competence. Oh, I can explain it to you. Yeah, I'm going to be incompetent when you do is weaponize my feelings towards you. That's when you put, there's a wide eye. But no, weaponizing competence, that's just mean, competence means you're stupid, right? Weaponizing means you're using it as a weapon. So I'm kind of
as a way of like not doing things, I'm using it as a, like I don't know how to do it to get out.
I was doing a bit where I was acting like I didn't know what weaponizing confidence was. I was being incompetent. Doing that, but all that saying though, all that being said though, is that I didn't want to get into this so early in the podcast. I just told people to start listening to the podcast that I see all the time, and they're like send me episodes, stuff like this, and they're gonna check it out on their big screen. They were saying like this, and this is the first thing they've seen me upset and pissed off. Well, that's an accurate depiction of your world. That's not true.
Well,
Oh, it's just like we just saw him the other day. He's the same on the show as he is in real life. That's great. That's what people like. You should start yelling at them more. They'll be like, it's just like on the show. And I don't even have to pretend I'm just this stupid person.
I was peeing at an In-N-Out bathroom, right? Okay, like this is where this is coming from. Okay. Granted, this is gonna be like memento because it goes back in time, but like I have like a delay of emotions where like how I feel about something I won't know it until tomorrow. Like, wait a minute, I hated that, kind of thing. I don't know why, maybe because my parents made me yell at you guys and then beat me in the shower when I would beat them, stuff like this, right? So what's it called? I was peeing in an In-N-Out bathroom, and I was like, dude, I got so pissed about a conversation I had yesterday. Shit, okay, yeah. Because white people doing this whole thing about fucking like minorities and shit like that, and then they're like creating their own ecosystem of language to like define what our experiences are, so that they feel better, but it's still kind of like white power. Anyways, I was peeing at the end and I'm thinking about this. Okay, yeah.
And it was, but you were thinking about that from a conversation that I can't really talk about. You can't talk about. What's an example of not that conversation?
Microaggressions, shit like this.
Oh, but is that white?
No. I guess I know it's white.
Okay,
This lady was white, unfortunately.
And she used the phrase
microaggressions. She was using a lot of words. Remember oh, right, I'm down. So on Monday, weaponizing it again. Sorry, go ahead. Monday. I really just want to make funny. I didn't even try. No, I know. I'm making fun of white people since I'm going to bring it. Microaggressions suck ass. I've always hated that. Yeah. I'm not sure if it's white people that made it up. But then I watched Jeff Die today, dude. And he's talking about like, suck it up. And this and that. And that's me when it comes to terms like microaggressions. I'm like, suck it up. And I start feeling like Jeff Die, dude. I feel like shit because of white people, dude. That's what I'm saying.
It's confusing. Like,
fuck white people. That's what I'm saying.
Now watch this.
I'm just kidding. Yeah, it's confusing. No, it's not confusing. It's like, dog, everything sucks. Everyone sucks. Nothing's real anymore. All we're doing is talking to each other and putting people down for whatever the fuck. Anyways, a lot. I'm doing great.
I mean, it is a troubling time, right? It's definitely like I saw somebody over the weekend, and they asked me how I was doing, and my standard thing is like, great, even though it could be, I could be on the edge, like I could literally be, about to jump or whatever. Pretty good. But maybe I said it convincingly, and she leaned in and she was like, it's not really that great right now, so we're all kind of struggling. And she was kidding, but I was like, oh, there's some truth to this, right? I'm saying great. Federal agents are mass shooting people in the street. There's all sorts of crazy shit wherever you stand on that. I think it's bad. Like, it is like trying time. The economy's wavering, So I can see why everyone's stressed out. But it's also, there's Diet Coke,
drinking Diet Cokes or watching Brendan jogging, everything's fine. Shout out to people hate each other for whatever fucking reason. It's so stupid, I think. Yeah. Like, why can't I say something? Why can't I, express myself? The conversation I got in yesterday was not about something I did, but about something somebody else did. And I was in the room. And I wasn't even there when it happened, but they were still having this argument about this thing and asking for my point of view. And I was just in the corner, like a cuck watching them fuck each other, and I'm just like, oh yeah, like agreeing with both sides.
it's kind of like if you're not even part of it, you didn't see it, why do I have to now have like a strong opinion about it?
And I was rolling back so hard, dude, because every time they would go to me to be like, because microaggression, because this and that, and like, you're Mexican, this kind of stuff, right? And me as a white person, this and that, like, I'm like, bro, this is, I do not want to be here.
Yeah, the microaggression, what's funny to me about that is the microaggression thing. So on the one, and please correct me if I'm wrong, because as a white guy, no, but the microaggression thing, right? So you go,
Now remember, this is not an appreciation, right?
white people made this microaggression thing in your mind. I'm not saying you're wrong or they maybe did. And you're like, it's annoying, right? Because they're like you said, making you now, they're making these terms up to define your race of people, right? But at the same time, so you get mad. But then you watch Jeff die, and you hate Jeff die because he's a total idiot. And he's starting to say things that aren't what you're saying, but they're kind of like that because he's like, microaggression, fucking whatever do you think, just suck it up, man. And then you start feeling like, wait, man. You know, and I can see how that would make
It's like in ancient medieval times when they would do that fucking, they do two different fronts and then they engulf the enemy and then they just start killing them all. I mean, like, it's like I can't go anywhere that I feel like I feel trapped at times. And it's not because I'm Mexican. I just feel trapped, like I can't fucking express myself freely, like in any way, aside from race. It's just, I say fuck all white people because it's hilarious to say, and honestly, everyone agrees. But no, just the white person yesterday that I felt, I was like, Doc, I fucking hate you. I didn't say it so loud, but in my mind, I'm like, dude, I cannot stand you. You suck ass. You're like Whitney Cummings incarcerated right now.
do you feel like you can't say stuff because of that?
I'd rather not, because I don't want to have an argument or I don't want to go on this tirade about something. And then also, dude, I was telling someone this the other day, I just bomb sometimes. Because I like bombing. Like, if I go on stage and if I'm bombing, I'm going to go further and do stuff I shouldn't do on stage, like talk to the audience. Shit like this, you see me do terrible. Sure, yeah. And so, like, I do that shit in real life too, where it's like, if this is going downhill, like, let's go all the way downhill. I'm saying the F word from gay people, you know what I mean? I'm saying like the worst things of all time to them, and then I gotta live with that moment whenever they're around my work again. You know,
That's kind of funny that you'd be in a conversation with somebody that you're like getting angry with them, but you don't want to say anything because you know that if you disagree with them at all, you're going to turn it up to like the last, like the top notch, and you'll never be able to speak to them again. So you'd rather just be like, hey man, yeah, sure, it sounds right. That's about right. Because vice versa, that would be like, yeah, fuck you. And well,
not so much that creatively, yes. Whenever I work with somebody and I'm done working with them, I do go this route. But I'm just saying, like, you sound like that's my sort of vernacular of like, let's have a laugh about this very intense, real thing you're making this out to be when it's not that. You know what I mean?
Do you think if you're able to say that, you would be less angry?
No, because then it becomes, you know what that word does to Okay, yeah, I couldn't get rid of that. I'm so sorry. But like, you know, this conversation turns into something else, and then it's just like, I'm trying to navigate this world of vocabulary that I didn't create, and I'm trying to speak the same language as this person that's in this different world, dude. Like, this white person is just in their own fucking world that white people created to make us feel a part of, but I don't feel a part of, Doc. Anyways, I wanted to wait till the end of the podcast to do this. Don't want to start crying.
Damn. So, and then I was peeing in and out. I was probably done peeing and still thinking of this shit, dude. Just like standing at the fucking urinal. Like, I don't know why it hit me randomly after that. I don't know if I get delayed. I think what I like right after is when I think about it. When I'm thinking about things that make me mad, or I'm just intensely thinking I go the wrong way, or I forget to go off on the exit. So I'm just going. I start going to like other people, like other houses I've lived in LA, or like where my wife used to live, and then I'm like, oh damn it, what the. I'm going to fucking, what the fuck? And then I forget. I'm so mad at myself for like, going the wrong way that I end up driving back home. And then I forget. I'll take a break. For me, it's direct. As long as I can go the wrong way directionally.
Okay. Yeah, for me, it's like, if I get in an argument with somebody, if they did me wrong in some way, like let's just say Gerardo's deemed this justice of like they did me wrong or something like that. And in the moment I'll be like, it's fine, whatever. You know what I mean? And then they accidentally like step on my toe 3 days later. I'm like, Doc, why would you step on my fucking toe? You know what I mean? Okay. It's like this delayed emotional response to something that has nothing to do with it. But like, you know, it's Catholic guilt, all this fucking random shit. You know,
because you're mad about something that's not the same thing.
Right.
Yeah. That's good that you realize that.
Yeah. It's, I mean, self-knowledge just doesn't mean nothing. Ever.
Well, okay, well, I don't know. Like, is it
Just listen, dude. I don't want to be an analyst, dog. I want to play the game, daddy. And if that's what Jordan does, dude, you better watch out. Shouldn't have stepped on my fucking toe, daddy. I'm just kidding. Yeah, it's cool that I fucking noticed it, dude. Yeah, it's rough. Or do you always notice it? I always notice it. And you actively ignore it. No. I'm trying to be funny, dude. Don't fucking psycho analyze me on the podcast, dog. I'm desperately, can I be totally honest with you? The whole time you were talking, like the last few things, I was desperately trying to think of a way to bring in that I thought ham was a bird. I was like, how does this behind the camera, behind my brain, the whole time I was like, how do I make ham a bird into this? How can I get back to ham as a bird?
Originally Mexicans thought that birds, but then my people came around and said, no, it's pig.
So I'm touching Mexican people then. Zach, fair enough.
Yeah, dude, Vietnamese fucking vanilla over here. Okay, so you want to get into this, dude?
Oh, yeah. Jelly roll?
We got a lot of good ideas. We're going to figure out. We got a lot of jelly roll. He might have got more face tats. Let's see.
Unshaved.
What he's saying here at the
Otherwise,
Grammys. You want a
reading
Grammy, I
over a
guess.
full head of hair,
Yeah, some kind of Grammy. I'm not sure. I'm assuming maybe
reading
best
over a
country.
full head of hair,
Best
right?
name, I'll take
Or
it.
reading over two hairs
First weight loss
are
on
the
this album
same
this
thing.
year.
Strangest body
So now, if
transformation.
you left over two hairs, one of them fell out.
Most likely
That
to
means
have a cousin
one
named
hair
Sandwich. Let's say
well,
that for Sandwich.
one hair is not going to be
Most bots on YouTube.
minimum.
People are still doing the bit where it's like Jelly Rolls, the music for whatever.
At this point,
That's how he first spotted us. Did that Jelly Rolls, Amy Winehouse for guys that fall asleep in their truck. Yeah, but it's still going. I just saw somebody the other day say Jelly Rolls and blah, blah,
Sorry,
blah.
Ethan.
Okay, they reposted one. Let me see if I can
Granted,
find
there's
it.
no hair in this case.
Yeah.
I mean,
Someone said Jelly Roll makes music for people who have tattoos of their kids, but not custody of
no
them.
hair.
I hadn't seen that one. That's another
No
good
hair.
one.
Shaving.
You know, and if you have any in the comments,
I
please,
Papisha
please
Sarah,
keep it going.
even though again,
It's kind of our
once
thing.
you have a
Also,
piece
just
of
forget
your
about
wear,
the first part of this
nothing
podcast.
has
Let's see
no
here.
hair. Nevertheless,
Okay, so I just want you to notice this rhythm of his speech here. He's like being silenced in both the clues that I'm going to show you. He's like not able to say what he wants to say up here.
I immediately picked up on that. I'm glad you pointed it out. But yeah, it's their thing. These guys all think they're being persecuted and held back, probably because they watch too much Rogan or something. I know they're not going to let me tell the truth, and then the truth is like, you gotta love your neighbor, man. Someone's gonna tell you not to love your neighbor. I know they don't want me to talk about this,
Well, make your bed when you get up in the morning.
That's right. People don't. I mean, if I said that on the Grammy stage, you
Therefore,
better
again, he shaved his head.
you
He
guys
left
know
over
how to
here.
kiss that fuck
He
that
doesn't go in some people.
or somebody
One of
asked
those
me
hairs
if you
falls out. And now he only has to be able to actively remove one hair.
the subtext is like that's so you know it's funny, but to me like I'm not totally putting this on Jelly Roll, but the subtext of like look somebody else if you said that would be that minorities like like respect like pick up after yourself, and then it's like but who's not picking up after themselves? I gotta go. Yeah, we know what you're saying. That's the reason why people don't want you to say it, because A, it's not true, and B, it's a blanket statement about an entire race of people.
Also, they have plenty to say when they're endorsing Donald Trump, but when it comes to anything anti-Trump, which is everything right now, they're going to be like, they're going to kick me off the stage. Here's another thing that bothers me about it. He's using this stereotype of the Grammys, music, taking you off stage, or Oscars, stuff like this. He's thought about this moment his whole life. The first thing he says is, I know the Grammys ain't going to let me talk for long. Yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah, he's trying to be like the everyday man. You're not the everyday man, dude. He's got suey eyes, too. That's another thing I want you to see. His eyes are so fucking weird throughout this whole clip, dude.
No, he's in a simulacrum.
Yeah.
Oh my god. That looks like that video of the guy that goes, remember that one? Yeah, the white guy is like that with his eyes. You ever seen that yet? Oh, yes. Doesn't that look exactly like that?
Yeah.
Behind the tattoos.
He's in a simulator. No, he's got suey eyes.
I'm not gonna try to get you off here, so just let me try to get this out. First of all, Jesus, I hear you and I'm listening, Lord. I am listening, Lord.
I don't like that dude. I don't like his little, he's praising something that's not Jesus, I'll tell you that right now.
First of all, Jesus, I hear you and I'm listening, Lord. I am listening, Lord.
Got a little devil fucking squid in there, dude.
Well, what happened?
You know what I mean?
say TNA, I would definitely pretend to be
Then what?
related to
It works.
Jesus.
Right, it's just smart. You see what? You see what it means to save
It looks like
the
Hulk
house.
Hogan about to jump on you
Save
for a rope,
the
dog.
house
You know what I mean?
from
Jesus comes back, right?
floor.
And take me to my supporters and Jelly Roll, Joe
I got
Rogan,
that's him out.
you know,
This is
Peter TL.
What happens if you
And
dial
Jesus is
like
like,
and you plug the
what are we
whole
doing here,
partially?
Papa?
You plug
This
the
is
whole
crazy.
partially. So
I
that's
didn't, what?
the partially. What's not
Why do you have a
I'm
cross
ready.
on your face? It's like the old,
I'm ready.
I was killing the cross. Yeah, what's his name? Bill Hicks is like, Jesus comes back and everybody's got crucifixes. He's like, what the fuck? That's such a great bit. But yeah, no, I mean, he would look at Jelly Roll and think, it's on your face? You, your name is what?
Let's be fucked up the whole something.
Jelly Roll? What is jelly? He wouldn't know it either. I think it's funny too that.
How you bust Scotty, even if there are 2 lines in there. I studied
And keep in mind,
even
what is the definition of Jesus? Like for him, you know what I mean? I feel like he's a plan. First of all, we all know that, right? And he's just like so stupid that he's going, Jesus, every day like it's cheap, when really it's some fucking CIA psyop plan that's like giving him the life that he wants. Exactly. No, I'm with you on that too. But in his dumb hillbilly brain, he's like, Jesus did everything for me. He's so stupid. That's hilarious. He's so stupid that he doesn't even realize, even though the CIA guy's always telling him, he still thinks it's Jesus. That's funny. Did Jesus put my maker in my life when he's had me just go up there. I also think it'll be funny. The CIA guy or whoever made this happen
So again, if I
is
have
telling him what to do, and Jelly Roll's just constantly fucking up and not doing it right. And the CIA guy's like, no, he said this. You're like, no, you're supposed to say this. But Jelly Roll's like, my kangaroo, cut that thing up. No. But Jelly Roll, he does it wrong, but it's actually still working because he wins Grammys. The CIA guy's just like, I guess this is working perfectly. So who's right? You know what they say? Right 90%, the rest of God. Jesus, they're gonna kick me out, man. I'm saying really controversial things like I love Jesus. Okay, he said that another thing about him is that he does the bit where you're right. He says all this shit about I'm supposed to do this, I love Jesus, I love God. But the second it's something that is controversial, well, I don't know about that. We'll get to that. Yeah, I can't really comment on that. Yeah, Trump's a great guy. I love him and all that. But I mean, that's something to go. Yeah, well, it looks like Jesus wants the Somalians out of Minnesota. That's all I got to say. What would Jesus say about that, Jelly Roll? And you're not even the person that I was thinking Jelly Roll doesn't look like somebody that should. There should be like a level of iPhone he can't have. Like, he should be stuck at iPhone 6. Yeah, so there we go. Good. So maybe success. You know what I mean? Yeah. But not like he's not ready for Newark. Never. I don't think. He looks at the 17 and goes, man, I wish my paper was me. If you're good, eat out of your bowl. They make me eat out of a dog. Read the Bible. He's like, I ain't never read the Bible. Yeah. You know, Jesus is in the Bible. I love Jesus. Jesus does everything for me. Back up, I got to eat out of a dog bowl. That's what we want. As we told you, you have to eat out of a dog bowl. You have to walk around like a dog, at least for an hour. But I miss eating Burger King. I miss being able to see my family and go to Burger King and have fun and read books. I told you, you walk around like a dog. You bark for an hour a day and you eat food out of a bowl. Understand? That explains it all, dude. At the beginning, he's like, they're not going to let me speak for long. Yeah. All right, y'all, I gotta get going. He starts crawling like a dog. Good boy. I'm like a woodpecker with the woodpecker. I don't know why I can't remember. I'm like a kangaroo. The pecker cut off. What does that mean?
Second of all, I want to thank my beautiful wife. I would have never changed my life without you. I'd end up dead or in jail. I'd have killed myself if it wasn't for you and Jesus.
Saying like, I mean, dude. Listen, I know I was about to sound like a really dumb shit. Okay. But imagine saying, like, I was going to kill myself. Like, dude, Jesus probably wasn't nothing to do with you if you were going to do that. You know what I mean? First of all, Jesus doesn't give a fuck about any of us, dude. Jesus was like, Doc, don't say my name at the fucking door because I don't know you. Find divinity yourself. Has nothing to do with me, Doc. That's what Jesus said. He's like, fuck you.
My klika's not about you, dog. That's what Jesus said.
I like this the animated Gerardo because it's like in the beginning of the episode you're like very heated, and now you're like Jesus doesn't even give a fuck about you. Like seriously, like Jesus doesn't care.
Jesus sees this and he burns in hell. That's what Jesus does. He sees that and he's like a flame lights out of nowhere.
No offense to this woman, but I think it's funny to be like if it wasn't for Jesus, she is a woman, but it's like who looks like this kind of like Jesus and this woman is a funny comparison. Right? Both of them. They needed both. I needed Jesus and I needed Busty blonde.
That's an ex-prostitute.
Oh, really? I needed them both. But hey, if it works, it works. I personally needed Jesus in Sure Shot and Rain. Yeah, where else? How would I?
I needed tissues and lotion, Daddy. Yeah, she says that he should cut his pecker off right here. My wife's like to cut your pecker off because you look like a cake with the path above your pecker.
All I need is Jesus and my wife. It's like just a message from the government. Because the government's like that. They're going to get rid of Social Security and everything. And fuck us. So they're trying to do like Jelly Roll. Be like, oh, you really need your wife. Like we're starving to death. It's like we're listening to music like, because we need to be saved because there's no one coming to save us. But we have Jesus and the wife, so we just listen to Jelly Roll. We get drunk, we get diabetes, we die, everything works out.
Imagine this, Jelly Roll is some amateur rapper in like Nashville. Who cares, right? Where's he? Tennessee.
I think so.
Yeah. Let's just say Kentucky. He's some amateur rapper. Peter Thiel finds him. It's hard to miss him. You know what I mean? He points at the big white blob and he's like, how does Peter Thiel sound like? He has a very strange. He's like, that's not that really. I don't know. We're friends with all his girlfriend. He has like that weird, like, if you're in the set here, he gets scared because this guy Ross Douthat or something, New York Times guy, he's like, do you just want humanity to be open? And Peter Thiel's like,
he also shielded himself in liability.
yeah, no, I assume it. So anyways, Peter Thiel's like, Jelly Blob or whatever his name is. That guy over there, he's in a helicopter, by the way. He's pointing down, he's able to see it. That Jelly Roll over there, I'm going to show him some technology. You know what I mean? And then Jelly Roll like, oh, my God, Peter's like, check this out. Jelly Roll in his fucking stupid ass brain, I'll cut off because he has to start with it. In his dumb ass brain, he goes, this is Jesus. You know what I mean? Going on, he's been praying to Peter Thiel and the CIA overlords that put him in the power.
I kind of love this because I'm thinking on top of that, absolutely, and you're absolutely right that he pointed. That's how he got the name. He pointed at that Jelly Roll thing. That thing that looks like one of those Hostess things. That thing that looks like one of the dude that comes up with Hostess thing over there. That thing. So he's like, put a chip in him. Because he never talks to him really. He has his staff go sneak up, and they probably don't even sneak really. Just go up to Jelly Roll and put the chip in his neck, and then it changes him, and he becomes like a country guy. From a rapper to a country guy who has manners and talks about Jesus and his mama, and goes to the award show. He's like, I can't believe people are asking for that. Everybody wants to live, get to go to good school, and live in a good neighborhood. With the roads are safe and the bridges don't collapse. Everybody wants the helicopters not to hit each other in the sky because we're not paying the FAA. We don't have enough people monitoring where the airplanes come in. But at the end of the day, all you need really is refugees. Why are we asking why a helicopter flying a plane? Why are we doing this? It's wrong. Palantirs are great because these are short circuited. That's what the only get him off the stage, giving away the whole plot. I'm just thinking, John, if you complain about how the helicopter hit an airplane, you're a bad person. No, I'm going to keep complaining about how that is ridiculous. They fucking don't care if we live or die. They don't care if we live or die. Everything's fair. They're willing to just get in the airplane one day and then because they fired half the staff, you're gonna fucking, or because the airport itself, the wires are long, you're gonna die in an airplane.
They killed John Lennon and they killed Tupac Shakur, and it wasn't for them going on stage at the Grammys saying that they love Jesus and their wife. No, you know what I mean? This is the safest bullshit I've ever seen in my life. Let's keep going. Thank you for
Right.
that.
No, I didn't
Thank
see
you for
like
my
that.
label, Broken Book, Mr. Country Radio. You called it the short circuit, but the suey eyes are what gets me, dude. I thank you for that. I thank you for my label, Broken Book. Look at this, dude. That Duncan Trussell look, dude. That's so weird. Isn't that fucking weird? I mean, yeah, I see it. He's definitely a weird looking dude. His eyes look big. He's probably on some baby blockers. There's that three whites, like theory or whatever, where you can see three whites of the eyes. That's probably a lot of this episode for me. Three whites, are you talking about my family? No, we're good. Three whites with red hair, yeah. No, but when you can see three sides of white on somebody's eye, what is that supposed to say that they're psychotic? Can you see three whites?
Even though right now that coming to down with this, even with like Mamona, how you have to
three sides of white.
Mamona
Yeah. Oh, the time I from the time I met you. That's not true. I'm sorry, I was sure you're going to say on a good day. Oh my God. That's funny. Country Radio, baby, what's up, y'all? Oh, Republic John and Neely, we did it, baby. It was a time in my life, y'all. I was broken. That's why I wrote this out. I didn't think I had a chance, y'all. There was days that I thought the darkest things. I was a horrible human. There was a moment in my life that all I had was a Bible this big and a radio the same size and a 6x8 foot cell. And I believed that those two things could change my life. I believed that music had the power to change my life. It was an iPod. It was not a radio. He's trying to sound like it's Vince Scully. The transistor radio changed my life. And I hate that iPod. That was a cookie. That was a lot of calories.
No, I never stole it.
God had the power to change my life. And I'm going to tell y'all right now, Jesus is for everybody. Jesus is not all about one political party. That was fucking smile. This is like a video game character that ends up being the devil. Maybe, yeah, Rio's turn. Yeah, I can see it. No, what? I was kidding. I was reading about that.
Or your father gave you
The episode's called Charlie. Oh, I mean, I know you. Well, I know you don't hate white
know
people.
what? I didn't steal your cow. You know what? Our cows tell you how the thing goes.
The turn here where he goes, Jesus is for everybody.
Right?
Now, to me, I like that part of it. It's a friendly message or whatever. But they know that I like that. So that's why because it's a part of the control. They want to get everybody. They're like, okay, because it is nice to say he's just hitting out for every political person. Should you have to say that at all? I don't think so. That's like me coming in here and being like, this one, this one. Yeah, like, oh, okay, good job. That's good for you that you noticed that. They're pulling at our emotional strength, hoping that we're stupid. Like, if somebody went on stage and said, Jesus is a scam, and you guys are all falling for it, that would be more powerful to me. That would be nuts. Yeah. I think that would be funny. That's why I'm writing an album and trying to win agreement. Oh, yeah, stupid music. Well, you've always been a music guy. Yeah, somebody goes, Jesus is only for Filipinos. There we go. My ears perk up every day. It's like, they're one race, specifically a religion, and I'm tired of all you guys coming to our church and smell and talk about other races. Exactly.
What is he lying about?
Instead, you
He
have
lies
this
about
angry ass preacher. Yeah.
Right? So what he's lying about, what really happened over there is that woman stole it from Satan. That's what happened. He's lying and saying that he ends up today on the show of Saka.
Whoa. Silent noise. It needs to stop. Okay. All right. Well, let's see what he has to say on the red carpet. Yeah. This one is atrocious, dude. Oh, yeah. He's just like lost. So I'll let it play through, and then we'll go through it afterwards again. Okay. Let's see if you can see where I want to play the whole thing. Right. I agree. It's like the standard, like, okay, it's one thing to say that if you don't comment and you're not at all interested. It's totally different to say that if you do comment on things. If you have strong opinions that you think everyone should be in a relationship with Jesus. Also,
I don't know if this is what you were noticing, but it's whether you have social media or not doesn't mean anything. You can still follow the news. You can check, you can read the newspaper or what most people do. I was online and look at news. You don't have to have Twitter to know. I mean, Twitter helps, but I don't think it's like you're super informed immediately if you have social media.
That's not where I'm coming from, but he says, I'm a dumb redneck. Again, the white wall, right? Good job, dude. We all need it. First, yeah, right? But it's a way for him to, like, why are you answering that now? Why are you saying that now? You know what I mean? Yeah. It's a weird way to, like, forget the question and just, like, first of all, make it about yourself. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was, I had no phone for 18 months. Not true. Not true.
Oh, yeah?
No, I don't know.
Yeah. It does sound like a lie, and I think about it, because if he has no phone, how's he have all the social media?
And then he goes, I had a phone for 4 months. Okay, did you not have a phone or did you have a phone? You know what I mean? It's just a weird thing. So here we go. So
Yeah, that is a weird. That's right. That amount of time is strange. 18 months? What does that mean?
I didn't have a phone for 18 months. I had a phone for 4 months.
So there's a year and 6 months. Wait.
So nobody said you had a phone for 18 months. That would make sense if somebody was like, but you had a phone for 18 months. He goes, I didn't have a phone for 18 months. I had a phone for 4 months.
No, it is life. Or what?
I think in the recent past, he said.
So for a year and 6 months, he had no phone at all.
Let's hear from him here, Rabbi.
I haven't watched it up. I didn't have a phone for 18 months. I've had one for 2 months. I don't have social media.
I understand what he's saying there. I do.
Right.
What he's saying is,
Do you understand why he's saying that?
Fuck. He's saying he had no idea that all this stuff is happening now because he didn't have a phone.
He doesn't want to answer the question, dude.
Yeah, but it's like a tactic, right? He's saying because he didn't have a phone, he only knows what's been going on for the last 4 months, but if it was on social media, he doesn't know. It took me a while to get there because I haven't had a phone. But it's a blockbuster.
Yeah, I have a person that comes and tells me the comments, and then I beat him up because I don't want to hear them.
I'm just, I hate to be an artist and stuff. I'm just so disconnected from what's happening. I'm just not I grew up in a house like insane shit, you know? Like, I didn't even know politics was fucking real until I was about 22. Like, that's how disconnected. When you grow up in a drug addict household, we like have common calls about what's happening in the world politics. Like, we're just trying to find a way to survive, you know? And I have a lot to say about it.
So now he has a lot to say about it. And he's going to, just not right now, when I could have said it when you asked me the question. He has a lot to say about it. He said,
Yeah, even though he's a dumb redneck.
he hasn't had a phone for 18 months, but he did have a phone for 4 months. I grew up in a crazy ass house. Like, none of this has to do with the question at all.
Yeah, it's a way to get out of it, and it's a standard thing of the like. Here's the thing, Gerardo. For me, I agree with the first one. He is a tough redneck.
No, I said that, yeah, 100%.
But I always like, but I get that. But where I'm coming from is like, he shouldn't have any, and not now, not back then, not in the future. He should never have anything to say. It should just be the terrible music he makes. And that's it. Or if he wants to go on these tours where he meets with people who are desperate, that have nothing, that want to get out of the drug thing. I have no hate for that. Keep it up. Could do it.
100%. Right. So, answer the question. Say, I have nothing to say about it.
Say, actually go even further. Look, I'm about a year ago, I was 6 a kangaroo cut my finger off, or whatever the fuck he said. My wife, she's great. You know what I'm saying? I won't talk about her on airwaves, but listen, I am not a smart guy. Do not ask me any questions about anything at all, because I don't know the answer. If it wasn't for Wonder Drugs, a trainer got me dead. But Jesus, making me not eat chicken sandwich, it was GLP-1 and So I thank God for Ozempic and Zepbound. I thank God for the people that stopped me from eating chocolate. And that's it.
He calls it Oceanic because we called him a fucking submersible.
Why should anyone listen to what you have to say? Because it's kind of, I'm 100%
on your side, but here's why I bring up this whole thing at the beginning. because he goes right at the end and says, when you can notice that they are not feeling his answer, he goes, well, I have a lot to say. Now he has a lot to say about it. Yeah, and then it's going to come in the next couple of days because he's a populist, dude. He's like this fucking grifting little piece of shit, dude. Like, rap stuff. Remember, way back when my criticism of him was like, stick to rap, dude. Sure, I mean, why do you switch up? Like, everything else in your life, you're going to switch up on everything. You're going to cry when you see Mitzi's fucking bar because other people that have power and influence are close to Mitzi. Yeah, you know? Want to relate. He's a fucking grifter. I hate this guy. Yeah. I agree that he's fake. Oh, yeah, I mean, I said I hate him, but I'm just smooth. Yeah, no, I mean, he's one of the greatest to do it. I also listen to music.
Watch this. If you kindle a fire in someone's field, I go over to Ruben's field, and I light a fire in his field. In that case,
I mean, Rabbi is the most loud and most spoken way you can hear it, dude. He's waiting. I like at the end of it kind of sound like that George Bush thing at 9/11. Soon, everybody, I hear you, you hear you, soon everybody else is going to hear you too, whatever he says. So Gerardo, imagine if I was telling people to Gerardo rules. What would you use the platform for? Definitely to find a white bimbo wife, you know what I mean? Like that white blonde bimbo type shit. That's real. So you get a wife, get close to Jesus. If you got this big, would you be very political? Oh, in the worst of ways. Yeah. I would be on Joe Rogan once a week, spitting facts. I would be running for office if I was a major artist. You really want to do that? No, you're asking me if I was Jelly Roll, dude. I was Jelly Roll over here, Jelly Roll. Yeah, that would be, I don't even want to think about that. Jelly Roll is a leader. I don't think we're there yet. But why is he listening all the way, dude? So he wants to run. Imagine joining the Rock Johnsons. Jelly Roll or screwed. Who runs on one side? Dwayne the Rock Johnson, the liberal, for this Oprah guy, and Jill Rolls is a Republican. It's funny because they're both so, like, obviously disingenuous with them. You know, The Rock is a completely made up fake personality. He exploited the UFC fighters with this shoe deal. He's like a shithead. It's completely in it for himself. And then Jelly Roll is the same. Like, they could, but they may very well both be CIA assets for all I know. Yeah. It's unfortunate. Well, Jelly Roll, wish you the best. Looks like you're going through some hard times right now, dude. There are some good people in the world. I don't want this to be all negative. We talk about good people all the time. You don't know, that's right, one right there. Yeah, and that. She's all right. She's a good person. I think everyone's down, which is good. Everyone? To some extent, we're all going to be down on some. When I read comments of like someone, I was thinking this the other day, when I read something with someone that said like, oh, Adam Ray's funny. I'm like saying something else down, I can't put a sentence out. But Adam Ray's funny, I always want to talk to them and just find out more about them. I guarantee you they haven't read a lot of books this year or last year. I'm just curious, have you read any books at all this year? Someone that thinks Adam Ray is funny? 90% of the time I bet the answer is no. Or maybe, I read a book, 8 books. You know, there's just no way that they're reading. What I'm getting at is they're probably stupid. And what's your favorite movie? I guarantee it's not. You know, it's not going to be it's like a sequel to a bad movie. It's like we're a bad sequel to a good movie, maybe. That would be funny if they're like Godfather 3. When he asks what their favorite movie is. I mean, you're giving him so much credit saying Godfather. I was thinking more of like Daddy's Home 2. You know? Oh, fuck. Yeah. Or one of the. I hate on that movie, but goddamn, it's supposed to be. Adam Ray fans, you ask them what their favorite movie is, they probably go, well, I really like Horrible Bosses a lot.
Horrible Boss is really good. It's hard to pick between the three. I think they're really good. Which is unfortunate. I really like Jordan Peele's Nope. See, Nope sucks ass. We both agree. But I don't even think they would say Nope because the Adam Ray fan would think that was like. Actually, maybe they would. That's what I'm saying. It's such a good choice. That is a good. Yeah, you're right. That's not far off. Second place is us. Yeah, no, the two bad movies. They say, you know, I didn't get out. I didn't like it. That's not like, really like it, but it's other stuff is great.
Now watch this.
The worst shit. Like Jordan Peele is M. Night Shyamalan at his very worst. You know, because there's no funny part. At least Shyamalan is hilarious now, but you can't take him seriously. He's a madman. Every movie, the characters explain what they do based on their job. They go, I'm a driver. I drive. That's what I do. I'm a doctor. I like to heal people. And that's like every character says that in every movie. Just wild, absurd things that happen. And they're fun because they're so ridiculous. I'm a gobbler. Yeah. I'm making shit. And then later on in the movie, there's something where someone has to make a shoe. And you're supposed to, oh my God, look at how he planned everything. This is amazing. No, it's not. There aren't any more fucking cobblers. Just M. Night Shyamalan is hilarious. I enjoy watching. I found something, and I think you're going to really like this, dude. So, first of all, I wanted to stick back in the guys in the past. It turns out Jeffrey Epstein is a fucking pedophile. I'll say that. I mean, this new drop is insane. I don't know if you've seen it all, but some of it, but I don't know what's real. Well, I'll tell you what's real. He's a pedophile for sure. That part I know now for sure. Now that they dropped 3 million, I haven't told you about it. But like, yeah, you know, last Friday, my 3 million pages were added to my spank bank. Nobody likes the joke. Nobody laughs. Oh my God. Everyone knows what 3 million pages is. Yeah. So I found this to be some sort of shop connection here, dude. No way. Dude, Brendan Epstein here. I'm not using your name, I'm saying Brendan Chop Epstein. But Jeffrey Epstein says, great guy, never met him. In reference to Peter Thiel. Let me go back 5 seconds here real quick. Ready? It's him talking to a Barack.
So he felt like people were doing the work of parents.
So watch this. Let's just take a step back here just a second. See,
So that makes, what is your first thought when you hear that? Brendan Chop, dude. Yeah. But my first thought, also, Jeffrey Epstein's a fucking idiot. Well, I mean, this is a stupid thing to say, I guess, but as far as socially dumb in that way. Yeah, but I mean, if you're saying somebody's a great guy, but you've never met him, that at the core is you are fucking stupid. I'm trying to refrain from using the other word. So Epstein, as bad a guy as he is, he's kind of like a mastermind, right? He's like an evil mastermind that plays all these people against each other. Yeah, like he's friends with Chomsky. Noam Chomsky said that he was like somebody that he could spar with intellectually, right? So, and he was a great guy. Never met him. So is Epstein that, or is he, is Shab be that? Or is like a Shab an evil mastermind? When we talk about a Shab as like Andy Kaufman,
It does point to the Andy Kaufman theory, dude.
Yeah.
It does give us some credence to that.
Is Epstein stupid, or is he doing that on purpose to manipulate?
Do you want to hear my honest answer? Which is not a popular take online for sure. I watched the whole 2-hour interview with Steve Bannon and Jeffrey Epstein doing some research for an outside project. And yeah, Jeffrey Epstein's pretty smart as far as some sort of whatever life is in a sense. I feel like he's really good at being articulate about the strangeness of life in a sense. Okay, you know, he talks. He mentions like linear thinking versus parallel thinking type stuff like this. You know, so in that way, yeah, it is an interesting listen for somebody like me that's reading the Iliad currently every day of my life. You know what I mean? And it follows a lot of the fucking Gnostic teaching shit that I've been looking into lately. Right. So I'm like, holy shit. It's weird because because the reason why I started getting into all this stuff is because the elites. Apparently, this is my introduction to this. Maybe I told you this months ago. But the elites are like know the secret to life fiction. You know, that there is no. I don't know. There's no cause or whatever. Life is a strange thing, you know, in a weird way. Okay, that we've been dealing with since hunter-gatherer days. But he's talking in that way, and I'm like, that's a trip. That this, you know, months later, I'm looking at this now, and it is true. Like this fucking Beijing teacher that I'm watching online is talking about like the elites believe this. You know, this is what the elites believe. Not that I won't believe it. Yeah, but to just be more in the know of like why they act like they act.
It sounds like he's Epstein gonna write a book like The Wonderful Life of Mr. Epstein, where he says it's like he is not life and you're reading it like you separate the art from the artist. But he's I would never read that book. I wouldn't read that. You find it in someone's place. You're like, it would be a book that existed just to be able to catch people that you want out of your life for being in jail. Epstein, I haven't watched any of the interviews really, so I don't know what it's like or his life. I was surprised that his voice was like that. I've heard a little bit of a Stephen Bannon thing. I watched some of it. And then I've just been seeing all the text messages and emails come out. People emailing crazy shit to each other. And, you know, it's hard to know what's real. But some of it is so damning. You know, it's hindsight. Like, just random stuff like David Stern. Do you see the one that he sent? No. He sent an email to Jeffrey Epstein that was like, yeah, I want to see you later, Jeffrey, whatever it includes, hanging out, orgies, etc. But that's the thing, is like, that could be a bit. You know, just a joke about, it would be like a random mover joke, something like, yeah, we'll do orgies, but it sounds so strange because it's Epstein, and then they're also like, you know, older dudes, like, are you guys fucking, like, are you talking about David Stern? Is he the NBA commission, the former NBA commission? Wow, okay, yeah, his name pops up 8,000 times in the fucking Epstein. 8,000 times. Here's the thing though, about the number of times somebody pops up in the Epstein files, it's not like it's the same document over and over and over. It's some weird way of like making you lost in the weeds. Because if you look at Mark Maron, I texted you this the other day. He shows up 38 times, but it's the same thing over and over. So if you go to this first one here, you'll see. Obviously, Mark Maron will not be able to take the science party, right? Bobby Slayton was getting all these comedians to fucking go with Epstein. Why? I know. Remember him? I remember Bobby Slayton. He's the guy that has like the crazy, like, fake, like, accent where you feel wasted your voice, or about to push your voice. He has one of those weird things.
Oh, okay. Fine. And then if you go to the next one, it's the same thing. You know what I mean? Just with more redactions. And then you go to the next one, it's the same thing. So
Have you searched Brendan Schaub?
yes. Oh, dude, I'll literally be driving around town, door dashing and whatnot, and then I'll be like, and then thinking, and I'll look at Brian Callen or something real quick.
You looked at Brian Callen.
I don't know if I looked at Brian Callen.
You look at Brian Callen.
Let's look at Callen, because I don't know how to spell it. Yeah, he's not in here. Joe Rogan's in here a lot. Really? But it's more of like, I listened to this one episode of Joe Rogan, this girl's had her tits out, stuff like this.
Type in Brendan Cooney.
I did. I searched my name, dude. I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah, he didn't.
No, has a victim yet, but no. I looked at my dad's name, I'm like, just making sure. Let's look up Cooney. Okay, 21 results. Rosemary Cooney. Marty Cooney, maybe that's you, but like in a code name, dude.
There is a Brendan Cooney that was the general counsel for Callen too. I guess it's not in here. Cooney does a child stand. Let's go to page 2. Does Gavin Newsom come in this? Oh, that's a good question. I didn't pick that up. That was going to be what I look up tomorrow. 46 times. Okay. Well, that's a lot more. That's a lot less than 8,000. Yeah.
Second one down from the
But yeah, I mean, if you look at Trump, it's obviously all over the place. Fourth house, 4930. A little less than the other person you said. Yeah. Oh, James but and then what other comedian? Oh, Jeff died. Let's see.
Sure, he wants the pilot.
Jeff died.
No,
Not big enough.
Obviously,
20-inch weft.
Jelly roll. I'm accepting
Jelly roll.
a level of responsibility
Oh shit.
just to not damage it. So what's
Jelly roll pops up
what
a
level of
lot.
responsibility am I
It's just,
accepting? I'm only accepting based
let's
on
send out
what
the
you
food, I
tell
think.
me. Okay, tell me.
I'm pretty confident.
What did you tell me? What
It's
did you
just
tell me?
sending
That he's starting to get sense.
menus of food.
Therefore, my liability
So
is
let's
cast
see where
at
Jelly rolls
whatever
at. A,
it
B,
is
C, D, E,
asked
F, G,
doesn't
H,
ask.
J.
Again, I drafted the grade, and therefore,
Okay,
again,
so
I'm not
it's not
liable for
there.
anything else.
It's
And
down
even if
there.
you truly will agree in this case,
Can I
that
just
if it turns out that he hid utensils in there, I am not liable for that. It's a very interesting,
This is very important. Tell me
call out.
listening.
But again,
Sorry.
it's logical. You
To
can
find
never
the
be
jelly where jelly
responsible
roll
for
is in
more
the MC
in which you
files.
accept the
Even if it's
responsibility
food,
for.
you never know. They might be using code words. Maybe his code word became his actual name. Oh, long jelly roll. Okay, so 50.
On my land, and I say,
I don't know what that means.
sure.
How did you find out that you could do this?
Everyone knows you can do this.
I didn't know.
Yeah, they have a. That was part of the law. You have to have a searchable database for the MC files.
Okay.
So you go to DOJ.gov/Epstein. Is this after 18? You type,
Do a Nick moment.
alright, I don't think he'll be in here.
So he's not in there.
Come down.
Oh, he went ahead and he piled the heat and
No, come down. So these guys are just not
right, and he went ahead and he ends up
this
piling.
diverse.
He ends up piling wheat, heating the heat on the solid, or he piles
It is
wheat
weird how
and ends up
often like
covering
sexual
it
shit will pop up when you look up
solely the heat bar in the heat. Or
Like
he
if you
piles
look up
barn and
porn,
ends
it
up
pops
covering
up a bunch.
shipping of the
Yeah, I mean, he's a horny dude.
levels, and all of
That
these
doesn't
cases,
surprise me.
all of these
And then
cases,
if you put in
I love
years
for
old,
myself.
I did this
You
earlier.
only have to pay, I only have to pay the value
It's just
of
like
the body.
more than
The value
fucking
of the
Trump
body,
when you typed in years old.
heat bar, heat in the solid. How about these shorts?
Oh, let's look up underage.
I
I've been doing this since Friday. Like on my phone, I have it like as a tab open on my phone. I just like make my terms to look up.
If this was pluribus, you could just ask the people, like, hey, what happened here?
Oh my god, to access to underage. Oh, this is okay. So it's a
And I
corporate
say,
thing.
sure. And then he puts me, but he covers the
Who else?
so that when I see it, I assume that what is it
Adam Ray.
what is it giving them? So, you know, I say, I love myself. My liability cannot be
But there
any
is
more
like,
than I'm able to see. When he asked me for
I was watching Ben Avery's show and there was like a file where he was going to a show at the cellar. So
Yeah, I was going to say flappers.
I did look up flappers there. Comedy cellar.
What's interesting is,
And there's like a David Tell's Comedy Underground library.
Oh, yeah, I saw that one.
Yeah.
And the flyers on, somebody tweeted about it because I think one of them had, what do you know about Jose Gomez on it. I thought it was this one, maybe not.
There's a bunch of them in here.
Yeah, he was a fan of comedy, as most evil people are.
Yeah, I mean, that's basically it. I mean, Pete Thiel, like, obviously, is here 2,000 times. Yeah, I mean, it's fun to go and get into if you have like free time. Honestly, at the end of the day, I'll be in and out, just like scrolling while I wait for my order and reading some hated shit.
Yeah, I haven't really read through all the things because I didn't even know this existed. I've just been seeing stuff on Twitter, and I don't know if it's real. But if it is, I think that there's more credence now to the idea that evil people are eating babies and stuff. It does seem pretty fucking bad.
Yeah, it is.
There's one thing that I think this is not Epstein. Well, actually, you know what? It feels weird to tie this to Epstein, but I'll do it anyways. Alright, so I was talking to these two girls, and my friends, and for whatever reason, I brought up that I had gotten a massage recently at the Now. And the Now is like a massage place in LA that you go in, it's kind of weird, and like go to
Can't say a massage place is kind of weird.
yeah, I mean they go there like
Okay, yeah.
then it's totally normal. The only thing that I find weird about it is like it's a room where all the it's open, so like all the separating is these cloths, so everybody's in a cloth thing, so it's kind of not you're not going into like a specific room for a massage. Like a lot of places are like that. So, anyways, you gotta stay quiet and all that stuff. This has nothing to do with what I want, why I brought it up. But I told them that I got a massage, and I don't know why, because I asked, like, did you guys get a massage? Did you ever do that? And this one girl goes, I'm just not into it. I'm not really into massage. I go, oh, yeah, some people are just like, I'm not really into it unless we're gonna hook up. And I was like, what? With the massage person? In my head. But she said, yeah, I know. It's like, I don't know why I'm so like dude like with that, but it's like I just not into massages unless like we're gonna like do something after. Which is hilarious because I want the massage because I just want to get a massage. You know, I want to make me feel better and all that. I don't really the thought doesn't really cross my mind that much to paying the masseuse.
Because you're getting a massage from guys.
One time, okay? The last one was a woman, all right?
The only time you ever thought about getting sick
Yeah, it was with the guy. Yeah, I mean, unless we play video games and I fuck each other. All right, I'm lying if I don't say it. All right, I think about it. But I'm not like, it's not a prerequisite. I want the massage.
Well, she's just being honest. You know what I mean? She's just like, for whatever reason, every time they touch my back, I want them to slap my fucking DJ. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like Robert said. That's funny. She meant it like she can't control herself and she has to fuck them. And then she gets bitter because it's a staff member, like somebody works the business. They go, I can't. I mean, I work. She's like, all right, fine. How about afterwards? Like, there's a policy where I can't sleep with clients. She's like, this sucks. You can't do that here either. Well, I guess I thought I lived in America.
She's at lunch with her. She's at brunch with her homegirls. And she's like, fucking knots killing my back. And then one of her girls are like, why don't you get a massage? And she's like, I'm not trying to get fucked in head like that. Or her girl goes, well, let me like work on it a little bit. She's like, all right, but only if you're willing to go all the way. You're willing to do everything I need. Or she does like one knot, it goes out. She's like, that was pretty good, but I think it could be more. I'm talking about my box. Everywhere she goes, she's like wildly ready. I don't want to make this a big deal. I'm not trying to be weird or anything, but I need people to see. Because that's the way I do things. I can't remember what the other person said, but that just blew my mind that she said that. I don't think it's that weird. I think it's cool. Yeah, to be honest, like that is awesome. Like, yeah, you know what? Now that you've said that through osmosis, I feel the same way. I'm not gonna get a massage until fucking dude. No, and it was very funny that she says that, and I think it could be a joke. But it did. A woman saying that is just not what I was ready for. I was like, first thing I was driving my son to baseball practice. I was massaging chicks in college, dude. Every time I had a rock hard motor. So it makes sense. He gave them massages. I was in a theater department, dude. Oh, it was like prerequisite to give massages. Interesting. Did they teach you how to do it? I was, dude, I had to give terrible massages. And you end up hooking up with any of those? Oh, I can't remember. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't think I've ever given a massage to anybody that I wasn't, like, now I think about it, that I wasn't hip sick. Yes, in a way, she's right. She's 100% correct. Only had done the massage thing. You don't give massages to people platonically if it's not paying them. It's too much work. And why would you do that? I don't want to make you feel better unless you're going to make me feel better. Brian Kellen's watching this, like, you guys understand where I'm coming from now, dude.
He's forcing massages to get sex on people. Women get nothing out of that. He's really bad at massages and he's unfunny. The worst part about Brian Callen being attacked by him is that he had to listen to his jokes afterwards. So it's almost as bad as dramatic as whatever happened beforehand.
Look at Joe Ideas, sorry.
Joe Ideas feels like somebody that would be in it.
Yeah, but he's not. I looked up Bert Kreischer. I don't know how to spell his name, though.
C-H-E-R.
That I can take a shoe off. And if I wanted to swear to the amount, once you swear to the amount, ultimately I can collect based on that.
C-H-E-R.
So the law isn't just
No, we both were right, but
the
wrong
same
at the same
fact
time.
applies to H as well. Let's say again, I light a fire, fire goes into Ruben's field, fire destroys Ruben's building utensils. There's a problem.
Birdcrusher's name is in a code.
What's the problem? No one knows. Ruben claims he knows.
Birdcrusher works
I don't know. Like, what's the deal?
Oh, okay, so they're talking about weekends. Wendy Cummings, you research. I think I did.
How do we know?
Amy Schumer.
So must extend.
This is 2014. They're talking about birdcrusher. That's crazy. This is day way before he became popular. Is it? Yeah, because 2016, I remember I had no clue who I was because End of the World podcast. I don't even know End of the World podcast. Okay, she's in here a bit. Whitney Cummings on porn in sex in New York. Whitney Cummings on porn in sex in your 30s. It's damning that if they're talking about Whitney Cummings in here too. Oh my god. This is, dude, thank you. I don't know why I didn't look this up before. Let's go to the first mention. Oh, it's on the who are these fucking codes, man? That's a lot of that. Like, I don't want you reading this shit, dude. It's literally 40 pages. Why are they redacting code? I don't know. Let's see here. There's gotta be an email version of one of these. Regardless, these are text messages. Okay, so I had a funny one last week. How the hell does someone say to it and your code replies out? I wish we could get an email, but that would be much better. It's not good when you look up in the Jeff Epstein database your name and it's him talking about porn versus sex. You know, or getting naked. And why are they redacting those? I don't know, but there might be another one. This is what I'm saying. Like, the same email will be there like 5 times, and then the first one will be without any redaction. It's very strange because they got in trouble for redacting things they shouldn't have redacted. I had a funny one last week. How the hell does someone say to a girl before she flies out, I wish we could get naked, but I would be late for dinner. Bad timing before my birthday. It's like some pussy caution light comes on at 30. This is bullshit. Smiley face. So he's a very horny guy. Yeah. He shared an article about Whitney Cummings talking about sex. We got it. Let's see. She's great. I found. Okay, so let's go. I guess there's
So according to the opinion that says that in general, by monetary value, not value, percent that damage was
to Jeffrey Epstein from somebody. Now, if you only had it 3 different figures in my head just this week, I'm curious enough that adventure is. This is like the only positive thing I've heard about Whitney Cummings. That she was, she was on with like getting fingers in your ass or something. She wishes this was in the comment section. Do you want to check that out real quick? Yeah, no, her making it. Like her name in the comment section. Yeah, I mean, like in the comments, and they're talking about her making it the Epstein file. Oh no, probably not. But I watched some of this episode, as you can see the red line at the bottom. Yeah. Let's just go to the comments. It's my favorite pastime. Damn, you still out here using your Bibles. We need Kobe. This joke so bad it makes your hair line funny. YouTube is $5,000. Madison Grandma, Grandma's not mad.
Ruben called me a loss. We don't know. We don't have a very how much the loss was. So she said, I want to take a shoe off.
I mean, not a positive comment. Yeah, people don't like the show.
I'm willing to
Put
take
a
a shoe
comment
off
here in the
to
files.
say, I swear that Ruben's Messiah cost me $5,000.
She talked about this Rachel, some people wouldn't say that she's an Epstein.
This case as well allows Shane to take it
Is Miss Rachel an Epstein? I swear it's a different figure, so maybe that makes it okay. But then wait, what figure did she use to put my pussy? Oh god, no. Too dramatic. Search Osama bin Laden. See if Osama. Because it'd be kind of funny if they were buddies. And like Osama bin Laden, they're talking about pussy. Yeah, he's like, Osama, when's the last time you got laid? Oh my god, it's been a long time since 2000. I've been in this fucking cave. My wife, he writes Osama bin Laden's like, my wife doesn't fuck me anymore, first of all. I think I'm gonna get killed. I'm pretty sure Navy SEALs will shoot me in that. Yeah,
Yeah, well, Ghislaine won't even have sex with me. She's fucking 14-year-old boys in the backyard every day.
It's like, send Ghislaine over here. She's a hot piece of ass.
Or I will do 9/11 again. I don't know if he's, as Obama says, we've got problems.
Osama bin Laden's like, I mean, my dying at 72 virgins. You're supposed to get it when you die, Jeffrey.
So Ruben goes, so I go to Ruben, I get upset at Ruben, I kick Ruben's money box, shot you I kick it into Ruben. Okay, now I have this personality, but I'm a
4 times as much as what you got. So I get that habit of it.
So Ruben comes to me, Ruben to silver
What was
piece
the
my
other one
money
you said when he
box.
comes in?
Into the
Amy Schumer, yeah. She's about the same as Osama bin Laden.
Not to Rashi, but come to Ayin Day. So Rashi was speaking about this and he was wondering, he says,
A lot of comedy is like a huge part of society. You can't get away from it.
I mean, it just shows where people are excited about Magic Mike. It's like a magic mind. I looked up, I think, the fighter and the kid. I think I looked up Bobby
I go
Lee.
ahead and I met Ruben's house.
Bobby
And
Lee.
Ruben's entire home goes up in
That's a
flames.
very popular name, though, too.
I am
He's
liable
our
for everything
boss
inside
of
the
the
house.
company.
I would come
Singer
on
Bobby Lee.
you will come on because it's common for people to do stuff in their house. Okay, now how we arrive
Also not too
at the actual amount in the house. So it
Anyways,
sounds like
we
we're
gotta
doing
go.
the
Yeah,
position
sure.
before.
Do you want to check my smells?
This is in my house. That was in my house.
Voicemails in the chat.
I'll do the same
Let's see
thing.
here. I think we did
comes
get
to
one.
this. He said, here's what's the fact? I said,
One
what's the
fart.
fact? The fact, is, I took Ruben's money box
If you want to
into
leave us
the
a voicemail, call our phone number at 775-557-8667.
So it's
775-557-TMOS. And let us know if you find Bernie Cooney's name in the Epstein files. Let's hear it.
in my money box, let me swear. This is not that ultimately again, he wrote the Bible. So I say it's very interesting. The Ruben claims that ultimately again, Ruben claims that there wasn't money, there were diamonds. There were diamonds. So I say, the other guy in play. So he needs to be not man. He might be in the shoe, might be used to the past. So I say, here's the question. The question is, do we go ahead and assume that people keep jewels in a gun box or not? Or when I say, if Ruben's claiming money, then the case is straightforward. Swear and correct. The question just is, if he claims that there are jewels in there, that's a little bit of a departure from the norm. So do
I know what he's talking about. You know what he's talking about, right? Eddie Yeager. That's the name of the brand of the shaver. We did like the whole thing. Okay, I was like, you gotta buy this shaver. I shaved today. I shaved today, it wasn't 3 days ago. And I used that, but I need to get a different, dude, I gotta get wax in the razor too. No, my shit is hard for work. Cut yourself up. I cut myself up and it's just all maybe I got facial problem, dermatologist issues. Dude, my face is full. And ear patrol or whatever, bump patrol. Yeah, I use that. But I mean, I never really got bumps on my face, so the rest of my head. But I mean, I just fucking, I cannot, the mock stuff doesn't work. It's not close enough shave. Anyway, so let's get to an hour. I'm getting started again. Have a great week. Crystal, yeah, feels like a crystal. Oh my god.
I got angry. I kicked the chest. Well, what's the perspective? What do you see?
Because you can't spell
See,
the
the
name.
danger of anger is that
Okay.
anger changes all of these. Right? When you do something out of anger, so everything, the whole landscape changes. Hamotzi mechavera Allah haraya is a halakha that applies ultimately again between two rational human beings. I go, you say, you owe me $1,000. You say, no, I don't. I say, yes, you do. Okay, there's a mechanism. The moment you act out of anger, halakhic mechanisms to a certain degree, they almost like evaporate. You act out of anger, So suddenly again, you've changed the circumstances. Suddenly now you're creating new realities. And the fact that you have acted out of anger makes you the perpetrator, makes you the aggressor, and fundamentally changes. Listen, that's the danger of anger. You talk out of anger, you act out of anger, it changes all of the circumstances around you. We're going to discuss this. We'll see this in ancient culture. A beautiful Stanford. Stanford said, let's see that the second Maccus. The Pasuk says, the frog ascended onto the upper ranks of the Nile. So that Shepard points out, it says, Sakura is singular. But ultimately, again, you know, there are frogs everywhere. Frogs themselves, and that's what the thing is meant. One big frog. And what the Egyptians do, they get the ring, and every time they hit it, more little frogs spawn off. So the Stanford asks a simple question, he says, this is really nice. You say the frog. And every time you hit it, little frogs come off. Logic dictates the frog. This is free, guys, take it, right? Stop hitting the big frog. If every time you do it, little frogs come off. Stanford says something weird. He says the Egyptians will know the two things, morality and chaos.
Because I don't want you guys to forget. Everyone's having so much fun, right? Oh, great, yeah. When you come, it sucks. Yeah, right. Jeff Giant's the worst person. He's never been funny in his life. Yeah, okay. Joe Rogan stinks. Guess what? Adam Ray's still here. Danny. I don't know what I almost said.
You know what?
We gotta not lose track of this. This guy's menace. I was just saying, what you're doing. Oh, Sean, so you think the subscription shit cheap?
It's a great one. I get angry. I kick the losing box into the water, into the sea, into the Nile. So I say, normally, somebody wants to extract money from me, I want to get out of the right. Well, not anymore. Not anymore. You acted out of anger, and when you act out of anger, it doesn't change the life. Suddenly now we get walking to losing, he takes an oath, and again, I have to pay. I say anger, what means that's the most detrimental, corrosive, destructive, industrial person. The point that Rambam says every other meeting is supposed to have like a little bit of chaos, you're supposed to eradicate it. Interestingly enough, Rambam says, how do you get rid of chaos? How do you get rid of anger?
How's everybody doing tonight? I told you.
Which also tells us something
Somebody in the chat was like, it's man's debate. And then I had like 5 seconds.
You control what people like to say, a bad temper, as if saying I have a bad temper means like, you know, like I have, you know, like I have diabetes. Like, what does I diabetes? Yeah, but the person has diabetes, okay, they didn't choose that, that's what they had. A person has heart has a cancer, I think that, I would say the person has a bad temper, as if it's saying like,
my advance hasn't helped at all. I need to up the dosage. I keep forgetting that you have read my blood pressure.
Dispositions.
I'm just going to lie to my doctor and say,
that's
next week,
absolutely
I'm just going to
possible.
get mad.
But it's you who chooses to maintain it,
I mean,
and
one
it's you
time
who
I
chooses to
think
eradicate it.
I
The
think I
Rambam
can
says
bring
if you
out
know that you struggle with anger, you know
there's
with
something
anger,
I wanted to show you.
got it,
I saw this on
notice,
do you
control
watch
it.
social media at all?
Stop getting
I don't
angry,
even have
because
a
when you
phone.
don't,
Okay.
you
So
continuously
there's
hit
this
the
thing
ball.
that I
And when you
posted on
don't,
our
you kick
Instagram
people in
page.
the chest, right? And when
Okay.
you don't, ultimately again, you change the
I want you to see
halakha
this here.
and
I want
actual
to get
life
your reaction to
realities
this.
all around you.
Do this photo
It's
to the
incredible. It's what I do.
I
Say
there
the
was
word.
nothing solved unless you do
Say
this
the
word.
word.
Yeah.
Good. Amalei, Rabbi Yema
Oh,
Rabashi.
yeah, you did.
Torah
Probably
Kisa
already heard
Kasa the Kaspa Rabbi. So listen to this.
Come here.
I bring out Eden's house. And Eden claims, you know, there's a silver goblet in my house. You know, only make the silver goblet. So what's that? What Rabbi says? Now, listen. So the show is, now that we know how it works, so ultimately when I bring out Eden's house,
oh my God, my name is Gerardo. Oh my God, we're Gerardo. Oh my God, we're Gerardo. Oh my God, my name is Gerardo. Make this nigga stupid. You try to track me, they stupid. Gerardo, man, this is stupid. Why you talking about all this fucking names that you fucking making up in your mind and this shit stupid? You stupid. You fucking trying to fucking love me. Shit. It's so stupid. Gerardo, Gerardo. Look at me do it. Gerardo,
Dude, as far as I guess, I like that. You put a fire emoji. I don't remember. I never heard of fire. I never heard the song before, but love it.
Nothing
I wish I could put it again.
What's the interesting thing here? Interesting in Gazlan and in Kamsa. Other than Kamsa, you have to make Gazlan, you don't have to.
Did I do that? Maybe I'm too
A Gazlan steals, he's a
by the way,
thief.
but I ordered another one.
A Kamsa, they will say,
It's not working,
pays
guys.
money, but takes the item by
The
force.
Dolphin already
He
did.
pays,
But you know, hopefully we can find another brand. I will score. I will settle.
okay, so let's say, so now watch this.
I will search
I'm
the
gonna
earth
Kamsa, I'm gonna
Bobby is what we call
and why you call it Kamsa? What do you call it? What do you call it? A buyer.
Because
So Robert, tell you this is someone to sell.
The whole crew has the song memorized, dude. I sing that song.
So that's how it comes. So we'll cash up.
I mean,
How do
play
we
it
sign you?
anymore. Somebody's really good.
Let's say at the end of the day, the seller says, fine, I'll do it. And ultimately, again, as much as it was a forced sale, I don't recognize it as a sale.
That was the one thing I really wanted to
If
talk
you give
about.
up the money, right? I throw the money at him and I
I
take
feel
it
like
out.
people are
I
forgetting
don't
how
want to
much
sell.
Adam Price
I don't want to
sucks.
sell. But I
I
gave
have
him
seen
the
a
money.
lot of funny
That's called
stuff
a Kamsa. That's
about
called a
Jeff
Kamsa.
dying.
So ultimately, again,
The one that really
you're
stuck
still
out to
called
me
the
was
thief.
one
But it's a
Robbie.
different
Good one.
gradation
Shared
of theft. We'll talk
ever.
about this. But let's say other
Robbie
things.
shared
Krishna,
one of these
yes,
memes
yes,
of
in
Jeff
fact,
dying
that's
saying that
so let's say this is this case.
Kamala Harris
Let's say
was Jamaican
I'm a
big
blacksmith
Republican.
and I'm banging
And
away on the
It
metal.
just
I
reminded
want
me
to
of
have
how
the spark
I hate
flies
my
out from under my
good
hammer
friend Cutter
and
because
goes in
in high
and
school
ignites a
he would
fire.
say, he would always
Ignites
use
a
this as a
fire.
joke.
It's
He'd
what
be like,
it's a
Jamaican,
kite.
be
A kite.
crazy.
What's that?
And the
That's
girls
my.
would pretend he's
It's
funny.
my cloak is exactly
Because
what
they thought he was
this is,
attractive.
but the conscious, let's assume just because of the placement of this case in our
My grandfather
character,
had to kill people in a
that's
war.
H. So kind of like spark that then goes out and causes damage. That was that transition of Bangladesh to Ireland. Also watch this. I have a camel. And my camel,
I
I'm
saw
leaving
a
my
lot of
camel to
hilarious
struggle, but my
comments on
camel
this.
is
People
moving.
did not like it.
So give me
It's not funny.
All right. Give me class to show us up. I found a signal for the next of that. David gets up here.
His grandfather, I mean, this sucks for his grandfather because if he's still alive, you know, it's going to be pretty
is ignited by one of my
if you already don't have two legs, the last thing you want people to know is that your grandson is Jeff Dyke. You know, you see somebody, next time I see an old man, really look at that leg.
Because I'm moving my donkey in a responsible way.
I'm so sorry about your grandson.
He's just loading away with the load. It doesn't extend into any of the stores. Right? But I load it in a responsible way, therefore I am entitled for any subsequent damages that occur. Interesting.
But yeah, no, that's a good diss.
However,
Sometimes your enemy is also your friend.
inside the
Enemy
store,
my enemy.
because then the responsibility is on me because I irresponsibly loaded the donkey. However, if the defendant went ahead and kept his fire outside, then what?
He's not really my enemy.
Defendant is liable. Why is he liable? Why? Because why are you keeping your candle outside? What's in
Yeah,
your
you know, it's like I got a great guy. I like
if the fire is talking about it, Hanukkah, there's a license and an obligation to keep it outside. But ultimately, again, the defendant will be incredible. What's the asset? I'm going to be in the
something I wanted to show you also.
What's the name of it? Hanukkah mitzvah hanicha b'soch hasara. This is beautiful. What is the mitzvah? Hanukkah, the mitzvah is to light the candle, to keep the candle within 10 feet into the ground. Like, why? Because if that wasn't the case, you decided out Hanukkah, if on Hanukkah, I, like leaving my donkey, should not have an obligation to be cognizant that you're going to be the noise outside, mirrors outside, and therefore the responsibility is on me. It's on me to ultimately, again, avoid igniting the load on my candle. So you see, to me, the mitzvah is to light it within 10 12. And these are like, call them out in the Sarah. That's it, because if you can light it even above 10 12, then I might already within a Hanukkah pocket. Then why, ultimately, again, with the family, because it means
What I said, if you're at a table, don't knock your brother from the table or something. And a bunch of funny people had like that hat too low was good.
Why don't you let your Hanukkah? Why don't you let some out of reach of
We did
my
this
animal?
podcast.
The fact that I can't make that claim indicates that the mitzvah is to place their Hanukkah within 10 12 of the ground. Therefore, Reuben has every right to do so, and the responsibility is upon me to ensure that my animal does not ignite its load within their Hanukkah. Allah,
Whenever someone hates me, I feel
Says when it not coming along, the old one is talking about the Asara. Maybe you can even like the Hanukkah about 10 12. My obviously my comment.
So they want us to continue this.
So what's that thing you should say? I can say to you that you should have kept your Hanukkah even higher, and therefore
some of the things they do, like should make it be crazy, certainly seems like it should be less fun. That's what they're actively, they're geniuses. All of them are doing these like amazing secretive campaign stuff, pretend to be the worst ever. It's all an act. At one point, the ultimate job is behind it all. He's the maestro, he's the puppet master. When he comes, he's like, they sit in their writer's room and think of the least funny things they could possibly say, or the most offensive things.
Right? Why can't
He
they be
could
about
tie
20
the
amos the same way
oftentimes
that you can't make a sukkah that is sold in 20 amos the
it's
same
any
way
oftentimes a
that you
million.
can't place the lefty or the cola of a Muslim about 20 amos as well. What's the logic? The logic is anything about 20 amos, no shanta button, and the eye doesn't
Oh yeah,
do it.
Whitney Cummings like are saying that she feels closer to
So
us.
Hanukkah
And I
opened
don't
up the
hate
again, which is the mitzvah, which is
misunderstand
mitzvah
them,
pursuing
but her
has to be
closer
within
to
what we
that
call this recognition range,
I don't want her
and ultimately again it has to be below 20 hours. So it's like we pass like open this. In other words, we pass in that the idea of
let's check this
the
out.
Hanukkah,
And now
if
the
you're
other
lighting
one is
outside,
I forgot
is
not to
the
get your
matzah
consensus before we go to
within
the
your
Oh yeah, the
tent
Broderverse too. Are you
feet
guys
off the
that?
ground.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, I got my ticket
the
stand.
goal. We'll say why, because it's recognizable. That also shows that it's not for a
And now the other one is the big
Therefore, Allah
kill Tony.
just allowed over Hanukkah, I, the owner of the animal, have the responsibility to be cognizant of the presence of yes, Hanukkah, and the responsibility is upon me to make sure that my animal, that the load of my animal does not get ignited by any of the Nero's Hanukkah. During the rest of the year, no one has a right to put a fire in the Rosh Hashanah. And if they
It's
do,
pronounced
and
coffee,
they
man.
bear the responsibility. During the rest of the year, if my animal has a load and the load extends into Ruben's store and is ignited there, responsibility is upon me. So I have one more piece. Near Hanukkah, you could go ahead, technically
What was the
speaking,
thing he used to say? Like,
above
that happened. Funny how God.
as long as
Oh yeah, funny how God worked. What happened with that? You stopped doing funny how God. That's too bad. Funny how God. That looks like a funny how God works. That's what I'm saying. When I saw that, I'm like, you figure out why it has Chris Farley in it? No, I didn't watch it. I was like, I bookmarked it in my head. Funny how God works season 2. Oh shit! Okay, so this is gonna break. I don't want to watch all. This is gonna break me. Jesus save my marriage. Okay, dude. I want to see it now.
Cable is somewhat still something that wasn't
$200,000
Cable
views.
only applies to Geneva,
Christ
not
save.
Ziva.
Jim
Two different types of that.
Jim Breuer's marriage.
Yeah,
Oh, this is the only one of
isn't a
how
fact.
God, funny how
I go
God
over
works.
to you, punch you, take you off. That's called
We watched all of
Geneva.
season 1.
Geneva is repetitious,
Alright,
right?
you guys like
Geneva,
this or no?
ultimately, again, is done in secret,
God be funny though.
repetitiously.
Just watch for on your own time.
Like, that's what you stole. That's what you stole.
The set?
Like,
Yeah.
Geneva,
He probably
you have to
fired
take
the
that
TV
two
and hired
parts.
some you guys. You remember what the set looks like
That's
for funny how God works? Oh, I'm sorry. People have brains that work to get out of the other than I don't. Yeah. I guess that's a fair comeback there. Hey, so you got 60 FPS going on.
What is that called?
And I remember it looks
4 or
worse.
5 times the value.
This is gonna break me.
5 times the value of
So, what's this story?
So now watch this.
Digital.
But that distinction of Zima and Geneva
It was just some guy they knows.
visible
That's
theft,
what that's the production.
secret theft, yes, you're obligated to pay back the principal, whatever
Was
it is
there
that you
production?
paid.
They call it the culture.
If you are found that obligated to pay double. If you stole,
You have to understand something. I ain't grew up in churches. What? I It's bad, man. But hey, I should have back, dude. He always does this. Jordan brings me still magic mind, dude. Marriage, very seriously. I know this is a commitment for life.
So in certain respects,
Long story short,
is more clever than
my wife and I, we're having a tough time in marriage. Keep in mind, if you guys are reminded of the How God Works series, do you remember any of the highlights? I remember there was one story, the whole, like, was it 10 minutes, 15 minutes? The whole thing was that he was in a hotel room, and the maid accidentally ripped up his, or threw out his set for the, her show. And then he was like, well, you know, God works because the maid actually threw away his symbols. So he always constantly tells his wife that devil's challenging me. Why is this how you talk? No, he's burning. And he's like, no, I'm confident that one, like the fucking maid was the devil. Oh, I really, the maid was the devil. That's right. And all this AI video of me with the maid, like the devil. And then they got in a big fight at his apartment or something. In a different episode, and he constantly says that the devil's challenging. And the Dane Cook one was the devil Dane Cook.
And she said,
No,
I'm high
the
people.
Dane Cook was
That
just
Shimon steals the
he
object
was
from me.
Jim Brewer
So
wanted to be,
I thought,
and then he ran into Dane Cook was supposedly at a bar, and he had lost everything. And Jim Brewer was like, but I have everything. You're a fantasy kid. That's right. That's right. The devil on that one was Dane Cook's brother.
If I steal a
Because
sheep,
Dane Cook's brother stole money from him. But you're wrong. The devil on that one was the producer that stole his idea. He stole Torgasm from Shimon. But that wasn't that Dane Cook's fault? No, it wasn't. I think, oh, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Wow. Funny how I got your reaction. Because at the end of the day, when your wife is religious, she tells you that you should be religious too, so you agree to it. That's how it all works out. That's the goal. And then you do YouTube videos. Chris Farley, I wonder why Chris Farley is in that. You have to be the darkest moment of his life. Chris Farley is. You saw Chris Farley take a shot. The devil says, oh, I gotta tell you, here's what happened. Chris Farley, they're like, you know, Chris Farley's a good cook at it, goes hard and stuff. He sees Jim Brewer doing something, and even Chris Farley's like, oh, man, slow down. Like, what's he doing? Some crazy drug thing. That would be fun. But there's no way Jim Brewer's in it. I'm interested in knowing.
I don't have the object. And then it turns out that I do have the object. That's also a case of That's also a case of Geneva. So let's say,
wait, Big Brother might be stronger than we thought. Big Brother might be stronger than we thought.
After this, just to write something like, who is the devil in this chat, and get some options from people that are chatting. But if like, if they're trying to notice this, then you're right. Let's get this one. All right, then pull up. We're going to start watching here. Wired.
There's this little post office in Chester, New Jersey, and I pull down this little side street, and I pull around the corner, I park, and I have it.
Somebody in chat said, I could have been as fat as Farley. Funny how God works. Eleanor is the devil's voice.
With God. And I'm sobbing at this
All right,
point.
so let's say,
I'm on the side of the road, you know, like sweating.
begin my case with all of us.
Wait.
And I'm not trying to be funny. I'm being dead serious when I say, God,
Sponsoring all of our shoes.
Hey, Rocky Rothschild, Josh came off the
drug addict. I care for the kids. I'm doing everything I can to keep myself away from show business. So I can be a family man.
They have a lot of
The Pepper family, in memory of their brother and uncle Yosef Pepper, Yosef David, and Yaakov, and the reconcerning sponsors, Dr. Ed and in honor of the marriage of their son Gideon, Tamari Courage, their Christian we also dedicate the personal time sector of Kalakama, leading Mishmas Master Sergeant Leon Khalish, who was murdered in Still, firefight by the Indian and American
And intervene us now. Please help save this marriage.
and all of those leaders who have them together.
A couple days later, I come walking in the house and my wife's.
We should get rid of this like 300 BC.
My wife always
let's do it. Wait, I said,
she clearly has been lying. The way you were right.
Wait, maximum invites. You're gonna have to go back to the guy's live.
I don't know, something happened today. Something happened. What's going on? What's going on? I went into town today, and I went to this coffee shop, and
About Rabbi, he has so many things about him.
coffee shop, there was this woman.
I can't tell.
Remember there was a homeless guy.
What's new?
Oh, I forgot. Yeah, that's right. I don't know if that's all of what he hung out for till Patreon. Oh, right. I forgot it was on the Patreon too. Not everybody would remember that. Yeah.
Bless it up there.
Sweetie, I want to do something for you. You follow me to my house. Now you want me to know just now?
I really want Chester and I like the beat in the forever.
I can't open a second.
Okay, good. Screenshot Snapchat. It's funny how we got the Ringo Pop. Funny how so he's kind of on to something, this Jupiter. He's right. God is a hilarious word.
Like the actual regular.
Makes jokes. Like that's walking there. Give us 99 cents.
Wait, are we in the face of a bitch? Maybe. Pablo might be so. Actually, queer. Look at that AI from I'm a real female looking to chat with the person about what I want to do. That's what I should do.
I want to do something for you, just so I'm clear. You don't know what she is. She wants to do something for you. Hey, I'm a stranger. Or a coach out. I want to do something for you.
Hi, Mr. Aquarius.
Yes, I am. Thank you.
How are you?
I am a well-worth fan. Hey, Rabbi.
Stranger, hey, would you come follow me to my house? Sure. Anything
Get him out of here, Rabbi. Get him out of here.
You got it, girl. Oh, that you're commanding.
His bubble girl just said the N-word. Get him out of here.
Wait, what are the rules?
You gotta be very respectful.
Should have tried it. Always a threat on attack. Oh, well, let's not forget about the possessions. Are you telling me those were you? You think I was born yesterday? Yesterday was your game. Listen, you're not an idiot.
This is kind of like a thing that we came up with. It's kind of like you might be a redneck. Yeah. We didn't come up with it. Give it up to no, we came up with it. He only does it for stupid stories. Our team is coming out with punchlines.
I go, so now what happens? And she goes, I don't know why I followed her.
If you want diverse attention to the story, always start out with this guy who's not know people. All he wanted to do was talk to you. And what's going to happen is your bird goes, whoa. Before you say another word, this guy didn't know you at all. You'll go like, no, not at all. He goes, continue. Mind blown. We gotta like mess with him. Have one of them, somebody go up to him and be a guy he doesn't know, because that could be anybody. And go, what do we want your bird to do? The guy goes, hey, that's great that you're gonna be at Raccoon. You gotta look kind of humble. Yeah. Mess your hair up if you have hair. A mix of your teeth. Smell a bit strange. Fart spray. Yeah, fart spray.
Come on and play.
Yes, ma'am. Just one moment. How are you, madam? How are you, madam?
Alright. I'm gonna misplace my dang on chocolate there. And I brought my nigga hit on a double. She done sit up here and lie like, no, I don't have it in my room. You done misplaced my stuff, and I got to call them and tell them that somebody misplaced my stuff, and they got to refill it. Like, no, I need my stuff.
Those are all forms of what we call abnormal.
See, my dang on top of the jail. I just took my little access.
Cows don't eat barley, and donkeys don't only eat straw. Whereas we want to see them eat it.
I'm tired. I have to go to sleep. I gotta get up in about 5 hours.
I'm about to send you the invite right. I just want to make sure I got them. All right. Oh boy. It's Aquarius. How's Papa?
So now we see, by the way, that even saying the animal wouldn't look at it. But what concerns if there's nothing else?
How's your day?
Oh, you're looking at it, Miss Aquarius. Hi. I keep getting like halfway through the day awake, and then I fall asleep like good day. Get it? Oh, that was looking so good. That was looking so good. Oh, for sure. Are you serious? Are you serious? You want to give me one of the most difficult splits in the history of the game? You don't think I'm going to try to get it? Oh, man, that's close.
Ate a loaf of bread for one dish. Now the loaf of bread itself is inside of the basket. So what is done? Eat the bread and chew the basket. Chew the basket. Basket to the loss. Which not in a pulse is sun close by. So you don't eat the basket. Chew on the basket. So say I do that you do the shine and shine.
There we go.
Is high to pay complete damages for the loaf. Why? What's the loaf? The loaf is regal, and half damages for the basket. So what will the basket be? That'll be carrot.
Hey, you're not that tired. You just knocked down a bunch. Oh, there you go. That was big time.
And for full damages for growth, half damages for the basket. And the Gemara says as follows: Rabbi gave him the ark and made
Oh wow. Oh wow. That happens. Give me this.
So therefore, again, we should see that the chewing of the basket is also part of shame, and therefore there should be complete.
Give me this.
Right,
that was great.
So I say that this piece is not that the animal chewed on the basket while eating the loaf.
Get it.
The case was the animal ate the loaf. The animal ate the loaf. And then after it ate the loaf, it went back and it chewed on the basket. So that's a case of abnormal damage. So therefore, again, that's why if we do this set for the loaf, that's going to be shade. For the basket, that is going to be carrot half damages. Incredible. Therefore, again, the Gemara says, Pas or I'm sorry, what a pas. So if you want to Pas or is it normal for? Is it normal for?
Give me this.
Is that considered to be normal? After the Gemara says, Pas or middle.
Yes, ma'am. If I may ask, Mr. Aquarius, were you here earlier and I just missed you, or did you come in later than normal? Yes, ma'am. Oh, look at you, Miss Aquarius. Folks, this woman needs 2 more. That's it. Let's get her. Let's make sure she gets her 2 more.
So apparently, Chayev doesn't eat.
Give me this. Oh, come on. You're not going to give me that? Even though it was perfect. It was garbage. All right, get this. There's a chance. There's a chance, Miss Aquarius. Folks, she has double digits. She's putting it in cruise control. Oh, no doubt. No doubt, Miss Aquarius. No doubt.
It's a soft turnip, right? A turnip on top of a barrel. So what happened? Sorry, so off the barrel, off the stuff, he ate the turnip, he told the tabby the donut, and he broke the basket.
Go, baby.
He broke the basket.
Nice spare.
There's a lot going on with this.
Giant.
Oh. The owner's height complete damages for both the turnip and the barrel. It wasn't as interesting, right?
Give me this, though.
Looking at this, you would have said, well, the turnip is shame. What's the barrel? What's the barrel? Carrot. Right? The consciousness is carrot. So what's going on over here? Which the Gemara says, my time, even the Archi Remecha Lifta, Archi Nama the Surah of Himself. Once it's normal for the animal to eat the turnip, so it's normal for the animal to scale the barrel and get the turnip. In other words, it's normal for an animal not just to consume, but it's normal for an animal to do what it needs to do in order to get its food.
No doubt, Miss Aquarius.
Once the turnip is
Got it.
barrel,
Ooh.
it's normal for the animal to go ahead and scale the barrel, and therefore, again, it will not be carried. So we'll say,
Give me this.
Lego, or that's called Shin, these all three, all just under the umbrella of Shin together. Okay, incredible. Let's go back to Amar Ilfar. Ilfar as follows. You have an animal in Rishus Harabim called the Tumah. Who's partial to Samar Ba'al Al Gabi Chalerta. In interesting case, it wasn't as a high situation. You get an animal who's walking in Rishus Harabim. And what does it do?
Get it. No doubt, Miss Aquarius.
Therefore, it's a case of Shin. Case of Shin. But remember, Shin is only Chayev where? Now, in this case over here,
all right, Miss Aquarius. You win, I win. I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
Which the Gemara says, back of the animal is considered to be like the chutzner of his misa.
Sweet dreams, Miss Aquarius. God willing.
Back of Shimon's animal is considered to be the chutzner ultimately of Shimon. And therefore this is considered to be an act of shame done in the Rishus HaYachid, done in the Rishus HaYachid.
No, we're gonna get back to hospice again. No, he's not doing good. What he's doing good was not doing good. So we just gotta go back to the hospital and get a different hospice surgery.
Has he ever?
It'll be fine. I'm still breathing, you know.
Did he have it previously? I know he had a nurse, but was that officially hospice?
There was hospital and she had to tell it.
Which literally means
if you go to hospital, and then she gonna get it back, she was gonna give him home care, but since he can't really do that anymore, so then the baby got put back hospital, but a different service though. But they really didn't do it. Just give him a bad angel in the back. The nurse ain't really doing it, look at him, and you seen him was sick.
Right. All right, Mr. Aquarius. I'm here for you. He's in my thoughts, and I thought about him right when I was praying, and I want all to be okay.
And which is not a normal case.
be in the bed and got Alzheimer's, will they still be here? You didn't know that?
I have people in the bed, but they're still here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know if he probably still here. I'm praying on that he's still here.
Ultimately, again, this is also talking about a case of kofetzes. There was that a case of kofetzes, it would seem to be again, but even the case to the animal jumps up on his hind legs, or close to jumps up, rests his hind legs on the other animal, and he seems like that. But either way, that's a non-normative case, and therefore that's karen. It's interesting. The Hecha Itmatu Rava, that will say, where was Rava's original kofetzes case mentioned? This is his aha. So Rothschild, the Hema Rothschild Sarabim, for behemoths in Rosh Hashanah, so we'll say the animals in Rosh Hashanah, and it's walking and eating is pater. We also remember again, eating in Rosh Hashanah is what? Is shame, and shame is pater in Rosh Hashanah. So if the animal is walking, and Allah consumes, the animal is pater. Right? The owner is pater. If the animal stands still and eats, then ultimately the owner will be chayiv. Now, my shna halcha the archid. Now, what's the distinction? It's actually a very interesting statement, according to Rabbi. Sorry, Rabbi. Rabbi says if the animal is walking in the surrounding and consumes, ultimately the owner is pater. If the animal stands still and consumes, ultimately will be chayiv. So I asked the Gemara, my shna halcha, why? Why when the animal walks and consumes, why is it pater? The archid. Because if I say that is the normal case, that's common. That's common. And then also because it's common, therefore again there's shade in the shalatim, and therefore what is pater? Because undeniably archid. I understand for an animal to stand still and eat, that's also normal. So watch the Yechiv in that case. Amalava, stick off that says. So it's actually which the Gemara says, we're talking about a case where what? If the animal jumped up on its hind legs and went ahead and ate. It will say that's abnormal. So because remember again, any case of abnormal behavior is going to fall under the umbrella of keren. And remember, keren is chayiv in rishus harabim. So that will be the case. Interesting. By Rabbi Zera, Rabbi Zera has Rabbi Kasha. The skull yell mahu. So we'll say, what about the case ultimately again of rolling damage? So the Gemara says the skull yell mahu. Right? What happens if halacha l'maisa? So we're going to see exactly what is the circumstances in this moment. Now, so what's the case? If the Gemara says kidon dekayma amer b'rishus hayachid, becomes scales over asim b'rishus hayachid b'rishus harabim. So let's listen to the following scenario. What happens is there is we'll call it a bundle of wheat. Here's a bundle. The bundle is situated in Rishus Hayachos. Now what's happening over here? The animal is going right to the animal store. Just to find the piece. Ruben's animal goes into Shimon's chatzah. And now what happens? It begins to roll the bundle from Rishus Hayachos to Rishus Harabim, and consumption then occurs in Rishus Harabim. So what's the halacha in that case? So the Gemara says, what's the halacha in that case? We'll give Rashi in just a moment. It's Rashi's second line from the fact we're going to claim a Amir Rishus Hayachid. So Rashi says over here, Ubehema Rishus Harabim, Ubiskalgalas Ba'asim Rishus Hayachid, Nirishus Harabim. So Rabbi says, so this is actually an interesting case over here, right? So ultimately, again, so the animal brings the bundle from private domains to public zones. And now consumption occurs in public domains. So what's the shayla? So the one says, mine. What do we do in this case? Now look at Rashi just a moment. Rashi says, mine. Basra Akira Azdina Utura, O Basra the Shakla Leazdina the Chayavas. So who I think that Nani became a Rishus Amizak, Farm Rishus Arabim, the Zilgal from the Rishus Arabim, Shepherd. I say, so the case over here is Maisa began in Rishus Hayachid, but ultimately again consumption occurred in Rishus Arabim. Essentially, how do we look at this? Do we say that since the animal got the bundle from Rishus Hayachid, this is called shade in Rishus Hayachid, and therefore again the owner of the animal is chayiv? Or do we say that since took place in Rishus Harabim, therefore this is Shem Rishus Harabim, and therefore what? And therefore ultimately again is Patra. That's the Shaila. My, so the Gemara says, so Tashma, the tiny Rabbi case was essentially reminiscent of what we saw in the Western chapter as well. Do we look at the beginning, right, the point of origin, or do we look at the end? Now the truth is not exactly the same because remember, the consumption itself, which is the actual act of shame, occurs in Rosh Hashanah. But the origin, right, in other words, but the bundle being consumed, ultimately is taken from the animal, is taken by the animal from Rosh Hashanah. So that's the Shiloh. So we must my Tashma, turn it with Masur, right? If you have a bundle, so must mitzvah of the part of it is in Rosh Hashanah, and part of it is in Rosh Hashanah. If the animal eats it in Rosh Hashanah, the animal is chayiv. If it eats it outside, ultimately again is pater. So the Gemara says, "My last scato cross." So we're not talking about a case where again the bundle is being moved. To which the Gemara says, "No, it's not being moved actually. It's stationary." So the Gemara says, "Ima achla amasha b'fnim chayaves amasha b'chutz p'tula." The Gemara says, "No. So really, what you should be saying is like this: if you have a bundle, which essentially this case is a bundle straddles, which is like straddles it. Now the halacha is if the animal consumes the bundle situated in the society, situated in society, ultimately again the contract. So you must why not just say that? You by saying that you come over here the psila das pasta. Was it's possible ultimately in the circle, but he was talking about ultimately again was with aspasta. And I was say aspasta is like a long stringy plant. So look at actually you by saying well, we all know to be plenty of loss of different chayaves alkulo, loss of a foot, tura alkulo, lo tisha tikil almost. In reality, I will say if you eat it, then it's just enough of the chayiv. If you don't, your potter. But ultimately, again, it's the Gemara says, and you can't really learn anything about Gilgal, about rolling it. Why? So the Gemara says, because this particular case was talking about aspasta, which is raw. And once you go ahead and you move to one end of it, the other end automatically moves as well. Okay, so Rabbi says it's not exactly resolution about this. I will say, now this happens to be a very interesting case. A very interesting case. A very interesting case about what you do regarding Gilgal. So I will say, interestingly enough, the way that Rabbi is going to ask him is liability is determined by consumption. Wherever the item is consumed, that is going to generate liability. So therefore, again, if the animal takes a bundle from the Shesalafi, but ultimately again doesn't consume it, rolls it out to the Shesalafi, and goes ahead and consumes it there, so that's going to be shame the Shesalafi, where ultimately again there's not going to be liability. And that's like one point that's very important, which we get to a little bit later on today, which is even in cases where you are putter on shame, you're still going to have to pay something. Right? In other words, because at the end of the day, any time my animal benefits from someone else's property, there's going to have to be some level of liability. What that liability is, we have to see. Okay, good. So let's go back to Achok. So remember again, you will say the next case the Mishnah brought up was, say if my animal, right, or if Ruben's animal goes into Shimon's field and eats Shimon's fruit and eats Shimon's vegetables, so that's called Shimon's Gurikayim. If Ruben's animal goes into Shimon's field and eats Ruben's clothing, or each within utensils, that's carrot. That's carrot, therefore only be happy that. So the Gemara says follows. So now we'll say, so we thought it went down. The way the Mishnah read was as follows. The way the Mishnah is like this. So please have a so the animal is born to eat fruit and vegetables. And if the animal eats sus or kalim, ultimately again you pay half damages. So that sentence of eating fruits and vegetables, and then if an animal eats sus or kalim, you pay half damages. That looks like one sentence. So the Gemara says, Ahila, what is this going on? What is that statement ultimately again of Mishalim Chatzi Nezek going on? So which was Amarav Akulu. Ultimately, again, I will say it's actually not everything. What nighttime, what's the reason? I will say it's actually very interesting. Take a look at Rashi. It's actually right across. Haditani Masisim Rishus Harabim, Tura, Akulu Koi, Afilu Aksus, Children, the Shunway Habit all the parents. We'll say, now listen to this. Now, remember, the next line of the Mishnah, which actually really worth going on, it says as follows. When is this so? Rishus Hamizah. Abol, Rishus Harabim, Potter. Then we'll say, now, this is how the Mishnah reads. Right? The Mishnah reads like this. The Mishnah tells me that if today's animal goes into Shema's field and goes and eats potatoes and the ruffles, right? Fruits and vegetables, that's shame and yachad. Then it says, if it is tough luck, yeah, everything's animal eats clothing or utensils in Shema's field, what's the halacha? That's keren as normal katsinasa. And then it says, when is this so? When the damage is happening in Rishus Hamizah. But if the damage is happening in Rishus Harabim, ultimately again, Ruvain is Potter. The Russian name is interesting. Precious how to read that. What if Ruvain's animal eats Shemon's sus or Kalim in Rishus Harabim? So now we'll say, how do you read the Mishnah? Is the Mishnah saying that ultimately again, Ruvain's still Potter for that? Well, no. That's going on, Peros, Yerachos, Peros. But sis and Kalim, you'll still be kind of shows. Watch this, it's incredible. So Rav says that no, there is even exemption, even if the man's animal eats Shimon's sus and Kalim in Rishus Harabim, ultimately again, Ruben is Potter. Now, what's the reason? This is incredible. What's the reason? The Gemara says, he says, "Call Mishana Uba Achar B'Shirabo." He's going to say, anytime you do something abnormal, and as a result, someone does something abnormal to you, the second person is Potter. So what does that mean? The act of leaving clothing and utensils in Rishus Harabim is abnormal. People don't do that. Right? They're not supposed to do that. So now Ruvain is something abnormal by leaving clothing in Rishus Harabim. If now Shimon's animal comes along, Shimon leaves behind sus and Kalim in Rishus Harabim, and now as a result, Ruvain's animal comes along and what? Eats those items. So the fact that Shimon did something abnormal, and now Ruvain does something abnormal, Ruvain is Potter. Anytime, essentially what Rav is saying is like this. Anytime you change the normal rules of engagement, you're kind of, or in other words, no one has any liability for what happens to you afterwards. So therefore, Shimon, you put your utensil, you put your clothing lotion, and now Ruvain's animal comes along and eats it. Ruvain's not chayiv. You should not have put your stuff there for the beginning, and therefore there's no liability. That's how Rav reads the Mishnah. Shmuel says, no. Lo shanu ela peros v'yirachos. No. There's exemption. Ultimately, again, if Shimon's animal comes and eats your fruits and vegetables, because that's Shein Rishus Harabim, which will be Potter on. Avak Sisu Kalim Chayeres. And we'll say that the animal comes and eats Shimon's utensils of clothing, that's Karen. And there is liability ultimately again for Karen Rishus Harabim. Incredible. The Chino or Shlakish, was Rish Lakish, the Tame, I was Rish Lakish, the same word, Rish Lakish, Shtei Paz, this in general is an interesting case. In general, when you do something abnormal, and as a result of your abnormal act, someone else damages you, is the damager chayiv or not? The damager chayiv or not? So the Gemara says as follows. Shtei paras Rishus Harabim. You have two cows of Harabim, and what happens? Achas refutza ba'achas ma'alachas. So let's say one cow A is squatting down, and cow B is walking. Ba'ata ma'alachas refutza tura. So let's say if the walking cow kicks the squatting cow, ultimately again the walking cow is Potter. Why? Why? Because the Maisa squatting cow is abnormal. Right? No standing, right? No arguing, right? No standing. Say for example, say Salah for the Maisa again. So you did something abnormal, allowing your cow to squat. The cow afterwards gets damaged. There's no liability for damage. However, Revut said the Malachas Chayat is interesting. If the squatting cow damages the walking cow, then there is liability, which makes sense. There's got to be damage. So let's say, so therefore, again, interestingly enough, Halacha L'Maisa. So just the machlok is how to read the Mishnah. So Rav says that Halacha L'Maisa, What it's saying is like this. Allah so Shimon leaves clothing and he tells him and afterwards Ruvain's ox comes along and eats it. There's no liability for Ruvain because ultimately again if you do something abnormal and then someone else damages you as a result of your abnormal activity, there is no liability. Reish Lakish says, Raboshia, Shmuel says no. The exemption ultimately is only for Peros Yirakos, but if Ruvain's count damages Shimon's Sus and Kalin, that's Karen, and ultimately again the incredible. What's this about? This first white line. Rabbi Yochanan Amar, Lo Shmuel Peros Yirakos. Then Rabbi Yochanan Shmuel says the only exemption is for Peros Yirakos, which will be Shemer Sharabi. About Sus and Kalin Chayeres, but ultimately again you will be high for Sus and Kalin. I lema Rabbi Yochanan let's say Reish Lakish. So say that Rabbi Yochanan does hold Reish Lakish. I feel the b'shtei paros. Even in the case of the two cats I just mentioned, all the other is like he really holds ultimately again of Reish Lakish, and therefore he would read in the aforementioned case the two cows, the squatting cow, the walking cow. But sus avdi the manchi, sus avdi inshi the manchi, glimi umismichi. About behema lavarcha. We'll say what Rabbi Yochanan will say is like this. It is normal for people to just momentarily put down their utensils in Rosh Hashanah. That is common. That's not called an abnormality. So because it's not called an abnormality, therefore again in Halacha L'Maisa, Ruvain's ox damages or eats Shimon's sissim table. That's going to be called kara. But in the easier for Lakish in the two cases of the squatting cow and the walking cow. Incredible. So let's say Salach Ramaisa, how do we paskin? So the Rambam paskins like Shmuel. And therefore Allah Ramaisa will say, if Ruvain's cow goes ahead and eats Shimon's, it eats Peros Virakos, that's going to be potter, because that's ultimately again that is going to be a case of Shem and Rosh Hashanah, for which you are potter. However, I will say Sus and Kelim, if Ruvain's cow eats Shimon's sus and kelim, then there is liability. They will say, what's the liability? That'll be Karen Bishus Harabim, and if our local Lamaisi, you will have to pay. Incredible. Let's go back there. Says the Gemara, I will say, now this is interesting. So remember again, what did we see in the Mishnah? Or some Mishnah is the following halacha. That even in cases where you would not be chayiv for shame, you're always chayiv for what the animal consumes. Right, so just a typical example, right? Ruvain's cow goes ahead and eats Shimon's Peros Virakos in Rosh Hashanah. So we'll say that is a case of shame in Rosh Hashanah. What's the halacha? Potter. They will say, but still the Mishnah says, at the end of the day, Ruvain, you got some benefit from Shimon's property. So if you got some benefit, you should pay something. So that's what the Mishnah says, you pay what you benefit. So the Gemara says, what is that? Like, how do you measure that? So Rabbi Omer, Demei Omer. So Rabbi says the value of straw. In other words, what we look at essentially is, you were going to have to feed your animal. Now, your animal ate Shimon's produce. So now what's the good news for you? You don't have to feed your animal. So we look at, obviously, you save money. So how much money do you save? So we look at the amount of straw which is inexpensive. We look at how much straw would you have had to feed your animal, right? And how much straw did you save now that your animal ate Shimon's produce? And that's the value of straw that he saved. That's the value that Ruvain's going to have to pay to Shimon. Rava says the amount of barley that you would get when barley is inexpensive. Okay, Taina Kavasi Deraba. Is the price that's so much more than Taina Kavasi Deraba? Rishon Yochai Omer. Elam Shalamas Allah Dene Amar Blova. The only amount you pay is the amount of straw that you saved that you don't have to feed your animal. Taina Kavasi Deraba. Imnanis Mishalamas Mashanenis. So price that supports Rava. Ultimately, again, if you benefit, you pay the amount that you benefit. Kesad Ach Lakav O Kavayim. If again the animal ate a calf or two kavim, ain't omen to shalit to him. You don't have to pay the actual value of what you consume. Ella omdin kama agamot salach lebehemto davarayla avapi she'inaraylo. Rather, again, ultimately, again, we look at how much would a person pay to feed their animals something that they wouldn't normally feed them, but would satisfy them. So we'll say, so essentially, bottom line is, we look at the fact that moving, now you don't have to feed your animal. So because you don't have to feed your animal, so ultimately, you benefit. So we look at how much did you save. So right, whether we value it as straw, whether we value it in barley, right? Okay, so that's about focus. The bottom line is we look at what would be essentially like the most inexpensive food that you would have fed your animal, right? And therefore, how much did you save by not having to feed your animal? That amount, that's what you have to remember. Say, as opposed to typical shame, where what do you have to pay in the case of shame? What do you pay in the case of shame? What you damaged. So the Chab over here